This is the story of Seo Jun, the ultimate shut-in loser. One day, the world suddenly came to an end. The entire planet was thrown into chaos as buildings collapsed and people began dying one by one. Then a pandemic struck. In the beginning, everyone was in shock. The stock market crashed, plunging the world into panic. News spread like wildfire. The world is going to end. Wars broke out, and countries started fighting one another. Economies fell apart. Food shortages plagued the planet. And because of this scarcity, global conflict erupted. Even a small packet of noodles was sold for millions of won. Desperation filled the streets as people begged and protested. It was a disaster of unimaginable proportions. But it wasn't humanity's doing. Suddenly, one day, fantasy monsters appeared on Earth. And that was the true end of humanity. Just like in a typical novel, as soon as the monsters appeared, humans began awakening special abilities. They became metahumans, and system notifications started popping up, granting them tools to fight these creatures. Up to this point, it seemed like a classic setup. But here's the twist. Despite their newfound powers, the creatures that appeared were nightmares on hell difficulty. The so-called metahuman abilities were utterly useless. The monsters slaughtered humans like they were nothing. In just 3 days, the Earth was almost completely destroyed. Then, the scene shifts and the real story begins. The camera pans to a tall, untouched building amidst a sea of ruins. All the surrounding structures are destroyed. Everything is in ruins except for this one building. Not a single scratch mars it. Inside this building lives our main character, Seo Jun. The scene cuts to Seo Jun lounging in his messy room, casually eating chips from a packet. His appearance is shabby. He looks weak, dressed in an old, stained white t-shirt. Seo Jun munches on chips, sipping a nearly empty cold drink. He sighs and narrates. The world is almost destroyed. But here I am, chilling like nothing happened. We see the room in detail. Piles of empty ramen packets, crumpled tissues, and trash bags are stacked in the corners, likely filled with food waste. The place is chaotic. Seo Jun continues with a hint of sadness. In this 100-square-meter apartment, I'm alone. My mom, dad, grandpa, and grandma, they're all outside. Seo Jun reveals his backstory. His father had bought this apartment, spending 200 million won borrowed from the bank and another 200 million won from his life savings. The plan was for someone to live here for 2 years to get the tax benefits of owning property in this luxury building. That's why Seo Jun, despite not being wealthy, ended up here. But now, with the sudden apocalypse, Seo Jun is trapped in this building alone. Does Seo Jun care? Not at all. Seo Jun is the ultimate shut-in. He prefers to stay home. However, he has one major complaint. No internet. Seo Jun exclaims, "This is hell. The apocalypse outside is bad enough. But for me, no internet is an even bigger nightmare." Staring at his phone with a depressed look, Seo Jun thinks, "What do I even do now? No internet? How am I supposed to survive this?" Suddenly, Seo Jun freezes. He hears a loud scream from outside. Startled, he jumps. Slowly, he creeps to the window and peeks through. A gigantic creature with terrifying wings is flying straight toward his apartment. Seo Jun's eyes widen in shock as he stares at the approaching monster. In seconds, the enormous beast slams into the window, stopping just outside. The creature is hideous, with a humongous, slimy, tentacle-like mouth. When it opens its mouth, 3 more mouths emerge, each lined with rows of sharp, glinting teeth. The sight is beyond disgusting. Seo Jun thinks the creature is about to devour him. With a deafening thud, the monster's body slams into the window. Seo Jun shrieks and stumbles backward, falling hard onto the floor. His heart races as terror grips him. But then, something strange happens. The monster can't enter. It tries again and again to break through the invisible barrier of the apartment. Seo Jun slowly opened his eyes, his breathing still heavy with fear. A system notification popped up before him. A subject not permitted to enter has attempted to breach the room. Entry has been prevented by the system. Seo Jun stared at the notification, his fear gradually turning into confusion. What was this system? Why couldn't the monster enter? Slowly, realization dawned on him. Whatever this system was, it was protecting him. Moments later, a blue-colored barrier formed in front of Seo Jun's window. Curious and desperate, he tried to open the door to his house, but found it completely stuck. Frustrated, he kicked the door in anger. After half an hour of struggling, the door still wouldn't budge. Exhausted, Seo Jun slumped to the floor, then slowly approached his window and stared outside, his face filled with frustration. Narrating his plight, Seo Jun explained that this was the third day of the apocalypse. While his ability had kept him safe, it had also completely trapped him in his house. The dark truth about his ability began to sink in. Sitting in the darkness of his room, Seo Jun observed the world outside falling apart. 3 days into the apocalypse, there was no light in his home. He was completely engulfed in darkness. His food supply was running dangerously low, and within a day or two, he would have nothing left to eat. The realization that all the doors in his house were locked only deepened his misery. Forced to use plastic bags for his basic needs, Seo Jun couldn't help but curse his so-called ultimate shut-in house ability. While it protected him from external threats, it had effectively imprisoned him in his own home. Seo Jun shouted in frustration. Because of this weird-ass ability, I'm stuck in here. I can't do anything. Maybe I'll starve to death in this house alone. Holding his head in his hands, Seo Jun muttered that while he was safe, his real problem was food. His supplies were almost gone, the power to his fridge had been cut, and his remaining food was beginning to spoil. All he had left were a few packets of ramen. Desperation gripped him as he chewed on his fingers, completely lost on what to do next. Out of nowhere, the system chimed in with a notification. Seo Jun has hunted a level 23 Calic. You have gained a significant amount of experience points, and your skills have leveled up. Seo Jun sat in complete shock, his eyes wide as he thought. How did I hunt something? I haven't even left this room. He stared at the system notification, struggling to make sense of what had just happened. Then something clicked. Seo Jun sprang to his feet, rushed to the balcony, and looked down. His eyes widened in shock. The lifeless body of the massive, winged creature that had crashed into his window earlier lay on the ground below. Its gigantic body was surrounded by armed goblins. Seo Jun thought, did I somehow hunt the thing just because it crashed into my window? As Seo Jun pieced things together, the system notified him again. You have obtained a new skill. Nearby loot has met the requirements, and the system is calculating the loot. Before Seo Jun could fully process this, the goblins below began acting strangely. They became aggressive, letting out loud, piercing screams toward the sky. Seo Jun stared down in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. All of a sudden, the behavior of the goblins shifted further. Some clutched their heads in agony, while others ferociously tore apart the huge, flying beast with their bare hands and nails. Then, the system announced, loot calculation complete. Seo Jun has gained 2.2 million won, an amount equivalent to $1,500. This amount has been deposited into Seo Jun's ultimate shut-in wallet. Seo Jun was stunned to see such a large sum of money at once, but his surprise didn't end there. Suddenly, the lights in his room flickered on. Seo Jun realized that not only were the lights working, but all the fans and other electrical appliances in his house were now functioning as well. The system notified him once again. The ultimate shut-in system has been upgraded. A new passive skill, House Declaration Level 3, has been activated. Seo Jun was absolutely shocked, but as the realization of restored electricity sank in, his shock turned to happiness. He clenched his fists tightly and rushed to the fridge. Excitedly, he opened its door and saw that it was working properly again. Not stopping there, Seo Jun hurried to his bathroom, turned on the water tap, and saw water flowing freely once more. Testing further, he switched on his induction cooktop, and it powered on without issue. Overwhelmed with joy, Seo Jun collapsed to the floor. Tears streamed down his face as he whispered, everything is working again, just like before. He had truly believed he would die alone in this room, without electricity or water. But now it seemed fate had given him a chance. After calming down, an idea struck him. Slowly, he glanced at his phone, hopeful. Could the internet have come back too? But his hope was quickly crushed when he saw the screen still displaying no internet. Seo Jun grabbed his head in despair and slumped to the floor, sad and defeated. After a while, his hand accidentally hit something. Looking down, he noticed a pen drive lying next to the garbage bin. Curiously, Seo Jun picked it up and inserted it into his computer. The pen drive contained old photos of Seo Jun. As the pictures flashed on the screen, he saw his mother feeding him when he was a baby. Another photo showed a younger Seo Jun, ready for kindergarten, holding his mother's hand as she walked him to school. The slideshow continued with a teenage Seo Jun smiling with his happy parents. Finally, a photo appeared of Seo Jun at age 20, standing proudly with his mom and dad, both beaming with joy. Seeing these family photos filled Seo Jun with mixed emotions. Irritation and anger welled up inside him as he gritted his teeth. With a deadly serious look in his eyes, Seo Jun muttered, "I need to bring my family into this safe house. No matter what, I will get out of this room and save them." This became Seo Jun's goal. He stood up with renewed determination and walked back to his balcony. As he approached it, he thought about how he could escape his house. Seo Jun decided to check all his abilities, hoping for a clue to break free. While examining his skills, Seo Jun noticed something new. The Ultimate Shut-In Store, Level 1. The system explained that through this store, he could buy any items he listed, and they would be available at their original market price. Seo Jun was puzzled. He didn't fully understand how the store worked or how to use it. Then, the store notified him to list an item as his first purchase. His total balance of 2.2 million won was displayed, and the system prompted, "Will Seo Jun list his first item?" In front of Seo Jun's eyes, the system notification blinked persistently. "Buy items listed in the store at their original price." Seo Jun stared at the message, confused. What is this store? What type of items can it even have? Despite his confusion, Seo Jun decided to click on the list icon. As soon as his finger touched it, 2 more notifications appeared. Seo Jun's Ultimate Shut-In Wallet is a max-level wallet currently holding 2.2 million won. Would you like to list your first item? Staring at the notification, Seo Jun realized that the money he had earned from the flying beast was now safely stored in this wallet. Letting out a sigh, he reflected on the situation. Still deep in thought, Seo Jun walked over to his window. Slowly, he opened it and stepped onto his balcony, thinking, maybe this is my chance to finally leave the room. But just as hope flickered in his mind, the system interrupted with another notification. The Ultimate Shut-In cannot leave the house. A wave of disappointment washed over Seo Jun. He had hoped that leveling up might grant him freedom from the barrier, but those hopes were crushed. His hands tightened into fists as he faced the harsh reality. However, a new determination began to build within him. Clenching his fists tightly, Seo Jun resolved that if he kept killing monsters and leveling up, he might unlock a skill that allowed him to leave this room in the future. Seo Jun began to think that continued leveling could eventually grant him the power to escape. But another question lingered in his mind. If I cannot leave this room, how can I kill monsters? Seo Jun started pacing back and forth, realizing that the flying beast hitting his window had been a 1 in a million chance, an extremely rare occurrence unlikely to happen again. Determined, he decided he must find a way to kill monsters while staying confined to his room. After spending 5 to 10 minutes brainstorming, Seo Jun noticed something unusual below. The goblins were busy tearing chunks of meat from the flying beast's corpse. He studied them closely, observing that they didn't seem particularly powerful. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be possible to kill them from here? Without wasting any more time, Seo Jun rushed back into his room. He grabbed a water bottle, held it tightly in his hand, and stretched his arm back. Using all his strength, he hurled the bottle off the balcony. The bottle whooshed through the air and landed far beyond the barrier. Seo Jun's eyes sparkled with realization. I can't leave my room, but whatever I throw outside can cross the barrier freely. This discovery excited him. His plan began to form. He would throw heavy objects at the goblins from his room, using their weight to crush the creatures and earn experience points. Seo Jun began searching his house for anything heavy enough to use as a weapon. After scouring every corner, he found a 5 kilograms dumbbell, a long-forgotten purchase intended for building his body. Holding the dumbbell in his hands, he smiled, feeling its weight. But as he stepped onto the balcony and looked down, his smile vanished. The goblins, now carrying large chunks of the flying beast's meat, were starting to leave the area around his house. Panic rose in Seo Jun's chest. If they leave, how will I kill monsters and level up? Without hesitation, Seo Jun stretched his arms and gripped the dumbbell tightly. With all his might, he hurled it toward the goblins. The dumbbell soared through the air, passing effortlessly through the barrier. Seo Jun watched anxiously as it descended, but to his disappointment, it landed on the flying beast's meat instead of hitting any goblins. The sound of the impact sent the goblins into a frenzy. They screamed and looked around, trying to figure out what had just happened. Frustration boiled inside Seo Jun. His face turned red with anger as he realized he had messed up. Now he only had one dumbbell left, and the chances of leveling up seemed slimmer than ever. Seo Jun stood frozen, holding the remaining dumbbell tightly. His thoughts spiraled. What if I miss again? If the second dumbbell doesn't hit, I'll have no weapons left to defend myself. His grip tightened, and his eyes narrowed with determination. He couldn't afford another mistake. Standing in one spot for a long time, Seo Jun's mind raced. No matter how much he searched his house, there was nothing heavy enough to handle all the goblins. TVs, computers, even the fridge, Seo Jun just wasn't strong enough to throw them. Suddenly, a loud noise startled him. The goblins' chaotic screams echoed from outside. Seo Jun's heart skipped a beat as he rushed to the balcony and looked down. To his shock, hundreds of goblins had gathered in front of his building. At the center of the horde stood their leader, a goblin with hair shaped like a chicken's beak and dangerous-looking six-pack abs. In the leader's hand was Seo Jun's dumbbell. The leader pointed at Seo Jun with a menacing glare and began yelling in a strange language, clearly hurling abuse at him. Behind him, the other goblins joined in, screaming and making wild gestures. Seo Jun took a step back, his body tense. Even though he knew the goblins couldn't enter his house, the sight of hundreds of them standing outside, all screaming at him, sent chills down his spine. Then, in the blink of an eye, all the goblins charged toward his building, weapons raised and screaming like maniacs. But instead of panicking, Seo Jun's expression changed. A thought crossed his mind. This isn't a scary situation. In fact, this might be a good thing. The goblins had been leaving his area earlier, but now more were gathering near his building. The only problem was that Seo Jun needed to find items to throw at them, and fast. As he racked his brain, an idea suddenly clicked. Seo Jun immediately opened his system notification and activated the ultimate shut-in store. Without hesitation, he clicked on the list item icon. The system prompted Seo Jun to confirm if he wanted to list his first item. Seo Jun hesitated for a moment, unsure if this was a good idea. Slowly, he picked up his last remaining dumbbell and deliberated on what to do. He knew that throwing this single dumbbell might not kill many goblins. Worse, if his aim failed, he might miss entirely. Yet, something deep inside told him that this store could be the solution to his problems. Without further delay, Seo Jun issued the command to place the dumbbell into the ultimate shut-in store. Suddenly, a holographic light flashed over his hand, scanning the dumbbell. For a moment, Seo Jun panicked, thinking the system might take the dumbbell away. But as the light faded, he realized he was still holding it. The system had only scanned the item. The system notified Seo Jun that his classic non-slip 3 kilograms dumbbell had been successfully listed in the store. Seo Jun quickly checked the store menu and saw the dumbbell listed with a price of 16.99. He was stunned. It was the exact same price he had paid for it in the market. This realization was revolutionary. Anything Seo Jun listed in the store could be purchased again at its original market value. This discovery changed everything. As long as he had enough money, Seo Jun could buy an unlimited number of items. To test this, Seo Jun commanded the system to create 2 more dumbbells. The moment he confirmed the purchase, a white light shone from the store. Right before his eyes, 2 new dumbbells materialized in the air, as if they were being 3D printed. Seo Jun's face lit up with excitement. His eyes sparkled as he realized he no longer had to worry about running out of dumbbells. Without wasting another second, Seo Jun carefully aimed and, with a loud whoosh, threw a dumbbell toward the goblins. This time, things were different. The goblins were standing much closer to his building, all grouped together in one spot. As the dumbbell descended, it struck one goblin squarely on the head. Crack! The goblin's skull burst open, blood splattering everywhere. The creature collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. Almost immediately, the system notified Seo Jun that he had successfully hunted a level 7 goblin. He had earned 33.451 experience points, which were deposited directly into his ultimate shut-in wallet. Seo Jun's heart raced with excitement. His plan was working, and leveling up now seemed possible. However, a quick realization tempered his enthusiasm. Each dumbbell cost 16.99, while he earned only 3.1 per goblin kill. It was a terrible trade-off. Seo Jun frowned, thinking this is a massive loss, spending so much for so little return. But despite the imbalance, Seo Jun felt a sense of happiness. He had managed to kill a goblin without leaving the safety of his house. Meanwhile, outside, the goblins were stunned. They couldn't understand how one of their comrades had suddenly died. Looking around in confusion, they gathered near the corpse, inspecting it. As the realization dawned that one of them was dead, the goblins became enraged. They screamed, their anger palpable, and glared up at Seo Jun's balcony. Some even began hurling insults in their strange language. Suddenly, another dumbbell came flying toward them. But this time, the goblins were prepared. With a loud bang, the dumbbell hit the ground as the goblins dodged it effortlessly. Their disdain was evident. They looked unimpressed, their reactions mocking. Seeing this, Seo Jun grew increasingly annoyed. Determined not to give up, he purchased more 3 kilograms dumbbells from the Ultimate Shut-In store. Seo Jun knew he was taking a financial loss, spending 16.99 per dumbbell with no guarantee of hitting a goblin. Even when he did succeed, the payout of 3.1 was just a fraction of the cost. But money wasn't Seo Jun's goal. Leveling up was all that mattered to him now. For a brief moment, Seo Jun considered listing larger items, like TVs or fridges, in the store. But the thought quickly faded. Those items were not only expensive, but also too cumbersome to use. The goblins would easily dodge them. With a deep breath, Seo Jun steadied himself, ready to continue his battle against the goblins. Seo Jun quickly abandons the idea of listing larger items and instead focuses on purchasing more dumbbells. Armed with a stockpile of these weights, he begins throwing them one by one in rapid succession. The dumbbells strike goblins with deadly precision, crushing their heads and killing them instantly. The system floods Seo Jun with notifications of his successful kills. Level 7, Level 8, and even Level 10 goblins. With each kill, Seo Jun earns rewards, 2.1, 3.001, and 4.01 respectively. However, true to his plan, his focus isn't on the money. After killing 4 or 5 goblins, Seo Jun receives the notification he was waiting for. He has leveled up. The system informs him of his new level and grants him a skill upgrade. Seo Jun's heart races with excitement. This was exactly what he had been aiming for. The system reveals that Seo Jun has acquired the Ultimate Shut-In Storage System Level 1, an alternate dimension where he can store and retrieve items at will. Intrigued, Seo Jun immediately activates his new skill. A holographic, house-like interface appears before him. Curious, Seo Jun attempts to store his remaining dumbbells in the storage system. The system prompts him to confirm, and as he agrees, a bright light flashes over his hands. One by one, the dumbbells vanish into the system. Seo Jun checks the storage interface and confirms that all his dumbbells are safely stored there. Whenever he needs them, Seo Jun can summon the items instantly from this alternate dimension. His eyes sparkle with excitement as he experiments further. With a single command, he summons a dumbbell, and it materializes directly in his hand. A grin spreads across Seo Jun's face as he realizes the full potential of his new ability. His grin slowly transforms into an evil, psychopathic smile as his mind begins formulating a devious plan. Time passes, and an intense blue light begins glowing from Seo Jun's room. He has purchased hundreds of dumbbells and stored them in his Ultimate Shut-In Storage System. Standing on his balcony, Seo Jun stretches out his hand and closes his eyes. He imagines all the dumbbells stored within the system and, with a single command, summons them all at once. Like a torrential rain, hundreds of dumbbells fall from the sky, crashing down on the goblins below. The goblins are overwhelmed, unable to dodge the relentless onslaught. One by one, they're crushed, their blood splattering everywhere as the dumbbells strike with deadly precision. The system continuously notifies Seo Jun of his kills and earnings. After 3 to 4 minutes, the massacre ends. All the goblins lie dead, and the system announces that Seo Jun has earned 56,600. Seo Jun has also been busy listing various items in the Ultimate Shut-In store. Alongside his dumbbells, he has listed groceries like classic non-slip dumbbells, priced at 16.99, ramen, sandwich water, rice, special eggs, easy-to-digest milk, yogurt, canola oil, and even half-used tomato ketchup. Despite spending heavily to kill the goblins, Seo Jun discovers he has 2.1 million in his account. This surprising balance is due to his ingenious strategy. After killing all the goblins, Seo Jun sold his remaining dumbbells in the store, earning a 90% return on their cost. Although he spent 1,000 per dumbbell to kill each goblin, he still managed to gain a net profit of 2.11 per goblin. With all his groceries now listed in the store, Seo Jun essentially has unlimited resources at his disposal. However, he soon notices something strange. His money begins decreasing, 1 unit at a time. Initially, Seo Jun had 2.1 million in his account, but now it has decreased to 2.1 million minus 1. Every minute, another unit vanishes. Confused, Seo Jun starts analyzing the situation. He rules out the dumbbells and the listing of items in the store, since those expenses would have been deducted earlier. After careful thought, Seo Jun comes to a conclusion. The deductions must be related to his dignity preservation skill. This passive skill ensures that his house has electricity, water, and other essential facilities. The system must be deducting funds from Seo Jun's ultimate shut-in wallet to maintain these utilities. Seo Jun turns to look at his fridge, realizing that the electricity powering it must be part of the expense. Though irritated by the ongoing deductions, Seo Jun knows he needs a steady source of income to sustain his lifestyle. Looking out from his balcony, Seo Jun sees the aftermath of his attack. Almost all the goblins were killed by the torrential rain of dumbbells. The few survivors, terrified by the onslaught, have fled the area. Seo Jun smirks to himself, knowing that his efforts were not only effective, but also a step closer to leveling up further. The goblins nearby had fled, and those further away showed no intention of coming closer to Seo Jun's house. 3 to 4 hours passed, during which Seo Jun managed to kill only 1 or 2 goblins. Frustration began to creep in. When Seo Jun looked outside again, there wasn't a single goblin in sight. Seo Jun's irritation grew. If the goblins didn't approach his house, how would he level up? Without killing goblins, he couldn't progress. And if he couldn't progress, he would never gain the strength or ability to leave his house. The thought of being stuck in this stagnant state only made Seo Jun angrier. As he paced his balcony, brooding over his situation, something caught his eye. He glanced down and noticed the huge, slimy, crow-like flying beast from earlier. Its head remained intact, even though the goblins had harvested most of its other parts. Seo Jun paused, his gaze fixed on the grotesque creature. There are no goblins down there now, he muttered to himself. But I need a new technique, something to help me level up and move forward. He leaned over the balcony, his mind racing with ideas. He wondered if he'd ever get lucky enough for another flying beast to crash into his barrier and die, just like before. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The huge, slimy, crow-like beast began to stir. Slowly, it drifted towards Seo Jun's building. As it got closer, Seo Jun could make out more details, and the sight made his stomach churn. The beast looked even more grotesque and dangerous than before. Its gaping mouth opened, revealing a writhing mass of tentacle-like teeth. From its mouth emerged 2, then 3, twisting tentacles that seemed to have no end. The flying beast didn't appear to be attacking. It seemed to be passing by Seo Jun's building. But its mere presence was enough to leave Seo Jun stunned. Without wasting another second, Seo Jun ran back into his house, an idea flashing in his mind. A brilliant one. Thank God, Seo Jun muttered. Luck hasn't abandoned me yet. He remembered something. This flying beast resembled a crow, and crows were known to be attracted to reflective objects. Seo Jun decided to use this to his advantage. He rushed around his house, found a ladder, and tied a small mirror to it. He secured the mirror tightly, ensuring it wouldn't come loose. With the ladder in hand, Seo Jun returned to his balcony. Carefully, he lowered it, positioning the reflective surface where the flying beast could see it. His plan banked on the idea that, like ordinary crows, this crow-like beast would be drawn to the shiny object. And it worked. As soon as the beast caught sight of the mirror, all its attention fixated on Seo Jun. The creature let out a disgusting roar, opened its gaping mouth, and flew straight toward him. Seeing the beast's reaction, Seo Jun smiled. His plan had worked, but his smile quickly faded. He had hoped the beast would be as dumb as a regular crow and crash into his barrier, killing itself on impact. But this beast was smarter. The creature stopped just short of Seo Jun's window. It didn't crash. Instead, it hovered there, glaring at him through the barrier. Then, to Seo Jun's utter shock, the beast began speaking in its own language. The crow-like beast looked hungry, its piercing eyes sizing Seo Jun up as though calculating how to devour him. Seo Jun's heart raced. If the beast didn't kill itself on the barrier, how would he defeat it? Before Seo Jun could react, the beast began flapping its massive wings. A powerful gust of wind surged toward him, creating immense pressure. Seo Jun gritted his teeth, gathering all his strength to stand firm against the force. The wind was so strong he could barely keep his eyes open. As the gust settled, a thick fog formed around him. For a moment, everything was eerily silent. When the fog cleared, Seo Jun's heart sank. The beast was gone. Cautiously, Seo Jun stepped back on his balcony and peered over the edge, scanning the area for any sign of the creature. His nerves were on edge, his heart pounding in his chest. Then, with a sinking feeling, Seo Jun realized the truth. The crow-like beast hadn't left. It was still there, perched silently just above his balcony, waiting, lurking, watching him with an unsettling patience. The moment Seo Jun steps out far enough, the crow-like beast plans to strike. It opens its grotesque mouth, saliva dripping, as it inches closer to devouring Seo Jun. A wave of fear washes over him. Sure, the barrier will protect him, but the sight of such a disgusting creature up close would terrify anyone. The beast lifts its head and slams it against the barrier, attempting to reach Seo Jun. The system immediately notifies him. An unauthorized entity is attempting to enter the barrier. Stop the unauthorized entity from breaching. But the crow-type beast does not give up. It slams into the barrier again and again, each attempt more ferocious than the last. Though still scared, Seo Jun knows the barrier is strong and will hold. But the thought, what if it breaks, sends chills through him. What if this dangerous beast somehow manages to breach the barrier? Determined not to waste any more time, Seo Jun opens his ultimate shut-in store. He recalls how his loot calculation skill works. It only activates if a monster killed by Seo Jun dies inside the barrier. If a creature's corpse ends up outside the barrier, the loot calculation skill won't trigger. Seo Jun reflects on his previous battles. Many of the goblins he killed had fallen outside the barrier, and he lost out on their loot. Even goblins that were dragged away before fully dying had cost Seo Jun valuable rewards. For the loot calculation to work, the crow beast must die inside the barrier. Not just that, it needs to stay inside for a while for the loot to register. This means Seo Jun can't afford any mistakes. He can't risk merely injuring the crow beast. Throwing a TV, a fridge, or even multiple dumbbells at once might injure it, but the beast might survive and flee. Seo Jun knows that if the beast escapes, he'll lose the chance to loot it entirely. And if the beast retaliates, it could cause even more chaos. Seo Jun realizes that throwing household items, whether it's a TV, a fridge, or dumbbells, is not an option. He will need a precise, well-executed plan to kill the crow-type beast in one clean strike. Seo Jun grows increasingly irritated as the crow beast continues to attack the barrier, again and again, without stopping. Time is ticking. He needs to come up with a new idea, and fast. At the same time, Seo Jun's eyes glance at the list of items in his ultimate shut-in store. One of the listed items, canola oil, catches his attention. With a click, an idea sparks in his mind. Seo Jun quickly purchases 20 bottles of canola oil. As soon as he confirms the purchase, the bottles begin materializing before him, appearing as if they're being created by a 3D printer. Every time an item appears, Seo Jun watches in awe. No matter how many times he sees it, the process never fails to surprise him. Once all the bottles of canola oil have been generated, Seo Jun quickly gathers them into his lap and rushes to the kitchen. He wastes no time grabbing a saucepan and pouring the canola oil into it to heat. While the oil heats up, Seo Jun grabs a stick and ties a white t-shirt to it, twisting it tightly. He dips the shirt into the heating oil, allowing it to soak up the liquid completely. Once the t-shirt is thoroughly soaked, Seo Jun carefully sets it aside. He takes the remaining bottles of canola oil and stores them back in his ultimate shut-in store. Now ready, Seo Jun pulls out a lighter and ignites the oil-soaked t-shirt. In an instant, it transforms into a flaming torch. With the torch in hand, Seo Jun runs toward his balcony. As he reaches the balcony, he notices the crow beast still waiting, its disgusting mouth slightly open and drooling in anticipation. It's waiting for Seo Jun to step out so it can attack. Seo Jun grips the torch tightly, his mind racing with determination. He closes his eyes, focuses intensely, and imagines the boiling hot canola oil splashing directly onto the crow beast's head. With a sharp command, the oil is summoned. In a loud splash, the boiling oil pours down onto the crow beast's body. The effect is immediate. The crow beast screams in agony as its body begins to burn from the intense heat. The oil is so hot that the creature's entire body starts catching fire. But Seo Jun isn't done yet. With a swift motion, he throws the flaming torch directly onto the burning crow beast. The moment the torch comes into contact with the hot oil, it ignites the creature even further. In mere seconds, the beast is engulfed in flames, its entire body burning rapidly. The crow beast lets out a final deafening roar before its wings catch fire. It struggles to move, but it's too late. With a loud bang, the burning beast collapses to the ground, still aflame. Seo Jun watches from his balcony as the beast burns slowly. The smell is horrific, and Seo Jun's face twists in disgust as the stench fills his nose. After 5 to 10 minutes, the beast finally dies. The system immediately notifies Seo Jun. Seo Jun has defeated a level 27 Kalkan beast. Seo Jun has gained a massive amount of experience points as a result. Seo Jun levels up 3 to 4 times, and his skills improve significantly. Not only that, Seo Jun also unlocks a new skill. The system completes the loot calculation, notifying Seo Jun that he has earned 9.3 million won, which has been deposited directly into his ultimate shut-in wallet. Seo Jun's face reflects a mix of disbelief and awe. He has never seen so much money in his life. But the system isn't done. It informs Seo Jun that he has fulfilled all the requirements, and the house territory expansion will now begin. Before Seo Jun can process this, the building starts to shake violently. Seo Jun struggles to keep his balance, unsure of what's happening. His vision begins to blur, and his chest tightens as intense pain spreads through his body. Seo Jun feels his senses heighten dramatically. His vision turns black and white, and suddenly, he becomes acutely aware of everything around him, even sensing the movement of an ant nearby. Information floods Seo Jun's mind at an overwhelming speed. His vision expands rapidly, and he begins to sense something surprising. Seo Jun realizes there's a family nearby, a father, a mother, and 2 children, all huddled together in a dark room. Confused, Seo Jun wonders who these people are. After thinking for a moment, he realizes they are his neighbors. The scene shifts, and we see Seo Jun still standing in the same spot, holding his head. His eyes remain black, and his vision continues to reveal everything happening within a limited distance. Seo Jun is overwhelmed. So much information is flooding his mind at once. Despite the confusion, Seo Jun's eyes fixate on the family he sensed earlier. The husband, wife, and their 2 children, all appearing tense and worried. The tension builds so much within Seo Jun that in a sudden act, he deactivates his skill. As soon as he does, the black fog lifts from his eyes and disperses throughout the room in a shockwave. In that moment, Seo Jun unlocks a new skill, Domain Expansion, X-ray Vision. Seo Jun had already possessed the Domain Expansion, Ultimate Barrier, but now, with the addition of X-ray Vision, he can see everything happening inside his building in detail. Back to the story, Seo Jun is shaken by this experience. He starts laughing uncontrollably, not from joy, but from sheer disbelief. So much information is buzzing in his head. The first piece of information that comes through is about Choi Yun, a 30-year-old man who is the husband Seo Jun sensed earlier. Then comes Park Han, the wife, also 30 years old. Finally, information floods in about their 2 children, a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. Suddenly, the system notifies Seo Jun that he has discovered beings who meet the requirements to become citizens of his barrier. It asks if Seo Jun wants to grant them citizenship. Seo Jun pauses. He doesn't understand what citizenship means or what will happen if he doesn't grant it to these 4 people. The system explains. If Seo Jun doesn't grant them citizenship, they will be forced to leave the barrier. Initially, Seo Jun's barrier only covered his room, But with this recent expansion, his barrier has tripled in size, now including his neighbors' rooms as well. Seo Jun realizes the weight of his decision. If he doesn't give citizenship to the family, they'll be expelled from their rooms and left defenseless against the monsters outside. Seo Jun knows what will happen if that occurs. They'll be killed without hesitation. With that in mind, Seo Jun grants citizenship to the 4 people. The system registers their citizenship, and Seo Jun's new citizenship skill becomes active. With determined eyes, Seo Jun begins exploring this new ability. He discovers that his skill is called Ultimate All-Seeing Eyes, Level 1. With this skill, nothing inside Seo Jun's barrier can escape his sight. He can concentrate his vision on any part of the barrier and view it as if watching TV. Seo Jun opens the system window and notices a new icon, Citizenship Management. As soon as he clicks on it, the names of the 4 family members appear: the husband, wife, and their 2 children. The system provides detailed information. The husband is level 9, the wife is level 5, and the children are level 2 and 3, respectively. Additionally, their trust levels are displayed. The husband's trust is at 24, the wife's trust is at 18, and the children's trust levels are 32 and 42, respectively. However, what shocks Seo Jun the most is when he notices the current population limit. The system reveals that Seo Jun's citizenship skill can support 600 people, yet only 4 are currently registered. Seo Jun is stunned. He now has the potential to take in 600 citizens under his barrier, but he still doesn't fully understand the benefits of granting citizenship. Curious, Seo Jun explores further. When he clicks on the husband's profile, a new window opens, revealing more details. It shows that Choi Yun's awakening ability was none, experience distribution rate was 0%, and money distribution rate was 0%. Finally, the system shows that Seo Jun can adjust these rates. He can assign quests to Choi Yun and even expel him from the barrier if needed. Seo Jun thinks for a moment, analyzing the experience and money distribution rates. A theory begins to form in his mind. Seo Jun believes these options mean that whatever monsters the citizens kill in the future, he can decide how much of their experience and earnings he will receive. If Seo Jun's theory is correct, this means he can earn XP and money effortlessly by simply managing his citizens. He wouldn't even need to leave his house. His citizens would do the work for him while he reaped the rewards. Realizing this, Seo Jun's lips curl into a smirking smile. The possibilities of his new skill excite him, and he begins to see how this could change everything. After that, Seo Jun notices a gift quest icon in Choi Yun's system window. As soon as Seo Jun clicks on the gift quest icon, a new system menu opens. Here, Seo Jun realizes that he can give quests to his citizens. At this rate, Seo Jun doesn't even need a system to get stronger. He is the system, the administrator of his own domain. Seo Jun decides to create a new quest for the husband. He writes the details. The husband must kill a goblin within 168 hours. The reward, a small amount of XP. The penalty, none. But Seo Jun gets curious. Can the penalty be edited? How far can he push it? Seo Jun wonders if the system will accept something as extreme as a death penalty. With a daring thought, Seo Jun types death as the penalty for failure. To his shock, the system accepts it. This means that if Seo Jun assigns this quest and his husband fails, the husband will die. Seo Jun immediately cancels the quest. The realization hits him. At any moment, he has the power to kill his citizens. Seo Jun sits on the ground, deep in thought. With this insane ability, what could he accomplish? How could he use it to his advantage? Seo Jun sits for a long time, eyes closed, contemplating his next move. Then he decides to use his domain expansion, all-seeing perception eyes, to observe the family. He wants to know what they're doing, what they need, and what's going through their minds. Seo Jun activates his skill again, his eyes turning black with intense concentration. Through his vision, he starts peeking into the family's room. The scene shifts to the family. Fatty's wife, distressed, asks him what they should do. They're running out of food, out of water, and without electricity. How will we survive? She pleads. Fatty appears conflicted as he looks toward his wife. They are running out of food and water, and without electricity, survival seems impossible. His youngest daughter weakly tugs at her mother's sleeve, her parched lips trembling as she whispers about being thirsty. Fatty's gaze shifts between his daughters. If he were alone, He could endure the suffering, but the sight of his children hungry and thirsty is unbearable. His mind races as he tries to think of a way forward. He knows he must go outside to find water. The supermarket nearby is their only chance, but stepping out into the chaos could mean never returning. His wife's worried glance reveals her fear. She knows how dangerous the outside world has become. The silence in the room is heavy, filled with despair. The family's collective fear and uncertainty. We focus on Seo Jun as he watches, unable to take in any more. Seo Jun deactivates his ultimate all-seeing eyes, and the vision fades, but the emotional weight of what he witnessed lingers. Seo Jun opens his system notifications, searching for answers and solutions. Navigating through his ultimate shut-in store, Seo Jun discovers the upgrade section. He notices that he has 3 upgrade points to distribute among storage, dignity preservation, and ultimate shut-in store. Without hesitation, Seo Jun upgrades his ultimate shut-in store to level 2. A bright light flashes as the upgrade completes. Now, instead of storing just 10 items, Seo Jun can store 20 items. Additionally, he can purchase all items at a 10% discount. Seo Jun pauses to strategize. After careful thought, he upgrades the ultimate shut-in store to level 3 and the dignity preservation skill to level 2. Another burst of light signifies the completion of these upgrades. Seo Jun sits back, satisfied with his decisions. With the level 3 ultimate shut-in store, Seo Jun can manage a significantly larger inventory, and by upgrading dignity preservation, he can now provide electricity and other facilities to the family. Seo Jun realizes that this is a critical move. Extending resources to the family will increase their trust in him, and that trust will allow Seo Jun to use them strategically for his future plans. Seo Jun smiles faintly, feeling the shift in his control. He knows the power he now holds isn't just immense, it's limitless. But that's not all. Upon reaching level 3, Seo Jun unlocks a new ability that allows him to restore any destroyed items stored in the ultimate shut-in store. Upon seeing this new ability, Seo Jun closes his eyes for a moment, then opens them and begins laughing. This skill is genuinely dangerous. Seo Jun chuckles, realizing it was absolutely worth it to upgrade the ultimate shut-in store to level 3. Seo Jun thinks about the leftover food and damaged items scattered around his house. If he stores these items in the ultimate shut-in store, the system will restore them to their original state. This realization fills Seo Jun with excitement. Without hesitation, Seo Jun opens the ultimate shut-in store and begins buying large amounts of food and water. Afterward, Seo Jun upgrades his dignity preservation skill to level 2. The system immediately notifies him that he has unlocked a new ability, the ability to register vessels. Confused, Seo Jun tries to understand what vessels are, but the system doesn't provide further information. Seo Jun decides to figure it out later. Right now, his priority is to check on the family. The scene shifts, and we see Fatty packing his bag to go out and fetch water. His wife and 2 daughters are visibly upset, their expressions filled with fear and sadness. Fatty kneels down beside his daughters, placing his hands gently on their heads. He tells them to be good girls and to listen to their mother while he's away. The 2 girls, trying to be brave, tell their father to be careful and to come back safely. Fatty pats their heads softly and reassures them, promising that he will return. But deep inside, he knows the truth. Going outside might mean he'll never come back. Fatty's youngest daughter begins crying, recalling the monsters outside. The scene flashes back to 3 days ago. It was a golden morning, the sun shining brightly as Fatty's 2 daughters played in the park. Everything seemed peaceful, until suddenly, a horde of goblins attacked. The goblins wreaked havoc, devouring other children in the park. Without hesitation, Fatty, acting like a hero, grabbed his daughters and raced back home. The memory lingers in the children's minds, filling them with dread. Back in the present, the daughters cry, fearing that the monsters will kill their father if he goes outside. Fatty's wife tries to comfort them, hiding her own fear. Fatty stands firm, his resolve unwavering. He knows the dangers but insists he must go. Deep down, though, he feels this might be the last time he'll see his wife and daughters. Suddenly, a knock echoes through the room, startling everyone. Fatty's wife and daughters freeze in fear. Fatty grabs a baseball bat from his bag, his heart racing. From the other side of the door, a deep, creepy voice calls out, asking if anyone is inside. Fatty tightens his grip on the bat, wondering if the voice belongs to a monster pretending to be human. His wife keeps her daughters silent, covering their mouths to prevent them from making a sound. The knocking persists, and Fatty steps cautiously toward the door. His grip on the bat tightens as he prepares for the worst. With a loud bang, the door bursts open. Fatty's instincts kick in. He immediately runs back to his wife, shielding his daughters and promising he won't let anything happen to them. Tears stream down his face as he hugs them tightly. From behind him, a warm and kind tone interrupts the tension. A voice reassures him that there's no need to be scared. Fatty turns around slowly, his body still trembling. To his surprise, it's not a monster standing there, but a human. The man introduces himself kindly, saying his name is Seo Jun. He explains that he lives in the next room and has brought food and water for Fatty's family. He asks if they can talk. Hearing about the food and water, Fatty feels both surprised and confused. His wife looks at Seo Jun skeptically, but doesn't sense any immediate danger. Although Fatty has lived in the apartment for years, he has never seen Seo Jun before. However, something about Seo Jun's demeanor feels genuine. Fatty's gut instinct tells him that this person isn't bad. After a moment of hesitation, Fatty decides to trust Seo Jun. The scene shifts, and we see Fatty's two children hiding behind their dad, their suspicious eyes fixed on Seo Jun. Both children don't trust him at all. Meanwhile, Fatty, his wife, and the two kids are sitting together at the same table. Seo Jun is peeling oranges, thinking about how to break the tense atmosphere. He watches them quietly, wondering if he has given them too big of a shock. As Seo Jun looks around the room, he notices it is completely bare. They have no food, no water, and no light. The curtains are drawn tightly to prevent attracting monsters from outside. Seo Jun nods to himself, acknowledging that keeping the curtains closed was a smart move. Had they been left open, the crow beast would have surely attacked. Deciding to help further, Seo Jun concentrates on the ceiling light. His eyes begin to glow blue, and with a single blink, the room's light flickers to life. Fatty glances at the suddenly illuminated room, his face etched with confusion. He wonders how the light turned on, but before he can think too much, Seo Jun slides a bottle of water across the table. Seo Jun gestures for Fatty to give the water to his children first. Fatty nods, passing the bottle to his kids. The moment the children receive the water, they grab it eagerly and start drinking quickly. The children drink deeply, savoring every drop. To them, the water tastes unusually sweet and refreshing. Seo Jun observes them closely, a faint smile on his face. The youngest child, Seohan, drinks so much water in one go that she nearly chokes. Noticing this, Seo Jun quickly offers her an orange. Seohan, still wary, hesitates but eventually reaches out, taking the orange cautiously. As soon as Seohan peels the orange slightly, the sweet, tangy aroma fills the air. The smell is so delightful that her mouth begins to water. Seohan carries the orange to her mom and quietly asks her to peel it. Her mom peels a piece of the orange and feeds it to her gently. The moment Seohan eats it, her eyes sparkle with delight. The orange is so sweet and juicy that it melts in her mouth. Her joy is evident, and the tension in the room begins to ease. Seeing her sister enjoy the orange, Nahin, the older child, starts drooling and asks their mom for a piece as well. Fatty's wife obliges, peeling another piece of orange and feeding it to Nahin. As Nahin eats, she too finds the orange delicious beyond words. The children's laughter begins to fill the room, transforming the previously tense atmosphere into one of happiness. As Seo Jun observes the family's newfound joy, a system notification appears before his eyes. Fatty's wife and husband's trust in Seo Jun has increased significantly. Fatty's youngest child's trust has exceeded 50. Seohan's trust level has now reached 57, qualifying her to become a vessel. Seo Jun is shocked to see this notification. Though he still doesn't fully understand what a vessel is, he is certain of one thing. He does not want to make a 3-year-old child his vessel. Thinking about it further, Seo Jun considers Fatty's trust level. If Fatty's trust surpasses 50, then maybe Seo Jun will be able to make Fatty his vessel. However, Seo Jun quickly recalls another limitation. At his current level, he can only have 10 vessels at a time. This means he will have to choose his vessels wisely. Seo Jun sits back, his thoughts racing. His newfound ability has opened doors to endless possibilities, but with power comes decisions, and Seo Jun knows he will need to be careful moving forward. He thinks hard about how he can increase Fatty's trust to 50 or more, since Fatty's current trust level is only 31. Seo Jun is deeply lost in thought when Fatty suddenly clears his throat and calls out to him. Fatty begins by thanking Seo Jun earnestly. He explains that Seo Jun can't even imagine how happy and relieved he feels after receiving just a little food and water for his family. Fatty then asks how he could possibly repay Seo Jun's kindness. Seo Jun responds calmly, suggesting they step outside to discuss things further. The scene shifts, and now we see Fatty and Seo Jun standing in the corridor. Seo Jun starts by asking Fatty if he received a system notification, specifically a citizenship notification. Fatty nods, explaining that not only he, but his entire family received the notification about 30 minutes ago. Seo Jun presses further, asking if Fatty noticed anything strange when the notification appeared. Fatty explains that for a brief moment, none of them could move. They were frozen in place, which scared them deeply. But after a while, they regained their ability to move. Hearing this, Seo Jun realizes something critical. If he hadn't granted citizenship to Fatty and his family in time, they would have been teleported out of the building. This realization makes Seo Jun's demeanor serious and focused. With a clear and confident tone, Seo Jun tells Fatty that if he helps him, Seo Jun will provide food, water, shelter, electricity, and most importantly, protection. Seo Jun assures Fatty that no monster will be able to come near them. Their safety will be guaranteed. Fatty looks shocked by this bold promise and asks how such a thing could even be possible. However, Seo Jun doesn't explain further. Instead, Seo Jun states firmly that if Fatty wants food, water, and safety, he must trust Seo Jun without question. Seo Jun also assures him that he will never ask him to do anything that puts his life at risk. Fatty closes his eyes for a moment, trusting his gut feeling. Despite everything, Fatty feels that Seo Jun is not a bad person. However, Fatty raises a valid point. There's nothing free in this world. So, what does Seo Jun want in return? Seo Jun replies calmly that he doesn't want anything material. He only wants Fatty to do something small for him. Fatty, who initially feared that Seo Jun might demand something dangerous, feels relieved by this response. His trust in Seo Jun increases significantly. With a warm tone, Fatty even calls Seo Jun his brother. Seo Jun smiles slightly, acknowledging Fatty's words. Then, shifting the conversation, Seo Jun points to the golf club Fatty had earlier and asks what its price was. Fatty looks confused, wondering why Seo Jun would ask about the price of a golf club. Seo Jun pauses, appearing startled when Fatty mentions the high value of the golf club. Seo Jun realizes it would be too expensive to list in his store. Changing the subject, Seo Jun tells Fatty they can discuss the golf club later. Seo Jun then asks Fatty if he remembers when the apocalypse began. Fatty recalls that it was a weekend when he took his kids out to play. That's when a horde of goblins suddenly attacked. Fatty recounts how terrifying the experience was and confirms that the apocalypse began on that day. Seo Jun pieces together the timeline, remembering that on that day, he was chilling in his room like a true shut-in. He deduces that those who stayed home that day might have been spared from the initial wave of destruction. Seo Jun reflects on the nature of the goblins. Individually, they're not very dangerous, but in large groups, they become a serious threat. Seo Jun thinks about his citizenship ability and concludes that it will be crucial for survival in the apocalypse. Finally, Seo Jun gives Fatty a clear and decisive command: find survivors and bring them to this building. After that, the scene shifts, and we see Seo Jun lying comfortably on his sofa. His gaze is fixed on the system notification, observing how slowly but surely Fatty's trust is increasing. Fatty's trust level has reached 40, but Seo Jun is eager for it to hit 50 soon. Meanwhile, Seo Jun is lost in deep thought, wondering when he will be able to level up and finally leave his barrier to meet his family. He contemplates whether continually granting citizenship to others and leveling up will eventually allow him to reunite with them. As Seo Jun muses over these thoughts, a very loud voice suddenly startles him. The sound pierces through the silence, and Seo Jun instantly recognizes it as a zombie's groan. But alongside this familiar noise, there's another unknown sound that catches him off guard. Seo Jun rushes to his window and peers outside. His eyes widen as he realizes the second voice belongs to a human. Looking down, Seo Jun spots a group of 6 to 7 people fighting against a horde of goblins. For a moment, Seo Jun feels a pang of worry observing the struggle. He concludes that these people won't survive. The goblins will kill them all. Seo Jun notices that the group is too far from his building. This means he won't be able to use his summoning ability to drop dumbbells to kill the goblins. Seo Jun starts to panic. However, to his surprise, one of the fighters, a teenager, hurls a baseball with incredible force. The ball shoots through the air like a bullet, hitting a goblin squarely. The goblin collapses and dies instantly. But this is not the end. Another teenager, wearing a purple tracksuit and wielding a bow and arrow, steps forward with great accuracy. She launches 2 arrows at once. Both arrows hit their targets, and the 2 goblins die immediately. Finally, a third teenager with a large build steps into view, holding a baseball bat. He jumps high into the air, and with a thunderous bang, he crushes a goblin's head with ease. This teenager, with his commanding presence, exudes main character energy. He seems to be the leader of the group. The remaining goblins, realizing the danger, begin to run for their lives. Suddenly, a sharp noise startles the girl in the purple tracksuit. She turns quickly, thinking a goblin is behind her. But to her surprise, she finds only a ramen packet lying on the ground. She picks it up, puzzled, and wonders where it came from. Just then, a strange noise catches her attention. Looking up, she notices a black shadow on top of the building. It's Seo Jun trying to call her inside the building. Seeing this strange man waving at her, the girl looks confused. On the other hand, Seo Jun is determined, trying his best to get the group to enter his building. As Seo Jun watches the group, he suddenly hears a knock on his door. Turning around, he notices it's Fatty. Seo Jun calls Fatty to come inside, but when Fatty tries to step into the room, the system blocks him. A notification appears, stating that Fatty is not permitted to enter. This revelation surprises Seo Jun, confirming that no one can enter Seo Jun's room, even if he allows them. Seo Jun begins to wonder, will a vessel be able to enter? But he sets the thought aside for now. Seo Jun steps outside his room to check the box, then instructs Fatty to gather all the cheap items from his home that could act as weapons. After checking the weapons, Seo Jun immediately opens his ultimate shut-in store and summons 5 packets of ramen and 5 bottles of water. Within seconds, the items materialize in front of Fatty, as though created by a 3D printing machine. Fatty looks astonished, his eyes wide with amazement. For the first time, he witnesses Seo Jun's powers in action. Seo Jun calmly gathers the packets and bottles, places them into a box, and hands it to Fatty. He then tells Fatty to deliver the box outside the building as his next mission. Fatty's expression turns concerned. He reminds Seo Jun of the many goblins lurking outside. Seo Jun reassures him confidently, claiming that he has already killed all the goblins nearby. Fatty hesitates, but ultimately believes in Seo Jun's words. Seo Jun adds that food has become an invaluable resource in the outside world. Even a small packet of noodles is now sold for millions of won. He explains his grand plan. By giving food to the awakened hunters outside, they will see him as their king and follow him without question. Seo Jun smirks internally, knowing he is following Lil's slavery technique. According to this method, if Seo Jun provides food and water, those who receive it will inevitably become his slaves. Fatty trusts Seo Jun completely and agrees to deliver the box. Seo Jun then creates a new quest for Fatty. The quest requires Fatty to drop off the food and water outside the building. As a reward, Fatty will receive a small amount of experience points. Unbeknownst to Fatty, all the quests and rewards in the system notifications are created by Seo Jun himself. However, Fatty feels thrilled at the idea of gaining XP for such a simple task. Fatty heads downstairs carrying the box. Though nervous, he trusts Seo Jun completely. He holds a golf club as his weapon, gripping it tightly. Finally, Fatty steps out of the building. The fear hits him instantly, and his mind is filled with one thought: drop the box quickly and run back. As Fatty bends down to place the box, he hears footsteps approaching. Fatty freezes, his body trembling. Out of the corner of his eye, he spots a black shadow standing to his left. Panic consumes him. Fatty imagines it's a bloodthirsty goblin ready to tear him apart. Heart pounding, Fatty tries to retreat toward the building, but he slips. The box of food and water crashes to the ground, scattering its contents. Fatty lies there, paralyzed with fear. His face turns red, and his breaths grow erratic. The footsteps grow louder, closing in on him, tears welling in his eyes. Fatty begs for mercy, pleading with the imagined goblins not to kill him. Summoning the courage to open his eyes, Fatty is shocked to discover that there are no goblins. Instead, standing before him is a group of teenagers and students, all staring at him in surprise. But why the hell does this baseball bad guy look like Toy? After that, the scene shifts, and the system notifies Seo-jun that a subject who has not been permitted to enter is trying to gain access. Seeing this, Seo-jun immediately understands that the 6 or 7 people he saw earlier outside the building are now attempting to enter. Seo-jun closes his eyes and activates his ultimate all-seeing pervy eyes. Through his vision, he observes the teenagers standing in front of the building's door. Among them, a girl in a purple tracksuit turns to her friends and remarks that this is the same apartment from which a weird boy threw ramen. One of the boys, holding a baseball bat, comments that if someone is casually throwing away ramen like that, it must mean they have a lot of food. For simplicity, Seo-jun decides to refer to this boy as Toy. Seo-jun deactivates his ultimate all-seeing eyes and attempts to add them as citizens. However, the system interrupts him with a notification. Beings that meet the requirement for citizenship are approaching. Will Seo-jun propose citizenship to them? Hearing the word propose, Seo-jun pauses, confused. He realizes that a proposal means the teenagers can reject it. The thought troubles him. If they refuse, it will hinder Seo-jun's plans to expand his citizen population. Seo-jun, feeling a bit upset, knows he must devise a plan to ensure the teenagers accept his proposal. At the same time, Seo-jun receives a call from Fatty through the building's CCTV system. Hearing Fatty's voice, Seo-jun suddenly gets a brilliant idea. He instructs Fatty to wait and quickly updates Fatty's quest. He assigns Fatty a new mission: feed the teenagers, give them warm clothes, and let them bathe in hot water. Essentially, Fatty is to provide them with VIP treatment. Fatty immediately accepts the quest. He approaches the teenagers standing outside the barrier and informs them that if they accept Seo-jun's proposal, they will receive free food and water. Hearing the offer of food and water, the teenagers quickly agree. Seo-jun sends them the proposal, and as soon as they accept it, the barrier opens, allowing them to enter the apartment. Once inside, the system notifies Seo-jun. Seo-jun's citizen count has increased by 10%. The XP and money earned by Seo-jun citizens will also increase by 10%. This buff is significant. It means Seo-jun citizens will now gain 10% more experience points and 10% more gold for every monster they kill. Seo-jun carefully observes the teenagers and reviews their profiles one by one. The highest level teenager among them is named Han Dong. Seo-jun immediately recognizes him as the same boy who had thrown a baseball and killed a goblin earlier. Curious, Seo-jun opens Han Dong's status window and confirms his details. Han Dong's awakening ability is called Baseball Throw. It is a D rank ability, but its potential is deadly. With this skill, Han Dong's strength increases exponentially, enabling him to throw objects with 10 times the force. Seo-jun realizes that this ability is incredibly dangerous. At high speeds, a baseball thrown by Han Dong would act like a cannonball. Seo-jun concludes that all these teenagers are metahumans. He decides to set their XP distribution rate at 70%, meaning the teenagers will keep 70% of the experience points they earn, while Seo-jun will receive 30%. Satisfied with this arrangement, Seo-jun confirms the settings and begins strategizing. He realizes that if he continues recruiting more citizens in the future, they will essentially become his auto-hunting team. While his citizens hunt and earn XP, Seo-jun will passively grow stronger and wealthier. This realization makes Seo-jun feel like he's in a real-life auto-hunting game. Seo-jun knows his next step is to build trust with these new citizens. Surprisingly, even without much effort, he notices that their trust in him is already increasing. Seo-jun is confused by this sudden shift, but decides to observe further. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Fatty, who has brought all the teenagers into his apartment. Fatty's wife, seeing the group of strangers, is understandably confused. She hesitates, but listens as Fatty apologizes for the inconvenience and explains that they need food and warmth. Fatty asks his wife if she could cook hot food for the teenagers. Though worried about the situation, Fatty's wife agrees to help. She quietly begins preparing a meal for the group, deciding to trust Fatty for now. Seo Jun watches all of this unfold through his ultimate, all-seeing eyes, pleased with how smoothly the situation is progressing. The foundation of trust is being laid, and Seo Jun feels confident that this is just the beginning of something much greater. After a while, Han-dong asks Fatty what kind of person Seo Jun is. Fatty explains that even he doesn't know much about Seo Jun. This surprises the entire group. Fatty elaborates that he only met Seo Jun recently and knows him as a neighbor. Fatty describes Seo Jun as a weird person, but emphasizes one thing. Seo Jun is kind-hearted and has a helping nature. Fatty mentions that, thanks to Seo Jun, he now has electricity, water, and food. Hearing all this, Han-dong becomes a little worried. His gaze shifts to the jacket where the ramen packet Seo Jun gave them is stored. Han-dong thinks that Seo Jun must be a very dangerous and powerful metahuman. Han-dong silently resolves to impress Seo Jun by any means necessary. His trust in Seo Jun increases significantly as he believes that someone with the power to provide electricity and food must be an extremely powerful being. Han-dong knows better than to upset someone like that. Meanwhile, Fatty asks the two girls in Han-dong's group if they want to take a shower while the food is being prepared. The moment Fatty mentions shower, the girls' eyes begin to sparkle. It had been 3 days since they last bathed, and their bodies were reeking. The mere thought of a shower excites them. Han-dong is also taken aback. He suddenly realizes that if the apartment has electricity, the shower must also be functional. Fatty confirms this and adds that there's even hot water. The girls' jaws drop open. Fatty further explains that the hot water is also a part of Seo Jun's abilities. At this moment, Seo Jun is like an electrician, a plumber, and a water provider. Our all-around god, Junny Bro. One of the girls quips that Seo Jun seems like their god of all trades right now. While the group discusses this, a teenager wearing glasses approaches Han-dong and smugly asks if he thinks he is more powerful than Seo Jun. Han-dong admits that, based on Seo Jun's abilities, it seems impossible for anyone in their group to surpass him. Suddenly, Toy grabs Han-dong by the shoulder and suggests that they should team up and beat Seo Jun together. His twisted reasoning is that if they overpower Seo Jun, he'll surrender all his food to them. Hearing this, Han-dong becomes visibly irritated. He calls Toy a lunatic and tells him that, instead of attacking Seo Jun, they should focus on improving his impression of them. Han-dong pleads with Toy and firmly asks him not to do anything foolish. The group eventually agrees that their best course of action is to impress Seo Jun. The scene shifts, and we are introduced to a sad, weak, and innocent boy whose name is still unknown. However, Han-dong walks over to him and introduces him as Bayugan. Han-dong apologizes to Bayugan, acknowledging that his sadness might stem from Han-dong's past actions. Han-dong explains that during his housewarming party, he invited all his friends over, including Bayugan. At that very moment, the apocalypse began. Bayugan's grandmother, his only remaining family member, was left behind at his house. This is why Bayugan is so upset. Bayugan quietly mentions that he had no choice but to attend the party, so it's not Han-dong's fault. Han-dong assures the group that after eating, they'll plan to rescue Bayugan's grandmother. However, Bayugan remains deeply distressed. Biting his lip, he quietly thinks to himself that his grandmother might no longer be alive. He fears the goblins have already killed her. The group collectively begins brainstorming ways to rescue Bayugan's grandmother when suddenly the door slowly opens. The atmosphere grows tense. Han-dong instinctively grabs his baseball bat, convinced a goblin has entered. But instead of a goblin, Seo Jun walks in, carrying 2 black bags in his hands. Seo Jun is wearing a plain t-shirt and shorts. The group immediately senses a powerful aura radiating from him. In that moment, Han-dong realizes that Seo Jun is the only one who can solve all their problems. Seo Jun steps inside with a dead serious face and looks at the group without hesitation. He confidently states that he will help them. A few minutes pass, and they sit around the table in silence. The tension is thick until Ha-won speaks up, feeling stressed. She apologizes for how cramped it is in the room. Han-dong, trying to be polite, says it's fine. They had come without notice, so it didn't bother them. Just then, Seo Jun arrives and announces that the food is ready. One by one, Seo Jun places bowls of rice in front of them. They can hardly believe they're having real food and begin to wonder when they last had a proper meal. Ha-won, feeling embarrassed, hesitates before commenting that she wasn't sure if the food she had made would suit their taste. What seemed like a simple meal to Ha-won left the archer of the group frozen, staring at the dishes before her. She couldn't hold back her amazement. She told Ha-won that the food was incredible and admitted it had been a long time since she had eaten something so good. Ha-won shyly brushed off the praise and explained that this was all thanks to the food Seo Jun had given her. She admitted that if not for Seo Jun's help, she would have only been able to serve rice and tangerines. Meanwhile, Seo Jun noticed that Ha-won's trust level had reached 50. He smiled to himself, reminded of his mother, who always lit up with joy when guests praised her cooking. However, as the thought settled, he realized with some surprise that Ha-won's trust had reached 50 before Jun's. Moments later, they all began to eat, thanking Ha-won for the meal. Ha-won and Seo Jun watched as their guests enjoyed the food, eating as if they hadn't had a proper meal in ages. The archer couldn't stop raving about how amazing the egg roll was, while another girl pointed out to Ha-won that the style of the egg seemed Japanese. Ha-won smiled warmly, agreeing with the observation and politely encouraging her to enjoy the meal. Just then, Ha-won's youngest daughter called out to her, drawing her attention. She wanted to eat the egg rolls too, but Ha-won gently told her that she would make them again later after the guests had left. This left her daughter feeling a bit sad. Noticing this, the archer called out to Ha-won's daughter and asked if she wanted to share the egg rolls with her. Her face lit up instantly at the thought, her excitement making the room feel a little brighter. She quickly ran over and climbed onto the archer's lap, her excitement clear. The archer couldn't help but smile, delighted to have such an adorable little girl with her. The daughter eagerly said she was ready, and the archer picked up a piece of the egg roll, gently asking her to open her mouth. As the archer fed her, the daughter beamed with joy, her smile lighting up the moment. Kim then suggested that Ha-won and Seo Jun join them, saying there was enough food for everyone. The two exchanged a hesitant glance at first, but eventually smiled and agreed, happy to be part of the gathering. As they all ate together, laughter and chatter filled the room. Kim took a moment to reflect on the warmth of the scene. The lively noise reminded him of how long it had been since he had shared a meal like this. His thoughts drifted to his mother and the care she had always shown him. A soft smile spread across his face as he silently hoped that his family was safe and well. Time had passed, and all that remained were empty dishes where the food once was. Ha-won's youngest daughter, now feeling tired, commented that she wanted to rest. Ha-won gently picked her up and asked her eldest daughter to follow her to the room for bedtime before leaving the table. Moments later, Kim decided it was a good time to get down to business. He turned to the guests and suggested they finish the conversation from earlier, questioning why they couldn't reach the grandmother's house, especially since it was so close. Han, with a serious expression, explained that it was due to the goblins. Kim raised an eyebrow, questioning if it was really goblins, recalling the hardships he faced when he first encountered them. Han nodded, confirming that it was true. He explained that the goblins had found an underground car park and turned it into their base, hiding themselves there. Kim's curiosity grew, and he asked if they knew how many goblins were down there. Han replied with a grim expression, stating that there were a few thousand goblins in that underground area. Kim paused, thinking carefully. He realized that his class only worked from ground level to level 30, meaning his skills couldn't be used effectively in the underground car park of the building they were in now. It made sense how the goblins could have gotten in. Han continued explaining that the underground car park was connected to the entrance of the apartment building they needed to reach. The goblins had turned it into their base and didn't dare leave it. Kim, recalling the side roads, questioned Han about them, remembering there were alternative paths. Han agreed, saying their original plan had been to use the side roads to get out, but they had discovered something far worse than the goblins. Kim, now intrigued, asked what could be more dangerous than a group of goblins. Han recalled a massive shadow, commenting that it looked like a bear. He explained that they were able to escape the apartment because the bear had been fighting the goblins, giving them the chance to leave quickly. Kim, thinking about how to deal with the large monster, asked Han for more details. Han admitted he wasn't sure if it was actually a bear, as it had been too dark to get a good look. Kim then stated that they would have to confront both the goblins and that shadow at some point. Han agreed, but looking down, added that their group had limits, making it clear they weren't in the best position to fight both threats. Kim, curious about the limits Han mentioned, asked for more details. The archer spoke up, explaining that both she and Han relied on things like baseballs and arrows for combat, but they would eventually run out of things to throw or shoot. Han, however, remained calm and suggested he could solve that problem. He then asked if he could take a look at the weapon, the arrow, and the baseball. Without hesitation, Han handed them over. The system then questioned if Kim intended to list the new items, to which he agreed. The system began scanning the items, and moments later, it displayed the cost for listing both. The system asked if Kim was sure, and he confirmed, holding the archer's weapon. Kim looked around at everyone at the table and questioned if they could all use the archer's weapon. Everyone nodded silently, but none of them spoke up, knowing there was only one available. Taking their silence as a yes, Kim turned to the system and stated that he wanted to acquire 5 sets of the archer's weapon and arrows. The system then placed the items Kim had bought onto the table. He turned to everyone, telling them that if they couldn't use a weapon, they should take this chance to learn, as it would be their main weapon from now on. As the items appeared, the system notified Kim that a few of Han's group members had shown an increase in trust. Meanwhile, Moon's attention was locked onto the weapons on the table. He thought to himself about how amazing Kim was and realized that if they worked together with him, they might actually be able to save his grandmother. The system then confirmed that Moon's trust in Kim had increased significantly. Han spoke up, commenting that with Kim's help, their hunting speed would increase considerably. The other girl added that with Kim's assistance, they wouldn't have to put themselves in danger to collect arrows anymore, making their tasks safer and more efficient. Just then, Kim got everyone's attention and stated that before they could do anything, they needed to reduce the number of goblins in the area. Han agreed, asking when they would start hunting them. Kim firmly replied that they would begin the hunt tomorrow. Han questioned why they needed to start so soon, but Kim explained that the faster they moved, the better. Han agreed, though he still seemed unconvinced. Kim, determined, stated that they were definitely going to save Moon's grandmother tomorrow. Moon's face lit up with joy at the thought of being able to see his grandmother soon. However, Han still had doubts and questioned how they were going to manage that with all the obstacles in the way. Kim smiled confidently and answered that they would use a bait strategy to draw out the goblins. After Ko Jun spoke, everyone at the table turned their attention to him, waiting for more details about his plan. Han and the archer girl remained pensive, wondering if the idea could truly work. The boy with glasses voiced his concern, saying the plan would only succeed if everything went exactly as planned. As they deliberated, the system notified Ko Jun, revealing that the mission previously assigned to Fatty had been completed. Along with the notification came a reward of 30,000. Upon reading the message, Ko Jun was surprised. He hadn't realized that payment was given for every completed mission. To be certain, he read the notification again, and it was confirmed. Ko Jun quickly realized that with money, he could assign missions to his citizens, allowing them to level up. In other words, the more money he had, the more power he could accumulate. Closing his eyes, he thought about how, while this seemed like a strong long-term strategy, he hoped not to rely on it too heavily for now. The system also informed Ko Jun that Jun's trust had increased to a total of 50 points, unlocking a new status, loyalty. Since loyalty surpassed 30 points, meeting the minimum requirements, Fatty transitioned from being a simple resident to becoming a vassal. The system displayed Jun's updated stats and attributes. He was now at level 9, with a trust level of 51 points and loyalty at 62. However, he had no awakened skills and 0% shared XP or money. After carefully analyzing the information, Ko Jun decided to register Fatty as his first vassal. As a result, a blue aura began to emanate from Jun, who started feeling sudden changes in his body and broke into a sweat. The system notified that the first vassal registration was successful, unlocking a new skill for Ko Jun called Summon Vassal. This skill allowed Ko Jun to summon the vassal within his house, though it came with a cooldown of 2 hours after use. The system updated Jun's stats again, revealing that he had reached level 20 and gained the title First Servant. Additionally, he awakened his first skill, Gorilla Strength, a Tier SE passive ability that granted him superhuman strength. The system further explained that, thanks to the First Servant title, all XP and gold earned by Fatty through hunting would be shared. Lastly, the The system revealed that Ko-jun could use the ultimate eyes skill to summon the vassal within a 5-meter radius of his house. Ko-jun noticed a plus symbol beside Jun's level and wondered what it did. Upon pressing it, he discovered it was a feature to increase the vassal's level at the cost of 1 million. Shocked by the exorbitant cost, Ko-jun exclaimed that it was far too expensive for a single vassal skill. Seeing his expression, the woman at the table asked what was wrong. Ko-jun brushed it off, saying it was nothing, and turned his attention back to Jun, asking how he was feeling. The focus shifted to Jun, who stated that his strength was overflowing, his veins visibly pulsing. He asked if this transformation was Ko-jun's doing. Ko-jun confirmed with a nod. Jun, looking at his hands, remarked that it felt as though his body had become 10 years younger. Ko-jun smiled proudly and suggested that Fatty join the rescue mission team. Handing him a bow, Fatty looked confused by the gesture. Ko-jun explained that the mission was assigned because vassals earned double the rewards of regular citizens. In a commanding tone, Ko-jun instructed Fatty to defeat as many monsters as possible. Fatty nodded in agreement, prompting Ko-jun to smile and express his trust in him. Outside the house, on the first floor, the rescue team began their search for survivors. The boy holding a baseball bat questioned whether it was necessary to search the first floor, but Han reminded him that it was Ko-jun's order. The rescue team embarked on their first mission to locate all survivors in the building and lead them to the 30th floor. A crucial part of the mission was to draw out a large number of goblins for elimination while rescuing as many survivors as possible. The boy with the baseball bat acknowledged the plan, and the group pressed forward. Han, shouting to keep the team alert, emphasized that goblins could appear at any moment or from any direction. As they continued their search, they had yet to encounter any survivors or goblins. While guiding the team, Han noticed something unusual. Some members of the group couldn't believe their eyes. Several lifeless bodies were sprawled across the floor, victims of the goblins. The sight filled the team with sorrow and rage, intensifying their hatred for the goblins, but they couldn't afford to stop. Determined, they pushed on to the second floor. On the second floor, the situation was catastrophic. Lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground, leaving the team horrified. Despite the grim scene, they continued to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, everything appeared calm. The team leader knocked on the doors, calling out to see if anyone was inside. The rest of the team followed suit, hoping to find survivors. After several unsuccessful attempts, the team lowered their heads, burdened by a sense of sadness. However, the boy with the baseball bat refused to give up, encouraging the team to press on to the next floor. On the fourth floor, they resumed knocking on doors, announcing themselves as the rescue team. Suddenly, a door creaked open, revealing a man with a tired expression. He asked if they were truly part of the rescue team, mentioning that he was extremely thirsty and begging for water. Han quickly pulled out a bottle and handed it to him. The man, still skeptical, asked again if they were really from the rescue team. Han reassured him, confirming their purpose and explaining that, as a resident of the building, he was helping to lead all survivors to a safe location. The man seemed surprised to hear this. He closed the door momentarily, but reopened it shortly after, revealing 2 others inside the apartment. Introducing himself as Han Yong-soo, he stated that he would rely on the team. Han introduced himself as well, expressing his hope for good cooperation between them. He then introduced the girls on the team and instructed them to escort Han Yong-soo and his group to the 30th floor before returning to continue the mission. Han Yong-soo hesitated, questioning the safety of the 30th floor and expressing his reluctance to leave. However, he admitted he had been hoping for a rescue and suggested there might even be a helicopter waiting for them. One of the girls clarified that there wasn't a helicopter, but assured them there was hot food and the chance to take a bath. Hearing this, Han Yong-soo's daughter became excited, marveling at the idea of taking a bath even in the midst of the apocalypse. The girl chuckled and confirmed it would be a warm bath. The daughter eagerly turned to her father, urging him to stop hesitating and go with them. Reluctantly, the man gave in to his children's wishes. Shortly afterward, the system notified Ko-jun that the total number of citizens had increased to 40. Along with this, their XP and gold had increased to 90%. Sometime later, it was shown that the mission was a success, and they managed to rescue several people. The elderly and children were taken to Fatty's house, where everyone seemed happy. The younger members stayed in the hallways. Han confidently confirmed that there were now a total of 40 people, with no one missing from the search. Ko-jun thanked everyone for their excellent work. Ko-jun then activated his skill, Absolute Eye, causing his eyes to turn black as he carefully observed every movement his citizens were making. He saw them carrying chairs, working with cables on the stairs, hauling ropes, and even climbing the stairs with a very heavy object. After ending the skill, his eyes returned to normal. Smiling, he told Han it was time to begin Phase 2 of the goblin hunting operation. Now in the hallway, Han, alongside the other team members, called for focus and explained the plan in detail. Everyone listened patiently as Han outlined how they would lure out the goblins hiding in the basement. The mission would begin on the first underground floor, B1. The group would divide into 2 teams with the goal of attracting and clearing out the goblins on B1. Afterward, they would proceed to B2 to eliminate all the goblins there as well. A boy with glasses raised his hand and asked a question. He wondered what they would do if more goblins appeared than anticipated. He also pointed out that if the goblins counterattack, the bodies on the floor might obstruct their escape. The archer and Han, both confident, assured him they could handle all the goblins on their own since they now had plenty of arrows, unlike before. The boy with glasses nodded in agreement and said he trusted them. Suddenly, they heard a strange noise. Turning toward the source of the sound, they noticed a small group of 3 goblins ready to attack. Without giving the goblins a chance to make the first move, the archer drew her bow and, with 2 quick shots, struck the heads of 2 goblins, leaving only one alive. Without hesitation, the man with the bat charged forward and, with a single blow, smashed the remaining goblin's head. The 3 goblins now lay lifeless on the ground. The boy with glasses questioned the man with the bat, asking why he was still using a bat when he had previously said he would need a bow to defeat goblins. The senior admitted they were right and promised to switch when necessary. Meanwhile, the archer pointed to the goblin bodies, noting that they were disappearing shortly after being defeated. The newcomer wondered aloud if this phenomenon was another skill of Ko-jun's. Han declared the mission on that floor complete and announced they would now proceed to B1. The newcomer, still lost in thought, remarked that he had expected Ko-jun to have some solution for dealing with the goblin bodies. The system then alerted the group that the citizens' trust was increasing. The scene shifted to Ko-jun, sitting calmly and opening a bottle as a series of system windows appeared before him. He found the moment quite enjoyable, remarking that it wasn't intentional, but reassuring himself that he was still keeping an eye on everyone. Another notification from the system showed that Moon's trust had reached 50, unlocking the loyalty stat. The loyalty stat had surpassed 30, meeting the conditions for registration. Ko-jun was surprised by how quickly he had achieved these stats, though he noted that the faster this happened, the better it would be in the long run. Sitting on the floor and staring thoughtfully at the system window, Ko-jun reviewed Moon's stats: 55 in trust and an impressive 88 in loyalty, along with other attributes. He was surprised by the 88 loyalty, but remained calm, considering it a positive outcome. With an ironic smile, he pressed a button on the system window, declaring that the time for retention registration was complete. Back in the basement on B1, the entire group was fighting fiercely against the goblins. Suddenly, the newcomer began to emit a blue light similar to what Fatty had done before. Holding his bow Moon, the newcomer was stunned as lightning surrounded him. The other group members were equally shocked, questioning what was happening. Even the goblins seemed confused, unable to see due to the intense glow radiating from Moon. As Moon revealed his red eyes in the darkness, it became clear that the goblins couldn't withstand the brightness emitted by him, leaving them momentarily blinded. Han shouted that he didn't know what was happening, but it was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. Part of the group quickly ran to create distance, while others stayed behind to eliminate the goblins using their bows from long range. Both archers displayed deadly accuracy, aiming only for the goblins' heads. The archer, visibly furious, performed a swift maneuver that took down several more goblins. Seeing what had just unfolded, the remaining goblins became enraged and charged forward to attack. Despite the number of goblins they had already killed, their numbers only seemed to increase. While running, the group realized the sheer aggressiveness of their opponents and remarked on how they hadn't expected them to be so relentless. The archer shouted, ordering everyone to retreat to the emergency stairwell, while the man with the baseball bat speculated that all the goblins from the B2 floor had likely converged on their current location. Reaching the emergency stairs, the group ascended frantically without daring to look back. To slow the goblin's advance, Han held the door shut. One of the goblins managed to wedge its hand through the gap and sarcastically asked if Han was holding the door by himself. Hearing this, the boy with glasses and the man with the bat joined Han, pushing against the door to keep it shut. The goblins, however, were slowly forcing the door open. As the group struggled, they admitted it was becoming increasingly difficult to hold it shut due to the overwhelming number of goblins. Suddenly, a voice from behind reassured them of help. It was Fatty, using the gorilla strength ability Ko Jun had granted him earlier. Channeling the ability, Fatty single-handedly held the door, managing to block the goblin's advance. Han asked if he would be okay, and Fatty urged them to hurry up the stairs. Despite his superhuman strength, Fatty was sweating and straining as he held the door with all his might. Focusing intensely, he declared that it was his duty, one he had to fulfill. Finally, Han called out to him, letting him know everyone was safe and urging him to come up the stairs as well. Without hesitation, Fatty turned his back to the door and began running up the stairs. However, midway up, he tripped on a step and fell to the ground just as the goblins were about to catch up to him. Lying on the ground and almost within the goblin's reach, Fatty shouted at his friends to leave him behind and continue the evacuation. While Han hesitated, trying to decide what to do, someone suddenly and without hesitation rushed down the stairs to help. It was the boy with the baseball bat. With a single powerful swing, he smashed the goblin, threatening Fatty. He called out to Fatty, urging him to hurry, and extended a hand to help. Still on the ground, Fatty tried to crawl closer to his rescuer, but one of the goblins managed to grab his leg. Before he could react, Fatty vanished without a trace, leaving his savior stunned and speechless, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Looking ahead, however, the goblins continued advancing in an unrelenting horde. Suddenly, one of them leaped toward the boy with the bat, but he swung his weapon and struck it down midair. Meanwhile, the other group members provided support with their bows, urging Daiku, the boy with the bat, to move faster. Running in desperation as the goblins closed in, Han and the archer shouted frantically, pleading with him to hurry. Clutching his bat and without looking back, Daiku pushed forward, racing up the stairs. Outside, under a full moon, a gruesome scene unfolds. A monstrous, bear-like creature with glowing red eyes effortlessly devours a goblin, whose agonized screams pierce the night. With every passing second, the creature exudes a sinister aura. Finishing its gruesome meal, its sharp fangs and blazing eyes make it clear that its hunger is far from sated. It growls, declaring its bloodlust once more. From behind the beast, eerie screams echo, a sound that shouldn't exist in the stillness of the night. Turning around, the creature notices that the noise is coming from a massive building behind it. Coincidentally, the top floor of the building is still illuminated. The creature's bloodlust intensifies as it snarls, proclaiming that it will devour everyone inside. Suddenly, Fatty is seen falling from a swirling purple portal. But don't worry, our Fatty didn't die. Instead, he was teleported to safety using Ko Jun's ability. Ko Jun, who had been observing from afar, pulled Fatty out of danger just in time. Fatty lands on the ground in a clumsy hero's pose, feeling relief despite his confusion about what just happened. Ko Jun, standing nearby, remarks, "That was close." Fatty rubs his eyes to make sure he's not imagining things, and sees Ko Jun offering his hand to help him up. Ko Jun explains that, just in case, he had kept an eye on the situation using his absolute eye ability. He's glad to see that the vessel summoning ability worked perfectly. As Fatty tries to stand, he notices a sharp pain in his leg. It's then that he realizes a goblin managed to cut him when it grabbed hold of him earlier. He hadn't even noticed how fast it happened during the brief struggle. Ko Jun immediately asks if Fatty is okay, but Fatty brushes off his concern, insisting that the wound will heal faster than he thinks. Ko Jun, however, notices a shortage of medical supplies in his inventory and mentions that he should register some medicine into the system as well. He asks Fatty not to overexert himself and to wait for a moment. Though confused, Fatty agrees. Inside, Ko Jun searches for medical supplies and finds a first aid kit. Looking at it, he recalls how essential medicine is in situations like this. The sight brings back memories of his childhood with his mother, leaving him momentarily deep in thought. Opening the kit, he discovers it contains far more than he expected. Sitting on the floor, he examines the items and mutters that his inventory has only 40 slots left, but there's still so much to register. After a brief moment, he has an idea. He decides to register the entire kit instead of the individual medicines. The system initiates the registration process, scanning the kit. A system notification pops up confirming that it's a standard first aid kit valued at 77,431. Without hesitation, Ko-jun accepts. Back in the corridor, Ko-jun brings the first aid kit to Fatty, who notices Ko-jun's genuine concern for someone he barely knows. Kneeling down, Ko-jun asks to examine the goblin-inflicted wound. Fatty rolls up his pant leg, revealing a cut near his calf. With a pair of tweezers and a cotton ball in hand, Ko-jun warns, "This might sting a bit. I'm going to disinfect the wound first." Carefully dabbing the cotton onto the cut, Ko-jun works meticulously. Fatty winces in pain, but reassures Ko-jun that he can endure it. The system promptly notifies Ko-jun that Choi Hyang-jun's, Fatty, trust level has increased, along with his loyalty. After partially cleaning the wound, Fatty thanks Ko-jun for his care. Ko-jun, while packing the first aid supplies back into the kit, expresses concern for the others. He stands and instructs Fatty to rest, explaining that he has something important to attend to. Fatty nods and agrees to follow his boss's orders. Ko-jun closes his eyes, focuses, and activates his ultimate eyes ability. His eyes darken as he scans the building, allowing him to see everything happening within. Back at the emergency stairs, Daiku, also known as Toy, the baseball bat wielder, is desperately fleeing from the relentless goblins. The archer, with her impeccable aim, provides support, taking out goblins with perfect headshots that would make anyone envious. Han and the guy with glasses try to help Daiku create distance from the goblins, but shout in frustration that they can only handle one goblin at a time, urging Daiku to run faster. Toy sprints as fast as he can, but the goblins remain undeterred, chasing him with tireless persistence. From behind an improvised barricade, the support team fires arrows dangerously close to Daiku, but every shot lands perfectly on the pursuing goblins. Daiku finally reaches the end of the staircase and, with a leap, crosses the barricade. However, in a moment of carelessness, two goblins manage to jump and lunge at his back, catching him off guard. Instinctively, the rookie Moon charges forward with a shout, determined to protect his comrade. With a single powerful blow from his bow at close range, he takes down the two goblins that had pounced. Moon stands with a serious expression, his eyes glowing blue and filled with determination. Without hesitation, he leaps back into the stairwell, plunging straight into the swarm of goblins. Han is left speechless. Delivering rapid, precise strikes, Moon significantly thins the goblin horde as Han and Toy watch in awe. The rest of the group, witnessing the scene, asks in disbelief if Bango Moon had always been this skilled in combat, remarking that his actions are utterly insane. From afar, Ko-jun observes everything and comments, "The rookie is doing exceptionally well." The system screen appears, displaying Moon's status for reference. His full name is Moon Bango, and he holds the title of second vessel. His confidence level is 55, and his loyalty is 88. He possesses a teleportation ability that consumes mental energy to move within his line of sight. The mental energy cost increases with the number of companions and the distance traveled. With a sly smile and darkened eyes, Ko-jun remarks, "Registering Moon as a vessel was a brilliant decision." Back at the stairwell, goblins are being decimated by Moon, each of his blows striking their heads with deadly accuracy. Han asks Jan, the guy with glasses, if the extension cord is ready. Jan, holding it firmly, replies that it is. Han then checks if the water tank is prepared. The archer and the baseball bat wielder confirm its readiness. Moon, realizing he has to retreat, sprints toward the barricade as Han yells at him to hurry up. With a swift jump, Moon lands safely behind the barricade. For a brief moment, the goblins believe the group has simply fled, but moments later, a massive water tank appears above the barricade. The tank is tipped over, drenching the goblins and flooding the emergency stairwell with water. Initially confused, the goblins think it's merely a stalling tactic. Han shouts, "Now's the perfect opportunity." Jan flips the switch. An electrical surge travels down the now-soaked stairwell through the wires they had previously laid, electrocuting all the goblins pursuing them. Ko-jun's system screen notifies him that he has hunted numerous goblins of varying levels. including some at levels 6 and 7. Another notification pops up confirming that Ko-jun has gained significant XP and earned a total of 334,001, which has been deposited into his account. Additionally, his skill level has increased and a new ability has been unlocked. While using his Ultimate Eyes ability, Ko-jun suddenly feels a strange pressure. A sharp pain begins to spread through his body, causing him to writhe in agony. Upon closer inspection, a purple wave expands outward from him, covering an increasingly large area. The purple energy travels through the building, the stairwell, the parking lot, and even the goblins chasing his friends. The wave appears to function as a scanning mechanism because Ko-jun's ability screen indicates that hostile entities have been detected. After the scan, the system declares that the hostiles will be eliminated. As the energy wave dissipates, the goblins begin to deform, screaming in agony. In an instant, their bodies explode, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The system notifies Ko-jun once again, confirming that he has defeated numerous goblins, including several at levels 6 and 7. In a dimly lit building, a group of goblins makes its way toward the stairs, their steps loud and chaotic, echoing off the cold walls and highlighting their collective movement. They march with purpose, their numbers creating a symphony of noise that reverberates through the darkened space. Yet, amidst their confident stride, a single gremlin lags behind, his pace faltering as an uneasy sensation washes over him. A shadow looms overhead, stretching out like a dark omen. Curiosity and dread take hold, compelling the gremlin to cautiously glance over his shoulder to identify the source of this foreboding presence. His eyes widen in shock and fear as he beholds a massive, fearsome monster with burning red eyes. The creature releases a guttural roar, its sound slicing through the air and freezing the gremlin in place. For a brief moment, disbelief renders him immobile, but the monster acts without hesitation, lunging forward and clamping its powerful jaws onto the gremlin's shoulder. Pain explodes through him, forcing a scream from deep within his chest. The agonizing cry reaches his companions at the front of the group, who spin around in alarm. They are horrified to see their comrade drenched in blood, struggling against the monstrous beast. The terror of the scene grips them, causing an eruption of screams. Yet the monster remains relentless, lashing out with its massive paw and scattering the goblins like leaves in a storm. One gremlin, determined and courageous, leaps onto the creature's back, wrapping his limbs tightly around it in a desperate attempt to subdue the beast. The others continue their chaotic yet fierce attempts to fend off the monster, though its overwhelming strength pushes them to the brink of defeat. Despite the odds, the gremlin on the beast's back refuses to let go. Driven by sheer resolve, he sinks his teeth into the monster's flesh, drawing a feral howl as the creature's blood sprays into the air. Realizing that their opponent is finally weakening, one goblin charges at the monster's nose while another targets its neck. The coordinated attack crescendos into a brutal onslaught, painting the scene in the creature's crimson blood. In this climactic moment, the system unexpectedly announces that the monster has been granted citizenship. Its body twists and bends backward, signaling its defeat. As silence falls over the aftermath, a remarkable transformation begins. The terrifying beast, which had once towered over the group with an imposing, grotesque form, begins to shift. Its jagged and monstrous features ripple and twist, as though the very fabric of its being is unraveling. The oppressive presence that had so terrified the goblins begins to dissolve, the creature's massive body shrinking and reshaping into something entirely different. Slowly, its horrifying appearance fades away, revealing something unexpected, an incredibly beautiful woman. The transformation is nothing short of miraculous, as the monster's intimidating and grotesque exterior melts into the delicate features of a human woman. She collapses to the cold floor in tense battle, weighing heavily on her fragile body. Tentatively, Jaehyun freezes as if unsure of what to do or how to react. His eyes remain fixed on the woman as, trying to make sense of the events that have just transpired. The system, in its usual mechanical fashion, announces her status with an impersonal tone, confirming that she holds trust level 9. However, the system doesn't stop there. It goes on to reveal that she possesses an extraordinary gift, one that sets her apart from many others in this strange world. Her unique ability is that of aware best, a rare power that allows her to transform at will into a fearsome beast, much like the one she had been moments ago. The news is both astonishing and puzzling. The fact that she can change between a fearsome monster and a beautiful woman at will is a game changer. Her ability to transform makes her a force to be reckoned with, but there's more to it than just raw power. Yeonju. Though beautiful in her human form despite her A-level ability, she remains at level 33, a detail that both puzzles and impresses him. Additional notifications follow, informing him that Ha Dongin and Yu Hiren have achieved trust level 50, while Kang Daeksu has ascended to level 30. Recognizing the importance of these rankings, Jaehyun swiftly commands the system to register Kang Daeksu as a vassal. With this new role secured, the protagonist's body becomes encased in an iron suit as the system bestows upon him the title of Third Servant. Contemplating the responsibilities and implications of vassal registration, he reflects on the diverse abilities among his allies. Choi Hyeongjin, for instance, boasts the strength of a gorilla, while Kang Daeksu possesses a power akin to iron. Moon Byung-go, despite being only at level 30, has the rare and remarkable ability to teleport. Jaehyun begins to question how awakening ranks are determined. He wonders whether they are assigned randomly, given that Choi, despite his loyalty, is only at C rank, while Daeksu holds a B rank at level 31. The inconsistency frustrates him, prompting a desire to uncover the process of rank elevation, as it would offer strategic advantages in registering higher-ranking vassals. Yet complications arise when metahumans are involved. Registering them as vassals could introduce unforeseen difficulties. The system notifies him that metahumans are now permitted to navigate corridors and staircases freely. Seizing the chance to test this update, he places his hand on the elevator panel and watches as it ascends swiftly to level 30. Upon reaching his destination, Daeksu contacts Choi, instructing him to bring Yeonju down to the B2 floor. Meanwhile, a group of men stationed on the ground floor monitor the unfolding situation, bewildered by the sudden goblin attack. As they attempt to piece together what triggered the assault, the scene shifts back to the upper floors, where Daeksu and his companions engage in a lighthearted discussion about Jaehyun's abilities to provide warm water and food. These resources have become vital, lifting everyone's spirits amid the tense circumstances. Downstairs, Daeksu and others assist in cleaning up the area. They reflect on Moon Byung-go's transformation from a quiet, introverted individual to someone more open and engaged after meeting Jaehyun. Jaehyun's formidable abilities have left a profound impact on those around him, earning their admiration and respect. As the group discusses survival tactics, a sobering realization dawns upon them. To endure in this world, they must be chosen by Jaehyun, as his decisions hold the key to their survival, shaping their fate in a world fraught with uncertainty and danger. With this conversation being held, the elevator opens and Daeksu runs to help others in the basement. A flashback is revealed, showing a small toy car. A child was playing with it in a park, his laughter echoing as he ran around with joy. He called out to his mother, excitedly asking her to watch what he could do. The woman from the parking lot, Yeonju, was his mother. She smiled at him genuinely, encouraging him with warmth in her eyes. As the child stood up and waved to his mother, something sinister appeared behind him. The genuine smile on Yeonju's face twisted into an expression of pure horror. She froze, overcome with terror. A group of 3 vile goblins surrounded the poor boy, who was still innocently waving at his mother. She tried to act, summoning all the strength she had, but she wasn't fast enough. The goblins attacked the boy, and all she could do was watch in helpless despair. His agonized screams pierced the air. Yeonju's legs gave out as she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The sight of her son's final moments burned into her memory, haunting her endlessly. When the chaos subsided, all that remained was the toy car he had been playing with, lying abandoned on the ground. Suddenly, Yeonju woke up from the nightmare, her body trembling as painful memories flooded back. She looked to her side and saw Seo-jun, who softly called her by name. He watched her with concern as she sat up on the bed, clutching her head, which throbbed with lingering pain. Seo-jun extended his hand toward her. "It's a pleasure to meet you," he introduced himself calmly. Ignoring his introduction, Yeonju's gaze hardened. "Was it you?" she asked, her voice filled with urgency. Surprised, Seo-jun hesitated, unsure of what she meant. "What do you mean?" he asked cautiously. Yinju's eyes narrowed. You know exactly what I mean, she clarified. The thing that made the goblins' heads explode was that you. Seo Jun froze for a moment, his hand beginning to tremble. Gripping his hand tightly to steady himself, he took a deep breath and admitted yes. It was me. Yinju stared at him in awe, her mind racing. How powerful is this man? She wondered. Someone with such a calm, neutral expression had wiped out an entire horde of goblins in mere seconds. Fear mingled with hope in her heart. If he could do something so incredible, maybe... Her thoughts spiraled, and suddenly she began trembling. Finally, with tears streaming down her face, she dropped to her knees and begged him. Please save my child, she pleaded, her voice breaking. Just one day. Give me just one day to bring him back. Through her tears, she cried out desperately. I miss him so much. My beloved son. Seo Jun clenched his jaw, anger boiling inside him as he realized the full extent of her pain. Her child had been taken from her by those wretched goblins. The grief and despair in her voice tore at his heart. Yinju sobbed uncontrollably, trembling so hard that her words became incoherent. Seo Jun stood there, frozen in thought. Is there truly nothing I can do? He wondered, the frustration gnawing at him. Then, an idea struck him. He accessed the system interface and issued a mission. Hunt down 1,000 goblins. There would be no time limit and no penalty for failure. The reward? The resurrection of her child. As the system processed his request, Seo Jun waited anxiously. But then, a notification popped up. Mission cannot be issued. Insufficient resources for resurrection. His heart sank. Resurrection was beyond his current capabilities. Even with all his powers, he still wasn't strong enough. Another notification appeared, explaining that resurrection required an immense amount of power and resources. Furthermore, his current funds were insufficient to cover the mission's reward. Seo Jun's jaw dropped in disbelief. Funds, he muttered. Is resurrection truly possible if I have enough money? Overwhelmed with excitement, he shouted at the system, demanding confirmation. Are you telling me I could bring someone back to life if I have the funds? Returning to the room, he saw Yinju still crying, her face buried in her hands. He realized he had no idea how much it would cost to resurrect someone, nor could he even begin to guess. But knowing that the possibility existed, he decided to act. Yinju, he called out softly. She looked up, wiping her tear-filled eyes with trembling hands. I think I might be able to help you, Seo Jun said, his voice steady and serious. Her eyes widened with a glimmer of hope. Is that really true? She whispered, clutching the bed sheet tightly. You're not lying to me? This isn't some cruel joke. Seo Jun knelt before her, meeting her gaze. I would never joke about something so serious, he reassured her. But it's not something I can do right now. It will take time, I don't know how long. But there is definitely a way. Relief washed over Yinju's face, though tears still streamed down her cheeks. I'll do whatever it takes, she vowed. Tell me what I need to do to make it happen. Seo Jun considered the situation carefully. With Han's group, including Moon, Toy, and Fatty, they already have a strong team. Adding Yinju, a level 33 fighter, would make them even more formidable. After making his decision, he smiled at Yinju and extended his hand. Get up, he said gently. I'll introduce you to some people. Shortly after, Han introduced himself to Yinju. She returned the greeting politely. Looking at him closely, she asked, Are you the one who is throwing baseballs to hunt goblins? Han's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know that? He stammered. Turning to the archer, Yinju added, And you were shooting arrows at the goblins, weren't you? The archer blinked in shock. You recognize me? She asked nervously. Yinju chuckled softly, mimicking claws with her hands and baring her teeth playfully. She growled, You really don't recognize me? Toy Han and the archer exchanged confused glances, unsure of what to make of her playful growling. Cute cartoon bears appeared in the background, emphasizing the oddness of the situation. Deciding to clarify, Yinju began to transform. Brown fur started to spread across her body as her snout elongated. Her bare form slowly became evident. The archer pointed at her in disbelief. Wait, is this actually happening? You're the beast we saw in the alley earlier. Laughing awkwardly, Yinju corrected her. I'm a bear, not a beast. The archer blinked, dumbfounded. Yinju explained that she had helped them deal with goblins before, though they hadn't realized it. Looking at the giant bear standing before him, Han shook his head and chuckled. "Our meeting wasn't a coincidence, after all," he remarked. Yinji nodded. "Anyone who opposes the goblins is a friend of mine." At that moment, Seo Jun entered the room, interrupting the conversation. "It's good that you're all acquainted already," he said with a serious expression. The group turned to him, sensing that he had something important to say. "I've thought it through," Seo Jun began. "We'll execute the plan to rescue Moon's grandmother tomorrow." The group listened intently as he explained. The number of goblins has drastically decreased, making this the perfect opportunity for the mission. Fatty will sit this one out due to his injuries. "Oh, and Yinju will be joining us?" Yinju nervously thanked him for the opportunity. "It's a pleasure to meet you all," she said, bowing politely. Concluding the meeting, Seo Jun instructed everyone to prepare for the mission. The group, filled with determination, agreed without question. Afterward, Seo Jun called Toy and Moon aside for a private conversation. Standing under the full moon in the hallway, he asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" Both Toy and Moon exchanged startled glances, unsure of what he was referring to. Though, deep down, they had a feeling they might know. The two were caught off guard by the sudden question and visibly startled. Toy hesitated and admitted he wasn't sure, while Moon spoke up, asking if it had something to do with the powers they had recently acquired. Jun smirked sarcastically and replied, "Yes, it's about your powers." He went on to explain that both of them had awakened abilities, leaving them shocked at how perceptive their leader was. Ko Jun explained further, revealing that Moon's newly obtained ability was teleportation. This excited Moon, who was eager to learn how to use it. As for Toy, his ability was called Knight of Steel, which left him curious about what it could do. Jun's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he considered the situation. He realized he needed to understand how both of their abilities worked before they embarked on the mission the next day. Deep in thought, he opened the system screen to analyze their progress. He then issued a mission to both of them: demonstrate their newly awakened abilities within 1 hour. The reward for success was increased strength, while the penalty for failure was having to sleep in the corridor. The system confirmed the mission parameters, and Jun found himself intrigued by these team-oriented challenges. As Jun mulled over the situation, Toy, unable to contain his enthusiasm, called out, asking if it was true that he had awakened a new ability. Jun confirmed with a nod. Toy's excitement was palpable. Snorting with exhilaration, he exclaimed how great it was, but then quickly asked about the specifics of the Knight of Steel ability. Jun explained that it allowed Toy to summon a steel suit of armor and a halberd. Before Toy could ask further questions, since he was used to wielding a baseball bat, a blue light suddenly materialized beside him. The light was Moon's teleportation ability activating. In an instant, Moon vanished, leaving Toy stunned by how quickly he had picked up the skill. For a few seconds, Jun and Toy exchanged wide-eyed, speechless glances, both trying to process what had just happened. Moments later, Moon reappeared in the corridor, slightly wobbly as he landed. Looking down at his hands, his face lit up with excitement as he marveled at the functionality of his power. Clenching his fist, he declared, "With this power, rescuing my grandmother will be a breeze." The system notified Ko Jun that Moon's confidence had increased, along with a rise in his loyalty. Overcome with gratitude, Moon bowed deeply to Jun, thanking him for everything he was doing. The gesture took Jun by surprise. After a moment, Jun urged Moon to pause and carefully assess the situation. "Even though you've managed to use your powers," Jun explained, "going to your grandmother's house right now is impossible." Moon, puzzled, asked why that was the case. Jun patiently elaborated, "There's no guarantee you can fully control your ability. Even though it worked once, it's possible you just got lucky." His words caused Moon to lower his head in disappointment, realizing that rescuing his grandmother would have to wait. Jun reassured him, saying, "For now, we'll figure out the maximum range of your teleportation and determine if there's any penalty for using it multiple times." Moon nodded silently in agreement. As the conversation continued, they noticed something unusual happening down the corridor. Turning to investigate, they saw a knight clad in gleaming steel armor, wielding an enormous halberd. Toy's eyes widened in amazement as he realized the sheer magnitude of his power. Ecstatic, he couldn't help but comment on how well the ability suited him. The system then notified Jun that Toy's confidence and loyalty had also increased. Meanwhile, Toy celebrated by swinging the halberd to test its weight. June called Moon over, pointing toward a nearby building. He then asked, "Can you test your teleportation by attempting to reach it?" Moon studied the building carefully, gauging the distance and calculating the effort it would take to make such a leap on only his second try. Finally, he turned to his leader and said, "I'm not sure I can make it, but I'll try." The system presented a new mission: teleport to the rooftop of Building 113 within 3 minutes. The reward was an improvement to Moon's teleportation ability, while the penalty for failure was having to sleep outside. Focusing intensely, Moon positioned his hands in a stance resembling a Kamehameha, channeling his energy for teleportation. In the background, Toy cheered him on enthusiastically, offering words of encouragement and telling him he could do it. After aligning his thoughts and gathering his energy, Moon opened his eyes. In that instant, he vanished once again, enveloped by a burst of blue light. The force of his ability was so intense that Toy instinctively shielded himself from the shockwave. Moon reappeared on the rooftop of the other building, landing in a dramatic superhero pose. However, his face contorted in pain, and his eyes turned completely white. From his new vantage point, Moon felt a wave of relief, knowing that the teleportation had worked. Looking across at his friends, he waved to ensure they saw him and shouted that everything had gone as planned. The system notified June, confirming that Moon had successfully completed the mission. June let out a sigh of relief and smiled, praising Moon for his impressive and quick mastery of the ability. Moon, still waving happily, basked in the moment. But suddenly, without warning, his strength gave out. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious on the rooftop, leaving him vulnerable. Both June and Toy froze in shock, their previous excitement quickly replaced by concern. Everything had been going so well until it hadn't. Acting swiftly, June used his ability to summon a servant, bringing Moon's unconscious body back to their corridor. Moments later, they laid him down in one of the beds to let him recover. "Is he going to be okay?" Toy asked anxiously. June, studying the system's readout, reassured him. "Guess he's just unconscious. The teleportation ability took a lot out of him." He explained that with enough rest, Moon would be fine. The system confirmed that Moon was healthy and in a deep sleep. "This probably happened because he's not used to using the ability yet," June added. Relieved, Toy sighed. "Glad to hear it." June then shifted the focus. "Now it's your turn," he said, surprising Toy with the sudden declaration. "Wait, my turn?" Toy asked, caught off guard. The system displayed Toy's mission: perform 100 push-ups and 100 squats while wearing the steel armor. The time limit was 10 minutes. The reward was increased strength, while the penalty for failure was sleeping outside. Without hesitation, Toy began the exercises, starting with the push-ups. Clad in his heavy steel armor, every movement required an incredible amount of effort. Sweat poured down his face and dripped onto the floor as he pushed himself to the limit. Determined, he moved on to the squats, completing the second half of the mission with gritted teeth and unwavering resolve. When he finished, Toy stood tall, exhausted but triumphant, shouting, "Mission accomplished. I did it!" The system confirmed his success, notifying June that Kong Toy had completed the mission. Breathing heavily, Toy leaned against the wall to catch his breath while June observed him, impressed. With a body like his, so athletic and resilient, it's no wonder he has such endurance, June thought to himself. Suddenly, the system displayed a new message, something June had never seen before. "What's this?" June muttered, his eyes narrowing at the unexpected notification. As he studied the screen, Toy asked, "Is that really all for the mission?" June nodded, smiling warmly. "Yes, great job. You can go rest now." The system finished calculating and displayed a notification. Toy's strength had slightly increased. Turning to June, Toy expressed his gratitude. "Thanks for taking the time to help us. I really appreciate it." June, surprised by the sudden notification and watching Toy feel the changes in his body, noticed a new sense of energy radiating from him. Looking at his own hands, Toy clenched them into fists, feeling the power coursing through his veins. "This reward changes everything," he said with a confident smile. The next day, a dark alley in Busan Han screamed in desperation, urging everyone to run. The group scattered, fleeing for their lives as a ferocious horde of goblins pursued them. Toy, however, stopped running and turned around, his fury evident. Assessing the situation, he decided to act. The goblins, focused on their chase, were suddenly blinded by a brilliant light shining in front of them. As they adjusted their vision, they saw a towering figure, clad in a steel suit of armor, wielding a massive halberd. Without hesitation, Toy charged forward and struck the nearest goblin, impaling it in one swift, powerful motion. Then he unleashed a flurry of diagonal strikes in rapid succession, cutting down goblins one after another. But the goblins, fueled by rage, refused to give up. They surged forward, launching a determined attack. Expecting a direct assault, Toy braced himself. But the goblins cunningly outmaneuvered him, slipping past to target the more vulnerable backline. In an instant, arrows struck the goblins' heads in swift succession, ending their rampage permanently. Toy turned to see what had happened and spotted Moon, wielding a bow and arrow. "Don't worry," Moon called out confidently. "I'll handle any goblins that get past you. Focus on the ones ahead." Gripping his halberd tightly, Toy turned back to the remaining goblins. A smirk spread across his face as he responded, "Got it." Seeing Toy's renewed focus, the goblins hesitated. One by one, they began to retreat, turning back to where they came from. Frustrated, Toy yelled at them to come back and face him. As the goblins retreated, terror gripped them when a massive shadow appeared before them. It was the bear girl, her glowing red eyes piercing through the chaos. This was her dramatic first appearance, emerging from an ambush prepared for the retreating goblins. The goblins had no choice but to surrender to their fate, collapsing in despair and lamenting their past misdeeds. The group showed no mercy. Moon's arrows flew with precision, Toy's halberd struck powerfully, and the bear girl slashed through the goblins with her razor-sharp claws. Together, they defeated the goblins one by one. Seizing the opportunity, Han shouted to Moon, "Now's your chance. Go!" Moon, understanding the urgency, broke into a sprint toward his grandmother's house. "Thank you, Han," he called back as he ran, grateful for the opening created by his comrades. Meanwhile, the system notified Ko Jun that the citizen Moon had completed his mission. A pop-up appeared, stating that it was now evaluating the missions Moon had completed. Back in the comfort of his room, Ko Jun sat with his ultimate eyes ability activated, observing the system screen while slurping on cup noodles. The system pinged again, declaring the evaluation complete and awarding him 132,133. The system chimed once more, confirming that Moon had completed all the missions available to him for the day. It also announced that it would begin evaluating the rewards for Moon's completed tasks. The assessment concluded instantly. Still savoring his noodles, Jun grinned and said, "All right, let's see what the reward is." The system congratulated him for hitting the jackpot. For those unfamiliar, it clarified that a jackpot is the maximum prize accumulated in games of chance, like slot machines or lotteries. Reading this, Ko Jun froze momentarily, stunned. Paralyzed with anticipation, he stared at the screen, waiting to see what incredible reward the jackpot would bring. Still staring at the system notification, Jun remained frozen in shock, his cup noodle stuck in his throat as he tried to process what the jackpot could possibly be. Then, the system displayed the reward, a skill point granted as part of the jackpot. Upon reading this, Ko Jun's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was perfect. He could choose exactly where to use the point. Back on the streets, Moon sprinted toward his grandmother's house at an incredible speed, a faint blue aura trailing behind him. As he drew closer, exhaustion crept in, sweat dripping down his forehead. His mind raced with anxious thoughts. What if something had happened to her? Upon arrival, the house came into view, a small, simple home, completely unprotected against monster attacks. There were no barriers, no fortifications, just an ordinary house standing vulnerably amidst the chaos. Moon didn't hesitate. He rushed to the door and pushed it open, but a deep fear clawed at his chest. Frantically, he dashed through the house, checking every room as he called out, "Grandma, where are you?" Then, he reached the bedroom. His eyes widened in shock. There she was, lying on a futon mattress, peacefully asleep, far calmer than Moon had ever imagined she would be. Cautiously, he approached, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "Grandma," he whispered, shaking her lightly, hoping for any sign of response. Slowly, her eyelids fluttered open. Her voice was faint and drowsy as she murmured, "Who is there?" She reached out, her frail fingers brushing against his hand. "Moon, is that you?" At that moment, A ninja must have been cutting onions nearby, because Moon's vision blurred as his chest tightened with overwhelming relief. Tears streamed down his face, his body trembling as he sobbed uncontrollably, overcome by the sheer joy that she was still alive. Unable to hold back, he threw his arms around her in a warm, desperate embrace, whispering apologies between his sobs. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm so sorry it took me so long to come back for you." Despite his tears, the old woman smiled kindly and patted his back. "You're such a brave and kind boy, Moon. I knew you would come for me." At that exact moment, a system notification appeared in front of Kujun. Moon's loyalty has reached 100%. Moon was now officially registered as a vassal. Additionally, the number of available vassal slots had increased. June squinted at the system window in confusion. "Huh? What's this?" Apparently, reaching a certain level of trust unlocked an additional vassal slot. The system then displayed his current vassals. Choi Hyen, aka Fatty, level 20 Moon. Level 30 Kong Daiku, aka Toy. Level 25 scratching his chin. June was taken aback. "Wait, so I can level them up too?" Curious, he decided to check how much it would cost to upgrade Moon's level. He tapped the plus symbol next to Moon's name. A new notification popped up. Insufficient funds to level up. Then, another window appeared displaying the required amount. 100 million Korean wons needed to upgrade Vassal Moon to the next level. June's jaw nearly hit the floor. His hands clenched into fists. 100 million won? His face twisted in frustration as he rubbed his temples. "That's insane. Just for one vassal?" With a sigh, he ran a hand through his hair and lightly punched the table. "I'm sorry, Moon," he muttered under his breath. "I'll make it up to you by assigning you missions every single day." At that moment, a noise snapped June out of his thoughts. His senses went on high alert. The elevator was moving. His brow furrowed. Who the hell could that be? His comrades were still out in the streets, fighting goblins. Narrowing his eyes, he activated Ultimate Eyes. His pupils darkened as his vision extended, scanning the entire building. Two people stood outside one of the apartment doors, a man and a woman. The man carried a box on his shoulder, while the woman knocked on the door, asking if anyone was inside. Something fell off. Their expressions weren't exactly friendly, and the dark circles under their eyes hinted at exhaustion, or something more sinister. June immediately recognized the apartment. Inside was Fatty's wife. She hesitated, hearing the knocking and voices outside. Cautiously, she called out, "Who is it?" Assuming it was urgent, she made a quick decision and opened the door. Standing there was a young woman who greeted her with a bright smile. "Hello," she said cheerfully. "I'm Kim Dabin." Then, she gestured toward the man beside her. "And this is my younger brother, Kim Miho." She continued, mentioning that they lived in Unit 1701. Intrigued, Fatty's wife asked what brought them there. The girl sighed, explaining that she had only come because she desperately needed help, leaving Fatty's wife wondering what kind of help she could possibly need. Then, with a sudden burst of desperation, the girl blurted out, practically shouting, "Would it be possible for you to let me take a shower?" Fatty's wife was completely caught off guard. Her jaw dropped. Of all the things she had expected to hear, this was the absolute last. Still trying to process it, she blinked in disbelief and asked, "Did you really just ask to take a shower? And that's all you need?" The girl nodded eagerly. "Yes, that's all. I just want to shower." Relieved that the request wasn't anything too complicated, Fatty's wife let out a small chuckle and waved them inside. "Well, that's easy enough. Come in." The two entered, expressing their gratitude. The man, still carrying the box on his shoulder, also thanked her before asking where he should put it. Curious, Fatty's wife asked what was inside. As he placed it down on the floor, the girl, still grateful, explained, "It's just canned food and some miscellaneous supplies." The man opened the box, revealing various types of canned goods, exactly as she had said. Seeing this, Fatty's wife smiled and thanked them, mentioning that they really didn't have to go through all that trouble. The girl waved it off. "It's nothing really. If you think about it, I just walked into a stranger's house and made a pretty weird request." Just as she finished speaking, something caught her attention from the corner of her eye. She turned her head slightly, her gaze landing on a collection of bows lined up against the wall, alongside Toy's baseball bat. Curious, she couldn't help but ask, "Do these bows and that bat belong to the owner of this apartment?" Fatty's wife hadn't expected that question. Still, after a brief pause, she shook her head. No, actually, these don't belong to the apartment's owner. The real owners live in another unit, but it's kind of a complicated situation to explain in just a few words. The girl nodded in understanding. I see. Watching everything unfold, Jun deactivated his ability and thought to himself that, so far, they didn't seem like bad people. He then shifted his gaze toward the window and murmured, I'll go check it out later. After a brief moment of thought, he added, I also need to talk to them. I want to ask if they'd be willing to help rescue other survivors from the nearby apartments. Before he could dwell on it further, a sudden system notification popped up. Jun blinked in surprise as the message appeared before him. You have successfully hunted a red tiger. A second notification followed immediately after. You have gained a large amount of XP. Then another. 39,718,318 EXP gained. Some abilities have reached their limit. Despite the strain, the battlefield outside was far from calm. Han the archer and the guy with glasses were both lightly wounded. In front of them, the corpse of a massive red tiger lay motionless on the ground. Next to it, the werbear was also severely injured, struggling to move. The rest of the group stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. Jun observed everything, but a strange feeling crept up on him. His stomach twisted, and his chest tightened as a wave of unease washed over him. What the hell just happened? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body. His muscles spasmed, cold sweat dripping down his face as an overwhelming pressure gripped his chest. He groaned in agony, barely able to keep himself upright. Then, the system sent another notification. You have discovered individuals who are eligible to receive citizenship. Jun barely managed to process the message. There were still people who weren't citizens yet. His breathing was ragged, but he forced himself to speak. System, grant them citizenship. A new notification appeared instantly. A list of names flashed across the screen. Citizenship has been granted. Then, another alert followed. You have officially reached 50 citizens. An additional message appeared right after. The amount of XP and money that citizens can earn has increased by 100%. But the surprises didn't stop there. A final notification popped up, revealing something unexpected. As the number of citizens has reached a specific threshold, all citizens have unlocked a new ability, Power of Trust. Jun stared at the words, his mind racing. Power of Trust? What does that even mean? Despite his lingering confusion, his thoughts drifted back to the battlefield. He clenched his jaw. Did anyone get seriously hurt? Back on the streets, Moon was slightly injured and gasping for breath, making a tremendous effort as he carried his grandmother on his back. Everyone else was wounded as well, running desperately while providing cover for Toy, who was carrying the injured werbear woman. Observing this, Jun quickly realized that the situation outside was far worse than he had imagined. And of all people to be seriously hurt, it had to be the werbear. As the group raced to escape, a horde of goblins suddenly appeared right in front of the two carrying the wounded. The team members covering them from behind immediately let loose a volley of arrows, striking down goblins to clear a path. The archer, watching closely, was startled by the precision of the man with glasses. How the hell did you pull that off with a single shot? She asked, eyes wide. The man looked just as confused. I honestly have no idea. As they continued running, the archer suddenly realized something. For some reason, my body feels lighter. Han, running beside her, nodded in agreement. Yeah, and I just noticed I'm not even out of breath anymore. Meanwhile, back with Jun, the system finally provided an explanation. The ability Power of Trust is a passive skill that increases all stats by X%, where X equals the trust level of each citizen. Jun stared at the message in disbelief. This skill didn't even exist before. How the hell is it so strong? Then, another realization hit him. Every single member of his group had at least 50 trust points or more. That meant all their stats, including stamina, strength, reflexes, and more, had naturally increased by 50%. At that very moment, Moon's expression shifted, as if something suddenly clicked in his mind. He had a hunch. This must be another one of Jun's new abilities. The system then notified Jun of something else. Both of the girls have now surpassed 30 loyalty points. As a result, they are now eligible to be registered as vassals. Without hesitation, Jun immediately commanded the system to register both of them. The moment it happened, the two women suddenly stopped in their tracks, their bodies tingling as an overwhelming power surged through them. The system followed up with an update. Kim Gang, now at level 20, has acquired the ability Piercing. Yuyan, now at level 25, has awakened the skill Poisonous Mist, now brimming with newfound power. The two turned back, ready to face the goblins chasing them. The archer steadied herself, drawing her bow. She fired an arrow straight at the goblins. Normally, her shots always landed as headshots every single time. But this time, something was different. The arrow didn't just pierce through one goblin. It ricocheted off and struck several others, piercing through them effortlessly. Confused, the archer furrowed her brows. What the hell? What just happened? The system promptly provided an answer. The ability Piercing is a tier S skill that uses mental strength to fire a penetrating arrow. June, standing with his arms crossed, watched as the information unfolded before him. Now that he knew what the ability was, he immediately issued a command to the system. Create a mission. A new quest popped up. Mission. The archer must use Piercing to hunt 10 goblins within a 10-minute time limit. Reward. Increased Piercing proficiency. Penalty for failure. Fatigue. As he processed this, June shifted his attention to the other ability. Unlike Piercing, this one seemed far trickier. Poisonous Mist was a deadly attack, and while it was classified as a B-rank skill, using it incorrectly could endanger the entire team. June exhaled sharply, deciding to deal with it later. I'll figure it out when the time comes. Just then, the system sent another notification. The archer has successfully completed the mission. 10 goblins eliminated. A new message followed. The maximum number of missions available for today has been reached. Evaluating the rewards, June sighed, unimpressed. The rewards weren't that great this time, but now that the battle outside had settled, he decided it was time to check on the citizens living on the lower floors. Activating Ultimate Eyes, he scanned the corridors. His gaze locked onto the silhouette of a man walking calmly through the halls, his hands tucked into his pockets. June watched as the man headed toward the bathroom, likely to collect water. Smart. June noted that this man had good survival instincts. He was gathering water before supplies ran low. Shifting his focus elsewhere, June spotted another pair, a man and a woman sitting together, preparing to eat. He observed them for a moment, realizing something important. They're already capable of gathering food and water on their own. Then in another part of the building, something unexpected caught his eye. A woman. She was lying motionless on the floor inside a room. Without a second thought, June bolted toward her. The system immediately provided an update. Kim De-young, trust level, 18 ability. Healing, awakened. June's heart pounded in his chest. Healing? His eyes darted between the system message and the unconscious woman on the floor. He quickly read the ability description. She can heal wounds. A surge of urgency flooded through him. She was the first healer they had found, and they desperately needed her. Without hesitation, June sprinted forward. He had to help her, no matter what. After sprinting through the hallways, June finally arrives in front of the door to the room where the woman had collapsed. His breathing is still heavy from the run, but he quickly composes himself and reaches for the doorknob. Slowly, he tries to turn it, hoping to gain access without any trouble. However, to his surprise, the door is locked from the inside. A deep frown settles on his face as he realizes there is no way for him to open it from the outside. The sudden obstacle causes his shoulders to slump slightly, and he takes a step back, frustration creeping into his thoughts. But just as he starts to contemplate another course of action, something unexpected happens. His eyes widen momentarily as a new notification from the system appears before him. By sheer coincidence, or perhaps fate itself, he has just acquired a new skill. The system promptly displays its details. The ability is called Invisible Hand, and it is currently at level 1. According to the description, it allows him to summon and control an invisible hand at will. Reading the notification, a surge of newfound determination fills his chest. His grip tightens into fists as he mentally acknowledges the absurd yet undeniable reality of his newfound power. Silently, he expresses his gratitude for this sudden stroke of fortune. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, June focuses his thoughts entirely on the locked door before him. He visualizes himself breaking the lock, willing it to yield under his command. When he finally opens his eyes, he is met with an unexpected yet welcome sight. Right before him, materialized out of sheer energy, is a lock-breaking tool, a sturdy bolt cutter formed entirely of the same strange energy he he has come to rely on. Without hesitation, he reaches forward, taking hold of the newly formed tool. The cold sensation of the manifested object in his grip confirms its existence. Without wasting another second, he positions it against the lock and applies pressure. A sharp snap echoes through the quiet hallway as the lock gives way effortlessly. With a swift motion, he pushes the door open and rushes inside. The moment he steps into the dimly lit room, his gaze immediately lands on the unmoving woman lying on the floor. Now that he is seeing her up close, the eerie stillness of her body makes the entire scene feel unsettling. June quickly kneels beside her, concern evident in his expression. Reaching out, he gently nudges her shoulder, his voice calm yet firm as he speaks. He asks if she can hear him, if she is all right, urging her to wake up. There is no response. A deep sense of unease washes over him as he carefully observes her condition, scanning for any visible injuries. But what he notices instead sends a wave of worry through him. Her face is unnaturally pale, her lips dry and cracked. Severe dehydration. His mind races. Dehydration this extreme could be dangerous. She needs help immediately. He quickly shifts his attention to the surroundings, searching for anything that might assist in stabilizing her condition. His eyes dart around the room, taking in every detail. Then, something catches his attention, something that makes him pause, confusion flickering across his face. There's water in the room, yet, despite its presence, she is still in this critical state. It makes no sense. The contradiction unsettles him, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Glancing back at the woman, he forces himself to push aside the troubling thoughts. Now is not the time to question the situation. The priority right now is saving her. A sudden idea forms in his mind. Without hesitation, he opens the system interface. There is a chance this might work. June quickly assigns her a mission, a simple yet crucial task. Mission objective: breathe. Reward: immediate recovery from dehydration. The system processes the command, deducting 10.1 as the cost for activating the mission. Almost instantly, a soft blue aura begins to envelop the woman's body. June watches intently, his pulse quickening as the energy works through her. Then, faint sounds escape her lips, a weak, breathy noise, but a clear sign that she is beginning to stir. Relief floods through him. It worked. Slowly, her eyelids flutter open, her gaze hazy and unfocused. A blurred silhouette of a figure stands before her, a voice reaching her ears, asking if she is awake. Her mind struggles to process the situation. Her voice, weak but laced with confusion, manages to form a question. Who is he, and why is he in her room? June straightens slightly, meeting her dazed gaze. He introduces himself, explaining that he lives in the unit just above hers in the building. She blinks, her expression still foggy with exhaustion. The information doesn't seem to register right away. Still lying on the floor, she questions him again, her voice laced with uncertainty. How did he get inside? June, seeing no reason to hide the truth, states it plainly. He tells her that he saw she was unwell and decided to enter by force, breaking the door open to reach her. A moment of silence lingers between them. Then, her breath hitches. Her expression shifts as realization dawns. Without warning, tears begin streaming down her face, and yet she does not say a word. She simply cries, as if the weight of everything she had been enduring had finally caught up with her. She raises her hands to her face, wiping away the tears in an attempt to hide her crying. Her shoulders tremble slightly as she struggles to compose herself. June, watching her closely, immediately senses that something is wrong. There is an uneasiness in the way she reacts, something beyond just exhaustion or confusion. Taking a deep breath, he calls her name, Kim De-young. His voice is firm yet gentle. As she slowly pushes herself up from the floor, still visibly shaken, he speaks again. He apologizes for being so abrupt, for barging into her life so suddenly. But he makes it clear, he needs her help. There is urgency in his tone, something that makes her pause despite her lingering distress. Now sitting upright, her tear-filled eyes meet his. Though her expression remains guarded, her lips, still cracked from dehydration, barely part as she listens to him speak. June wastes no time in explaining. One of his allies is severely injured. The words seem to take a moment to register. The Young slowly turns her body toward him, staring as if trying to process what he just said. Silence stretches between them. She blinks, her mind racing, trying to make sense of his words. His ally? Someone severely injured? Why is he telling her this? She doesn't understand. She doesn't even know this man. Panic begins to rise in her chest. He wants her to save someone. Wire, doubt, and fear intertwine within her thoughts. Her hands tremble slightly as she lowers them to her lap. It seems impossible, an absurd request thrown at her out of nowhere. He's putting his faith in the wrong person. And then another realization strikes her like a bolt of lightning. How does he know I'm a nurse? Her breath catches. She has never told him that. No one in this building should even know. A wave of unease washes over her. And yet, at the same time, something about the way he speaks, the way he asks for help, doesn't feel threatening. There is no malice in his words, no ill intent in his eyes. Still hesitant, still uncertain, she makes a decision. She has to see for herself. Slowly, she turns to face him completely. Though suspicion lingers in her gaze, she swallows down her doubts and agrees to help. Her voice, though weak, carries a firm resolve as she asks where exactly she is supposed to go. June doesn't answer right away. Instead, he opens the system interface, his fingers moving swiftly across the translucent screen in front of him. He asks her to wait just a moment. He assigns her a mission, one that instructs her to use healing magic to cure the wounded werbear. The mission comes with a 1-hour time limit, a reward labeled as improved, and, to his relief, no penalties. His eyes flicker with determination as he reads the details. He must save the werbear, no matter what. Turning back to De Young, he tells her that, for now, she should rest. He will personally bring the injured person to her. He then instructs her to find something to help with her own dehydration. But De Young, already overwhelmed, barely has time to process his words before something utterly impossible happens. From seemingly nowhere, oranges begin to materialize in midair. Her eyes widen in pure shock, her breath hitching as she watches several bright oranges fall from the void and land in front of her. For a long moment, she simply stares, her mouth slightly open, completely stunned. Then, snapping out of her daze, she frantically raises a shaking finger, pointing at the fruit on the floor. What is this? Her voice trembles as she demands an answer. June, realizing how bizarre this must seem to her, quickly apologizes. But De Young isn't satisfied. Her heartbeat pounds in her ears as she watches more oranges drop into existence. Where are these coming from? How is this happening? What kind of person is this man? Before she can demand further explanations, June simply turns his back to her. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he tells her he'll explain everything later, once things have calmed down. And with that, he walks away, leaving her still kneeling on the floor, still staring in disbelief. As he exits the room, he gives her one final request. He reminds her that she is still weak, that her body needs to recover, and he insists that she prioritize her own rest. As soon as June is gone, De Young lowers her gaze to the scattered oranges. Slowly, she reaches out, picking one up. The texture, the weight, the coolness against her fingertips, it all feels real. She squeezes the fruit gently, expecting it to vanish like an illusion, but it remains solid in her grasp. A shiver runs down her spine. What is this? Still overwhelmed, she hesitantly mutters to herself, wondering if she's dreaming, because never in her life has she seen anything like this before. Meanwhile, June wastes no time. He rushes back to his shut-in apartment, moving with quick, determined strides. His mind is already focused on helping his allies outside as fast as possible. The system chimes with a notification. The healer's trust level has increased. He stops for a brief moment, narrowing his eyes at the message. She hadn't trusted him before. That much was obvious. But now, it seems like her perception of him has changed, even if only slightly. Still, it isn't enough for him to let his guard down. Trust takes time, and honestly, he can't blame her. If someone broke into his home out of nowhere, he wouldn't trust them either. Shaking his head, he steps onto the balcony, his gaze drifting downward. His thoughts remain heavy, but as he looks out toward the streets below, something makes his entire body freeze. His blood runs cold. A massive, ferocious red tiger is charging through the streets. Its powerful limbs propel it forward with terrifying speed, and it's chasing his allies. June's breath catches as he sees his companions below, running for their lives. Desperation is evident in the way they scramble to escape, but the monstrous beast is closing in on them, its deadly fangs gleaming under the dim light. Then, as if things couldn't get any worse, its piercing eyes lock onto its targets, its muscular body moving in perfect synchrony as it hunts his team. A wave of panic washes over June. This isn't just a dangerous situation. This is a massacre waiting to happen. Jaehyun stands still, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes there is another red tiger. It is massive, with fiery red fur and piercing eyes, and it is fiercely chasing 3 people who are desperately running for their lives. Among them is a young woman named Hyren. She runs as fast as she can, but suddenly, her foot twists the wrong way. A sharp pain shoots through her ankle, and she collapses to the ground. She struggles to get back up, her face contorted in pain. The 2 people with her turn back, their expressions filled with worry. They want to help, but the red tiger is already too close. Its powerful legs pound against the ground as it closes the distance in mere seconds. Then, with a deep, rumbling growl, it opens its massive maw, revealing sharp teeth. Its intent is clear. It is about to devour her. Hyren's heart pounds in her chest. She knows she won't be able to move in time. But just as the red tiger is about to lunge at her, something unbelievable happens. In an instant, Hyren vanishes. One moment she is there, lying on the ground, helpless. The next, she is gone, disappearing into thin air. Even the red tiger, who is used to being the hunter, is stunned. Its eyes dart around, searching for its prey, but there is nothing left of her. Meanwhile, Hyren suddenly finds herself in a completely different place. She blinks, disoriented, as she realizes she is now inside a room. The air is still, a stark contrast to the chaos she just escaped from. Her breathing is heavy, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she tries to process what just happened. Jaehyun stands nearby, watching her. He knows that was a close call, too close. If she had stayed there for even a second longer, she would have been killed. But at the very least, her sudden disappearance has bought some time for the others still being chased by the red tiger. Then, Jaehyun receives a notification asking if he wants to grant citizenship to those who meet the requirements. Just then, a young man appears with his grandmother, pleading with Jaehyun to take care of her. Jaehyun, however, asks him to wait. Jaehyun shifts his attention back to the red tiger, knowing he must find another way to kill it. The creature remains a serious threat, and its relentless pursuit of the fleeing people makes it clear that a different approach is necessary. His mind calculates the best course of action as he watches the events unfold. The red tiger, with its massive frame and burning eyes, charges forward, its focus locked onto the terrified survivors. Among them, a young man with an athletic build suddenly stops running. Instead of fleeing, he turns to face the beast. His grip tightens around the long tennis ball in his hands, and with all his strength, he swings it toward the red tiger, using it as a desperate weapon. The force behind his strike is immense, but the attack misses. The red tiger remains unharmed, undeterred, and now it fixes its gaze solely on him. Realizing the danger, the young man immediately dashes toward a nearby building, attempting to lure the beast away from the others. The red tiger, its powerful muscles rippling beneath its fur, does not hesitate to give chase. Each of its massive strides brings it closer to its prey, ready to strike at any moment. Just as the tiger is about to pounce, a sudden change occurs. A thick, rope-like substance appears out of nowhere, coiling tightly around the tiger's neck. The powerful creature thrashes and roars in frustration, struggling against the force that now restrains it. Its movements become restricted, its speed slowing as the mysterious rope continues to hold firm. Meanwhile, a young woman with a bow, Gaeong, stands at a distance. In front of her, a glowing system interface suddenly appears, displaying new information. Her eyes scan the text, quickly processing the details presented to her. Jaehyun observes everything from the safety of his building, his expression calm and composed. He knows there is no need for him to intervene personally. Gaeong is more than capable of handling the situation, and with her taking down the red tiger, he will still receive 4 times the loot. His strategic thinking reassures him that this is the most efficient course of action. Gaeong, her focus unwavering, raises her bow. With practiced precision, she knocks an arrow and releases it. The arrow soars through the air and finds its mark, piercing the red tiger. The massive beast lets out a final, earth-shaking roar before collapsing to the ground, completely defeated. A notification immediately appears before Jaehyun, confirming the successful hunt. His experience points increase significantly, and along with it, his in-game wallet is instantly credited with roughly 62 million won. The rewards are substantial, making this battle a highly profitable one. At the same time, Jaehyun notices another change. Byung-go, Gaeong, and Hyeon's trust in him has increased. Another notification arrives, catching Jaehyun's attention. It informs him that the young sportsman, Dongin, has surpassed 30 in loyalty. This means that Dongin has now met all the necessary requirements to be officially registered as a vassal. Jaehyun feels a wave of excitement at this development. The vassal registration for Dongin is now complete. Dejung is seen kneeling beside the elderly woman, her hands glowing with a faint, warm light as she channels her healing ability. Jaehyun watches this with a sense of relief, realizing just how fortunate they are to have found Dejung. A capable healer is invaluable, and her presence alone significantly increases their survival. Jaehyun turns his attention to Dongin, eager to understand the full story behind the Red Tiger attack. Dongin explains that the house where the elderly woman had been living was actually within Red Tiger territory. Initially, they had managed to kill one Red Tiger, believing the threat was eliminated. However, to their shock, another Red Tiger appeared, forcing them into a desperate struggle for survival. As Jaehyun listens, he recalls a previous suspicion he had. Something had felt off before, and now everything made sense. He remembers noticing the absence of goblins in that area. If goblins had been living nearby, they would have likely built nests there. But considering that Byung-go's grandmother had been staying safely in the same location, it was clear that no goblins had established themselves in that zone. The presence of red tigers must have been the reason for this, as they had unknowingly occupied the territory. As he pieces everything together, Jaehyun receives another system notification. The system evaluates Gaeong's completed quest, deducting approximately 73,000 won as the necessary cost for its execution. This expense, while not insignificant, is well worth the benefits gained. Dejung, having finished healing the elderly woman, politely asks if she can return home. However, Jaehyun instructs her to wait. He gathers everyone's attention, preparing to lay out the next course of action. His first directive is to establish new living arrangements. He assigns a group to move into Unit 2901, which is currently empty. He assures them that electricity, water, and all other necessities for daily living will be provided, making it a stable and safe place for them to reside. Next, he turns to Dabin and informs her that Units 2101 and 2102 are also unoccupied at the moment. He states that he will restore electricity to those units, so that additional survivors can take shelter there. However, he quickly notices that Dabin seems downcast. Understanding her situation, Jaehyun makes an exception. He tells her that she and her brother can live in one of the units together, while the remaining survivors will share the other unit. But before finalizing the arrangement, he attaches a condition to it. Curious, Dabin immediately asks what the condition is. Jaehyun wants her to act as a messenger between him and the other survivors. He asks her to spread the news that the team who kills 100 goblins the fastest will be rewarded with an empty house, along with unlimited electricity, water, gas, and food. Additionally, if the team accepts 10 survivors, those survivors will also receive the same benefits. He does this to ensure that those who prove their worth will be properly rewarded. Suddenly, the system interface appears, displaying a new quest to hunt 10 goblins. In a time limit of 168 hours, the rewards will be a small amount of experience, but the penalty for failure is to be prohibited from using shared facilities. After that, another notification with an option asking if he wants to grant it or not. Sungmin runs with all his might, chased by multiple goblins roaring fiercely as they close in on him. The entrance to the building is just ahead, and with a desperate leap, he dives inside, immediately shouting for the others to act. Inside, 3 men stand ready, each gripping an improvised spear. One of them acknowledges his effort with a smirk, while another comments on the overwhelming number of goblins he has brought with him. Without hesitation, they engage the charging creatures, weapons clashing in a fierce struggle. The goblins fight back relentlessly, but the group presses on, steadily cutting them down. As the battle continues, the goblins begin to weaken. The men recognize the shift and prepare for a final assault. But Sunjiab, exuding confidence, suggests showing them something interesting. With precise strength, he hurls his spear, the force of the throw instantly impaling the leading goblins. His display of skill leaves the others visibly impressed. Once the fight settles, Sunjiab casually inquires about their kill count. One claims to have taken down 22, while the other reports 23. He then points out that, together, they have slain over 100 goblins, leaving the others surprised by the sheer number. Meanwhile, Sungmin, still fuming, confronts Sunjiab over the misinformation he had given earlier. He had been assured there would only be a handful of goblins, yet the horde that chased him had been far larger. Sunjiab, however, remains indifferent, dismissing the concern by emphasizing that the outcome has been favorable. They are about to secure a new home. His nonchalant attitude only fuels Sungmin's frustration further, as he recalls how close he had come to death because of the misleading information. Sunjiab appears frustrated, his cold demeanor reflecting his irritation. He reminds the group that he was the one who devised this hunting method and formulated the plan, while the improvised spears were crafted by the twins. He also points out that it was Sungmin himself who had confidently claimed to be skilled at running, leaving Sungmin momentarily speechless, unable to form a response. Without hesitation, Sunjiab adds that if Sungmin is unhappy, he is free to leave the team, as his presence makes little difference at this point. Before tensions escalate further, one of the twins immediately steps in, attempting to calm Sunjiab down while also offering words of praise to Sungmin for his efforts. The other twin follows suit, reassuring Sungmin that he did an excellent job baiting the goblins and emphasizing how his speed played a crucial role in their success. Sunjiab, however, continues to voice his irritation, complaining that Sungmin always manages to get under his skin. At this, the first twin urges Sungmin to apologize, which he reluctantly does, effectively defusing the conflict. With the matter settled, Sunjiab shifts focus back to their objective, stating that it is time to move on to the 21st floor and secure their new home. However, upon arrival, they are met with unexpected news from Dabin. Another team has already claimed the reward. Shock washes over Sunjiab and his group as they struggle to comprehend the possibility of another team having slain 100 goblins even earlier than they did. Disbelief sets in, and Sunjiab briefly considers whether Dabin might be joking, but she quickly assures him that she is serious, even pointing out the group responsible for the feat. To their surprise, the team consists of a young, fit man accompanied by an elderly man and his wife. As Dabin inquires about the house, the young man explains that, in exchange for forfeiting the new home, Mr. Jiho's household will be supplied with electricity, food, and other necessities. Furthermore, Mr. Jiho's daughters will no longer be required to undertake quests. When Dabin raises a concern about the daughters being underage, Mr. Jiho swiftly clarifies that they are already adults. His wife chimes in, playfully adding that their daughters merely appear younger, much like herself. She then goes on to reveal that their daughters are proficient archers, just like her, though their father tends to worry about them excessively. The young man acknowledges this, mentioning that the couple will also receive bows and arrows as part of the arrangement. Dabin, curious about their next move, asks if they intend to continue hunting goblins. Without hesitation, the young man confirms, explaining that Jaehyun has requested the extermination of nearby goblins, as the creatures keep appearing no matter how many are slain. Sunjiab's frustration reaches its peak as he claims that the other group is receiving unfair special privileges. In response, the young man calmly explains that to address any concerns of inequality, Jaehyun has arranged for the second and third teams to receive rewards on the 30th floor. Dabin then turns to Sunjiab, pointing out that things have actually worked out in their favor and instructing him to take his team to the 30th floor, where Jaehyun will be waiting for them. As they ascend in the elevator, Sunjiab discusses his observations with his team, noting that Jaehyun appears to be younger than them. Yet Dabin shows him an unusual level of respect. One of the twins chimes in, remarking that Jaehyun is no god, more like a cult leader. However, Sungmin interjects, arguing that since they are benefiting from Jaehyun's abilities and protection, it isn't right to speak of him in that manner, especially when they are all trying to win his favor. Sunjiab, clearly displeased, shoots him an icy glare, making it clear that the discussion isn't over. As the elevator doors open on the 30th floor, Sunjiab pointedly tells Sungmin that they will have a talk later. Upon arrival, Jaehyun approaches them, and the entire team is momentarily stunned by his presence. Sunjiab quickly composes himself and humbly introduces himself, only for Jaehyun to casually shake his hand and comment on how well they utilize the barrier, praising their strategy. Sunjiab, taken aback, immediately asks how Jaehyun knows about that, but Jaehyun offers no explanation, instead moving straight to the matter at hand. He announces that electricity, water, and gas will now be supplied to units 1301 and 1502. Sunjiab, unable to hide his skepticism, questions whether such a thing is even possible and how it will be done. Jaehyun responds matter-of-factly, stating that since they successfully hunted 100 goblins, they qualify for the benefits. Without missing a beat, he then coldly addresses the earlier comment about him being a cult leader, making it clear that he has no interest in becoming a god or playing such a role. The team, caught off guard by his words, is left in stunned silence. Jaehyun then shifts the conversation, informing them that he actually has a request to make. Sunjiab and his group sprint through the streets, chased by massive orcs, their heavy footsteps pounding against the ground. With every ounce of strength, they push forward, turning sharply into a narrow alley on the right. Sunjiab signals to Dongan, who acknowledges with a nod and steps forward, his lance already aimed at their pursuers. A system interface materializes, revealing Dongan's information. At level 33, his titles, Sixth Angel, Knight, and Lancer, define his combat prowess. His loyalty points stand at 70, while his faith points reach 78. His awakened skills, Throw and Thrust, activate in an instant. The Throw skill consumes mental energy to hurl an object with 5 times the attack power, while Thrust consumes health to deliver a devastating spear stab, generating a powerful energy wave upon impact. As a knight, his physical abilities increase proportionally to his loyalty, and the experience and loot gained from monsters hunted by his vassals are tripled. As a lancer, his mastery over the spear enhances his attack power, currently at an 11% proficiency. With a powerful motion, Dongan hurls his spear forward. It cuts through the air at terrifying speed, piercing one of the 3 orcs and sending it crashing to the ground. The second orc, unfazed, charges at him with its blade raised high, ready to strike. Before it can close in, an arrow shoots through its forehead, stopping it instantly, a well-placed shot from Dongan's partner. The third orc barely has a moment to react before Dongan pulls out another spear and finishes it off. The system interface flashes again, updating their progress. Experience points flood in, and a notification appears. 3,211,098 won has been deposited into the Supreme of the Home's wallet. The mission status updates, confirming that the group has successfully completed their quest to hunt 100 orcs. A family of 3 stands frozen in fear, their expressions filled with terror for what had just occurred. Meanwhile, Dongan offers them a reassuring smile before leading them toward Jaehyun's building. As they approach, Jaehyun received a system notification that an unauthorized object is attempting to enter and that an individual eligible for citizenship has arrived. The system prompts him, asking if he would like to offer citizenship. Jaehyun contemplates the situation. This time, there are 3 people, bringing the total number of citizens exactly to 200. Without hesitation, he instructs the system to grant them citizenship. A notification follows, confirming that the citizen count has reached 200, triggering the unlocking of a new skill, tax collection. The system details its effects, allowing him to collect 10% of the cash held by citizens without reducing their actual wealth. The skill, however, comes with a cooldown period of 30 days. Understanding the implications, Jaehyun recognizes that this system function allows him to recover a portion of the distributed funds. However, he also realizes that the returns are gradual, requiring 10 months to recover his initial capital. The urgency of his situation weighs heavily on him, as saving his parents cannot wait that long. He determines that Dongan's team must be deployed to Nam Bumindong as soon as possible. To accelerate progress, he decides to distribute 30% of the funds immediately, considering it an investment rather than an expense. Another system notification appears, indicating that the skill level has increased. Proclamation of the Home has reached level 10, and Jaehyun has gained 3 skill points. Suddenly, a massive dome of dark aura expands, engulfing the entire building. The system acknowledges the event, notifying Jaehyun that he has successfully proclaimed a home throughout an entire apartment building. A final message follows, stating that 1 billion won has been deposited in subsidies and that the construction function has been activated. The system displays a list of facilities available for construction. The solar generator requires an investment of 133 million, the store 219 million, and the gym 300 million, while the total subsidy stands at 1 billion. The projected annual production is only 30 million won, leaving Jaehyun dumbfounded at the realization that he will be earning just 30 million per year. This means that recovering the cost of the solar generator alone will take at least 5 years of continuous operation. The system prompts him to confirm whether he wants to install the solar generator. He hesitates, recognizing the immediate financial strain and considering that leveling up Dongin might be a better choice for now. However, his attention shifts to the 1 billion subsidy, which functions as a dedicated fund solely for construction. The realization excites him, as it means the money is entirely separate from his personal funds. Without hesitation, he selects the option to install the solar generator. A countdown for the construction begins, displaying 24 hours remaining, and his remaining subsidy balance adjusts to 867 million. Considering the benefits, Jaehyun briefly entertains the idea of installing a second solar generator, only to receive a warning notification stating that only one can be installed per apartment building. Accepting the restriction, he turns his attention to the store facility, reviewing its description. The system details that the store connects directly to the home sovereign store skill, allowing him to sell registered items instantly. The most intriguing aspect is its automated functionality. It requires no separate cashier, and when a payment is made in front of a transparent item, the item materializes in real time. Jaehyun considers how, up until now, preparing and distributing supplies has been a manual task. With the store, citizens will be able to purchase items themselves, and he will have control over pricing. This means he can adjust the fund distribution rate for everyone, creating a more efficient system. With this in mind, he decides to install the store. The system prompts him to choose a location, and he selects apartment 101. A countdown appears, showing 48 hours until the store is completed. Shifting his focus to the gym, he reviews its benefits. As a basic training center, it enhances citizens' strength and physical endurance, while boosting exercise efficiency by 200%. Excited by the possibilities, he realizes that combining the gym with mission rewards will significantly improve overall progress. Without hesitation, he designates the entire second floor for the gym. The system begins the countdown, displaying 72 hours until construction is complete. The system then updates him on his available skill points, which have now reached 3. The Home Sovereign Store has leveled up to 5, increasing the number of registrable items to 500. Additionally, a categorization function has been introduced, allowing products to be purchased individually or in bulk, while similar items can now be grouped together. Curious about the available products, he clicks on the water option, revealing a list of different brands. Although not everything is available, he notices a much wider range of choices than before. Checking other categories like noodles, he sees a variety of options and recognizes the potential of this feature, remarking on how useful it will be moving forward. Deoksu, dressed in full knightly armor, battles fiercely against an orc, delivering a powerful slash that cuts it cleanly in half. As the creature collapses, Dongin calls out to him with a curious question about what would happen if he were to throw Deoksu's weapon. Caught off guard, Deoksu questions the sudden inquiry, but before he can press further, Dongin asks him to hand over the weapon, claiming he wants to test something. Taking the spear, Dongin carefully aims before launching it with incredible force. Deoksu watches in shock before shouting at Dongin for recklessly throwing away his weapon. However, Dongin remains calm, instructing him to simply cancel the summon and call it back. Hesitant but intrigued, Deoksu attempts it, and to his amazement, the weapon instantly reappears in his hand. Stunned, he can't help but ask if Dongin is some kind of genius. Dongin, maintaining his composure, dismisses the praise, insisting that Deoksu is just overreacting. Meanwhile, the female archer, observing the scene, informs them that she needs to leave as she is running low on arrows. However, just as she is about to depart, a fresh set of arrows suddenly materializes on the ground before her. Eyes widening in disbelief, she hesitates, trying to comprehend what just happened. A shocked expression crosses her face as she processes what just happened. The system interface appears, displaying information about a skill called multitasking, which allows other skills to be used within the observed area of the absolute eye. Testing the new ability, she fires an arrow, successfully taking down another orc. The system immediately registers their victory, notifying them that a level 19 orc has been defeated, granting experience points and depositing 2,100,388 won into the absolute ruler of the house's wallet. The system then updates with additional information, revealing the female archer's name as Kim Gaeong. Along with Deoksu, Dongin, Byongo, Hyerin, and Jian, she has completed the quest. The quest cost of 2,332,581 is deducted, and Gaeong's level increases. Jaehyun watches the system notifications, processing the information. He acknowledges that it is indeed possible to increase stats through quest rewards. A serious expression settles on his face as he finally starts to see some hope. Mentally calculating the distance, he estimates that traveling from their current location to the main house spans approximately 10 kilometers, requiring around 3 hours on foot. Determined, Jaehyun enters the elevator and ascends to the highest point of the building. From the rooftop, he surveys the surrounding area, taking in the total ruin of the cityscape. A sense of urgency washes over him. They need to move quickly. He considers prioritizing Dongin's party and checks the system interface for information on Kim Jian. Currently at level 22, Kim Jian holds the title 7th bell and has 59 trust points and 33 loyalty points. His awakened ability, Crow Familiar, appears useful for reconnaissance. Next, Jaehyun reviews Oh Eonju's information. At level 33, she has 51 trust points and 12 loyalty points. Her awakened ability, Bear, enhances her combat strength. Her experience distribution rate is 70%, while her settlement fund distribution rate is 30%. Lastly, he checks Kim Dejung, who stands at level 30 with the title 8th bell. She has 70 trust points and 63 loyalty points. Her awakened abilities include Heal, Bless, and Magic Armor. Her experience distribution rate is set to 100%. Jaehyun considers the composition of the mission team. Including Oh Eonju and Kim Dejung makes sense given their abilities, but he remains cautious about Oh Eonju's relatively low loyalty. The system displays additional details about Kim Dejung's awakened abilities. Bless consumes mental strength to temporarily boost a target's physical abilities by 70%, while Magic Armor uses mental strength to generate protective magical armor. From this information, Jaehyun recognizes the sheer efficiency of these abilities from the outset, considering them overwhelmingly strong. However, his thoughts drift toward another possibility, the resurrection of Sun. Checking the system, he attempts to activate the resurrection function, but an alert notifies him that the available funds are insufficient, instructing him to increase his balance and try again. He decides to set this aside for now and instead focuses on maximizing the quest difficulty. Entering the quest details, he selects a target, hunting a monster of level 40 or higher. A level 40 monster would undoubtedly be formidable, and the rewards would be substantial. The system outlines the quest conditions, a 24-hour time limit, with failure resulting in death. Before he can proceed, another system notification appears, once again indicating that his funds are insufficient. Realizing his current balance is nowhere near enough, he momentarily hesitates. Just then, a new system message arrives, informing him that the recent level 19 orc hunt has been processed, depositing 2,788,221 won into his wallet. Stunned by the sudden income, he wastes no time and immediately re-enters the quest details. The conditions remain the same, hunting a monster of level 40 or above with a 24-hour time limit. The reward is confirmed as the resurrection of Sun, and the penalty for failure remains death. Without hesitation, he selects yes, fully aware that his first priority must be securing Oh Eonju's complete loyalty. Shortly after, he hears frantic knocking at his door. When he opens it, Oh Eonju stands before him, gasping for breath, having rushed over the moment she saw the quest. Desperation fills her expression as she struggles to find words. Jaehyun calmly reassures her, confirming that it is possible, though bound by a strict time limit. At his words, she collapses onto the floor, breaking down in raw emotion. Tears stream down her face as she thanks him repeatedly, claiming that even if only for a single day, as long as she can see them again, it will be enough. At that moment, the system issues another notification. Yeonju's loyalty has surpassed 30, officially meeting the requirements for vassal registration. Jaehyun stands at the washing sink, watching the running faucet as water flows freely. The tap had opened on its own, but instead of being startled, he simply sighs in relief. He is starting to get used to this newfound control, the sensation almost making him feel like a wizard. A sense of satisfaction settles in as he acknowledges his growing command over 3 essential utilities: electricity, water, and gas. A system notification interrupts his thoughts, informing him that the daily sales of the store have been settled. A total of 320,981 won has been deposited into his wallet. He smiles, realizing that even with a mere 20% profit margin, today's store sales exceeded 1.5 million won. Through the eyes of the Absolute, he is able to oversee the store remotely without needing to be there physically, reinforcing his control over the operations. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man questions his companion about their savings goal. His partner responds, estimating that the bao he is eyeing costs 150,000 won and that they have managed to save around 10,000 won today. At this rate, it would take them about 2 weeks to afford it. The young man scoffs at the calculation, reminding his partner that they also need to budget for ramen and water during that time. Frustrated, the partner concedes, telling him to do the math himself if he thinks he is so smart. Jaehyun reflects on how drastically the atmosphere has shifted simply by distributing settlement funds. Ever since the mysterious space known as a convenience store appeared on the first floor of the apartment complex, even the smallest amounts of change obtained from hunting goblins have begun to stimulate people's drive. Residents have started venturing beyond the apartment complex to hunt, resulting in steady level-ups and a noticeable increase in participation. The system reveals the current population count, 789 out of a possible 11,000 slots. Observing this rapid growth, Jaehyun anticipates that the numbers will soon rise exponentially. Jaehyun receives another system notification. He has successfully hunted a level 18 orc, and 1,243,817 won has been deposited into his wallet. Meanwhile, Yeonju, fully transformed into her were-bear form, eliminates multiple goblins with ease. As she reverts to her human form, her teammates, Gaeong and Dejung, check on her, asking if she is alright. Yeonju reassures them that even if she gets a little injured, it's nothing to her. She then apologizes for taking most of the kills, explaining that she has her reasons. Gaeong, however, reassures her, saying that thanks to her, they can fight comfortably and safely, so it's not an issue. Observing their dynamic, Jaehyun confirms that bringing Yeonju and Dejung was the right decision. He checks Yeonju's updated stats. She has reached level 40 and has earned the title 9th bell. Her trust and loyalty points have both increased to 66. Her awakened abilities now include Were-Bear and Primordial Life Force, while her experience distribution rate has surged to 200%. Her skill set is formidable. The warrior skill enhances close combat attacks by 50%. Primordial Life Force, an A-rank ability, drastically accelerates regeneration the more injuries she sustains. Most alarming, however, is her S-rank skill, Berserk. When triggered by the sight of blood, her eyes turn red, and her physical abilities increase by an astounding 300%. Just as they process this information, a sharp cracking sound echoes through the battlefield. The 3 women snap their attention forward, their senses on high alert. Moments later, a massive goblin emerges from the shadows, its eerie aura sending a chill through the air. The 3 women suddenly feel a wave of shock as a massive orc appears before them. The creature lets out a deep, menacing growl, making Yeonju react without hesitation. Her body shifts instantly, muscles expanding, fur sprouting, and claws growing sharp as she transforms into a powerful were-bear. Without wasting a second, she calls out to Daejong before charging straight at the orc captain. Daejong and Gaeong watch in worry as Yeonju throws herself into battle. The were-bear lunges at the towering orc captain, claws slashing through the air. Taking advantage of the opening, Daejong quickly pulls back her bowstring and releases an arrow at an incredible speed, aiming straight for the enemy. However, the orc captain reacts swiftly, raising its weapon and deflecting the arrow with surprising force. Undeterred, Yeonju roars and pounces again, knocking the orc captain to the ground. With immense strength, she pins the monster down, her powerful jaws clamping onto its throat. The struggle ends as the werebear's maw drips with the blood of its defeated foe. At that moment, the system interface appears, displaying a notification. It confirms that they have successfully hunted the orc captain, a level 28 monster, and gained valuable experience points. The screen also shows that 72,263,099 won has been deposited into the ultimate shut-in wallet. Additionally, a special message reveals that Yeonju has defeated the boss of Jeonpo Station, fulfilling a critical condition. As a result, an outpost has now been added to the list of constructible structures. The system then provides more details about this new outpost. It states that a safe zone can be established outside the ultimate shut-in domain. When activated, this safe zone temporarily extends the same protective influence as a declared shut-in area. However, its activation depends on at least one citizen with a knight title or higher residing within it. The system further explains that if an unauthorized entity invades and remains inside the outpost for more than a day, the structure will be automatically destroyed. The screen also displays the outpost's worth, 1.3 billion won. Jaehyun, upon seeing the figure, feels a moment of surprise before smirking. Since they have wiped out all the orcs in the area, the account balance looks solid. He considers the investment and acknowledges that despite the high cost, it might be a worthwhile opportunity. The system then presents a question. The construction of the outpost requires 3 citizens with a knight title or higher to stay there for a full 7-day period. It asks if Jaehyun truly wants to proceed with the building. He takes a moment to think about the implications. If he agrees, Yeonju, Daejong, and Dongin will have to remain at Jeonpo Station for an entire week. The biggest issue here is time. 7 days is too long to waste. Moreover, most of the monsters in the area have already been cleared out thanks to Dongin's party and the local citizens. This makes the idea of an outpost less necessary. Realizing this, Jaehyun ultimately selects the option to decline the construction. He understands that it could have been a valuable addition, but only if he were able to build it at the main house. If that were possible, he could rest assured, knowing his family would be protected under the safest conditions. However, he also acknowledges a harsh truth. Bringing his grandfather and grandmother to the main house will not be easy. He can only hope that they are still alive and safe. Given the current situation, he decides that sending Dongin's party to the main house tomorrow will be the best course of action. Back at the underground subway, Kim Jeon watches in awe as the battle unfolds before him. The scene is brutal. Yeonju, in her werebear form, tears through the orcs with raw, unstoppable power. The way she rips them apart with her claws and fangs is almost surreal. Jeon can't help but wonder how a human could possibly tear apart an orc with their bare hands. But then, he reminds himself, Yeonju isn't just human right now. She is transformed into a werebear. Even before receiving Jaehyun's blessing, Yeonju was already strong, and now, she seems even more overwhelming. Jeon finds himself questioning how Jaehyun even managed to convince someone like her join him. Watching her fight, he notices something unusual. Yeonju seems completely obsessed with goblins. The way she targets them so aggressively makes him wonder if she has gained some kind of new ability related to them. At that moment, the system interface appears before him, displaying a notification. A party quest has been issued. Their objective is simple: return within the time limit of 1 hour. The reward is only a small amount of experience points, and there is no penalty for failure. It seems like a straightforward task, but Jeon knows that anything can happen. Dongin's party soon arrives, and Dongin informs Jeon that they are heading back. Acknowledging this, Jeon raises his arm, calling for his familiar. A crow swiftly flies toward him and lands on his arm, its dark feathers gleaming under the dim light. Jeon gently pats the bird, referring to it as Kami. Before they move out, Dongin turns to Jeon and asks if he can scout ahead. Jeon nods, giving a silent command. Kami spreads its wings and takes flight, soaring high into the subway tunnels. Through his connection with the familiar, Jeon sees the area ahead. There are no immediate threats in sight. He relays this information to Dongin, confirming that the path is clear. With that, the party begins to move. As they make their way through the underground, Jian suddenly notices a small movement near the floor, a rat scuttling across the ground. His eyes follow its movement, but when he glances back a second later, there is nothing there. He shakes his head slightly, dismissing it as just a normal rat. But something feels off. As they start climbing the stairs to leave the subway, Jian glances back once more. This time, his breath catches for a brief moment. In the darkness, two faint red glows flicker. The rat he saw earlier suddenly leaps forward. It moves unnaturally fast, heading in the exact direction where Dongin's party is going. Jaehyun bows humbly before Dongin's group, hoping for their assistance. They remain silent for a moment, exchanging glances among themselves. Still in his bowing position, Jaehyun acknowledges that his chances are slim. Dongin considers his words before shifting the conversation, inquiring whether Jaehyun's family members are inside the apartment complex. Jaehyun responds cautiously, unable to guarantee anything. Byongo suddenly voices his willingness to help, prompting the group to turn their attention to him. Realizing the weight of his words, he reframes his statement into a request, urging the others to assist as well. After a brief pause, Dongin agrees, reasoning that Jaehyun's actions have allowed them to survive up to this point. Turning to Jaehyun, he assures him of their support and asks him to explain what needs to be done. Relief washes over Jaehyun as he expresses his gratitude. He outlines the situation, explaining that the orcs at Jeonpo Station have already been dealt with. Their task now is to follow the subway tracks to Siamayan Station. He further clarifies that Jigaoki Station is the closest to his home and suggests taking exit 2. Once outside, he will provide more detailed directions. Acknowledging the enormity of the request, he reassures them that he is not expecting everything to be done at once. For now, the priority is securing Siamayan Station. Dongin gives a firm nod, signaling his understanding. Jaehyun thanks them once more, bowing before advising them to rest for the day and prepare to begin the operation in the morning. Yeonju speaks up, drawing everyone's attention. She hesitates for a moment before questioning whether Jaehyun can use his ability to bring his family over. A tense silence follows as Jaehyun remains still, knowing he has already attempted it. A system reward once promised teleportation of a target, which had fueled his excitement over Byongo's awakened ability. He had believed that if used properly, it could allow him to relocate his family instantly. However, the system deemed the quest reward impossible, leading to a complete failure. Jaehyun had suspected that Byongo's grandmother might be outside his sphere of influence. If that were truly the case, then his parents, too, would be beyond his reach should they perish. He finally breaks the silence, admitting that he cannot do everything. There are limitations to his power, things within his control and things beyond it. However, he reassures Yeonju not to dwell on it, reminding her that the promise he made to her is one he intends to keep. At that moment, the system notifies him that Yeonju's trust level has increased. A small smile forms on her lips as she thanks him for his honesty. He reciprocates, expressing his appreciation for their trust. With that, he encourages everyone to get some rest. One by one, they take their leave, preparing for what lies ahead. At that moment, Jaehyun receives a notification from the system, informing him that an unauthorized entity is attempting to enter. The system also alerts him that an entity meeting the conditions for citizenship has approached the house and asks if he would like to grant citizenship. As soon as he sees the message, his eyes change, and he gives his consent. Immediately after, the system confirms that Seo Yejin has accepted the offer. Her current level is 31, and her trust level is still at 0. Her awakened ability is identified as Queen of Mice, but both her experience distribution rate and settlement fund distribution rate are at 0%. Jaehyun realizes that she is an awakened one. A rat suddenly lets out a sharp squeak, catching Jaehyun off guard. He is stunned by its presence. An hour earlier, a rat with an unusual presence moves through the ruins, appearing almost as if it is possessed. It watches from a distance, its small eyes focused on Dongin and the others. It wonders about their strength, intrigued by how they are able to slaughter orcs with ease. It questions whether they are all awakened, but finds the idea doubtful. However, sensing that they might be worth approaching, the rat decides to follow them. It reasons that taking care of everyone alone is becoming too difficult and that, With its ability, it might be possible to change things. As the rat continues tailing the group, it reaches a neighborhood and is immediately shocked by what it sees. Children are playing at a playground, their laughter echoing in the air. Even more surprising is the number of people gathered in a single building. It cannot help but wonder what kind of place this is. Driven by curiosity, it dashes forward to take a closer look. Managing to sneak into the area, it attempts to enter the building. However, as soon as it gets close, a blue shield materializes, blocking its way. The rat collides with the barrier, bouncing back with a small bump forming on its head. A system interface appears before the rat, denying it entry and asking if it would like to acquire citizenship. It eagerly squeaks multiple times, trying to say yes, but the system interface remains unchanged. Realizing that the system does not recognize its response, it begins to despair, thinking that it must be impossible as a rat. However, to its surprise, the interface suddenly updates, stating that citizenship has been granted. The rat, realizing that it worked, immediately dashes into the building. Upon entering, panic spreads throughout the area. People shout in alarm at the sight of the rat, their fear turning into an attempt to eliminate it. The rat scrambles to escape, barely dodging the stomping feet of the residents. It flees as fast as it can, making its way into another part of the building. The rat soon finds itself inside a gym, where the awakened group is gathered. They're intensely working out, their focus unwavering. Seeing this, the rat cannot help but be filled with confusion. The sight of so many strong individuals training in one place makes it wonder just what kind of place it has stumbled upon. Meanwhile, deep underground, a woman groans in pain, clutching her head. Moments later, her expression changes and a wild laugh escapes her lips. A newfound sense of hope fills her as she realizes that she has finally found a way to survive. She quickly shifts her focus to the problem ahead, reaching the building. She understands that getting to Jeonpo Station is her only option. She contemplates using the subway tracks, but knows that Siamayan Station remains a dangerous obstacle due to the monsters lurking there. However, she begins to see the situation differently. Because of the monsters, there might actually be an opportunity. A confident determination fills her mind as she makes her decision. In the darkness behind her, multiple red glows flicker to life. A system interface appears, stating that Jaehyun has hunted a tamed level 2 mouse and has gained a small amount of experience, after which 1,416 won is deposited into his wallet. Information about the Queen of Mice, Grade A, also appears, stating that every mouse that meets her pledges loyalty and can never be used like one's limbs, even sharing senses with her. Jaehyun realizes that the Queen of Mice is controlling the mouse spirit, prompting him to activate the eyes of the Absolute One as he reflects on the thought that an A-grade awakener actually came on their own. He knows that he must accept them as a vassal no matter what. However, he wonders where they are. As he searches around with the eyes of the Absolute One, seeing that they are not nearby, he decides to summon them first by using quest granting. The system interface reveals the quest details. The Queen of Mice must visit the apartment within a time limit of 48 hours and will be rewarded with cola and a choco bar. There is no failure penalty. He recalls what Oh Yeonju told him earlier. She asked if he couldn't just bring his family over with his ability. He already tried several times, but failed, leading him to wonder if it is because they are outside his sphere of influence. Clearly, those who are granted citizenship fall under Jaehyun's influence. No matter how far they are, the corpses of monsters they hunt are still calculated accordingly, which proves his theory. He decides to modify the quest details, changing the time limit to 10 seconds and the failure penalty to summoning. It works, and Jaehyun is surprised. He didn't expect to be able to use even the failure penalty. Jaehyun decides to give it a try, even if it is just once, to see if he can summon someone who is not yet a citizen. If this works, then bringing his family over safely should also be possible. When an outpost is activated, it temporarily gains the same power as the main home territory. This means that after sending Dongin's party and establishing the outpost, Jaehyun can grant citizenship to all his family members. If they become citizens, he should be able to use the quest system to summon them. He strongly believes that this plan will work, but the main issue is how much it will cost. Despite his concerns, he decides to proceed and grant the modified quest. He hopes that the cost will not exceed 1,000,000,000 as the system countdown of 10 seconds begins. As soon as the countdown ends, the system interface displays the quest results. It states that the Queen of Mice, CEO Yejin, has failed the quest. The total cost for the quest is revealed to be 31,674,894 won. Jaehyun feels relieved that the amount is lower than he expected. The next moment, CEO Yejin suddenly appears inside the apartment, looking extremely frightened and confused about her surroundings. Jaehyun looks at her, surprised that the summoning actually worked. Without hesitation, he greets her by name, as he already knows who she is. This catches Yejin off guard, and she stares at him in shock. She asks who he is and how he knows her. Jaehyun calmly explains that he is the one who granted her citizenship and brought her here. He tells her that she is now on the highest floor of the apartment building, the very same one she had previously seen through the eyes of the mouse spirit. He acknowledges that the sudden summoning must have startled her and sincerely apologizes for bringing her here without warning. To ease the situation, he hands her a cola and a choco bar as a welcoming gesture while introducing himself. Yejin takes the items from him, seeming to process everything quickly. She then speaks, confirming her suspicion that Jaehyun was the one who summoned her through the quest system. Jaehyun nods, acknowledging that it was indeed his doing. Yejin's expression shifts from shock to excitement. Without hesitation, she tells him that she understands it may be asking for too much, but she's responsible for other people and wants to know if he can bring them here as well. Jaehyun is taken aback by her request. She goes on to explain that getting everyone to safety has already been extremely difficult, and she was just about to take a huge risk when she was summoned. Jaehyun listens carefully and then asks how many people she is talking about. Yejin answers that there are 35 people in total. Jaehyun falls silent for a moment, processing the unexpected news. He did not anticipate that she would have others with her. He eventually speaks, apologizing as he explains that bringing them over using his ability may be difficult. He is unsure if his power will work for such a large group. Yejin immediately explains that her mother and younger siblings are among the people she is responsible for. Desperate, she pleads with Jaehyun, saying that she is willing to do anything if he can help her save them. Hearing this, Jaehyun tells her to wait for a moment while he thinks about the situation carefully. As he considers his options, he recalls an important detail. Yejin never directly interacted with him before, yet he was still able to grant her citizenship. This suggests that the system recognizes the mouse spirit as an extension of Yejin herself. If that is the case, he wonders if he can use that connection in a different way to help her family. At that moment, the system interface appears, displaying Yejin's stats. He sees that she is at level 31, her trust level is at 37, and her awakened ability is Queen of Mice. Additionally, both her experience share and profit share are at 0%. Jaehyun notices that her trust level has already increased, but given the situation, it makes sense that she would be inclined to trust him more. He then turns to Yejin and asks if she truly means what she said, if she is really willing to do anything. Without hesitation, Yejin resolutely confirms that she is. Jaehyun tells her that there's exactly one way to save her family, but it requires her to fully trust him. He explains that if she can trust him completely, he will definitely find a way to help them. Without a second thought, Yejin declares that she trusts him completely and that she will do whatever it takes to protect her family. As soon as she says this, Jaehyun receives a system notification. It reveals that her trust level has risen significantly, now reaching 50, while her loyalty level has surpassed 30. Because of this, she has now met the conditions for vassal registration. Without hesitation, Jaehyun activates the vassal registration process. A blue aura surrounds Yejin, and she looks at herself in amazement. When the process is complete, her stats have changed significantly. She now holds the titles of 10th Seed, Knight, and Tamer. Her trust level has risen to 52, and her loyalty level has increased to 33. Jaehyun also sees new system information regarding tamed beings. Their stats increase based on the loyalty percentage, and their growth speed accelerates according to the trust percentage. Additionally, the system reveals that Yejin's evolution grade is now a plus, which means that tamed beings under her command will continue to grow stronger. Those who reach a certain level will even evolve into more powerful forms. Realizing that this could be the key to saving Yejin's family, Jaehyun immediately asks if any tame mice are near the place where her family is. When she does not respond right away, he firmly tells her to send one of her tame mice to her family immediately. Without hesitation, Yejin follows his instruction. At the same time, Jaehyun activates the eyes of the Absolute One, allowing him to see through the eyes of the tame mouse. As the small creature moves toward Yejin's family, Jaehyun carefully watches its surroundings. As soon as the mouse reaches the location, a system interface appears, and to the surprise of Yejin's family, food and drinks suddenly begin appearing before them. They are shocked and wonder if this is Yejin's doing. Meanwhile, Jaehyun sees another system notification. The trust level of Yejin has risen significantly once again, just as he expected. He realizes that her ability and the eyes of the Absolute One are a perfect combination. With her power, he now has control over tens of thousands of mice crawling through the sewers, allowing him to see and gather information from countless places at once. The realization fills him with excitement. He has just acquired the ultimate scouting ability. Yejin wants to confirm what Jaehyun means by near Songdo branch, so she asks if he is referring to Nambyumindong. Jaehyun confirms that he is. It just so happens that Yejin is very familiar with Nambyumindong because her family home is there. This gives her a big advantage over Dongin's party, even though they also know the area well. Unlike them, she does not need to go there in person. All she has to do is send a small mouse to scout the place. This simple fact makes it much easier for her to check on her family's safety and send relief supplies if needed. Because of this, she quickly tells Jaehyun that she will take care of it. At that moment, the system interface appears, showing that Yejin's trust and loyalty have increased. Jaehyun wants her to go immediately and tells her that if she does, it would be best if she follows the subway tracks. He has a plan to use that route for a rescue mission later. Hearing this, Yejin suddenly looks frightened. She explains that using the subway tracks is not a good idea because a dangerous monster is living in Siamine Station. Jaehyun still wants to gather information, so he asks her to send at least one mouse to check the area where the monster is. Not long after, a small mouse moves through the subway tunnels and soon comes across a terrifying scene. A massive snake-like monster is swallowing an ogre whole. The mouse is so scared that it freezes for a moment. Before the mouse can escape, the giant snake monster notices it. The snake moves quickly and tries to attack, but the mouse reacts just in time. It manages to dodge the attack and runs away as fast as it can. Jaehyun is watching everything through his special ability, Eyes of the Absolute. By observing the monster closely, he realizes just how massive it is. It is far stronger than he expected, and he starts to think that the snake monster could be over level 40. Yejin points out that Jaehyun must have seen the monster himself and understands why using Siamine Station is impossible. Instead of taking that route, she suggests skipping one station and heading to Byeonnagal Station instead. She has already observed the skills of Jaehyun's companions and knows how strong they are. With their abilities, she believes reaching Byeonnagal Station will not be a problem. Jaehyun realizes that Yejin is right and agrees with her suggestion. He then tells her that she can go to Unit 2701. Jaehyun informs her that starting today, she will be staying there, but she will have to do some cleaning first. Yejin is grateful for the arrangement and immediately thanks him before taking her leave. Meanwhile, Jaehyun reflects on the situation and concludes that if he had been in her position before they met, he probably would have come up with the same plan. Afterward, he makes a request to the system to install a solar generator. The system interface appears, displaying a countdown of 24 hours until completion. As the installation begins, solar panels appear on the rooftops of the buildings. Jaehyun observes them and acknowledges that they are quite efficient. However, he also realizes that the current setup is still not enough to support nearly 800 people. If they want to expand their facilities and improve living conditions, they will need more funding and manpower. To achieve this, he decides that they must establish a 3-shift work system for maintaining communal facilities. The same applies to gathering more resources. Ultimately, Jaehyun concludes that they need to do more hunting. Elsewhere, Dongin's party is seen running through an area before stopping to confront a group of winged bat monsters. The archers in the group immediately take action, firing arrows at the creatures and successfully taking them down. Once the fight is over, one of the female archers checks on the group, asking if anyone is hurt. The others assure her that they are all fine. Her sister then brings up the snake monster Jaehyun mentioned at Siamine Station, wondering if they truly have what it takes to hunt it themselves. The female archer responds that it should be fine, since Jaehyun can summon them if anything goes wrong. Dongan agrees and reassures them that there is no need to overthink it. With that, they continue making their way down the station. As they proceed, they soon come across a ruined train surrounded by the brutal remains of multiple goblins. Dongan encourages everyone to keep moving, but suddenly, his expression turns grim. He spots something ahead and immediately orders everyone to stop. To their horror, they realize that they have encountered the massive snake monster. Fear grips the entire party as they take in its enormous size and terrifying presence. Before they can react further, the snake unleashes a powerful, deafening sound wave. The impact is overwhelming, and Dongan instinctively shouts for everyone to get down. A deep rumbling spreads through the area as the wave passes. At that moment, the system interface appears, displaying a new mission. The objective is to defeat the giant snake within a 10-minute time limit. The reward for success is a large amount of experience, while there is no penalty for failure. Dongan's party stands still as they feel the tremor, wondering what's going on. Suddenly, a system interface appears before Dongan, granting him an Eonju party quest to finish off the giant snake. He stares in shock, and they spot the giant snake looming before them. Dongan quickly decides to attack, hurling a spear at it. The weapon lands with a terrific blow to the snake's head. The giant snake is notorious for eating its prey alive, and that's no small matter. A living creature struggling inside its belly could pose serious danger, which is why the snake typically uses venom to paralyze its prey or strangles them until they suffocate before swallowing. However, this only applies to prey of a certain size. Something tiny, like a mouse, barely registers as a threat, so the snake swallows it alive without hesitation. The snake swallows the mouse, unaware of the consequences that are about to unfold. At that moment, Jaehyun activates the warehouse. There are two usable skills, warehouse and shop. He summons gas through the mouse inside the snake, filling the creature's insides. Then he summons flaming tissue, triggering a powerful combustion, a massive explosion from within the giant snake. Yejin is caught in the blast's aftershock. Jaehyun quickly asks if she's okay. She smiles and assures him she's fine, just a little startled. He praises her for doing a great job, then turns his attention back to the situation unfolding at the subway station. Using his absolute eyes, he carefully observes the battlefield, reasoning that he shouldn't register the giant snake as his own kill. Instead, he wants the beast to be slain by vassals who have earned the knight title, Dongan and Eonju. That way, he'll gain 6 times the experience and rewards. Dongan throws his spear with great force, hitting the giant snake directly on its head. The attack causes a devastating impact, shaking the massive creature. At the same time, Eonju activates her transformation ability. Her body changes, and she moves quickly, striking the snake multiple times with powerful blows. Together, Dongan and Eonju work as a team, combining their strength and skills. Eventually, their efforts are enough to bring the giant snake down. The monster collapses, defeated. As a result of their victory, they gain a large amount of experience points. In addition, Jaehyun receives a deposit of 1,812,043,879 won into his home wallet. Since Dongan and Eonju have successfully defeated the boss monster of Siamine Station, Jaehyun now has permission to build an outpost at that location. Their skill levels increase as well, and the level of the home domain declaration rises to level 15. Because of this, Jaehyun earns 3 extra skill points. Suddenly, Jaehyun feels a sharp pain in his chest. He holds it tightly as a large purple orb begins to appear around the entire estate. A system message appears, notifying him that a being who meets the requirements for citizenship has been discovered. Jaehyun quickly realizes that the number of people involved is around 200. With this knowledge, he gives permission for them to receive citizenship. The system updates again and shows that the total number of citizens has now reached 1,000. Because of this milestone, all citizens unlock a new benefit called the base pay skill. This special skill gives every citizen an extra 100% experience and profit from their actions. Jaehyun studies this new effect and understands that it will apply even if someone has a low or even 0 share set by him. To confirm this, Jae-hyun checks the stats of Kim Miho. He sees that Miho is now at level 17. His trust point is at 57, and his loyalty point is at 13. Miho does not have any awakened ability yet. His experience share is currently set at 70%, and his profit share is 30%. However, due to the base pay effect, the total gain is increased by an additional 100%. Jae-hyun now fully understands what the base pay skill means. Even if a person's share is set to 0%, they will still gain full experience and profit equal to what they earn. At that moment, Yejin reaches out to him and asks if her group can be brought over. Jae-hyun agrees to her request, and this makes Yejin feel very happy and thankful. Then, he checks if Yejin is able to control the mouse again. She responds with enthusiasm and confirms that she can. With this in mind, Jae-hyun tells her to guide the group by leading them with the mouse. Yejin takes control of the mouse and begins to direct his group so they can safely follow it to their destination. Donggin's party follows the small mouse through the underground subway tunnel. As they move forward, they come across a strange sight, a group of orcs lying lifeless on the ground. The area is filled with the stench of blood and the quiet stillness of recent battle. Yeonju quickly points out that she didn't fight them. She says she found them already dead, just like that. The group looks around and begins to realize that the place was once in orc territory, possibly a small settlement or patrol route. They decide to keep moving. Although the giant snake has already been taken down, Donggin warns the others not to relax. He says that it's too soon to let their guard down, as there could still be hidden monsters waiting nearby. The tunnels are dark and vast, and no one knows what might be lurking deeper inside. The mouse stops for a moment, turning to look at them. It lets out a few squeaks and waves its tiny paw, motioning for them to keep following. Donggin watches the mouse closely and remarks that it's surprisingly smart. The group begins to wonder whether the mouse is part of Jae-hyun's abilities, perhaps a summoned creature or something linked to one of his special skills. Elsewhere, Jae-hyun continues to observe the group through his absolute eyes ability. His vision stretches across the distance, allowing him to watch them clearly. He scans the area and thinks that there are no major threats nearby, for now. With a bit of relief, he shifts his focus to the system interface in front of him, where 3 unused skill points are waiting. He begins to consider where to invest these points. Since their activities and territory are expanding, he decides that the first priority is to strengthen the eyes of the Absolute One skill. This skill works especially well with Yejin's abilities, so improving it makes their teamwork more effective. As soon as he selects the upgrade, a sharp pain runs through his head. He grabs his temples, trying to stay steady. At the same time, Donggin's party encounters a group of goblins. These goblins are about level 8, and they live in packs. They're not as mindless as they seem. They have enough intelligence to use tools like spears and clubs. They're fast, dangerous in numbers, and have surprisingly sharp vision. Even in the dark caves of the subway tunnels, they can spot movement from far away and recognize objects with ease. Watching this unfold, Jae-hyun realizes that this kind of visual ability would be incredibly useful for exploration and survival. He begins to think about hunting similar monsters himself, perhaps to acquire a related trait or skill. He also reflects on his current plans. Since he wants to reduce the cost of resurrection, he needs to start giving quests to others, allowing them to handle more of the work while still growing stronger. This will not only save resources, but also build experience across his group. Then, he turns his attention to another important skill, dignity maintenance. As he meets more people and the population grows, trust and loyalty become even more important. Their opinions of him will affect morale, cooperation, and even performance. With that in mind, he decides to spend another point to level up dignity maintenance. Just as he finalizes the upgrade, a sudden sound echoes through the air, a sharp, loud gunshot. It rings out in the distance, cutting through the quiet. Jae-hyun's attention snaps toward the sound, his expression turning serious. Jae-hyun immediately realizes the gunshot doesn't come from the building, but from the underground subway, where a group of goblins is gathered. He tries to make sense of the situation, unsettled by the fact that the goblins are using firearms. As the goblins open fire, Donggin quickly signals the others to get down, prompting them to dodge the incoming bullets. He knows they can't win a direct confrontation, except for Byongo, who launches a surprise attack on one of the goblins. 2 goblins respond by leaping at him, but he cuts them down in a single, fluid strike. A goblin with a pistol prepares to shoot, but an arrow strikes its hand before it can pull the trigger. In that same instant, two team members close the distance, and Eonju transforms into a massive bear, charging into the goblins and preventing them from using their weapons. The system interface displays the registration of a firearm, the SNWM-60, valued at 476,320, along with .38 caliber bullets. 100 rounds priced at 158,400. Jaehyun knows he cannot display the gun in the store, even though doing so would have many advantages. If people see that firearms are available, they would become more eager to hunt monsters. Even regular citizens who are below level 10 might begin hunting orcs more often. This would mean a huge increase in experience points gained and profits earned. However, Jaehyun understands that not everyone can be trusted. Up until now, he has been accepting citizens without any screening or restrictions. He has taken in everyone, believing that no matter what kind of people they were, he could keep them under control. At first, this decision brings many benefits. A growing population means more people to fight monsters, gather resources, and help the city develop. But Jaehyun knows that everything will change once firearms are involved. Guns are different from swords or bows. They give power instantly, and that kind of power in the hands of the wrong person can be dangerous. Among so many people, it is impossible to be sure that no one is hiding bad intentions. Feelings like envy, grudges, and jealousy are common, and these emotions can lead to accidents. And in the worst situations, those accidents can end with someone losing their life. Because of that, Jaehyun decides that he can only give firearms to people who have been verified and proven to be trustworthy. Only those with high loyalty will be allowed to carry guns. He already knows exactly who the first person to receive one should be. After the battle, many goblins lie motionless on the ground. Among the scattered bodies, Byongo stands still. A gun and a box suddenly appear in front of him, and he picks them up. Without saying a word, he quietly gives thanks to Jaehyun in his heart. Dongin's group continues their journey, with the mouse still guiding them through the underground area. After a while, they arrive at a door. Dongin steps forward, grabs the handle, and pulls it open. On the other side, they see a group of people huddled together, looking nervous and frightened. Jaehyun stands outside with Yejin, quietly enjoying the moment. He finds it nice that the walking trail is now part of the territory. As they continue strolling, Yejin expresses her gratitude for him taking the time to meet her. Jaehyun reflects that it has been quite a while since he last took a peaceful walk like this. While they walk, a notification suddenly appears from the system. It informs Jaehyun that an unauthorized entity is attempting to enter. Immediately after, another interface pops up, stating that a being who meets the requirement for citizenship is approaching Haven. The system asks if he wants to offer citizenship, and Jaehyun approves the request. Not long after, Yejin hears her name being called. She turns around and sees her mother and sister. Overwhelmed with emotion, they all rush into each other's arms for a warm embrace. Her mother scolds her gently, asking where she had gone without saying anything and expressing how worried she had been. Yejin apologizes sincerely. Meanwhile, her sister playfully comments that Yejin smells nice and asks if she has showered. Yejin responds with a smile, saying that there's warm water available and her sister can shower too. Jaehyun watches the reunion from a short distance, a calm expression on his face. After a moment, he calls out to Yejin and informs her that Unit 2701 has been assigned to her. She is free to use it as she wishes, though he notes that it might feel a bit cramped if she plans to house more than 30 people. Yejin glances at the group behind her, clearly torn about how to handle the situation. She worries whether there will be enough space for everyone. Noticing her hesitation, Jaehyun steps in again. He tells her that he will give her 3 extra rooms because, in his eyes, she is worth that much. Deeply moved, Yejin thanks him with a grateful smile. Jaehyun then lists the additional units she can use: 2402, 2301, and 1902, all located in the same building. Hearing this, Yejin lights up with excitement and promises to do her best from now on. Jaehyun receives a new notification from the system interface. It informs him that Yejin's trust and loyalty have increased significantly. Along with her, the names Hong Daorei, Lee Sungjin, and Han Young-soo also appear, indicating that their bonds with Haven and with Jaehyun are growing stronger. He stares at the interface, his mind wandering to a feature he hasn't explored since leveling up: the Guardian Beast Management System. As he opens it, a strange feeling settles in his chest. A creeping sense of unease rises as he begins to realize something troubling hidden within the feature, something he hadn't considered before. Just as he starts to process this realization, someone calls out to him, breaking his train of thought. The voice is calm but direct, asking if he has a moment to talk. Jaehyun responds, telling the person to come in. The door opens to reveal a woman, Yahello. She steps inside and politely states that she has something she wants to say. Jaehyun gestures for her to speak freely and make herself comfortable. Yahello lowers her head respectfully and apologizes before calmly stating that she would like to leave the party. Her words catch Jaehyun off guard, and he feels a flicker of surprise at her sudden decision. Hyeren says she wants to leave the party, explaining that her ability and the fact that she doesn't even stand out make her feel like it might be fine if she isn't there. Jaehyun listens carefully and encourages her to be honest. After a brief hesitation, Hyeren admits that she is scared. She says the monsters are terrifying, especially the giant snake they fought today and the red tiger that chased her. She apologizes, saying that even though Jaehyun always saves them, she feels like she's just a useless person who is not living up to his expectations. Jaehyun already notices signs of this before, back when they go to rescue Byongo's grandmother and during the times they hunt orcs together. He knows that Hyeren doesn't have a strong impact during their missions, but he never blames her for it. He understands that the poison mist ability is tricky. If used incorrectly, it could end up hurting their own teammates, making it very hard for her to use it freely. He knows that she must be risking her life every time she fights. But even with that understanding, he knows that when results don't come easily, it still leaves a painful feeling. After a brief moment of silence, Jaehyun speaks. He says it is perfect timing because he is looking for someone to help him. He mentions a woman named Kim Dabin who works at the shared facility on the 21st floor. She has been trying to manage everything by herself, and it is clear that it has been very hard on her. Because of this, there are now plans to create and manage shared facilities on every floor, not just the 21st. Jaehyun explains that he needs someone trustworthy to take on an important role, and he believes that Hyeren is someone he can trust. He asks her if she can help with the task. He also says that he does not think anyone is useless as long as they are willing to move and do their best. He reminds her that her ability, controlling poison, is powerful, and he believes that one day it will shine even brighter. He says that if it is too hard for her to go out into the field right now, it is okay for her to work inside for a while. And when the day comes that they need her strength again, he will count on her. After finishing his words, Jaehyun bows deeply to her, surprising Hyeren. At that moment, the system notifies that Hyeren's loyalty has increased and has reached 100, hitting the retainer limit. Feeling emotional, Hyeren wipes away her tears. She apologizes for showing a weak side of herself and promises that she will do her best from now on. Jaehyun tells her that she has worked hard until now and that he will keep counting on her going forward too. Shortly after, the system interface shows a new option. It reveals that summoning a guardian beast costs 1 billion won. Jaehyun thinks about it and decides to give it a try. As soon as he agrees to the option, a golden magic circle appears, crackling with lightning. From the center of the magic circle, a crystallized egg forms. The egg quickly begins to crack, and a blinding golden light shines out, so bright that Jaehyun has to cover his face with his hand. When the light fades, he sees that a small black bird has appeared from inside the egg. Curious, Jaehyun uses the Absolute One's eyes to check the bird's information. He finds out that it is called a Samjoko crow, currently at level 1. It is a divine beast with 3 legs, born with the power of the sun. However, because it is still a baby, it needs to be protected and must grow by being bathed in quality sunlight. Jaehyun wonders what he should name the little bird. Because of its beautiful jet black feathers, he decides to name it Kami. To his joy, the bird reacts excitedly to the name, making him realize that it likes it. However, Kami keeps waving her small wings, and Jaehyun guesses that she must be hungry. Wanting to help, he quickly gives her a bag of chips. After eating happily, Kami falls asleep right away. At that moment, Jaehyun receives a notification saying that the bird's level has increased and the solar generator's efficiency has risen by 100%. The solar generator is a facility that creates electricity using solar energy. Normally, It produces about 80,000 to 100,000 won worth of electricity every day, and any extra energy is converted directly into the absolute one's home wallet as money. Jaehyun immediately thinks about the 10 new buildings he recently acquired. None of them have solar generators installed yet because he had already used up most of his available funds. Before, it felt like a waste to spend 130 million won to build a facility that only earned back around 30 million won each year. But now, the situation is completely different. Thanks to the sudden rise in the bird's level and the improvement in solar generator efficiency, the earnings would now reach around 90 million won a year. The solar generator's efficiency had nearly tripled in an instant. Realizing this, Jaehyun feels there is no reason to hesitate anymore. He quickly makes the decision to install solar generators in all 10 buildings. The system interface immediately updates and shows that the construction of the solar generators will be finished in 24 hours. After making the arrangements, Jaehyun heads to Unit 3001. He visits the occupant there because he needs to ask for a favor. Jaehyun calmly explains that he would like the man to hold onto his money for a while. Hearing this, the man suddenly shows a shocked expression, clearly surprised by Jaehyun's unexpected request. Jaehyun thinks about the tax collection skill. He realizes that if he gives money to a trustworthy person and lets it sit, he can make a profit. There's a 10% fee when he gives the money, but after that, it earns 10% profit every month. So he thinks about who he should trust with the money. He decides to choose the man living in Unit 3001, Choi Hyung-jun, also known as the First Bell. Hyung-jun has 89 trust and 98 loyalty points. His special power is Gorilla's Might. Jaehyun picks him because his trust and loyalty are very high. The system shows that Jaehyun gives Hyung-jun 1 billion won. The quest takes a total of 100,030,000 won. This includes the 10% fee and a base cost of 30,000. Because of this, Hyung-jun's trust goes up and his loyalty reaches 100. Since he is already a retainer, the number of retainers Jaehyun can have also increases. Hyung-jun asks if he should just keep the money and not spend it. At first, Jaehyun planned for him to only hold it. But now that Hyung-jun has 100 loyalty, Jaehyun says he can use a little of the money. Hyung-jun happily thanks him. After Jaehyun finishes handling the money with Hyung-jun, Dabin appears and speaks to him. She wants to know if she can really choose anyone she wants for her team. Jaehyun agrees and gives her permission. He also tells her that she can include Hyun. Since Dabin is the leader of the team, he decides to pay her double the usual wage. Hearing this makes Dabin very happy. Her loyalty goes up, and she becomes excited and full of energy. She thanks Jaehyun with enthusiasm and quickly takes Hyun with her to start building the team. Once they leave, Jaehyun feels that now is the right time to have a serious and difficult conversation. He goes to Unit 2109, where Donggin's group is staying. He meets the party and tells them about the current situation. Because of the powerful monster at Siamayan Station, the area nearby has become safe for now. There are no monsters in the surrounding streets or in the subway tracks near the station. From Biamnagal to Biamil Station, the monster presence is very low. This situation creates a temporary opportunity. Jaehyun believes that before another monster shows up and takes control of the area, they must act quickly and take it first. While talking to Donggin's team, Jaehyun remembers something important. He thinks back to when Hyun cried and begged him with tears. That moment helped him realize something deep. The people standing in front of him are not just following orders, they're putting their lives on the line because of what he asks them to do. They are risking everything for his decisions. Thanks to Yejin, who recently joined the group, they were able to spot the monster at Siamayan much earlier than they would have without her. If they hadn't noticed it in time, it could have become extremely dangerous and possibly deadly. This early discovery gives them an advantage. Jaehyun knows that in this harsh world, where anyone can die at any moment, wanting to protect only his loved ones can be seen as selfish. But even if it is selfish, he cannot ignore it. He wants to save the people he cares about. That desire will not go away, no matter what. With all of this in his heart, Jaehyun tells the group that tomorrow, he wants them to head straight to Jigaoki Station. Later, Jaehyun is in his room when the system interface appears in front of him. It shows a message saying the solar generator's efficiency has increased by 100%. It also reports that Samjoko's level has gone up. Because of this, Samjoko is now unlocking a part of the sun's power. Along with that, It awakens basic elemental fire magic. Jaehyun feels surprised by the news. He decides to try it out. He lifts one finger, and in the next moment, a small flame appears. The feeling is a little familiar, similar to when he uses the dignity maintenance skill. This makes him think about something deeper. Later, he goes outside to an open area. He checks carefully to make sure no one is around. Once he is alone, he closes his eyes and imagines a giant flame, one strong enough to burn everything in the area. He focuses on the feeling and stretches out his hand. But when he opens his eyes, he sees only a small flame appear. He looks at it and wonders if this is still the limit of his current power. Even though the flame is small, he starts to think. He remembers the special gas created by the dignity maintenance skill. If he combines that gas with the flame, the result could be dangerous. It might not look strong now, but he realizes it has serious potential. It may be a small fire for now, but the power can grow over time. What matters is that the base is there, and the future possibilities are huge. Now that the solar generator works so well, it can provide enough electricity for everything he needs and even has extra. That extra power can be turned into money. That money can go directly into his wallet, giving him more stability and freedom. While he is still outside, Yejin comes to find him. She thanks him for giving her the time she needed to rest and recover. Jaehyun responds with calmness. He believes that she deserves the treatment because of her high-level ability. After all, thanks to her, the range of their skills has increased a lot. He knows he must support her, especially when her efforts help the whole group move forward. Jaehyun then tells Yejin that he will need her help again soon. Donghyun's party is currently waiting at Siamayan Station, and he wants her to guide them quickly and safely. Yejin calmly responds, letting him know that she has already sent her mice to scout along the subway tracks. According to her, they can reach Koryang Station without any problems. However, Jaehyun is cautious. He asks what happens beyond Koryang. Yejin explains that the real problem begins at Busan Station. She says it is better if he sees it for himself. Yejin sits down and activates her power. At the same time, Jaehyun uses his eyes of the Absolute to observe the situation through her mice's vision. What he sees is troubling. The path forward is completely blocked. Large piles of rubble cover the way, making it impossible to move through. Yejin gives more details. She says she sent one of her mice even farther ahead, but there are no intact buildings left in the area. Everything nearby is in ruins. Hearing this, Jaehyun starts to wonder what kind of disaster could have caused such destruction. Then, using the shared vision with the mice, he spots something strange and terrifying, an enormous footprint. Now becomes clear, the destruction is not just from random collapse. Something massive passed through the area. This explains why the roads are destroyed and the buildings are completely wiped out. Just as this realization hits him, a loud sound shakes the ground. A deep, thunderous boom echoes through the air. The tremors grow stronger with each passing second. It feels like something giant is walking nearby. The ground quakes beneath them, and Jaehyun starts to worry that the house they are in might not survive the impact. The entire building shakes from a tremor, prompting Jaehyun to ask Yejin if she's okay. She replies that she is, but questions the cause of the tremor. Just then, someone calls out to Jaehyun from the elevator, urging him to come see something. Jaehyun tells Yejin they should head outside first. Once outside, he asks Hyeongjin what's going on, but Hyeongjin insists they go to his apartment. Jaehyun and Yejin rush over, and as they approach, Jaehyun senses something ominous. From Hyeongjin's apartment window, they see the entire Siamayan Station area, the source of the loud boom earlier, and it becomes clear why the situation is urgent. Jaehyun fears the worst. When Hyeongjin points outside, Jaehyun sees a massive cyclops wreaking havoc, tearing through buildings with ease and rapidly approaching their location. Overwhelmed, Jaehyun mutters that his bad feelings always come true. He watches in horror as the creature devastates the area with just the swipe of its claws. Without hesitation, he summons his retainers. Donghyun and the others appear, witnessing the chaos. Hyeongjin, terrified, warns that the giant is heading straight for them. Jaehyun declares they have to stop it, though doubt creeps in. He isn't sure if even his power can withstand such a monster. At that moment, Oh Yeonju stands with a very serious expression on her face and shows Jaehyun that she wants a chance. Her eyes are filled with determination as she looks at the giant monster ahead. Jaehyun sees the fire in her eyes, and although he feels anxious, he takes a deep breath to calm himself. He watches her closely and sees that she is not afraid. She is full of strong resolve, ready to face the monster no matter what. Jaehyun can tell that she is truly serious about it and believes she will make it happen. Just then, the system interface appears in front of them. It states that a quest has been granted. The goal is to hunt and defeat the Cyclops within a time limit of 24 hours. If they succeed, the reward will be 1 full day of Sun's resurrection. However, if they fail, the punishment will be to suffer extreme pain for an entire day. Without wasting any more time, Jaehyun begins to give a short but clear briefing to everyone. He tells them to listen carefully, and they all focus on him. He announces the team assignments. The first team will consist of Yeonju, Jeon, Daejong, and Deoksu. The second team will be made up of Gaeong, Byongo, and Kim Jeon. The third team will be himself and Yejin. He explains that he will cover the current area alone while the others move quickly to their designated positions. He makes it clear that he is counting on every one of them. As soon as he finishes speaking, everyone starts to move without hesitation, following his orders exactly as given. Soon after, Hyun arrives to report to Jaehyun. She says that, as he requested, the people with military experience are now stationed at the front gate. The other residents have been safely guided to the underground parking lot. Jaehyun nods and thanks her for her work. He then tells her to hurry down to the underground parking lot as well. But Hyun hesitates. Even though she's clearly scared, she says she wants to help, even if it is only in a small way. Jaehyun notices the fear in her eyes, but also sees that she is trying to be brave. She admits honestly that she is frightened, but she still wants to try. Hearing this, Jaehyun gives her a soft smile. Then he tells Hyun and Yejin to head toward the main gate together. At the main gate, Jaehyun carefully counts every single person who is gathered in front of him. After finishing his count, he realizes that there are exactly 101 individuals present. As he processes this number, a heavy thought crosses his mind. Out of the more than 1,200 residents in the shelter, only 101 people have stepped forward to fight. He finds a number shockingly small, almost absurd, considering the threat they all face. The realization weighs on him. In a situation where survival depends on unity and courage, so many have chosen to hide rather than stand their ground. As Jaehyun stands in silence, one of the gathered individuals, a man wearing a red jacket, steps forward and nervously asks Jaehyun what they are supposed to do next. Jaehyun doesn't answer right away. Instead, he calmly asks about Baek Sunjiap and the twin brothers who are also supposed to be here. The man in the red jacket avoids his gaze and looks away, his silence giving Jaehyun all the answer he needs. In that moment, Jaehyun understands that Baek Sunjiap and the twins have run away. They must have pretended not to hear the call to arms and fled with the rest to the underground parking lot. A wave of quiet disappointment washes over Jaehyun. He knows that hundreds of people, including Baek Sunjiap, have chosen to ignore the danger and save themselves. They chose comfort over courage. He sees them as cowards, people who turned away from responsibility and pushed their fears onto the shoulders of the few willing to fight. But even in his frustration, Jaehyun does not forget the people who did choose to be here. These 101 people are not fools. They did not come to the front gate out of ignorance or recklessness. They came because they understood the truth. If no one fights, then everyone dies. They came to protect their families, their friends, and their own lives. They came because they knew that running and hiding would not keep them safe forever. Jaehyun thinks back to a saying he once heard: courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act in spite of it. That idea settles deeply in his heart. In this world filled with terror and uncertainty, people who can rise above their fear are the ones who help others survive. And right now, standing before him are 101 such people. He silently thanks them for choosing to be brave when it matters the most. Without delay, Jaehyun opens the system interface and uses his resources to purchase 101 handguns along with enough ammunition for each one. Then, as a gesture of recognition and reward, he increases the experience and profit share of every single person standing here by 100%. They had made their choice to face fear, not run from it, and he would honor that decision. In the blink of an eye, multiple firearms and stacks of ammunition materialize on the ground in front of the group. Jaehyun gestures for everyone to step forward and take one. The people move with hesitation at first, But as they lift the weapons and feel the cold weight in their hands, a new feeling begins to grow among them. Hope. The guns are real, the bullets are real, and with them, a real chance at survival seems possible. The fear is still there, but now it stands beside determination. Jaehyun watches them carefully. In his heart, he makes a promise: those who choose to face fear will be rewarded. Those who decide to fight for something greater than themselves will not be forgotten. Then, with a steady breath, Jaehyun activates the power known as the Absolute One's eyes. His vision sharpens, and the world seems to slow for a brief moment. He knows now that everything has begun. The giant Cyclops stands tall and terrifying, letting out a thunderous roar that echoes through the surroundings, shaking the nearby buildings. Not far from the monster, Dongan hides inside a damaged building, keeping low and gripping a long spear tightly in his hands. He narrows his eyes, takes careful aim at the back leg of the monster, and with all his strength, hurls the weapon. The spear cuts through the air and strikes the Cyclops deep in the hind leg. The creature lets out a loud growl of pain, its body tensing as it reacts to the injury. Its gaze quickly shifts toward the direction the spear came from, and it spots Dongan, who freezes in shock for a moment. Realizing he has been seen, Dongan feels panic rise in his chest. The Cyclops begins to move toward him, dragging its injured leg but still advancing with heavy, thunderous steps. Just before it gets any closer, a large bear, already transformed into a beast of war, charges from behind the monster. The bear slams its sharp claw into the same injured leg, adding more damage and forcing the Cyclops to drop to one knee with another painful roar. In retaliation, the monster swings its massive arm down toward the bear. The powerful strike lands directly on the creature, slamming it to the ground with such force that the bear is unable to get back up. The Cyclops turns its attention to the bear, leaning in close, preparing to deliver a final blow. Before it can act, a voice blares through a megaphone from another direction. Someone insults the Cyclops, yelling loudly enough to draw its attention. The monster stops and turns its head toward the sound. Its eyes then fall on the spear, still lodged in its leg. It recognizes the weapon, realizing it belongs to the person now holding the megaphone, a knight who clearly matches the style of the weapon. A sudden change comes over the monster's expression. Its face tightens, and its eyes narrow with cold focus as it locks onto the knight. Without hesitation, the Cyclops begins marching directly toward him, now entirely set on reaching the one who insulted and injured it. The knight, upon seeing this, becomes filled with terror. He understands instantly that the monster's full attention is now on him, and without wasting a moment, he turns and runs with every ounce of energy he has. From a distance, Jaehyun watches everything unfold through his special ability that allows him to see clearly in battle. He notices the monsters shift in direction and speed. He realizes the Cyclops is now heading their way. Calmly but urgently, he calls out to those around him, telling them to prepare quickly because the monster will arrive very soon. The knight runs with everything he has, pushing his legs to their limit as he races toward the defensive barrier. Behind him, the giant Cyclops follows, its steps heavy and slow but relentless, each one shaking the ground as it closes the distance between them. The knight barely makes it past the threshold of the barrier, stumbling inside while catching his breath, just as the monster approaches the outer edge. As the towering creature draws closer, Jaehyun stands firmly and gives a clear signal. In response, a black crow suddenly takes flight, cutting through the air and heading straight for the Cyclops. The bird flutters wildly around the monster's face, pecking and tampering near its eyes, causing the creature to shut them tightly in irritation. At that moment, the female archer, already positioned and waiting, lifts her bow with steady hands. She focuses, aims precisely, and releases her arrow. The monster, sensing danger, raises its large palm in an attempt to block the attack. However, the arrow pierces through the palm with force, continues its path, and sinks into one of the Cyclops' closed eyes. A loud growl of pain bursts from the monster's throat as it reels back in agony. In the midst of the chaos, Jian appears in the air above the monster, suspended for a moment before tossing several rats downward. The small creatures dive straight into the Cyclops' open mouth. While the monster is distracted, Jian calls out to Jaehyun, who watches intently from a distance. Everything is unfolding just as they planned, step by step, with no major disruption so far. As the next phase begins, Jaehyun focuses his power and summons a strange gas. It materializes inside the monster's body, spreading through its system. He then stretches out his hand toward the creature, his eyes calm but determined. In his mind, there is no hesitation. He believes firmly that when the chance to bring down an enemy like this presents itself, it must be taken without delay. There is no time for doubt-only action. Jaehyun channels his energy and activates the most fundamental form of a tribute magic fire. The power builds instantly, and in the next moment, a massive explosion erupts at the heart of the monster. Flames burst outward in all directions, and thick black smoke rises into the sky, darkening the area and making it difficult to see. The force of the blast echoes for miles, shaking the earth and causing a wave of heat to roll across the battlefield. When the smoke begins to clear, the enormous figure of the Cyclops is seen leaning forward, its weight pressing against the outer edge of the defensive barrier. Its body is scorched and wounded, and for a moment, the people watching believe it might collapse. Fear and tension ripple through the citizens, many of them gripping their weapons tightly, uncertain whether to stand their ground or flee. But Jaehyun remains composed and instructs them to hold their positions. His eyes remain locked on the giant as he reassesses the situation. In his mind, everything is proceeding close to perfectly. The trap is working. The monster is weakened and partially over the wall, its head exposed. This is the chance they've been waiting for. If the citizens concentrate their firepower now, they can damage it even further. Ideally, he hopes one of the vassals can deliver the final blow. It would be a symbolic victory and a morale boost. Dongin or Oyeonju would be ideal for that role, but neither has arrived yet. Even Yejin, who carries the title of knight, would be a suitable choice if she reaches the scene in time. Suddenly, a citizen near him shouts for his attention, urgency in their voice. Jaehyun turns his head briefly, responding calmly at first, believing that everything is still under control. He assumes the Cyclops is simply toppling over the barrier like expected, but then, as he looks fully behind him, his confidence fades. The monster is not falling. It is still standing. Despite the full force of the explosion, despite the fire and the damage, the Cyclops remains on its feet. Its muscles tighten. It lets out a deep, guttural growl filled with fury. With its single, uninjured eye locked on the defenders, it raises its massive fist high into the air. And then, with terrifying power, it brings the fist crashing down onto the defensive barrier, causing a massive shockwave. The system interface shows up, clearly displaying a warning that an unauthorized entity is trying to enter the area. Jaehyun stands in place, his eyes fixed on the enormous Cyclops in front of him. It towers above the defenders, and everyone nearby focuses their attacks on its large eye. The Cyclops lets out a loud cry as it struggles to shield its vulnerable eye with its massive hands. Jaehyun observes the situation carefully. He understands that while they are able to block the monster for now, they cannot afford to be hit too many times. A single successful attack from the Cyclops could destroy the barrier and lead to disaster. Knowing this, Jaehyun activates a skill called Invisible Hand. The skill manifests suddenly, and it is huge in size. This powerful ability is one that Jaehyun unlocked by spending his saved skill points, and he intends to use it in case the battle turns worse. At the same time, the Cyclops lifts its heavy fist high into the air and brings it down with great force onto the protective barrier. The barrier holds, still strong enough to withstand the powerful strike. The people do not stop their attacks. They continue to fire at the monster with all their weapons. Jaehyun keeps watching closely. He starts to think that their efforts are actually working. The mouse bombs and the citizen handguns are gradually causing damage to the Cyclops. He believes that if they continue at this pace, they may be able to bring the creature down. However, he also knows that they will need a powerful and critical blow to truly finish it off. Just then, something unexpected happens. A lance suddenly appears and shoots through the air at incredible speed. It pierces the body of the Cyclops with great force. Jaehyun gives a small smirk because he recognizes this attack. It is the work of Dongin, which means that the rest of the party has finally arrived on the scene. Jaehyun mentally puts his trust in Dongin. He quickly summons several standard-issue spears for him to use. Dongin grabs the spears and hurls them at the Cyclops one after another. The Cyclops, now aware of the threat, tries to protect itself by crossing its arms over its body. At the same time, the female archer joins the fight and gives support from a distance. She fires her arrows at the Cyclops, adding more pressure to the monster as the battle continues. Meanwhile, the system delivers another notification. It announces that the level of Samjako, the legendary three-legged crow, has increased. Along with this, the system also reports that general solar efficiency has now risen by 100% and has reached the maximum possible level. Because of this, the power of the sun is being released, and Samjako inherits a part of the strength of the guardian beast. Its basic fire magic has now evolved into intermediate fire magic. The system also notes that Samjako has detected an enemy inside the territory and is requesting permission to release its full power. Jaehyun realizes that the enemy it speaks of must be the Cyclops. Even so, he finds himself wondering what such a small creature like Samjako can truly do in a situation like this. Despite his doubts, he gives his approval. As soon as he agrees, the system gives him another update. It informs him that the cost of activating this power will be 300 million won. This amount shocks Jaehyun completely. He never expected the price to be that high, and the number nearly takes his breath away. At the same time, the process has already begun. Beams of golden solar energy begin to gather, coming down from the solar panels positioned around the area. The energy flows together and forms into a glowing solar orb in the sky. Samjako, the three-legged crow, changes its form as it begins to grow in size, becoming larger and more majestic. The crow absorbs the gathered solar energy and then unleashes it all at once. A thick, blinding beam of solar power bursts out from the orb, shooting straight at the Cyclops. The beam pierces the monster's body and comes out through the other side, leaving a massive, burning hole. The Cyclops staggers, terribly wounded and unable to recover. Dongan stands still, watching the scene unfold in complete silence, his face frozen with shock at the crow's overwhelming power. Not long after, Oh Yeonju appears in her transformed state as a Berbere large, powerful beast. She charges forward without hesitation and slams into the Cyclops, delivering the final blow. The enormous creature collapses and finally goes still. At that moment, the system interface appears in the air and shows an update. It confirms that the Cyclops has been successfully hunted by the team. As a result, a huge amount of experience points has been awarded. The system states that nearly 32 billion won has been deposited directly into the Absolute One's home wallet. Alongside this, several skill levels have increased significantly. Jaehyun is seen nearby as a sudden wave of pain flows through his body. Lightning crackles around him as his body reacts to the overwhelming energy. The system immediately congratulates him and announces that he has now declared the entire apartment complex 1 as a designated home haven. Because of this, a construction subsidy of 100 billion won has been successfully transferred to him. Overwhelmed, Jaehyun falls to his knees, breathing heavily as the energy settles. Samjako flies down and lands gently in front of him. It has now returned to its normal, smaller size. Jaehyun looks at the crow. Though confused about why it spent 300 million won on its own to release such a powerful attack, he cannot deny that the final hit was a major success. He pats Samjako on the head, silently acknowledging the crow's achievement and expressing approval for a job well done. Jaehyun begins to realize something more. Within the newly created home haven, certain activities are now restricted, but the value of what just happened is undeniable. He reflects that spending 300 million won has just brought in 30 billion in return. That level of profit makes him wonder if he should stop holding back. With performance like this, he begins to seriously consider summoning all 10 guardian beasts in full. As he prepares to move forward with that idea, the system interface activates again. It reveals that the cost of summoning the guardian beasts has now risen to 10 billion won. However, it also reports that the summoning function is currently inactive. Jaehyun is caught off guard by this, surprised that the price has increased so dramatically. As he processes this new information, he looks ahead and sees Oh Yeonju standing on top of the defeated Cyclops. The system gives another notification. It confirms that Oh Yeonju has completed a quest, and the system displays the reward cost, 324, 576, 089 won. Yeonju is seen with tears running down her face, crying quietly as she stands atop the fallen monster, overwhelmed by the emotion and weight of the battle just fought and the victory just earned. A survivor is seen quietly, carefully conjures water from the air, using his limited ability to provide at least something to drink. As he performs this small task, his mind is heavy with worry. They have completely run out of food. His powers allow him to create water, but he cannot produce anything to eat. The meat they managed to collect earlier from fighting nearby monsters is nearly gone. This is truly the limit. They have reached the point where staying here any longer is impossible. Eventually, they will be forced to leave this place behind. Just then, a powerful tremor shakes the entire area. The ground rumbles beneath them, nearly causing them to fall over. Dust shakes loose from the ceiling as panic spreads through the group. The man conjuring water looks up, confused and alarmed, trying to understand what is happening. Before he can gather his thoughts, one of the others urgently calls out to him, urging him to come to the rooftop right away. Jun-hyuk rushes toward the top of the building, followed closely by the one who called him. As he reaches the rooftop and looks out, his face changes instantly. His eyes widen in horror. In the distance, a massive cyclops stands tall, a monstrous figure that dwarfs the buildings around it. The sight fills Jun-hyuk with fear. Without hesitation, he tells the other man to warn everyone and get them to hide in the basement immediately. The man with him, whose name is Hyun-chan, looks around in a panic. His voice shakes as he wonders aloud what they are supposed to do now. But Jun-hyuk cuts him off. There is no solution, nothing they can do. All they can do is hope and pray that the Cyclops doesn't come toward their location. However, before they can even finish processing the danger, their eyes catch a sudden explosion. A massive blast of energy engulfs the Cyclops, lighting up the area with destructive power. The shockwave shakes the rooftop beneath them. Jun-hyuk stands frozen, knowing exactly what this means. He realizes that what they just witnessed was not the work of ordinary people. It is the power of an awakened someone far stronger than he is. Someone on an entirely different level. Jun-hyuk quickly tells Hyun-chan to gather everyone together. He doesn't know who this person is, but in a world that has fallen into ruin, where monsters roam freely and safety is a rare luxury, they need to stay close to someone like that if they want to live. Hyun-chan hesitates for a moment, unsure if following a stranger is really the right move. But Jun-hyuk stands firm. They are out of food, out of options, and out of time. They can only rely on instinct and luck now. Others in the group quietly agree. Jun-hyuk is right. There's no other choice. Soon, the group arrives at a place called Zio LH Complex 2. They move carefully through the ruined streets, with Hyun-chan leading the way. As he reaches the front of the complex, he is stunned by what he sees. Despite the chaos of the outside world, this building looks untouched, is clean, orderly, and stands tall like a beacon of safety. Hyun-chan approaches the entrance and suddenly bumps his head into an invisible barrier. He steps back in confusion as a system interface appears in front of him. The message is clear. Entry is not allowed. Then the interface offers an alternative. It asks if they would like to obtain citizenship. Without hesitation, the group agrees. The system responds by assigning them a party quest. Their objective is to find Building 114, 30th floor, within a 1-hour time limit. The reward is only a small amount of experience, and there is no penalty for failing. Jaehyun eventually comes face to face with Jun-hyuk and his group. Jun-hyuk immediately realizes that Jaehyun must be the one responsible for bringing the giant Cyclops to its knees. Standing in front of him, he feels a heavy pressure, an overwhelming presence that makes his heart race. Despite his nervousness, Jun-hyuk steps forward and reaches out his hand, offering a respectful handshake. He introduces himself politely, knowing deep down that this is a rare and vital opportunity, one he must never lose. Meanwhile, inside her apartment, Oh Eonju sits at a small table with a young boy. They eat together in quiet warmth. She looks at the boy, Saiwoo, with a gentle smile and watches as he happily enjoys the meal. Saiwoo responds cheerfully, his small voice filled with genuine joy. The seaweed soup, the simple dishes, it all tastes good to him. As they continue eating, it becomes clear that Saiwoo is her son. The boy wonders aloud why there's seaweed soup today, thinking it must be someone's birthday. But Eonju softly explains that it's not a special day. She simply made it because Saiwoo likes it. She pulls him into an embrace, her eyes reflecting a deep, quiet affection that goes beyond words. Around that time, Jaehyun steps into the apartment. Yeonju greets him and gently asks about the newcomers. Jaehyun nods and explains that everything went well. The new people have been given a place to stay, along with some food. Then he pauses, apologizing that due to unexpected restrictions, they can't leave their home zone. It's not something he intended, but Yeonju doesn't seem upset. She replies with calm assurance. For her, just being together like this with her son, in peace is enough. Her face is full of contentment. At that moment, Jaehyun receives a system notification. It says that Yeonju's loyalty as a retainer has reached its maximum value, 100. Still, he already knew. Even without the system telling him, he could feel it through her every expression, every word. Her loyalty, her trust, they're already complete. Later, the apartment is filled with quiet laughter. Yeonju and Saiwoo play together, their joyful energy bringing life to the space. Jaehyun sits alone on the sofa, watching them. A gentle ache grows in his chest as he begins to think about his own family. He wonders if they are safe, if they're managing to survive in this harsh world, or if something bad may have happened. But he doesn't allow the worry to take over. He reminds himself that it has only been one day. He knows how hard Yeonju has worked to make this one peaceful day possible for herself and for Saiwoo. He also knows that Yejin's mouse is currently on its way to his family's house, carrying essential supplies. When it arrives, it will deliver everything they need. And so, Jaehyun decides to stay still. Just for today, he won't rush forward. He chooses to protect this moment, to quietly witness the simple happiness unfolding in front of him. This is the one and only dream Yeonju holds dear in today. That dream is shining. Jaehyun allows Yeonju to spend the night with Saiwoo in the master bedroom, insisting on it despite Yeonju's suggestion that they could sleep outside. Grateful for his kindness, Yeonju bows in appreciation alongside Saiwoo before they head into the room. Jaehyun sleeps on the sofa while the gentle sound of Yeonju's lullaby for Saiwoo drifts out from the bedroom. Through the narrow crack of the door, her voice softly echoes for a long time. Though it has been years since lullabies were meant for him, the sound stirs something familiar in Jaehyun, and his eyes begin to close as thoughts of his mother surface. The following day passes quietly. They share a meal prepared by Yeonju, enjoy watching Saiwoo's favorite cartoons together, and later, Saiwoo chases after Kami, who tries to sunbathe but becomes annoyed. Eventually, they all nap together and spend the afternoon playing with the toys Jaehyun had bought from the store. During that time, moments pass slowly, as if time no longer holds any meaning. Hours slip by without anyone truly noticing, but the day eventually reaches its end. The time Jaehyun is able to give them lasts only for that single day, and that day now draws to a close. Yeonju holds her son, Saiwoo, tightly in her arms. Saiwoo begins to understand that his mother is crying, even though she shakes her head and pretends she is not. Tears continue to fall freely down her face, and Saiwoo gently reaches up to wipe them away, trying to comfort her in a small way. Yeonju speaks with trembling fear, expressing how scared she is of a world without her son in it. Saiwoo, with a voice as warm as the sunlight, tries to reassure her and give her strength. But her sorrow is too strong, and she breaks down again. Still, Saiwoo softly tells her that he will always be by her side. As he begins to step away, Yeonju cries harder. She calls out to his fading figure, saying there are still so many things she hasn't done for him, so many meals she still wants to cook, so many of his favorite things she wants to give him. Saiwoo looks back at her one last time with a gentle, loving smile, and then disappears while expressing his love for her. Yeonju smiles through the tears, whispering back that she loves him too. Her face carries both pain and warmth as she clings to that final moment. She stays still, unable to lift her head, as the warmth that Saiwoo left behind slowly fades away. In that quiet moment, Jaehyun watches. He thinks to himself that hope is like a flower that blooms only in despair. That is why, perhaps, people who carry hope must stand in the darkest places of sorrow. Jaehyun gently speaks to Yeonju, telling her not to lose heart, not to think this is the end. He tries to breathe new hope in her heart. He tells her that if there is even a small chance, they will try again and again, as many times as it takes. Yeonju cannot speak, but she listens. That fragile hope reaches her. At that moment, a system interface appears, announcing that Eonju's trust has reached 100, and she has gained something new: primeval vitality. Elsewhere, Sunjiap explodes with anger, cursing loudly. The twins stand beside him, their faces dark with worry and regret. All their gear and savings are gone. One of the twins speaks up, explaining that many others also lost everything, and the only thing they seem to have in common is that none of them went when people were being gathered at the front gate for military duty. Even those who went and returned seem to be fine. The other twin, frustrated, mutters that he should have just gone with them back then. Sunjiap turns to him sharply, asking if he's trying to say it's all his fault. He reminds him that they all agreed on their decision and argues that following those kinds of orders without question would have been foolish. The twin, caught off guard and scared, quickly apologizes and nods, unsure of what else to say. Sunjiap stands in silence, deep in thought, as a cold realization settles in his mind he might actually get expelled. The idea isn't just a paranoid fear, it's something with a real precedent. He remembers the rumors floating around before. A single known case where someone crossed the line by trying to mess with a minor. The act was discovered quickly, and that person was kicked out of the safe zone without hesitation. Not long after, the same individual was found dead on the street. No one knew exactly what happened, but everyone believed it was the natural outcome of being cast out in a world this brutal. Sunjiap feels a chill run down his spine. Even after the intense giant hunt, he sees that many survivors continue to gather around Jaehyun's apartment complex. The number of people has grown, and a small, structured community is starting to take shape. In a place like this, where survival depends on unity and order, he understands all too well that if he keeps going against Jaehyun challenging him or showing disrespect, he could easily become the next one to be thrown out. And in this world, being expelled is as good as being sentenced to death. His thoughts drift to his younger brother, Sungmin, who chose to go alone to the gathering at the front gate while he stayed behind. Sungmin ended up having a good experience there. He met strong survivors, got to talk to people, and was even gifted a firearm. That one decision had clearly worked out for him. Compared to that, Sunjiap now feels the weight of regret sinking deeper into his chest. At the same time, Jaehyun watches the three of them closely, Sunjiap and the twins, from a distance, using the ability known as the Eyes of the Absolute. Through those eyes, nothing is hidden from him. He already knows every struggle Sunjiap has faced so far and understands that it's only the beginning. For Jaehyun, this isn't just about punishing someone for stepping out of line. This is a test, one that will determine what kind of treatment Sunjiap and his group will receive going forward. In a community that's slowly forming structure and leadership, how they endure consequences now will shape their roles in the future. Suddenly, a system interface flickers to life behind Sunjiap, invisible to others but clearly present for him. A new quest appears on the screen: hunt 20 goblins within 24 hours. The reward is minimal, a small amount of experience points, but the punishment is brutal. Failure will result in 1 minute of extreme pain. A warning that this world has its own rules and its own justice. For Sunjiap and the twins, this isn't just a task, it's a message. If they want to continue living in this safe zone, if they want to avoid being cast out into the dangerous world outside, they must prove their worth. Primeval Vitality, one of the rare rank skills, is now part of Jaehyun's arsenal, acquired as a reward when Eonju's trust reached 100. The skill dramatically boosts regeneration based on the severity of injury, allowing someone to recover far more quickly the more serious the wound. Jaehyun hadn't expected such a reward. He thought perhaps he'd receive a small stat bonus or minor support item, not one of the target's actual skills. It catches him off guard. Still, despite how powerful it is, he doesn't see it being immediately useful. After all, he's not a frontline fighter, nor does he plan to leave the safety of the Haven anytime soon. As long as he remains within its protective boundaries, there's little risk of getting hurt. However, the real takeaway isn't the immediate utility, it's the potential. The fact that a person's skill can be gained as a reward when their trust hits 100 is an important discovery. His thoughts shift to Moon Byongo, whose trust level is nearing 100 as well. Jaehyun knows that Byongo's awakened ability is Teleport, a movement skill that allows instant travel to any visible location. If he manages to obtain that ability, Jaehyun wonders if he could use it in conjunction with his Eyes of the Absolute, which let him observe vast areas with perfect clarity. In theory, As long as his mental strength is high enough to sustain the ability strain, he could move across a wide battlefield in an instant, or reach critical areas in the blink of an eye. That leads him to another system revelation, the forward base. The system interface outlines that it's a safe zone that can be established outside the haven, temporarily offering the same protective authority. However, it only becomes active if someone ranked knight or higher stays there. It can be destroyed if left unprotected and occupied by unauthorized parties for more than a day. Jae-hyun concludes that he could, in theory, teleport to a forward base if it's within sight, meaning if his eyes can see it, he can go there. But the feasibility depends entirely on whether his mind can handle the pressure. Mental strength becomes the bottleneck. So he resolves to change his approach. Instead of offering skill proficiency as quest rewards going forward, he will now prioritize mental strength enhancement. If he's going to unlock the full potential of his evolving abilities and system powers, he needs the mental resilience to support it. Later, Yeonju approaches him, her voice calm but determined. She calls out to Jae-hyun, asking him to let her go, saying she will personally bring his family back. Her words surprise him. Before he can respond, she continues, explaining that the mission should have started the day before, but was delayed because of her. She expresses deep gratitude that he gave up his time, valuable and irreplaceable in a world like this, just to support her emotionally. Because of that, she says she wants to repay him not out of obligation, but because she wants to. Her resolve is clear. She will not sit idly by when there's something she can do to return the kindness that saved her heart. Jae-hyun notices the clarity in Yeonju's eyes, the way they seem to reflect his unspoken thoughts with perfect accuracy. It's as if she has read directly into his heart. She understands the emotions he can't put into words. Though he tries to brush it off with a light comment, asking if he appears that impatient, he still feels a bit self-conscious. He is grateful, truly, but also slightly embarrassed to have been so transparent. Yeonju, however, answers with calm sincerity. She assures him that he doesn't seem impatient at all. If anything, she says were she in his position, she would feel the exact same. After all, family is everything, something precious and irreplaceable. She fully understands what it means for someone to give up even a single day in times like these. The time Jae-hyun gave her, even just one extra day with Saiwoo, is something she treasures deeply, and she expresses her gratitude again, her words full of genuine warmth. As Jae-hyun looks at her, he notices that her gaze no longer burns with rage or despair. Perhaps because of Saiwoo, even though their reunion was brief and incomplete, her heart seems steadier now. There's a quiet strength in her. Her eyes are calm, clear, and filled with trust. Jae-hyun offers her his thanks for her understanding and instructs her to head to Unit 2901 to wait with Dongun's party. He says he'll join them shortly. Yeonju gives a respectful bow and acknowledgement before taking her leave. But there is a reason Jae-hyun hasn't sent anyone directly to see a mine station just yet. The area is no longer stable. When the giant Cyclops emerged during the previous incident, it caused severe destruction. The Siamayan subway tracks had collapsed, and much of the station's underground structure was reduced to rubble. Reaching it now requires a completely new route to be carved out. To solve this, CEO Yejin had been working tirelessly since yesterday, sending scouting mice through the tunnels in search of a viable path. Using the eyes of the Absolute, Jae-hyun observes their progress. What catches his attention is unexpected. One of the scouting mice has undergone a transformation. It's no longer ordinary. The mouse has evolved into a tamed giant mouse, now at level 7, and moves with surprising agility and intelligence. Jae-hyun is momentarily surprised. He suspects that this might be the result of CEO Yejin's new abilities after she was officially registered as a retainer. But his interest quickly turns to concern when he sees the giant mouse is not alone. A pack of zombies is chasing it, surrounding it from all sides. Jae-hyun considers using a gas explosion to wipe out the zombies if the mouse seems doomed, but just as he's about to act, something unexpected happens. The mouse begins weaving through the zombies, using its newfound speed and small size to slip through gaps they can't block. Its movement is sharp and precise, almost intelligent. Jae-hyun feels a rare sense of elation watching the tiny creature's desperate sprint. It's so close to the exit. If it can just hold out a little longer, it will reach safety. But just as the mouse nears the exit, the ground shakes. A massive presence emerges from the earth. A land shark, level 23, bursts from below and, with a swift, merciless motion, devours the tamed mouse hole. Jaehyun's expression turns grim. The reality of the world outside the haven hits hard again. No matter how promising something seems, survival is never guaranteed. Then he realizes something else. The mouse was just reaching the edge of Nampo Station, a location only a few kilometers away from their base from home. That monster, or others like it, could be much closer than anyone realizes. The thought sends a sharp wave of urgency through him. He can't afford to wait. Jaehyun approaches a woman he refers to as Team Leader Kim and expresses his gratitude for all the effort she has been putting in. She responds casually, saying that it doesn't really count as hard work when they're being paid for it. But as she looks at him more closely, she notices something different. Jaehyun seems hesitant, as if weighing his next words carefully. She senses that whatever he wants to say must be serious, given how unusual it is for him to hesitate like this. He remains quiet for a moment, then finally tells her that he wants to borrow Yahello for a while. The statement catches Team Leader Kim off guard. Her eyes widen slightly, as she quickly realizes the implication Jaehyun is asking her to handle everything alone while Hyeren is away. There's a brief pause before Jaehyun adds with a faint smile that he's leaving things in her care for the next 2 days. Team Leader Kim takes a moment to absorb this, then calmly brings up the topic of compensation. Jaehyun responds by saying he will pay her double. At the mention of double pay, her demeanor shifts completely. The earlier tension disappears, and she becomes visibly pleased. She accepts the task with quiet enthusiasm, her mood lifted by the unexpected bonus. A green mist swirls around Hyeren. Jaehyun stands in a room with the Awakened members as he begins the operation briefing. He explains that ever since the appearance of the giant, passing through Siamayan Station has become difficult. However, abandoning the entire subway line would be a waste. Yejin adds that the path from Siamayan to Byom-naegal and Koryang Station remains safe, as there are no monsters in that stretch. It serves as a free passage. Jaehyun outlines their first objective, to secure the route to Byom-naegal Station. He recommends moving along the main road and shows the route. One member compliments Yejin's skill in map drawing, and she quietly acknowledges it. Jaehyun points out the area that needs caution before reaching Jeonpo and Byom-naegal. Orcs are active near a large supermarket in that zone, with their numbers estimated to be at least 500. Dongan expresses concern about whether they must confront the orcs. Yejin explains that confrontation isn't necessary. Their goal is only to reach Byom-naegal Station and use its subway line. She reassures the team that she has already scouted the area using rats, and they found a route free of orcs. The team only needs to deal with a few scattered monsters along the way and move into the station quickly. Jaehyun reflects on how, before the giant subjugation mission began, he invested a significant amount of money into strengthening Dongan's party. He focused on leveling them up as much as possible. As a result, most members of the group are now at level 30. Among them, only Choi Hyungjin and Hyeren remain below that threshold. With their current strength, goblins should no longer pose any real threat to Dongan's party. Yejin continues the briefing by explaining that once the team enters the subway line, they can reach Koryang Station without facing any serious obstacles. However, the real problem begins at the next stop, Busan Station. She reveals that the issue is not another giant, but the condition of the tracks between Koryang and Busan. That stretch is completely overrun by a massive horde of zombies packed tightly into the tunnel. Unless someone possesses a skill that can eliminate monsters efficiently in such narrow, enclosed spaces, proceeding through this route would become a serious challenge and possibly slow down mission. Everyone in the room instinctively turns to look at Hyeren, who appears startled by the attention. After a moment, she speaks up, believing that her ability might actually be useful in this situation. Just then, a system notification appears in front of her, alerting her that she has exceeded the weight limit for the poison mist stored in her ability storage. She quietly steps back into the other room to address the issue. Jaehyun notices her effort and praises her internally for her performance so far. He also checks in on her well-being. Hyeren assures that she is completely fine, though she admits that at first it was extremely exhausting. However, after pushing through the fatigue, she suddenly experienced a surge of energy, and now she feels much stronger. Jaehyun had already noticed how drained she looked earlier. Wanting to support her, he had quietly opened the vassal management system in the middle of the briefing and used it to level her up. It came at a significant cost, but considering how much she has contributed so far, earning billions through her poison mist ability, he believes it was absolutely the right decision. Afterwards, Hiren expresses some hesitation about not going with the team in person, but Jaehyun reassures her that staying behind and continuing to produce poison mist will be more than enough. With everything in place, he officially announces the start of the operation and activates his Eyes of the Absolute to begin. At the subway tracks, a massive horde of zombies fills the dark tunnel. A level 3 tamed rat races forward toward them. Jaehyun opens the storage system, triggering the rat to release Hiren's poison mist directly into the crowd of undead. Hiren's poison mist contains a strong paralysis effect. When living creatures inhale it, it slows their movements, disrupts motor control, and eventually paralyzes the diaphragm and chest muscles, leading to suffocation. However, since zombies are already dead and do not rely on breathing, the mist alone isn't enough to stop them. That's why Jaehyun has already prepared a backup plan. He signals Yejin to proceed. In response, she sends a wave of rats swarming toward the zombies. These rats begin to devour the paralyzed bodies, tearing through them quickly. The system interface soon displays a notification confirming the successful hunt of several zombies. But Yejin then informs Jaehyun that something is wrong. Her rats have become zombies themselves. Despite the concern, Jaehyun feels a sense of relief. If the rats are the ones getting infected, it means that teammates like Oh Yeonju are safe from potential bites or claw attacks that might carry the infection. In that sense, they've narrowly avoided a worst-case scenario. He asks Yejin if the mutated rats still respond to commands. She confirms that they do, though their behavior has grown more aggressive. Jaehyun is relieved to hear that everything is still under control. As the mission progresses, he becomes hopeful. If they can make it to Jigalki Station safely, there's a real chance he might finally reunite with his family. Suddenly, the system sends him a notification. An unidentified subject is trying to access his base without permission. At the same time, the system informs him that 157 people near his base now meet the requirements for citizenship. He accepts their entry, and a new message reveals that the total citizen population has now reached 3,000. With this milestone, Jaehyun unlocks a new skill, Economic Activity Subsidy. Seeing this, he smirks slightly, thinking that this new development could turn out to be quite beneficial. The system interface now shows that the Economic Activity Support Fund works by giving citizens job titles and paying them daily wages. These wages are separate from the household overlord's wallet. Employees receive 100,000 won per day, assistant managers get 150,000 won, managers get 200,000 won, deputy general managers get 250,000 won, and general managers get 300,000 won. Jaehyun thinks this setup is perfect for Kim Dabin and the public facility management team. The weekly wage he planned 700,000 won matches the employee's daily rate when multiplied by 7. So now he doesn't have to lose money to fees anymore. He realizes that this system allows him to give out money to citizens for free, and even the employee-level wage is not small. With this in mind, he sees the need to quickly expand the public facility management staff. If 300 people receive the employee wage, that's 30 million won spent in a day. If all job positions from employee to general manager are filled, the total daily payout reaches 50 million won. Jaehyun feels satisfied, knowing that as this spending continues, the money flowing back through the tax collection skill will increase. That money also gets spent at stores, and a portion of it returns to him, making the entire system profitable. He begins to think about what other job titles would be suitable besides facility management. He decides that facility maintenance, cleaning, and security would work well. For security, he considers recruiting mainly from the group gathered at the front gate. Jaehyun decides to officially appoint Kim Dabin as the general manager of the public facility management team. The members she chooses to work with her are Choi Hyungjin and Yoo Hyerin, both of whom she had already acknowledged as part of her team. Right after this decision, Jaehyun receives a system notification informing him that Kim Dabin's loyalty has now reached 100. As a result, she is automatically registered as a retainer, and the maximum number of retainers Jaehyun can have increases. He then realizes something important, that once a person's loyalty hits 100, they instantly become a retainer. This also seems to mean that they awaken a special ability the moment that happens. Wanting to immediately check what kind of ability Kim Dabin has gained, Jaehyun looks around but notices Hyeren, who had fallen asleep on the sofa. Before he can move forward with checking Dabin's ability, Yejin, who is nearby, gently asks if they should wake Hyeren. However, Jaehyun decides against it. He believes Hyeren has already fulfilled her task and deserves to rest. Though she tried to act like everything was fine, he could tell that she had pushed herself to the limit and probably went through something difficult. Seeing her so exhausted, he feels she has earned a proper break. Without waking her, he uses the invisible hand ability to carefully move her from the sofa to a bed and covers her with a warm duvet so she can rest comfortably. After making sure Hyeren is settled, he shifts his focus to Yejin and asks how she is holding up. Yejin replies with confidence, saying that she is completely fine and not tired at all. She informs him that they have already entered the Nampo station tracks. Jaehyun praises her for her hard work and tells her to continue tracking the path forward. Yejin is about to respond when, all of a sudden, her face turns pale with fear. She tells Jaehyun that something is wrong. The link isn't connecting anymore. It seems that the distance has become too far for the signal to maintain a connection. Jaehyun, confused, asks if the link had been working normally before. Yejin explains that the link was stable earlier, but only because it had already been connected. Apparently, if the link is established first, it can stretch a little beyond its usual range. However, the actual range limit of the link only goes up to somewhere around Central Station. Beyond that, it can no longer connect. Hearing this, Jaehyun feels a wave of frustration rise inside him. Just beyond Jigalki Station lies his family's home, a place he has been longing to check on. He had planned to use Yejin's mouse to quietly scout the house and confirm if everything was still intact. But now that the link can't reach, his plan is delayed. Still, he forces himself to stay calm. Instead of letting frustration take over, he tells Yejin to try her best to re-establish the connection once they reach Central Station. Yejin agrees, knowing how important it is. They both silently hope that until then, the rest of the group will remain safe. At present, Yejin's mouse is stationed at Central Station, while Donghyun's party has reached Koryang Station. As they emerge from the subway tunnels, they are met with the aftermath of destruction left behind by the rampaging giant Cyclops. The entire area lies in ruins, with large footprints marking the trail of devastation. The damage is so severe that it looks like no living creature has dared to stay behind. Jian immediately sends out his familiar to scout ahead for any threats. After a short while, he informs the others that no monsters are detected in the area. One of the party members notes that even the goblins seem to have disappeared from Koryang Station, suggesting that the giant's rampage may have scared everything away. They assume it should be easy to move forward without resistance. Jian agrees, stating that it makes sense no sensible creature would remain in a place so heavily damaged. Still, one of the women in the group expresses concern. She wonders if it might be safer to wait until morning before proceeding, especially since nightfall is approaching. However, Eonju reassures her, pointing out that based on their past encounters, goblins usually retreat and hide once night falls, making nighttime movement actually safer. Donghyun then decides they should keep going. He adds that if anything dangerous happens, Jaehyun will be able to summon them immediately. Around that time, they spot Yejin's mouse, which had caught up to them. Seeing it gives them confidence, and they decide to follow it further along the path. Eventually, they arrive at Busan Station. One of the team members looks around and is struck by the sight. What used to be the station now resembles a lake. The group begins to wonder how the station ended up in such a state. Someone suggests it might be the giant again, but Eonju offers another theory that the collapse of surrounding buildings into the ground could have created this space, forming the large body of water they now see. As they walk past the lake, a sudden movement stirs the water. Jian halts, sensing something unusual. He listens closely and says he just heard something. Looking more carefully into the water, he catches sight of a figure just below the surface. Only the lower half is visible at first. Then, without warning, the figure lets out a piercing cry. The sound is so intense that everyone has to quickly cover their ears. In that moment, they realize what it is. A siren has emerged from the lake. Everyone struggles against the cry of the siren, covering their ears in pain. Despite their efforts, Eonju and Deoksu's bodies move against their will, and they leap into the sea. Ionju flails in the water and sees Deoxys sinking deeper. She tries to swim to the surface, but a group of monstrous fish begin chasing her. Meanwhile, one of the others, still resisting the siren's influence, activates her magic armor. The armor spreads to protect the others as well, forming a shield that eases the overwhelming sound. With the protection in place, the cry becomes more bearable. She quietly states to herself that she must reach Ionju and Deoxys quickly. Her fear grows suddenly as she sees several monstrous fish rise from the depths of the sea, swimming aggressively toward them. The group immediately gets into position, gripping their weapons tightly. Dongan quickly alerts everyone to prepare for a fight. Without delay, one of the fish monsters lunges at him. Dongan responds with a swift and powerful strike, taking it down. But more of the monsters come crashing out of the waves, targeting the others. As the battle intensifies, Gaeong shouts in frustration that the swarm seems endless. They soon find themselves surrounded from all sides, caught in a tight encirclement. Dongan's face darkens as he realizes the situation is delaying him. He knows he doesn't have the luxury of time. He has to reach Ionju and Deoxys quickly. Then, unexpectedly, a large bear charges out of the water. In its arms is Deoxys. The group quickly realizes that Ionju must have activated her ability, and the bear is her summoned creature. Deoxys coughs and spits out water, gasping for breath. He looks exhausted and shaken, mentioning that he truly believed he was going to die. The group rushes to their side, relieved and overjoyed that both Ionju and Deoxys are safe. Deoxys expresses his gratitude to Ionju, saying it was because of her that he survived. Ionju smiles softly and tells him it's all right, she owed him more than a few favors anyway. Suddenly, the monstrous fish let out a loud, piercing screech that echoes through the battlefield. In response, Deoxys activates his ability. The whole group, now regrouped and ready, begins launching fierce and coordinated attacks against the fish monsters. Ionju strikes one with incredible force, sending it flying through the air until it crashes against a tall wooden cross. The cross breaks and falls to the ground. As the dust clears, the group realizes that a goblin had been tied to the pole. They all look upward and notice, with a growing sense of unease, that there are many more wooden poles in the distance, each holding lifeless goblin bodies. Dongan stares at the scene with a grim expression. He mutters that he had been so focused on the battle below, he hadn't noticed what loomed above. The weight of the scene settles on him, as he wonders how many lives both people and monsters have been lost here. Then something shifts. Gaeong's eyes widen in horror as her crossbow slips from her hands and falls to the ground. Her whole body trembles as she mutters a single word. Dad. She seems to have seen someone or something that leaves her frozen. But just then, one of the fish monsters sneaks up behind her, ready to strike. Dongan notices it at the last moment and yells out to her in panic, his voice filled with urgency. At that critical moment, a pistol shot rings out, striking the fish monster just before it reaches Gaeong. The creature collapses instantly. The shot came from Byongo, who had acted quickly to protect her. He calls out to check if Gaeong is all right. Dongan, still alert from the battle, gives a nod of approval and praises Byongo for the well-timed shot. However, he notices Gaeong's shaken state and starts to suspect that something deeper is troubling her. Meanwhile, Jian calls out to Dongan, drawing his attention. He explains that he might have found a solution to their current problem. Jian had been observing the battlefield through the eyes of his familiar, a crow perched quietly on one of the tall cross poles. The crow's gaze has remained fixed on the siren throughout the fight, suggesting that it is the key figure behind the attack. Jian shares his observation. Every time the siren moves its mouth, the fish monsters respond with synchronized movements. Although he can't understand what the siren is saying, the pattern is clear. He concludes that the siren is likely commanding the creatures. So, if they eliminate the siren, the fish monsters might lose direction and retreat. Dongan considers this carefully. He agrees that it's a plan worth trying, but he points out the challenge: they'll have a hard time getting close to the siren with the monsters constantly attacking them. The battlefield is too chaotic, and the creatures won't easily allow them to make a move toward their leader. Then, Deoxys steps forward with resolve. He asks for confirmation that the goal is simply to destroy the siren. Once that's confirmed, he declares that he'll be the one to do it. He He says he already has a plan in mind and is ready to act. The siren begins to whisper in a strange tone, and immediately, the fish monsters grow more aggressive. Their movement shifts, forming a tighter, more organized formation. Jian observes the change and points out that the siren must have sensed they are targeting it. The monsters now seem more focused on defense, making it harder to get through. Dongan, growing uneasy, turns to Deoksu and asks if he can really rely on him for this mission. Deoksu, full of confidence, tells him to trust him completely. He explains that it's actually better if he draws the monster's attention, giving the others a chance to break through. All they need to do is open a path for him. The lady steps forward and says she'll stay back to protect Gaeong, who still hasn't recovered from her earlier shock. The rest of the team charges into the swarm of fish monsters, attacking with everything they have to force a gap in their formation. Dongan shouts to Deoksu, giving him the signal to go. Deoksu takes position, gripping his lance tightly as energy gathers and swirls around it. He sets his aim on the siren and throws the weapon with full force. The glowing lance slices through the air like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the siren's face. But at the last moment, the siren tilts its head slightly. The lance misses, barely grazing through its long flowing hair with terrifying speed. The group watches the failed attack in stunned silence. Their expressions are a mix of disbelief and frustration. The siren, seemingly unfazed, begins muttering again, and the fish monsters respond immediately with even more energy and eagerness in their eyes. Dongan, watching the situation shift rapidly, mutters bitterly to himself that Deoksu had said he could be trusted. Deoksu remains composed even after the lance misses, turning toward Dongan with a calm expression. His presence alone carries a sense of confidence as he reminds Dongan of something important, something Dongan suddenly remembers, his eyes widening with understanding. Deoksu then continues, remarking quietly on the nature of fish, as if the outcome had always been part of the plan. At that moment, the mist lance, still infused with energy, is seen returning at a terrifying speed. It curves through the air with precision, and without warning, pierces straight through the siren's back. The creature jolts violently as the weapon tears through it, silencing its cry. Deoksu, unmoved by the chaos, completes his earlier thought, as if delivering the final line to a performance long in the making. A shimmering system interface appears in the air before them. It displays a message announcing the successful hunt of a siren, identified as level 33, along with an experience gain. Immediately after, another message appears, indicating that a sum of 350,376,203 has been transferred into the wallet registered under the title Absolute Ruler of the House. With the siren slain, a visible shift occurs on the battlefield. The once aggressive fish monsters suddenly halt in place, confusion and fear rippling through their ranks. With no commands to guide them, they panic and flee, diving back into the sea in a chaotic retreat. The tension breaks, and relief washes over the group. Many lower their weapons, some slump to the ground in exhaustion, their bodies still trembling from the strain. Dongan quickly moves toward Gaeong, who remains frozen and silent. As he approaches, she slowly lifts her head and directs her gaze upward. Her voice comes out weakly as she identifies one of the lifeless bodies hanging from the cross poles above. It is her father. Following her gaze, Dongan looks up. His eyes land on the figure, and the realization crashes over him. The sight drains the color from his face. His body goes numb, and he sinks to his knees, overcome with a heavy mixture of shock and grief. A system notification appeared. Quest failure notification. Quest, revival of father. Subject, Hot Dongjian. Cause, a being cannot be revived outside the domain of the Absolute. Upon failure, contracted is automatically returned to the original site. An alarm wails. Red lights flash violently, warning of failure and loss. Jaehyun shoots up from his seat, panic surging through his body. His eyes lock onto the screen in disbelief. A voice calls out to him, but he doesn't respond. His thoughts are spinning. He had trusted Ha Dongjian's team. They were reliable. If things had really gone wrong, they would have used the summon function. That was the plan. But then it hits him. They couldn't. They had no outpost. Summoning without one would mean resetting all progress, losing everything they built. That's why Dong Jian didn't call for help. And now it's too late. Jae-hyun's fists tremble. His face contorts in frustration and guilt. He sees it clearly now. Dong Jian had no way out. He pictures the scene again. People being dragged into the water, armed fishermen storming in. The realization crashes down. If that's not life-threatening, then what is? He bites his lip, trying to hold back the anger boiling inside him. This isn't right. Then the deeper pain surfaces, the truth he never wanted to admit. I wanted to see my family again, but I wasn't the only one. Everyone in that party had someone they wanted to protect. Everyone had something they wanted to return to, but they gave up their chance for him. He's haunted by that guilt. He pretended not to know, because it was easier to lie to himself than to face the burden. As he's drowning in guilt, another system prompt appears. Give quest. Will you? Yes or no? Quest. Make a grave. Time limit, 10 minutes. Loss condition, time over. Failure penalty, none. The screen ticks down. Before Jae-hyun can even react, someone else steps forward, Ji-in-young. Without hesitation, she accepts the quest. A beam of light flashes. Jae-hyun watches her silently, emotions swirling inside him. Damn it, he mutters, feeling completely powerless. The scene shifts. A small grave is being built. A tall wooden sign is placed carefully at the top. Ji-in-young stands before it, solemn and quiet. One of the survivors asks gently, "Are you really okay with this?" She nods, her voice calm. This is the place Dad would have liked. She explains that her father, Kim Deok-hun, was a proud workaholic. He always used to joke that he wanted to be buried by the train tracks he worked on. She used to laugh it off, thinking it was nonsense. But now, standing in front of this handmade grave, it feels right. Like his final wish has come true. "I think this is enough," she says with a soft smile. "Dad would be happy." Jae-hyun listens from behind, her words cutting deep into his chest. He swears to himself, this kind of pain, this sorrow, won't repeat itself. Not again. He will protect them. To do that, he needs stronger people. His gaze turns to someone with potential. Lee Jun-hyuk. Suddenly, water explodes across the field. A system message blinks to life. Locate Lord Vassal's update. New registration, 1. Conditions met. The registered has fulfilled the requirements for vassal registration. Name, Lee Jun-hyuk. Then, in bright blue letters, vassal registration, Lee Jun-hyuk. Everyone stares in shock. Jun-hyuk stands at the center of a swirling tide of mana. His body glows with radiant energy. He looks at his hands in awe. "This is," he gasps. Another message flashes. Name, Lee Jun-hyuk, LV.44. Title, 12th Bell Night Mage. Trust, 59. Loyalty, 31. Awakened abilities. Create water, water bomb, control water. Then, quest bonus applied. Damage skill power plus 100%. Water bomb grade. Summons water compressed at high heat to explode. Power increases based on mana consumed. Control water grade S. Uses mental energy to freely manipulate summoned water. And then another quest granted. Objective. Try using water bomb and control water. Time limit, 10 minutes. Reward. Mental power boost. Failure penalty. Mental fatigue. He was surprised he knew it's from Jaehyun. Back at the ruins, someone watches the transformation in awe. He speaks. "Are you okay, Jun-hyuk? What just happened?" Jun-hyuk doesn't answer right away. His eyes are focused. "There are plenty of targets," he says. He lifts his hand. A sphere of water spins rapidly, glowing brighter and heavier with compressed energy. He launches it forward. Water bomb. The blast is overwhelming. The impact crushes everything in its path. Goblins are flung into the air as the wave crashes down with merciless force. The battlefield is soaked and trembling under the pressure of his attack. Lee Jun-hyuk stands at the center of it all, no longer the hesitant boy in the shadows. He's awakened, and the war is only beginning. As the water orb fades, Jun-hyuk raises his hand again, this time with calm control instead of raw power. Droplets lift and swirl gently in the air around him like he's conducting an orchestra. With a quiet voice, he speaks the command, "Control water." Tiny spheres of water float and dance through the air around him. He stands in the center, surrounded by shimmering droplets, a master of this newfound power. Below, his comrades can't believe what they're seeing. "Wow," one of them gasps. "Jun-hyuk, you did this?" Another stammers, completely stunned. Hyuk slowly turns around, eyes wide and glistening. This power is just... His voice trails off into a soft, shaky laugh. Then suddenly, he throws his head back and bursts out laughing uncontrollably. He laughs louder and louder, overwhelmed by joy, disbelief, and maybe just a little madness. He raises both arms to the sky. "Thank you. I won't forget this grace." His party watches nervously from behind. What's with him? He's suddenly losing it. Yeah, maybe there's something in that light. One of them wonders. A soft ping rings out as a new system message appears. Notice, Lee Junhyuk's trust and loyalty increases greatly. Notice, Lee Junhyuk has completed the quest. Quest cost 79.2511 has been consumed. Back at the center, Jaehyun watches calmly. "I didn't expect an S-rank ability to awaken," he mutters to himself. He reflects on what just happened. This makes Junhyuk the second person to awaken an S-rank ability after Yeonju. And considering that Junhyuk started with only a B-rank ability, this development is more than just luck. His original skill, Create Water, was a B-rank ability that used mental energy to produce water. But now it's evolved far beyond that. Jaehyun wonders, was it Junhyuk's high level, his potential, or something else? Either way, the result is excellent. Jaehyun visualizes the chessboard of survivors in his mind. Now the question is, how do I make use of him? Should he assign Junhyuk to Dongjian's party? It's a tempting thought, but no. That party is already well balanced, and pulling Junhyuk out of his original group would only weaken the bond they've formed. His group came into the domain together, tightly knit and relying on one another. Removing Junhyuk would likely turn them into a disorganized mess. Instead, Jaehyun considers another option. A system panel appears before him, calculating. Tips provided. It's probably best for now to keep Junhyuk operating with his group. You have hunted Goblin level 6. You have gained experience. 7150 and 6921 has been deposited into Homebound Absolute's wallet. He lowers the screen and makes his decision. It's quite late, but aside from Junhyuk's party, there are still others diligently continuing to hunt. But just as he settles back into thought, something strange happens. A chill shoots through his body. He suddenly jolts as dark energy erupts around him. A glowing panel appears. It's quite late, but aside from Junhyuk's party, there are still people diligently continuing to hunt. Skill level has increased. Homebound Declaration has reached level 20. You have obtained 3 skill points. You have learned a new skill. Due to use of paid-for administrator privileges, your area's territory is rapidly expanding. Territory is expanding. His eyes go wide. What? He screams in agony as the power surges through his body, lightning-like energy crawling over his skin. His body contorts violently as the system forces expansion through him. He collapses to the ground, thrashing in pain. From afar, someone screams in panic. Jaehyun. After a grueling confrontation, Jaehyun collapses. Still lying on the floor, disoriented and aching, he hears a panicked voice calling out to him. It's Choi In-ri. She rushes to his side, frantically checking on him. Jaehyun, still dazed, internally notes how strange this pain feels. Nothing like what he's experienced before. It's as if his entire nervous system had been scorched by a massive energy burst. As he struggles to get up, In-ri starts panicking even more, unsure of what to do. Just as she leans in, he comes to, and the two awkwardly lock eyes in a close, almost romantic moment. Startled, Jaehyun pulls back and asks, "What are you doing? Get off." In-ri jumps up, apologizing over and over again, clearly flustered. After catching his breath and reassuring her that he's okay, Jaehyun turns his attention back to his thoughts. That last encounter had a cost. His head throbs, and the sheer mental toll begins to weigh on him. At the same time, the Ultimate Eyes skill activates instinctively. As the skill triggers, Jaehyun's mind expands to observe his surroundings. He notices the original area of deployment, plus the entire west and northern zones. It swallowed up all the roads within a 1-kilometer radius centered around the apartment complex. Realizing that the battlefield has shifted to an even larger scale, Jaehyun sighs, tired and mentally drained. He wanted to sleep for 5 more minutes, but there's no time to rest. He opens his system interface and checks his stats. Upon reaching level 20, he gained 3 skill points. He already knows where to invest the first one. The most critical skill for survival in this situation, Ultimate Eyes. He upgrades it. Ding! The Ultimate Shut-In's Ultimate Eyes skill has reached LV.4. Multi-vision function has been added. A powerful new upgrade enhances Jaehyun's field of vision. He can now simultaneously monitor multiple locations from a distance, something like an omnidirectional surveillance system. But while it's incredibly useful, it comes with a drawback. The constant vision drain is exhausting, chipping away at his mental energy. Despite that, Jaehyun doesn't stop. He's still got 2 more skill points, and he decides to invest the second one into Dignity Preservation skill. Ultimate Shut-In's Priority Preservation skill has reached LV.5. Mystic Draw feature has been added. Along with the upgrade, he receives a bonus reward, 300 crystals. He realizes these crystals are meant for the Mystic Draw, a kind of random gacha pull given to him to try. He said that there's no reason to refuse. He opens the draw interface and spends the 300 crystals. A blinding light erupts from the floor, catching both Jaehyun and Enri by surprise. The light intensifies as a glowing object materializes. A ring of communication. A rare item that delivers the voice of the ultimate shut-in directly to the vassals. Jaehyun examines the artifact. It's simple, yet elegant. Most importantly, it solves a major tactical issue, being able to communicate silently and remotely in dangerous zones. He slips the ring on, knowing full well this tool will help him lead and protect others, even if they're separated in future battles. After acquiring the ring of communication, Jaehyun begins to reflect on another potential asset, Kim Dabin. He remembers she was registered as a vassal, and upon checking her profile, he's shocked. Her awakened ability is telepathy, the perfect skill for remote coordination. With this, they won't just rely on the ring. They now have a full communication network. Excited by the discovery, Jaehyun smiles. But his moment of calm is short-lived. A sudden commotion outside draws his attention. A group of people is gathered, loudly complaining about their poor living conditions. Apparently, 50 people have been forced to share a single unit. Tensions are rising. One of the more aggressive survivors steps up and starts questioning the girl in charge authority, accusing her of hoarding space and being unfair with the allocations. The girl remains calm, but firm. She responds that their space is limited and not everyone can be accommodated freely. The man then makes it personal, accusing her of cowardice and labeling her the one who selfishly took over an entire apartment. And if she thinks they're chickens, he angrily continues saying that they saw plenty of vacant homes earlier, they've already checked around, and what she's talking about. And if she should at least make it so that everyone can sleep together, and she should let the kids sleep comfortably at least. They all then start to shout, please, just give us a few empty rooms. We'll only use them to sleep. The girl hesitant said that they're sorry, but their policy doesn't allow it. Jaehyun watching check the system. Ultimate Shut-In's door was at level 1. He can now connect doors within declared territory. A new skill appeared when he hit level 20. He didn't think he'll use it so soon. While the door opened, the man still angry shouts, still aren't you guys basically trespassing in someone else's home? In an emergency like this, we should be helping each other. What are you acting so entitled for? Then to the man's surprise, GHYU inspects. It's me, the one who supposedly trespassed. Everyone was shocked to see him. He then says if they don't like his rules, they're free to leave. As the argument heats up, Yunsik, one of the original troublemakers, steps forward with a smug expression. But before he can escalate things, Jaehyun shuts him down with a deadly glare. The atmosphere turns tense. Jaehyun asks them if anyone has any complaints, but we're quiet. He then makes a bold announcement. They will be shutting off the block entrance and restricting unit access to their original group. The crowd erupts in protest, asking if he's serious. Firm Jaehyun said he's the one should be asking what they think is going on here. Asking with a deadly look if it's a coincidence that they all showed up after they defeated the giant. Since this is a place capable enough to take down a monster like the giant, they came here because they judged it to be trustworthy. He mentioned that every day hundreds of people come here with similar thoughts as them. He breaks down the issue plainly. The moment he accepts their demands, 3 problems will arise. First, the empty rooms will be consumed quickly, and eventually they won't be able to accept newcomers. Second, the existing citizens will become dissatisfied. And finally, if he given once, they will make endless demands. Jaehyun raises his voice, drawing a clear line. The basic rights and welfare they expect, they don't exist here. He urged them to look around. The South Korean government has already collapsed, and he's not its representative. He thinks that they may see him as a tyrant abusing power, but the world they live in now is far too brutal for naive ideas, such as rights and welfare. He then tells them, if they want to enjoy these privileges, they should prove they're worth such things. He thinks that other survivors are enduring harsh conditions right now, trying to adapt. They even take turns sleeping in 3 shifts to make the most out of their space and seek advice from citizens who've adapted earlier. Even in that discomfort, there are people who look out for the children and weak, striving to survive together. And yet these people chose to make demands rather than seek solutions. He then addresses them to return to their assigned accommodations immediately. With threatening look, he continue, unless you want more things taken away from you, thinking they became too comfortable. As Jaehyun and Inri made their way through the hallway, whispers trailed softly behind them. Survivors parted like water to let them pass, watching with a mix of awe and curiosity. Inri turned her head slightly, offering Jaehyun a warm smile. "Thank you, Jaehyun. You saved me," she said gently, her voice carrying gratitude that resonated deeply. Jaehyun's gaze flickered down to the ring adorning Inri's finger, a stark reminder of her vassal contract. A thought crossed his mind. That ring is proof of her vassal contract. Should I test it now? Without hesitation, he sent a message telepathically. Startled, Inri gasped aloud. "Huh?" Jaehyun confirmed through their newfound mental link. "I'm talking to you using telepathy." Her lips curved into another smile as understanding dawned on her. "Ah, yes. I think you might be better suited to something like this than I am." Internally, Jaehyun verified his suspicions. So it really is telepathy. That means I can now communicate over long distances in real time. He expressed his genuine appreciation. "Thank you. You're more amazing than I thought." Their momentary connection was interrupted by the approach of Han Kyungjin, one of the protesters from earlier. His demeanor was visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming along his brow as he hesitated before speaking. "Jaehyun, excuse me," Kyungjin began, bowing his head low in supplication. "I know this is shameless of me, but about the person who was just kicked out, could you forgive him just this once?" Jaehyun's expression hardened, his eyes cold as steel. "Why should I do that?" Kyungjun pressed forward despite the chill in the air. While Yunsik may have been the loudest, it was a collective opinion. "Honestly, I was just grateful to have made it here safely. Well, except for any punishment. So please, just forgive him this once." Jaehyun considered the plea for a moment before responding. "Actually, I've been thinking about when might be the right time to allow Sung Yunsik back. I can't take someone's life just to set an example. Fortunately, according to the system, Sung Yunsik hasn't left and has kept knocking at the door." He addressed Kyungjun directly. "What's your name?" "Han Kyungjun." "Then I will restore Sung Yunsik's citizenship. Additionally, I'll resume electricity and water supply to his unit, including gas." Jaehyun declared solemnly, "I'm doing this out of respect for your heart. But in the meantime, others in the building will know this is a one-time exception." Kyungjun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really?" Jaehyun nodded seriously. "Yes." With heartfelt gratitude, Kyungjun bowed deeply before rushing off. As the notification appeared, Sung Yunsik has received citizenship. Han Kyungjun's trust level has greatly increased. Jaehyun watched the retreating figure thoughtfully. "I'd like to restore the gas too, for the sake of the children in his group, but then it wouldn't be a proper punishment. At the very least, they should experience the discomfort of cold showers and sleeping on cold floors." Jaehyun mused internally. Inri turned to him then, her tone sweet yet perceptive. "Jaehyun, you seem like someone with a really warm heart." Caught off guard, Jaehyun blinked in surprise. "Me? Yes," Inri affirmed confidently, awkwardly accepting the compliment. Jaehyun shifted the subject toward practical matters. He began discussing plans to assign shared facilities across all 25 buildings, envisioning a stable operation led by Dabin and others. When asked how many members she commanded, Dabin revealed there were 15 in total, including Hyerin and Hyeongjin. Jaehyun smiled warmly at her enthusiasm. "Could you expand to 100 members and run operations with them? I'll pay everyone 100,000 won per day. And at that scale, it should operate with stability." Dabin lit up at the proposition, eagerly agreeing to the challenge. Arriving at the 21st floor, Inri suggested modest accommodations for herself. Just let me use one of the deserted units. I'll manage things from there. Stepping out of the elevator, however, they encountered an unexpected visitor. A calm voice greeted them from the shadows. Hello. Both Jaehyun and Inri turned sharply, startled by the intrusion. Are you new here? Or did you come here for something? Jaehyun questioned cautiously. The man stepped forward, adjusting his glasses. That's right. He smiled gently, introducing himself clearly. I'm Dr. Lee Young-yeon, former professor of emergency medicine and trauma. Back inside, Jaehyun reflected on the fortuitous encounter. A doctor. This is perfect. I didn't plan for this, but it's good. His thoughts raced. 4 skilled personnel like this to come to me voluntarily. How about we recruit some people and turn this area into a hospital? Inri's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's a great idea. Jaehyun continued strategizing aloud. We secured a valuable asset. Now we need to make the most of it. If we search, we should find a good number of nurses too. Turning to Inri, he delegated responsibility. I'll leave the medical partnership and operations to you, Inri. She responded with unwavering confidence. Sure, leave it to me. Later, Jaehyun retreated to his private space. Another survivor observed him curiously. Oh, Jaehyun, did everything go well? He confirmed succinctly. Yes, there were no issues. Pulling up his system interface, Jaehyun reviewed his abilities. Activating Ultimate Eyes, he monitored the dungeon raid team returning without casualties. Satisfied, he realized they were en route to Jigalki Station without incident. With order restored, Jaehyun opened his skill menu. Now's the time to invest my final skill point. He selected Level Up, Ultimate Storage. A system notification flashed. Ultimate Shut-in's ultimate storage has leveled up. The storage capacity has increased to 200 kilograms. Passive skill Preservation acquired. The next window elaborated. Preservation, passive items stored in storage will maintain their physical state at the time of storage. Jaehyun marveled at the doubled capacity and tested the preservation feature with a bullet casing. Confirming its functionality, he drew his handgun and shouted to Yane, who flinched nearby. Yane, please cover your ears for a moment. Confusion spread across her face. It's gonna be loud, he warned calmly. Startled, Yane screamed and covered her ears. Why are you firing a gun? Jaehyun executed the command smoothly. Store in storage. The ejected round vanished instantly. The system chimed. The round has been stored in the storage. Smiling faintly, Jaehyun tested further. Extending his hand, he uttered a single word. Summon. Multiple live rounds materialized in his palm, perfectly preserved, clattering together as they settled into his grasp. His eyes gleamed with exhilaration. This is it. This is perfect. Standing on a balcony overlooking the city, Jaehyun contemplated the implications of his upgraded skills. With each round summoned effortlessly from storage, he recognized the tactical advantage granted to him. A shut-in transformed into a force unmatched even by elite dungeon parties. Yet, as Jaehyun reveled in his newfound power, danger brewed elsewhere. At Jigalki Station, an ominous atmosphere enveloped the scene. Bloodthirsty monsters, goblins, and orc-like creatures charged forth in a relentless wave, their savage cries echoing ominously. Among them stood Dongan's party, ready to confront whatever horrors awaited. The leader narrowed his eyes, muttering under his breath. We're finally at Jigalki Station. Something big loomed ahead, and Jaehyun wasn't the only player wielding immense power. Jaehyun activates his telepathy skill, shadows of dark energy curling around him as he concentrates. His voice echoes in the minds of his allies. Hello, everyone. Can you hear my voice? The group is startled, with Dongan blurting out in surprise. Jaehyun. Confirming that the connection works, Jaehyun tells them they'll communicate like this from now on and instructs them to proceed through Exit 2. They quickly agree and follow his lead. They step outside into the night, entering an unfamiliar zone. The air feels tense. CO Yejin tries repeatedly to re-establish a connection with the rear support team, but all attempts fail. This means they no longer have the advantage of scouting and clearing threats ahead of time. Jaehyun warns the group. From here on out, we're in uncharted territory, a completely unprepared zone. When asked where to go, he instructs. Follow the big road to the left for about 1 kilometer. That should get you near the destination. They move as directed, but the uneasy quiet shatters. Heavy thuds approach, and the ground trembles. One of the survivors freezes in confusion, then panics as massive shapes emerge from the shadows. Suddenly, monstrous figures rush forward. Jaehyun yells for everyone to step back as a gigantic, monstrous shark bursts into view, its gaping maw filled with razor teeth. They had only just escaped the relentless fishmen, and now an even deadlier predator looms over them. And now with the shark, Dongan mutters grimly. The beast lunges. One of the fighters grits his teeth and blocks with his spear, struggling against the sheer force. Gunfire rings out as another ally shouts. Dongan, trying to draw the monster's attention and pepper it with bullets. The group braces for a desperate battle, facing a foe unlike anything they've encountered so far. The fight with the giant shark escalates. One of the fighters lunges forward with a powerful strike, but the beast's speed and strength make it nearly impossible to land a killing blow. The shark thrashes violently, forcing the group to scatter. A sudden roar cuts through the chaos. A massive bear-like monster, with crimson energy burning in its eyes, leaps into the fray. In a brutal clash, the bear tears into the shark, overpowering it and delivering the killing blow. A system message flashes. You have hunted a shark, level 20. You have gained experience points. More than 13 million has been attributed to the ability of the ultimate shut-in. The bear glares at the group before fading back, its task complete. Dongan wastes no time, ordering, Kim Jion scout. Kim Jion charges ahead, his movements quick and tense. But his eyes widen. The streets are swarming with hostile creatures. He shouts back that the entire area is crawling with enemies. And worse, they're not alone on the ground. A warning comes from above. Massive winged beasts, sharp-eyed and glistening under the moonlight, swoop down. Their bodies are plated in jagged blue scales, their yellow eyes glowing with predatory hunger. What the heck are those now? Someone exclaims. The flying monsters dive into the group's formation. Deoksu is called to hold the line as armored fighters intercept the midair, clashing in a fierce melee. Blades and claws collide, blue sparks flying with each impact. The battle in the skies intensifies as one of the massive winged beasts, a sky blue marlin, is taken down. A system notification announces the kill, awarding experience points and depositing 700,000 into the ultimate shut-in's account. On the ground, the defenders keep firing relentlessly. One fighter curses under their breath, realizing they can't keep picking off the flying enemies one by one. But before they can regroup, a piercing scream rings out. Dejung is in danger. She barely manages to hold her ground, telling the monster to stay back. Suddenly a message appeared, storage summon, live ground, bullets summoned in front of her shooting towards the flying beasts and tear them apart. A system window notified Jaehyun that he has hunted a sky blue marlin level 17 and gained some experience plus more than 200,000 deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in. Jaehyun smirks. Sniping it directly yields a miserable payout. Comment on the impact of the live ground. Inside the base, he orders CEO Yejin to stop trying to link and instead shoot for him. At first confused, Yejin hesitates, asking where she should aim, but Jaehyun insists that anywhere will do. Flustered, she starts firing rapidly, while Jaehyun uses his ability to store the bullets she shoots and redeploy them mid-battle. The tactic works. Another sky blue marlin is slain, and more than 1 million flows into his account. But Yejin quickly runs out of ammo. Jaehyun urges her to reload and keep going, noting how efficient the strategy has become despite feeling a bit guilty for using her like this. Gunfire continues to ring out inside the base, confusing others who wonder why there's so many shots and why they aren't waking up from this strange situation. Outside, the chaos escalates. The crimson-eyed bear reappears, tearing viciously into a massive red monster. The sheer size and ferocity of the creature makes Dongan cry out in disbelief. We're supposed to defeat that thing, the red beast looming ominously, promising an even more brutal fight ahead. The colossal red monster charges again, shaking the ground with every step. The crimson-eyed bear intercepts, clashing with it head-on. Their blows create shockwaves, but even with its immense strength, the bear struggles to inflict lasting damage. Realizing the danger, someone shouts for Dejung to provide a buff. She quickly responds, flames igniting around her as she channels her power. Golden fire surges into the bear, amplifying its strength and speed. The beast roars, now blazing with fiery energy, and rams into the red monster with devastating force. Dongan called for Jaehwon. A spear appeared in his hand. He instantly directed it to the beast, piercing it in the head. Then the bear jumps in, finishing the attack. For a moment, it looks like they might turn the tide, but the enemy's defense proves overwhelming. Even after being slammed and ripped in two, the red monster rises again, barely harmed. The group is stunned. What? It's unharmed. Jaehyun's allies fire relentlessly, but the creature's shell is impenetrable. Its defense is unlike anything they've faced. Its defense is insane. What do we do? Is there really no way to fight it? One member cries out in desperation. Inside, Jaehyun assesses calmly. His sharp eyes narrow as he mutters to himself. That's no ordinary shell. It looks like we'll need a certain level of impact, like the force of a hammer strike. If sheer firepower won't work, then they'll need a weapon or technique capable of concentrated, crushing impact. Jaehyun begins searching through his arsenal, convinced that he's seen the perfect tool for this situation before. His shadowy energy swirls as he digs deeper into his storage space, determined to find what he needs. Where is it? I'm sure I saw it here before. Jaehyun finally locates what he had been searching for in his storage. His eyes light up as he mutters. Found it. He calls out to Yeonju, instructing her to prepare for a coordinated strike. When he gives the signal, she is to leap onto the enemy crab's carapace. She acknowledges with determination, ready to act. Jaehyun summons the object he remembered, a barbell. It materializes before him in a glowing light. Though it seems like an ordinary training weight, he recalls how it could deliver the perfect type of crushing impact needed against the crab's hardened shell. He apologizes in his mind to Minjo, promising to replace the item later, and begins to maximize the barbell's kinetic energy through gravity manipulation before storing it in that state. With his ability, he can summon it later at full destructive force. With grim focus, he raises his hand and declares, "Summon barbell." A massive surge of power erupts as the object slams down onto the giant crab. At the same moment, Yeonju leaps into action, following his plan precisely. The crab shrieks in agony as its unbreakable defense finally shatters under the weight of the attack. The Crimson Bear seizes the opportunity, roaring ferociously as it tears into the wounded monster, ripping it apart piece by piece until it collapses. A system notification rings out. You have successfully hunted Giant Crab, level 50. Experience points are awarded, and more than 900 millions deposited into the wallet of the Ultimate Shut-In. After the battle, Jaehyun reflects on their journey. The road back to his parents' house feels like wading through a seafood market. Countless fish monsters and oceanic beasts attacking at every turn. The group manages to push through, defeating all manner of creatures. But Jaehyun admits to himself that there were moments where, without his unique abilities, they would not have survived. As he looks ahead, sweat trickles down his face. I had a vague feeling all along. The narration hints at something larger, an ominous realization forming in Jaehyun's mind. As the group pushes forward, the narration reflects on their struggle. For Dongan's party, the city itself feels overwhelming. Even with awakened ones armed with guns, the place is simply too much. After moving barely a kilometer, exhaustion already weighs them down. Jaehyun, observing everything, finally admits a painful truth. The probability that my family could have survived is close to zero. The closer he gets to his parents' home, the heavier the fear grows inside him. Yet even if there's only a 1% chance, he clings to that hope. While heading through the ruined streets, Jaehyun notices something unusual. Among the devastation stands a giant tree. At first glance, it looks almost normal, but he immediately realizes something is wrong. He urges the group to stop immediately. This is my city. I know exactly what's supposed to be here, and there were never trees along this boulevard. Even if there had been, the city would never have left one standing like that. The truth dawns on him. The tree is not natural. It's something that appeared after the world's collapse. A system message confirms his suspicion. Green giant oak level, 38-inch. He quickly warns the others. Everyone, do you see that enormous tree in front of you? They nod. That tree is a monster. Without hesitation, he orders an attack. The once still tree suddenly comes to life, its bark splitting open to reveal a terrifying red eye. With a monstrous roar, the massive oak begins to move, its branches stretching like claws, ready to strike. The battle against the monstrous tree creatures rages on. Yanju draws her bowstring and releases with unyielding focus. Her arrow arcs through the air, trailing a streak of luminous energy that slashes across the battlefield. The tree monster recoils as its bark splits open under her relentless assault. Yet instead of collapsing, it slams its colossal limbs into the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Its glowing eyes blaze with pure hostility. From the flank, Dongan bursts forward, channeling raw power into a strike that punches through one of the creature's wooden defenses. For an instant, the tide seems to turn, but the monster's sheer size and endurance push back. Unyielding, unstoppable. Damn it, a survivor mutters, gripping his weapon so tightly his knuckles pale. Desperation creeps into his voice as the situation worsens. Gunfire cracks through the chaos. Another ally joins the fray, bullets shredding bark and sparking small bursts of flame. But even as the monster staggers, it does not fall. With a guttural roar, it swings a massive limb, forcing the group to scatter. Then, a blur. A hulking bear-like monster charges into the battlefield, eyes burning crimson. Its roar splits the air as it barrels forward, scattering allies like leaves before a storm. Yanju! A man shouts in panic as the beast's claws tear furrows into the earth, lunging straight for her. Yanju meets its strike head-on, blade clashing against monstrous strength. The impact shakes the ground, forcing her back as the beast presses down, its brute force threatening to crush her completely. Yanju, fall back. Another comrade yells, releasing a surge of blue energy. Violent arcs of light lash out across the battlefield, forcing space between them. He braces himself for the monster's retaliation, but the strike never lands. Instead, the creature freezes mid-swing. Byungo now, Dongan roars. Seizing the chance, Byungo retreats, narrowly escaping the deadly blow. Confused, Jaehyun narrows his eyes. The monster's sudden pause gnaws at him. That wasn't random, he mutters. He replays the moment in his mind, the timing, the reaction. Something about the creature isn't as it seems. Jaehyun quickly issues orders. Dongan, pull Yanju back. Everyone else, keep pressing forward. Yanju, stay with Gaeong and Dejong. Deoksu, take your group and advance. Deoksu hesitates. Can she handle it? Dongan cuts him off firmly. Your defense is solid. You'll manage. Before anyone can react, the tree monster abruptly retreats, lumbering back to its original spot and falling still once more. Confusion spreads across the group. That doesn't make sense, someone whispers. Jaehyun's sharp voice cuts through. He lays out his deduction. When Yanju transformed into her beast form, it targeted her immediately. Every strike has been directed only at her. It's not attacking humans, only beast forms. As if to prove him right, a shark-shaped monster erupts from behind the tree, lunging, not at the humans, but at Yanju. The truth crystallizes. Jaehyun steadies his tone. Then we don't need to fight it. Ignore it. Advance. Reluctantly, the group obeys, moving cautiously past the looming creature. But Jaehyun halts, frozen mid-step. His face drains of color. What's wrong? Dongan presses. Jaehyun's voice trembles as recognition strikes. This place. I know it. Dongan looks at him in shock. Is that tree where your parents' house was? Jaehyun's chest tightens. He wants to deny it, but the truth is undeniable. It is. Memories crash into him. His father's laughter, his mother's gentle voice, his grandparents' warm smiles. The home that once stood here, now replaced by a grotesque abomination. Rage floods his chest. He grits his teeth until they ache. The image of his family shatters like broken glass in his mind. That monster has no right. His voice breaks before turning into a roar. No right to be here. Dark purple energy bursts around him, crackling like a storm. His fury is absolute, his vow unshakable. He will obliterate the tree until nothing remains. Fill it with gas, he snarls. Blow it up. I won't rest until it's gone. But before he can unleash his wrath, a system notification flashes before his eyes. Detected presence of ultimate Surt's blood relative nearby. The words hit like ice water. Before anyone can react, lantern light flares in the dark. Villagers emerge from the shadows, armed with sticks and crude weapons, eyes burning with defiance. "Who's there?" one shouts. "You dare bully our little Poppy?" Old yet fierce, the villagers stand their ground. Their sudden appearance sends shockwaves through the group. The villagers panic after discovering a hole in the giant tree they call Poppy, worrying that it must have hurt and wondering if it's okay. They say the village chief would be heartbroken to hear about this. Suddenly, suspicions rise, and someone angrily asks if the Donjian's party was responsible. When confronted, he admits with a calm yes. Outraged, a man shouts, asking how he could harm a defenseless child. The atmosphere turns tense, but then attention shifts elsewhere. People gather around meat that has plumped up unusually well, though some comment it doesn't taste good. The old man scolds them, saying this isn't the time to be picky. If they don't like it, they shouldn't eat. The protagonist watches silently, realizing something crucial. His thoughts drift. Suddenly everything makes sense. He remembers the strange tree monster that never attacked people and the giant tree that grew only at his house. He recalls his childhood. His home was always filled with plants, flowers changing with the seasons, fruit growing on the rooftop, and vegetables that often ended up on their dining table. Among these memories stands the enormous tree at their house. He connects the dots. A tree that doesn't attack humans, a massive tree rooted where their home should be. His eyes narrow. This must be someone's awakening ability. He suspects that if someone awakened a power on par with his own, it could only mean one thing. His gaze turns sharp as he mutters, "So you've awakened. Grandfather." Tears well in the protagonist's eyes as he admits, "I thought everyone was dead." Relief floods him. His grandfather is alive. But reality sets back in. Monsters of terrifying strength, ones in the high 20s, roam casually even now. Monsters crawl across the ground, and in the skies, creatures in their high teens move in flocks. Jaehyun observes silently, before letting out a dry smile. "I wondered how people could survive in such a place." Yura, worried, asks, "Jaehyun, what's wrong?" He quickly shakes his head. "It's nothing. Everyone's safe." But inwardly, he resolves, "Then I need to check." His eyes sharpen, carrying a quiet determination. Later, Dongjian and the others finish cutting the monster's meat. He asked, "Will this be enough?" An elderly replied, gratefully, "Yes, it's more than enough. Thank you, young ones." Jaehyun instructs calmly from behind, "Write down Dongjian." "Ah, yes." The reply comes quickly. Then Jaehyun adds another order. "Please ask them about the village chief's name." One of them steps forward politely. Excuse me, sir. Could I ask what the name of the village chief is here?" The old man looks surprised. "Oh, HM. Are you an acquaintance of our chief? Our chief goes by the name Lee Bongja." At this, Jaehyun's eyes widen. His body stiffens. "I knew it. It's grandfather." The villagers lead them onward. "Before going to see the chief, let's stop by here for a moment." The group enters a lively settlement. Dozens upon dozens of people move busily around them. Food is being prepared, stalls are set up, and the air is filled with the energy of a bustling market. The younger members look around in awe. "Wow." Jaehyun narrows his gaze, analyzing. "There are so many people. It looks like over 100 at least. It feels like the whole Jigaoki market has moved here." A loud voice calls out, "Hey, old man Park." The elder turns. The man approaches, speaking cheerfully. "I heard the rumor. They say Poppy pulled something off again." The old man scratches his head. "Don't mention it. It was so big that these young folks had to help prepare it." The man grins widely. "Then slice it up quickly. I want to serve these young folks a plate of sashimi." The elder agrees and soon returns, carrying a dish of freshly prepared fish. The group gathers together, smiling warmly as the plates are placed before them. For the first time in a long while, they share a meal in safety and peace. One of the group survivors, nervous but hopeful, leans forward and asks if there are any chopsticks. The burly cook scratches the back of his head and apologizes. There aren't any. They'll have to eat with their hands. Suddenly, a faint blue glow appears in front of the women. Chopsticks materialize right into her hands. She gasps, calling out to Jaehyun with trembling gratitude. Her eyes well up as she thanks him over and over. The others watch in awe as she takes the first bite. Her face lights up with shock and joy. "It's delicious," she cries, her voice trembling. The group hesitates no longer. One by one, they reach for the sashimi and begin to eat greedily, murmurs of delight filling the air. Amazing. It tastes so good. It's been forever since I had sashimi. Their spirits, once crushed by despair, begin to rise with every bite. Then Jaehyun casually conjures something else, a bottle filled with a dark, fizzy liquid. The glow fades, revealing a bottle of cola. The survivors freeze. One man stares in disbelief, his voice shaking. Wait, that's cola. How is that possible? Before the shock can fade, another bottle shimmers into existence. This time a green label. Sprite. The once starving survivors are now overwhelmed. Dongan gestures toward them with a calm smile. Would you like some? The elder nearly collapses, his voice breaking. Really? Can I? Glowing crates of drinks, snacks, and even rolls of paper towels appear in a dazzling blue light. Their mouths drop as the items pile higher. All this is for us? The cook stammers. Dongan chuckles with joy, wiping his eyes. Seems like it. Jaehyun, he's giving it all as a gift to you. The entire group falls silent. Someone whispers in awe. Is Jaehyun some kind of god? Another mutters shakily. We should bow and thank him. Before anyone can speak further, heavy footsteps echo. The survivors stiffen as a sharp, commanding presence cuts through the atmosphere. Why is it so noisy here? A chill runs through them all. Even Jaehyun stiffens as his eyes lock onto the figure approaching from the shadows. His pupils shrink in alarm. The crowd turns. An elderly man with a solemn, almost divine aura steps forward. His presence alone silences the camp. Someone whispers in shock, voice trembling. Chief! Jaehyun's breath catches. His gaze hardens. Grandfather. A translucent system window flickers into existence before his eyes, filled with unfamiliar titles. Guardian of the World Tree, passive, mythic, chosen by the World Tree. World Tree's vitality. World Tree's blessing. World Tree's protection. The atmosphere turns heavy. The cheerful meal comes to an abrupt halt as an entirely new weight settles upon them. The chief advanced slowly, his steps surprisingly steady and powerful. His back was straight, and his presence carried a weight that none of them could ignore. Jaehyun studied him carefully. The last time he had seen his grandfather, age and illness had weakened his body. Years of decline and a brain issue had left him frail, his strength fading. But now it was different. His movements were firm, confident, too healthy for the man he once knew. It was clear. This transformation could only be explained by the awakening. The chief finally stopped, his gaze settling firmly on the gathered survivors. The moment Jaehyun's eyes fell on the man before them, his chest tightened. That was his grandfather. Unable to step forward himself, he asked the others to greet him in his stead. Dongjian nodded quickly and stepped up with respect. It's an honor to meet you, Chief. One of the elders near the chief told him. These are the newcomers, and their abilities are truly amazing. They can create things out of nothing. Didn't they make all of this here? The chief asked. Li Bangja studied the crates of supplies and the bottles of water lined neatly at the side. His eyes narrowed in surprise. Really? We already had issues with water. The elder reached out and clasped Dongjian's hand. Thank you so much for coming. Dongjian bowed, but his voice carried hesitation. Thank you, but those things didn't come from us. The chief blinked, startled. What? Then where did all this come from? Dongan exchanged an uneasy glance before finally answering. Those are all Jaehyun's ability. Shock rippled across the chief's face. His eyes widened, and his breath caught. What? Dogyeon continues. We came here at Kim Jaehyun's request. The man's voice trembled as he stepped forward, almost afraid of the answer. This Jaehyun you're talking about, is it the Kim Jaehyun I know? When they nodded, his composure broke. My grandson, his voice shook with emotion. Dongjian smiled softly and reassured him. Yes, Kim Jaehyun, who lives in Seojian apartments. The elder's lips quivered, as though holding back tears. So you're saying my Jaehyun is alive? He straightened, resolve flooding back into his frame. Then you all, come with me. At his command, the colossal tree stirred. Branches thick as pillars extended and curled downward, weaving into a pathway that reached the ground. The villagers and newcomers looked up in awe as the chief, led them along the living bridge. From a distance, Jae-hyun watched, his heart pounding. Soon, he thought, I'll be able to meet my mom, dad, and grandmother too. But reality pressed against that hope. There was still no way to reach them yet. Even so, a smile tugged at his lips. Once the outpost is complete, I can use the shut-in absolutes game skill to go directly home. After confirming his grandfather's survival, Jae-hyun's mind shifted toward building a stronger foundation for everyone's safety. A thought struck him. When he met his grandfather, the system had revealed a new buildable option. A glowing window appeared. Annex 10 billion Korean wons. It was a facility that could be created outside the house, expanding the space into a fully functioning livable area. But there was a condition. It only activated when a direct blood relative of the shut-in absolute resided there. Jae-hyun frowned slightly, weighing the cost. 10 billion won, but it doesn't mention that it can be destroyed. His gaze hardened. That alone made it more valuable than any simple outpost. He thought back to the enormous subsidy he had gained for taking over the apartment complex. Even after outfitting every building with solar generators, more than 7 billion still remained. If I invest just 3 billion now, without hesitation, he raised his hand. Build the annex. Blue energy surged from the ground, swallowing the area in radiant light. Circles of magic expanded outward, tracing the boundaries of a new domain. Jae-hyun's eyes widened as the glowing framework of a massive complex unfolded before him. Is this showing me the full scale in advance? The holographic layout was nearly identical to the place he currently occupied, except far larger. The realization dawned on him. As he grew, so too would the annex. For 10 billion, its worth was immeasurable. There's no need to hesitate, he muttered firmly, selecting confirmation. The system flared. The annex will complete in 7 days. Jae-hyun exhaled with relief. Good. While it's being built, I need to ask grandfather not to leave its range. But before he could take another step, another notification blinked before his eyes. The residents have encountered a blood relative of the shut-in absolute. His heart clenched. Grandmother. The group soon entered the great wooden chamber inside the colossal tree. Sitting gracefully within, aged yet dignified, was his grandmother. Grandmother? Jae-hyun whispered under his breath, his eyes trembling. She lifted her gaze, wrinkled hands clasped in her lap. His grandfather gently took them in his own. He held her hand and said softly, Dear, listen to what they're saying. They claim our Jae-hyun sent them here. Can you believe it? Tears welled in her weary eyes. Jae-hyun, our grandson is alive. Jae-hyun's own voice broke as he reached out instinctively. Everyone, please, ask grandfather what happened. One of his companions quickly relayed the words aloud. Elder, Jae-hyun wishes to know what happened. The chief's expression hardened, sorrow and anger mixing in his eyes. Jae-hyun? How would Jae-hyun know? He turned slowly, as though realizing the truth. One of the group's survivors informed him he is sharing eyes with us. Inside the hollowed tree, Jae-hyun's grandfather spoke gently, trying to calm the tension. It's all right, Jae-hyun. Your grandfather is right here by Grandma's side. He placed a trembling hand over his wife's, her body lying still against the wooden bed. His voice lowered, filled with sorrow. Grandma is just a little too shocked in her heart. Jae-hyun's chest tightened as he asked the question he already feared. Since when has she been unable to wake up? The old man's eyes darkened, memories flashing across his face. Since that day, images of chaos tore through the chief's mind. Monsters spilling into the world, screams echoing, fire swallowing the sky. That day, the day everything changed. His grandmother had fallen into slumber then, and she had never opened her eyes since. For the first time, Jae-hyun saw his grandfather's expression break with raw grief. The sight stabbed at his chest, leaving him breathless. But he whispered to himself, holding back tears. I'm just glad she's alive. He studied her resting form. Outwardly, she looked peaceful, as if merely asleep. Her skin was healthy, her breath steady. It was clear his grandfather's awakening ability had been keeping her alive all this time. Yet anger burned in him. If only I could assign quests, he thought. No matter the cost, I could have improved her condition. But the cruel system gave no quests to blood relatives. Clenching his fists, one of the group's survivors leaned close, whispering Jae-hyun's speech through gritted teeth. I'm sorry, grandmother. Even with my ability, I can't reach you." His golden light flared across her hands, but it brought no change. And yet, something gnawed at him. The silence in the house. The absence of movement. He replayed the scene in his mind. 7 of them had barged in, loudly. Why had no one else come out to look? A chilling thought took root. Could it be? Breaking the silence, Jae-hyun asked through Eonju. "Please, ask grandfather about my parents. Where are they?" The old man stiffened. His eyes shifted with unspoken pain. "You said Jae-hyun is watching right now, yes?" Eonju nodded. "That's right." The grandfather inhaled deeply, then raised his head. "Then I'll speak as if I'm speaking directly to him." Turning his gaze toward the unseen boy, he whispered, "Jae-hyun, that day, your mom went to work. Your dad also went out to earn money. They're probably hiding somewhere safe. You know your father. He would never leave your mother alone." Jae-hyun's lips trembled. He understood the weight behind those words. His grandfather wasn't giving hope. He was trying to shield him from despair. It was his way of saying he didn't believe they were alive. And deep down, Jae-hyun knew it too. The weight of despair pressed down on Jae-hyun's chest. He knew the brutal truth. Unless his parents had awakened a transcendent ability like his grandfather, their survival was nearly impossible. The chance was close to 0. And yet, he clenched his fists. He couldn't give up. Even the faintest thread of hope was worth chasing. Gathering his companions, he declared firmly, "Everyone, our next target is Unhwang Nursing Hospital." His comrades looked at him in concern. "Jae-hyun," but his voice remained steady. "You've all worked hard today, and it's late. Rest at our house tonight. Tomorrow, we head out." His inner resolve burned like fire. "Even if it's just a handful of straw, I will grasp it." Just then, the system flared to life. Ding! The presence of a blood relative of the Skillin Absolute has been detected nearby. Jae-hyun's eyes widened. Breath caught in his throat. "Depart." Turning sharply, he barked orders. "Yi-jin, command the rats." Startled, Yi-jin nearly fumbled. "What should I tell him to do?" Jae-hyun, "Find every survivor nearby, no matter what." Right now, Yi-jin replies yes. The system signal didn't point toward Dongjian's group. No, it was closer. A blood relative was heading in their direction. Jae-hyun didn't need confirmation. His heart already knew. His voice cracked, trembling between disbelief and joy. "It's Mom and Dad." From the shadows, 2 familiar silhouettes emerged. A man and a woman, their presence undeniable. His parents. The workers in the village bustled about, carrying supplies and repairing structures. Wiping sweat from his brow, one of them muttered that the workload never seemed to end. Another, carrying lumber, sighed, but admitted that with the new outpost expanding, it was only natural. Suddenly, a strange sound rippled through the air. The men froze, looking up as shadows fell across the road. Their eyes widened in horror. From the sky, massive creatures emerged, grotesque, winged monsters that blotted out the moonlight as they descended. "What in the world is that?" One villager gasped, dropping the tools in his hands. The alarm bell rang frantically as another lookout shouted from the walls. "Monsters! Monsters are swarming in." Panic spread instantly. People rushed in all directions, scrambling to grab weapons and gather their families. The guards yelled over the chaos, ordering everyone to take everything to the seafood storage and lower the shutters. "Village chief, this is bad," a man shouted breathlessly, bursting into the elder's quarters. "You must come out immediately." The chief looked up sharply. "What's going on?" "The monsters." The messenger stammered, his face pale with fear. "There's a massive horde of monsters charging in." Outside, the earth shook as a massive horde surged forward, their monstrous roars echoing through the night. Dozens upon dozens, too many to count, swarmed toward the outpost. The gathered defenders turned as one toward the approaching threat. Their expressions hardened, their hands trembling as they prepared for battle. Dongan Sokt asked if these are all monsters. The elder raised his hand, voice steady despite the looming terror. "Everyone!" The monstrous horde charged forward, shaking the ground with their advance. "Fall back," the chief murmured, summoning his living trees. One of them asked, "Why is Poppy so badly injured?" Leaving the group of adventurers in shock. From the tree line, eerie lights began to glow. A pair of young awakens stood ready, their abilities flaring up. We'll help you as well, they declared. The old man, Jaehyun's grandfather, stepped forward, calm yet stern. Stay back, their target isn't us. One of the men looked unsettled. Wait, what do you mean? Aren't the monsters here to attack us? The elder's sharp gaze fixed on the battlefield. From my point of view, it doesn't look like they're attacking us. It looks more like they're running away from something. The group froze at his words. Monsters fleeing? He turned serious. With that being said, it doesn't look like they'll pass through without causing damage. We must be prepared. Heavy thuds echoed as something massive approached, the sound rattling even the bravest of them. One of the younger men paled. It's true, they're passing us by without attacking. However, the ones traveling over land are bound to collide with us. This presence, it isn't something ordinary. However strong the chief may be, even he couldn't last a couple of minutes against that. Dongan shouted. There's no way he can fight it on his own. We'll help too. But the elder raised his hand, stopping them. No need. Stay inside the building. You'll have a hard time on your own. Hey now, the chief shouted, using his power. The monstrous figure burst into view, clashing with the creatures that had been fleeing moments ago. The shockwave of the impact sent debris flying. The young men looked on in disbelief, terror spreading across their faces. What is that? The battlefield was chaos. Enormous monsters charged forward, shaking the ground with every step. In the midst of this, Jaehyun's grandfather stood tall, channeling his overwhelming energy. With one devastating stomp, he shattered the ground and wiped out hundreds of monsters instantly. System notifications appeared before Jaehyun. You have hunted a land shark, level 24. You have gained EXP. You have hunted a saw stingray, level 23. You have gained EXP. You have hunted a blue crab, level 29. You have gained EXP. New record achieved. Mass monster annihilation. Another system notification. Bloodline. All stats increase by. The trust points multiplied by 10. And experience gained from monsters hunted by one with the bloodline title increased tenfold and is shared evenly. However, settlement rewards are monopolized by the hunter. Jaehyun widened his eyes in disbelief. This is the standard of someone at level 55. At first, he thought his grandfather was being reckless, but witnessing the destruction, he realized the truth. With just one move, his grandfather had become a one-man army. Helping him? Bullshit. We should be glad if we don't get in the way. Right now, he's a monster in his own, Jaehyun muttered, awed by the display. Meanwhile, the slaughter continued, system messages raining down. You have hunted a giant crab orc, LV 31. You have gained EXP. You have hunted a giant lobster, LV 29. You have gained EXP. You have hunted a sawtooth crab, LV 30. You have gained EXP. Your level has increased. Jaehyun froze. Wait, level up already. Before he could prepare, power surged violently through him. His body convulsed, purple lightning erupting from every pore. Wait, I'm not ready yet. He screamed as the energy burst outward, covering the city in crackling arcs. His body felt like it was being torn apart, his muscles burning, his vision distorted. Then came the explosion, pure energy ripping the skies. Jaehyun roared, his scream echoing across the battlefield. The world shook violently. From above, lightning split the heavens, striking the ground with destructive force. When the light finally subsided, Jaehyun collapsed to one knee, panting heavily. Huff! Damn it, it felt like my whole body was thrown into a storm. Every motion slowed like time itself froze. Jaehyun reviewed the notifications flashing before him, his expression tightening. System message. You've discovered beings that meet the requirements of being taken in as citizens. Would you like to give them citizens? Jaehyun muttered with clenched teeth. Among them, are my parents included? The system displayed the truth. The newly registered citizens number far too many. It's impossible to check each one individually. Jaehyun's fists trembled. Judging from what happened with grandfather and grandmother, if my parents were within a range, the system wouldn't have shown the citizenship message. It would have been a bloodline message instead. That means they're outside this barrier. Meanwhile, Yijin focused on controlling her summoned beasts, working hard to track his parents' location. Once she finds them, he'll know right away. Grandfather, however, stood silently, a thoughtful look on his face. Strange, The old man adjusted his glasses, replying firmly, "Don't you think you guys' treatment of me changed? It's not a big deal, but back then, the monsters I killed would vanish, leaving some remains. But now, not even bones remain. They just disappear completely." Others around them whispered nervously, speculating about Jaehyun's power and the barrier itself. One of the younger men commented with awe, "That must be because of Jaehyun's ability. Ever since we came under Jaehyun's influence, the corpses have stopped being left behind." The chief replies, "Is that so? Then these strange letters appearing in the air are also Jaehyun's doing." Dongan added with admiration, "Yes, that's correct. A peculiar ability indeed." The elder then, since the situation is under control, he said he'll head to the warehouse and bring some people. The group wondering for the reason. He replied that if they're going to eat that meat, someone has to kill the monsters for fresh flesh to remain. The group nodded, confirming they'll bring them right away. As the tension rose, Jaehyun himself took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. "I never thought there would be this kind of inconvenience. After all, I never thought of eating monsters before." His eyes glowed as dark energy gathered in his palm. "Shall I try it?" He stretched out his hand, declaring with resolve, "Item registration." Jaehyun successfully registers the monster's head as an item, his system window confirming. Item registration successful. Relieved, he exclaims that it worked, that even he price is a bit steep, but with this alone, it could feed 100 people. Just then, Yi-jin rushes in, telling him she's found something. She points out a group of survivors, and Jaehyun quickly turns his gaze in that direction. His system immediately confirms their presence. CO Yejin has encountered the bloodline of the ultimate shut-in. The group stands astonished, staring at an apartment complex that looks completely intact amidst the ruined city. One survivor gasps, "Our apartment is completely fine." Another adds in disbelief, "You're right." The system confirms their status. New registered residents detected. Title: Resident of Seojin Apartments. One by one, the survivors' information is logged into the system as official residents. As Jaehyun's eyes widen, his heart pounds faster. Among the group, he spots familiar figures. His face lights up with pure emotion as he shouts, "It's really Mom and Dad." As the system notification appeared, it confirmed that citizenship had been granted to 23 people bound to blood relative Lee Ji-suk. Among them, Jaehyun's parents were right at the edge of the expanded area. Watching their movements, Jaehyun realized they would soon step inside the safe zone. Thankfully, with the bloodline area unlocked, the invisible wall would no longer block them. He steadied himself, heart pounding with anticipation. Moments later, the scene shifted. Standing at the threshold, Jaehyun finally saw them, his parents alive, walking toward him. His breath caught in his throat as tears welled in his eyes. "Mom! Dad!" he cried out with desperate joy, his voice breaking. From the other side, his parents froze in disbelief. His mother's eyes widened, trembling as she whispered, "Brother, is that really?" His father, equally shaken, muttered, "Am I dreaming right now?" The long-awaited reunion, once thought impossible, was now unfolding before their very eyes. Jaehyun couldn't hold back his tears as he rushed forward, shouting that his parents were alive. Overcome with emotion, he cried out to them, declaring, "It's me, Mom, Dad." His parents recognized him instantly and ran to meet him. The long-awaited reunion finally happened as they embraced, calling out his name with trembling voices, unable to believe their son was truly standing before them. His mother held him tightly, asking if it was really him. With a warm smile, Jaehyun reassured her, "Yes, Mom, it's really me." She frantically checked if he was hurt anywhere, but he comforted her, saying he was fine and had been doing well all this time. Tears of relief filled her eyes as she whispered that it was such a blessing. Around them, the other survivors began to gather. Jaehyun noticed that most of the group were nurses from the hospital where his mother used to work. He realized that all 23 people with them were now awakened, or rather, they were granted abilities by his mom to survive in this new world. Jaehyun suddenly noticed something odd. The two dogs were barking furiously at the barrier, unable to step through. Confused, one of the survivors asked what was wrong with them. Jaehyun immediately realized the issue. Unlike the others, the dogs hadn't been granted citizenship, so they couldn't enter. At that moment, he felt the activation of a summoning-like skill. Extending his hand, he invoked his authority, grant entry. The dogs passed through safely as a blue system window appeared. Contract of subordination can contract up to 100 people and awaken their abilities. Jae-hyun quickly understood. Just like the survivor registration, those who entered through this contract would awaken powers of their own. Considering how much awakening affects survival early on, he realizes that his mom's ability is ridiculously incredible. Among the crowd, his mother fell to her knees, overwhelmed with relief. She clasped her hands together, whispering prayers of gratitude, thanking God, Buddha, anyone who had given them the strength to survive. Watching her, Jae-hyun thought to himself that his mother's ability was far too incredible for ordinary circumstances. He then turned to his father, wondering if his powers had also come from his contract. Another system notification confirmed it. Protective Aura S rank. The description explained that while this skill was active, all of the user's physical abilities would be multiplied tenfold, and it consumes mental energy to create a defensive aura over the entire body. Jae-hyun's eyes widened. What makes this ability broken is that the skill description says 3 times. If it were simply 300%, he wouldn't think it was that insane. For example, if there are abilities that raise physical stats by 200% and 300%, when they stack up they add up to 500%. But if a triple skill stacks on a 200% boost, that 300% is tripled, meaning the final result is a 900% boost. So right now Dad is, first, the Citizen buff Power of Trust raises all stats by 93%. Then TE Bloodline Effect adds another 930% to all stats. That means he's already at 1,120% efficiency. And if he activates Protective Aura, his physical abilities would be strengthened to a total of 3,369%. Jae-hyun was amazed. That's insane. That's enough to skip several levels of difference with ease. He turned to the 23 Awakeners his parents lead and said they're mostly B and C rank, but they're still leagues above the unawakened. Thanks to that, they were able to make it here safely. Jae-hyun looked at the exhausted group and decided it was time to take care of them. Well, that doesn't matter now anyway. I'll take all these people who must be tired from the long journey back. Extending his hand, he promised, I'll allocate 5 units to all of you. If you need rice, ramen, or anything else, please ask as much as you want. I'll provide it all. He then told them to rest properly, take a warm shower, and sleep comfortably in a heated room. His words made his parents tear up, though his mother grew worried, whispering, "Oh no, could the shock be so great that he can't tell before the apocalypse from now?" Jae-hyun quickly reassured them with a calm smile. "That's not true, okay?" He then asked his mother, "Mom, you saw the lights on in our apartment, right?" She nodded, explaining how they noticed so many lights on when they arrived, thinking it was amazing. But Jae-hyun raised his hand again and asked, "Why do you think there's electricity in a world with no power or water?" Snapping his fingers, he said, "Watch closely." In an instant, lights came alive across the building, shocking everyone. His father stammered, "Teach, this is what?" His mother gasped, "Oh my." Then Jae-hyun pulled out something that left them completely speechless, a bottle of Coca-Cola. "Is anyone thirsty?" he asked with a grin. The crowd gasped in disbelief. "Huh? Cola! It's cola!" The survivors couldn't believe it. One asked timidly, "Can we really drink this? Something so rare." Jae-hyun handed the bottle over with a reassuring smile. Of course. Their gratitude poured out. "Thank you." After giving everyone a taste, Jae-hyun said, "Have a drink each, then follow me. I'll guide you to your homes." After using the shut-in Absolute's gate to move to the apartment complex, he first guided his mother's subordinates to the houses they'd use. He stocked them with ramen, rice, eggs, milk, and all the other supplies they needed. But his mom hesitated, asking, "But Jae-hyun, these are other people's homes. Are we really allowed to use them freely like this?" Jae-hyun, unfazed, replied with a grin, "We'll have to return them if they come back. But no one has returned yet." He pushed them gently forward. "Well, don't worry about that. Just go in quickly." Later, Jae-hyun brought his parents into another home. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by 2 girls bowing deeply. "Mother, father, hello." The parents froze in shock. His mother stammered, "Son, don't tell me this is your girl." His father's face turned stiff, but Jae-hyun quickly denied it. "It's not what you're thinking." The girl, flustered but sincere, said, With all our sincerity, we will serve you well. Jaehyun immediately scolded her. No, no. Why would you be the one serving my parents? Smiling awkwardly, he dismissed the two girls, telling them they had worked hard and could return now. Ah, yes, they replied before leaving. With only family remaining, Jaehyun sat them down and began asking questions about what had happened to them until now. They explained everything. How his father had kept working as a taxi driver, always picking up and dropping off his mother. And that day, too, his dad went to pick Mom up after work as usual. And when the monsters appeared, they protected each other. And as a result, they were both able to survive. As Jaehyun expected, the one who had awakened was his mother. After their story, Jaehyun shared his own about the abilities he gained, how he had survived until now, and even about Grandma's situation with his grandfather watching over her. The night grew late as they continued sharing stories. Even though there were still problems left to solve, Jaehyun felt something he hadn't in a long time. Sitting at the table with his parents, he thought, maybe because I was with my family. The house felt warm for the first time in a long while. A storm rages over Japan's Nagasaki prefecture. In the midst of the heavy rain, soldiers on patrol suddenly freeze in fear. Their eyes widen as a massive shadow looms before them. One of them stammers in disbelief, asking what on earth that creature could possibly be. His comrade, sweat dripping down his brow despite the cold rain, mutters that it's insane, like some kind of monster straight out of a nightmare. Lightning splits the sky, illuminating the beast's form. An enormous, dragon-like creature with glowing blue eyes and a terrifying presence. Its very existence makes the earth tremble beneath their feet. The men can only stare in awe and terror as the creature continues moving forward. Yet, instead of attacking, it simply passes by them, its colossal body outlined by flashes of lightning. One of the soldiers, panting heavily, realizes that it isn't here for them. He admits he can't even tell where the monster is heading, but one thing is certain. Wherever it goes, destruction and ruin are destined to follow. The scene shifts to the next morning. Jaehyun, overjoyed, immediately calls his grandfather to share the miraculous news that his parents are alive. His voice trembles with excitement as he shouts, grandfather. On the other end of the call, his grandfather listens intently. When Jaehyun tells him about finding his parents, the old man is overwhelmed. His eyes widen, and joy floods his tired expression. For a man who had endured endless despair, this moment feels like a miracle. He lets out a deep breath, visibly relieved, as Jaehyun reassures him. Both of them are safe with me, so please don't worry. Jaehyun's grandfather, who had been suffering alongside his grandmother, now feels an immense weight lifted from his chest. By his grandmother's side, he played the video call replay again and again, unable to contain his happiness at seeing his son and daughter-in-law alive. For the first time in what feels like an eternity, the family senses hope. Hope that had nearly been lost in the chaos of this ruined world. Jaehyun's mother, still emotional, asked if they could see a video of her own mother. Jaehyun nodded and quickly arranged for someone at the main house to record clip. Soon after, a short video arrived. It showed grandfather faithfully staying by grandmother's side, caring for her even in her unconscious state. The moment she saw it, Mom couldn't hold back her tears. Overcome with emotion, she pressed the phone to her lips, sobbing quietly, while Jaehyun gently reassured her that they would be able to meet them in person soon. Meanwhile, Jaehyun, thinking that the annex is complete with the shut-in absolute's gate skill, they'll be able to go to the main house where grandfather is. He temporarily assigned Dongjian's party to the main house, so they could hunt monsters nearby while construction continued. Because 3 retainers with a rare title knight were stationed there, construction efficiency had shot up by 50%. Just having H.A. Dongan, O.H. Yeonjae, and Kim Dae-jeon there raises construction efficiency. What should have taken a full week would now only take a few days. And after the previous night's monster wave, the monster population near the main house had surged, making it an ideal hunting ground. Back at the Haven, hunting was becoming almost impossible. To even find monsters, one had to walk a kilometer or more outside. Since the territory had expanded, citizens' hunting frequency dropped sharply. Some who didn't realize the R has expanded wandered around their old grounds in confusion. But those areas were now part of the Haven, and the goblins that once roamed there had all been wiped out during the level up. Jaehyun decides it's time to make an official announcement to the people about the recent changes. He asks Dabin to step forward and take on the role of communicator, instructing her to explain clearly to everyone that the territory has expanded. From now on, they'll need to go beyond Siamayan Station to hunt. This information is vital, since many citizens have been wandering outside without realizing that those areas are already part of the newly claimed land. Dabin nods seriously, fully aware of the responsibility placed on her. Jaehyun continues, and please establish a relief team. We need people to rescue survivors inside the territory. Also include those who came yesterday, asking for a medical team. They'll definitely help. Dabin nods, understanding the command. Jaehyun deep in thoughts. In a newly expanded area, there are thousands of survivors, and most of them are in very dire conditions. Even inside the safe haven territory, more than 10 people died. The biggest cause was, of course, lack of drinking water. It's because they couldn't go outside due to the monsters. Now, they're handing out relief supplies whenever they find people in danger, but it's not enough. Jaehyun, with a serious look, he said he want to save as many people as possible. Save as many as he can, and, if needed, he'll use the shut-in Absolute's gate to go directly to them, or find another way to heal them. Just then his mom interrupts him. What's wrong? Why that serious face? Hyun told her everything, and she then offers him her help. He was surprised at first. Among the people his mom brought were some with heal or care abilities. In the case of care, it was very effective against status conditions like dehydration, fainting, and poisoning. His mom thought that if she formed a contract of subordination with the relief team, they would awaken with similar abilities. Just as his mom thought, more than 80% awakened healing-related abilities. Most were D rank or C rank, so their overall level was low, but once the relief team started moving, the situation quickly calmed down. After the exhausting rescue efforts, Jaehyun finally had a moment to breathe. He collapsed onto the floor, drained, and muttered that it was finally over. For 3 days and nights, he and his team had worked tirelessly, combing through every house in the territory and saving countless lives. Even though the burden was overwhelming, their efforts bore fruit. The system soon notified him. A being that met the conditions for citizenship had appeared, asking to join the haven. Without hesitation, Jaehyun accepted. Since the territory had expanded, survivors had been streaming in steadily. Thanks to that, the population was already nearing 10,000. But as he rested, heavy rain poured outside, darker and heavier than usual. Jaehyun looked out the window in confusion, asking why it was raining so much. Dabin approached him with urgent news. Survivors had been found outside the haven's territory, and the relief team wanted to go out and save them. Jaehyun frowned, warning her that going beyond the territory was extremely dangerous. Dabin said Tashi tried to talk to them out of it, but they said it's the golden time and they must go. Hearing the golden time, Jaehyun frowned. The world outside had changed. Goblin packs were no longer the only threat. Monsters that should have been confined to the ocean had already made their way inland. It was no longer a place where ordinary people could survive. Still, the relief team insisted it was the golden time to act, and they couldn't abandon those lives. Watching them, Jaehyun realized they were incredibly determined, perhaps because many of them had once been firefighters. Despite the risks, they were ready to put everything on the line to save others. Smiling faintly at their resolve, he admitted to himself, I like it. He informed Dabin that he'll assign a hunting team as escorts, so the relief team must wait for now. Just then, he receives a system message. He hunted a giant crab level 33 and gained some experience. Jaehyun thought that since no payout came in, that means his dad, as bloodline, hunted the monster. He was amazed by the fact that his dad went hunting in this heavy rain. After realizing his physical stats skyrocketed, he started enjoying his hunts. Smiling, he said that he's so strong there's not much to worry about. But then his eyes widened, his screen exploded with notifications, many messages popping up at once, each declaring another monster hunted, and he gained experience. His expression hardened when he realized the truth. Using the eyes of the Absolute, the one fighting outside in the heavy rain wasn't his father, it was his grandfather. Grandfather stood firm, wielding his power with overwhelming force. Black vines erupted from the ground, lashing out like living weapons, ensnaring and tearing apart the monsters that poured in with terrifying speed. The sheer scale of his strength left everyone speechless. Inside, panic spread. Jae-hyun asked Donghyun, "What's happening?" Dong Jian's face darkened as he confirmed, "The monsters, they're swarming again." Jae-hyun clenched his fists, frustration flickering across his face. A monster wave again? Through the storm, countless beasts surged forward, far more than usual. The sight was suffocating, an endless tide of claws, teeth, and roars. Jae-hyun's sharp gaze tracked their numbers, and his mind raced. "If this continues," he muttered, "the rate of monster waves will only keep increasing." The elder braced himself. "Even this time, no matter how I look at it, it's strange. Those things since last time? Why are they running like that, scared out of their minds?" The battlefield fell eerily silent for a moment, broken only by the heavy rain pounding the ground. Monsters that had been charging with relentless fury suddenly shifted. Their frenzied eyes widened in pure terror, their chaotic advance turning into a panicked retreat. Jae-hyun's eyes narrowed. Scared? From what exactly? A thunderous boom shook the heavens as lightning split the night sky. And then it appeared. A towering shadow pierced through the storm, its monstrous presence radiating dread. The hunters froze, their breaths caught in their throats. One of them screamed, pointing toward the massive silhouette. What is that?" Even Jae-hyun's heart skipped a beat as the beast revealed itself fully. Its glowing, otherworldly eyes cut through the darkness, its maw opening to unleash an ear-splitting roar that rattled the earth beneath their feet. The wave of fear that spread through both monsters and humans alike made one thing clear. This was not just another beast. This was a calamity. A deafening roar echoed as lightning tore across the sky. Suddenly, a massive white dragon revealed itself. White Dragon level 63, causing chaos among the survivors. The group froze in fear. Isn't that a dragon?" The elder stammered as the beast loomed over them. Jae-hyun clenched his fist, thinking to himself that he could intervene to save Dong Jian's party. But the sheer presence of the dragon was overwhelming, and he knew stepping in recklessly might risk everything. Also, his grandfather, the guardian of the World Tree, can't leave the World Tree. That would leave him alone in danger, and he can't let that happen. Still, he can't order Donghyun's party to fight against the White Dragon. Telling them to face such a monster would mean sending them to their deaths. The system then displayed a chilling message. Time remaining until Annex building construction completion. 38 hours, 21 minutes, 19 seconds. Jae-hyun's expression hardened. When the Annex building is completed, the territory will expand enough to cut off that monster's head. But even if efficiency is increased by 50% and construction progress 1.5 times faster. With 38 hours left, that means they'd have to hang in there for over a day. With a serious look, he declares that it's impossible. He starts thinking if there's another way to hunt that giant dragon and save the group. Then his eyes widened. Looks like our MC has an idea. The dragon's body pressed down with crushing force, shaking the ground. The elder addressing the group, he declares that even he would have problems taking that on alone. He decided to buy time, while the group take the people and escape. Dong Jian, as other plans, shouted with resolve, "We'll fight together." With weapons raised, his party members prepared to face the impossible threat. Grandfather's eyes widened at the resolve of the younger fighters. Their courage rekindled his own spirit. Gripping his weapon tightly, he took his stance and declared, "Fine then, let's do this." The ground shook as the colossal beast loomed over them, its presence suffocating. Grandfather shouted for everyone to strike first, leading the charge, but their attacks were futile. The monster's power was overwhelming. Fear and despair spread quickly through the group. Jae-hyun's voice thundered across the battlefield, ordering everyone to stop immediately. The others looked at him in confusion. Jae-hyun said it may sound strange. He wanted them to trust him for a moment and wait. He then called Byung-go, ordering him to tell his grandfather to not do anything. When Byung-go went to the elder, he got mad, shouting that it's important to strike first in a fight. The boy apologized, explaining that this was Jae-hyun's message. Upon hearing this, the elder was shocked. What? At that time, Jae-hyun explains that while he was searching for a weakness, the status window appeared. The White Dragon, a deep-sea monster that dwells in the ocean depths. Having just laid its eggs, it is in an extremely weakened state. The White Dragon's eggs can only hatch beneath the roots of the World Tree. The moment Jaehyun saw this, realized that maybe its purpose here isn't a fight. He continued with a calm voice. What if it only came because it needed the world tree to hatch its eggs? The tension grew unbearable as the massive creature advanced. But then, an unexpected presence made itself known. A calm, yet commanding voice echoed inside their minds. It urged them not to fear, but instead to listen. Grandfather trembled, realizing the voice was speaking directly to him. The white dragon was surprised. He didn't expect the world tree to be this small, and said he must be careful. The elder, still in shock, asked him what he wants. The white dragon wanted to make a contract with the world tree. Until he regained his power, he will protect it. Blue energy surged into Grandfather's arm as the pact began to form, marking the beginning of an unexpected alliance. The dragon told him that when he's in danger, he should use it to call him. He will come whenever, wherever. A radiant core condensed into the Grandfather's hands, sealing the pact. With the last plea, the dragon asked him to take care of his child. While the dragon's massive wings unfurled, with thunderous beats, it soared into the sky, vanishing beyond the storm clouds, leaving those below trembling in awe and disbelief. In the aftermath, survivors could only acknowledge the truth. Had they dared to attack, they would have been wiped out instantly. One of them admits that they lived because they obeyed Jaehyun's order to do nothing. While the elder is still amazed by what happened, notifications from the system began to flood in, announcing the expansion of Haven's population and a sharp rise in trust and reputation. Jaehyun calmly observed the changes, with Kang Deoksu, Kim Gaeun, and Ha Dongin all hitting loyalty 100 at once. His perception had grown sharper, his visual capacity increased by 3, that now totals to 18 vassals. At this pace, he'll eventually have over 100. It would be nice if he could register as vassals the people his mother turned into awakened. But after trying, he found it to be impossible. The moment they enter a contract of subordination, they fall under his mother's command and cannot be registered by him. He was wondering if there's a way to create Awakened himself, but naturally born Awakened are too rare. Then, a system notification appeared. Moon Byunggo's trust increased. It reached 100. With that, a rare alert appeared before him. Jackpot. A capsule shimmered in the air, carrying within it the power of teleportation. Jaehyun was shocked. He even was scared of his luck. Holding it carefully, Jaehyun pondered its best use. The purpose of the awakening pill is obvious. It awakens Moon Byunggo's teleportability. He was wondering what the best option would be. After weighing the possibilities, he decided the most effective choice was his father. With resolve, he instructed Dabin to bring his father forward immediately. Later, when his father came, he was surprised and asked, "What is it?" RMC simply responds, "It's a gift," and tells his father to just swallow it. While doing so, his father told him that he's so thoughtful that he brings him supplements so he don't tire out. Upon swallowing it, blue energy surges from his body. He wonders what happened, asking Jaehyun if he feeds him something strange. The MC, with a smile, told him to imagine teleporting from here to there in an instant. His father wasn't sure, but decided to try out. To his surprise, it worked, and they were both amazed. Jiun, with a winning face, thought, "For my father who belongs to my bloodline and fights with his body, what if he gained teleportation abilities? That would be like giving wings to a tiger." His father, still amazed, asked if this power was gained from the pill. Just then, system notification appeared. His father's trust has increased, reached 100. New skill acquired. Enhanced protection energy. Jaehyun couldn't believe his eyes. Even blood relatives' abilities can be obtained when their trust hits 100? An idea struck him. If he raises his mother's trust to 100, he can obtain her ability as well. When he checks, she was at 97. Just 3 more, and he'll be able to get her ability too. He smiled viciously. It's fine. There's no need to rush, because he still have a secret method to raise trust quickly. The next morning, a brilliant surge of energy illuminated the sky as the system announced the completion of the new annex building. A massive dome of violet energy expanded outward, surrounding the entire territory as thunder roared above. At the same time, multiple alerts echoed through the system, confirming the elimination of the monsters that had threatened the area. Within this storm of energy, Jaehyun's body tensed as his skills surged to new heights. Notifications flashed before his eyes. New structures, new summons, and the steady expansion of his territory. The power coursing through him became unbearable, forcing him to scream as lightning-like veins of purple light ran across his skin. Gasping for breath, he steadied himself, realizing he had leveled up the moment the day began. As the construction finished, the surrounding monsters had been automatically cleared, adding to his growing pool of experience. Though the individual rewards were small, the sheer number of kills caused his total accumulation to skyrocket. Moments later, another system window appeared. You've discovered beings that meet the requirements of being taken in as citizens, asking if you wish to grant them citizenship. Without hesitation, he approved it, officially increasing his citizen count to a new milestone, unlocking even more construction options. The system notification explains more. As the number F citizens has reached 10,000, they can now acquire professions. Condition fulfilled. Profession Research Lab. Category has been added to the list of constructible facilities. Jaehyun exhaled deeply. The string of notifications was important, but something else required his immediate attention. Rising from his seat, he called out to his mother, sensing she had something on her mind. When he entered, she asked if he had something he'd been wanting to tell her. Jaehyun smiled, gently telling her that she waited for a long time and extended his hand toward her, telling her that they should go visit Grandma and Grandpa together. He explained that there was now a way for them to reach them safely and asked her to get ready right away. Shocked yet hopeful, his mother's eyes widened as she asked if what he said was true. When he nodded, a purple portal opened before them, glowing brightly and filling the room with light. Moments later, they stepped through the gate, emerging into the familiar wooden hall of the Guardian's domain. Jaehyun's voice echoed as he called out, "Grandpa, I'm here." The old man, sitting quietly, turned in surprise, asking who was there. When he saw Jaehyun standing at the doorway, his expression shifted from confusion to disbelief. Jaehyun smiled softly and apologized for startling him. But before he could say more, rapid footsteps filled the room, his mother rushing forward with tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Dad!" Overwhelmed, her father rose from his chair, eyes wide, before she threw herself into his arms. "Jisuk," he called out, his voice trembling. The two clung to each other tightly, crying uncontrollably. She apologized for being late, for not coming sooner, but he shook his head and told her she had already done more than enough, and she suffered so much, he thanked her simply for surviving. A system notification appeared before Jaehyun. His mother's trust level had reached 100, and her bond had officially formed into a contract of subordination. Watching them embrace, Jaehyun smiled quietly and explained that his father couldn't come this time since he was still out rescuing people with the relief team. So, he had hurried to bring his mother first. Jaehyun watched his mother and grandfather embrace, finally reunited after so long. Seeing the relief and warmth in their eyes, he smiled faintly and thought to himself that this was enough. For now, peace was all they needed. Later, the story shifted to a calmer morning scene. Jaehyun sat outside with his grandfather, discussing the area where the massive world tree now stood. The old man was still stunned by how the tree had suddenly appeared, recalling that the house had been swallowed by its roots overnight. Jaehyun confirmed he had seen it happen firsthand. He then asked about the state of utilities, water, electricity, and whether the structure was still functioning properly. The elder explained that power was running through a backup generator and that there was still some water left in the tanks. However, he pointed out that gas had long since run out. Thinking for a moment, Jaehyun told him he might be able to fix that. Surprised, his grandfather asked how, to which Jaehyun replied with a confident smirk, "Would you like me to show you?" He then walked to the water tank, and as he extended his hand, glowing energy flowed into it. Moments later, water began swirling and rising inside until the tank was completely filled. His grandfather, astonished, realized it had been nearly empty before. Jaehyun calmly explained that he had replenished the water, electricity, and gas supplies using his abilities. From now on, his grandfather and the others wouldn't need to worry about energy or monster attacks. Amazed, the old man asked if all that was really his doing, and Jaehyun nodded. He admitted that explaining everything, his powers, the citizen registration system, and how it all worked, would take time, so he planned to go slowly. His grandfather agreed and warned him to be careful as he climbed down the ladder. Jaehyun smiled back and replied, "Yes, Grandpa," before stepping away, preparing for what came next. Jaehyun activated his new ability, his body glowing with intense purple light as his eyes transformed. Ultimate eyes. Curious to test it, he decided to experiment with its potential. Let's see what this can do, he thought, focusing his gaze toward the space where his mother and grandmother were. Channeling his mana, he combined the new skill with another command, teleport. In an instant, his form disappeared in a flash of violet energy, reappearing inside the wooden hall where his family was gathered. He gasped slightly, realizing it had worked perfectly. So, I can teleport just by seeing the location through the ultimate eyes, he said to himself, impressed by the versatility of the ability. His mother, startled by his sudden appearance, asked, "Jaehyun, weren't you on the roof?" He smiled and replied that his grandfather was still up there working, then asked how his grandmother was doing. His mother sighed with relief, saying that while her complexion was still pale, she looked much better now. Satisfied, Jaehyun muttered, "That's a relief," when suddenly a bright blue system notification appeared. Beast Summon, 10 billions 1, activate. His eyes widened in surprise as the message confirmed the activation. The 10 billion 1 summon button is active, he whispered in awe. Without hesitation, Jaehyun clenched his fist and smiled. After witnessing the terrifying power of the three-legged crow, he knew this was worth the cost. "There's no need to hesitate," he said, pressing the summon button. The system confirmed that 10 billion 1 will be consumed to summon the beast. A glowing green magic circle formed beneath him, pulsing with power. His mother backed away in shock as the air trembled. "Oh my, what is this?" she cried out, shielding her face. Jaehyun turned toward her and reassured her quickly, shouting over the roaring energy, "It's my ability. Don't be alarmed. Just close your eyes for a moment." The light grew even stronger, swirling around the room. His mother screamed, unable to resist the blinding glow as the ground beneath them shook violently. The glowing green magic circle pulsed wildly, filling the room with blinding light. Then, something began to form within it. A large bud, wrapped in leaves and brimming with energy. The bud floated above the ground, cracking open as radiant light spilled from its center. From within emerged a small, winged creature with mint green hair and gentle, glowing eyes. Jaehyun stared in awe as the system identified it. Fairy, level 1. The tiny fairy slowly opened her eyes, blinking sleepily before fluttering her wings and hovering in the air. His mother gasped, stunned by the sight. "Jaehyun, this is..." she whispered. Smiling proudly, Jaehyun replied, "She's like Blackie, a beast I summoned." Holding out his hand, the fairy landed softly on his palm, her wings shimmering in the light. "Oh, I see," his mother said quietly, still amazed. Just then, the door creaked, and Jaehyun's father stepped inside, clearing his throat. "Ahem," his mother turned to him, relieved. "Dad, you're back." He nodded, saying Jaehyun had already taken care of everything. Surprised, mother asked, "He did?" The father chuckled and replied, "Yep, that kid's something else." As he walked over to check on his wife, his hand glowed faintly green. Jaehyun watched in confusion as a strange power began emanating from the fairy, reacting to the old man's touch. "Wait, what's happening?" Jaehyun shouted as the fairy suddenly flew forward, releasing a bright pulse of energy. The grandfather flinched as the green light enveloped him. "Huh, what's this?" he exclaimed, while the fairy, floating nearby, seemed to channel more energy into him. A system message appeared. "The fairy's level has increased. The natural recovery rate within the territory has doubled by 100%. Still glowing, the old man looked down at his hands in disbelief. "What is this?" he muttered. He shouted for the fairy to stay back, warning the unstable power. "Old man, what did I tell you?" a familiar voice barked. Then, before anyone could react, another shockwave of green light erupted from the fairy, and in the next moment, a weak but familiar voice broke the tension. The grandmother, who had been unconscious moments ago, slowly sat up. Her eyes opened, calm and clear. "How many times have I told you to wash your hands after going to the rooftop?" she said softly. Everyone froze in disbelief. The grandfather's mouth trembled as he turned toward her. "Huh?" She looked around, confused by their shocked expressions. "Why are you looking at me like I'm some kind of ghost?" she asked. The fairy fluttered beside her, smiling warmly as life returned to the old woman's face. Finally, the grandfather whispered, his voice cracking, "Dear?" And with tears welling in his eyes, he took a step closer, The impossible had happened. His wife had awakened. As the blinding green light faded, Jaehyun's grandmother suddenly began gasping for air. Everyone rushed to her side in shock. Her frail hands trembled as she clutched her chest, confusion flickering across her face. "Why am I so sleepy?" she murmured weakly before her eyes closed again. Her head tilted to the side, and within seconds, she went limp. The grandfather froze for a heartbeat before panic struck him. "Darling," he cried out, shaking her shoulders desperately. "Darling, wake up!" His voice cracked with fear as he clung to her lifeless form. The fairy, startled by his shouts, hovered closer, her expression conflicted. "What'd you do?" he asked, his tone uneasy. He turned toward her, his eyes filled with despair and fury. "If you can heal, then do it again. Use your magic. Anything," he yelled. The fairy hesitated, her glow flickering as she trembled. But the old man's voice grew louder and more desperate. "I said do it," he roared. "Grandpa," Jaehyun intervened, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Please calm down first." His voice was steady but heavy with sadness. The old man paused, breathing hard before slowly lowering his hands. Jaehyun's grandfather spoke softly. "Sorry about that. I lost my temper for a moment there." Jaehyun lowered his head, apologizing. "I'm sorry. For now, the fairy's level is still too low. She can only maintain Grandma's consciousness temporarily," urging them to continue supplying her with life force regularly. He went on to explain that while she might awaken occasionally, her recovery would depend on how long the fairy remained active within the area. "The more she stays near the fairy, the longer she'll be able to wake up," he said quietly. His grandfather's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Jaehyun nodded firmly. "Yes, of course." Relief washed over the old man's face as he exhaled shakily. "Oh, thank goodness. That's all I needed to hear," he whispered, tears welling in his eyes. The fairy, now sitting on the bedside, yawned softly, exhausted from the strain. Jaehyun looked at her thoughtfully, realizing there was more to her existence than just another summoned creature. "It doesn't feel like she's a simple summon," he thought. "There's something about her connection to the world tree." Jaehyun pondered quietly, analyzing the situation. If his theory was right, the fairy he had just summoned wasn't an ordinary creature. It had a summoning condition directly linked to the world tree. If that's the case, he thought, maybe every summon has its own unique connection. He wasn't completely sure how this bond functioned, but he could sense a deeper resonance between the fairy and the environment itself. He wasn't sure what those conditions are, but he was satisfied that he found a way for his grandma to wake up. Still, there were more pressing matters. With a sigh, he decided to let the fairy rest for now. "Mom, Grandpa," he said softly, "I'm a bit tired. I'll head to my room first. I'll be right back." His grandpa nodded, telling him to take a short break and call if he needed help. As Jaehyun walked down the dim hallway, the air grew tense. Then, ding! A new system notification appeared before his eyes. "Critical situation detected. Citizen Shim Kyungtaek has died." He froze. "A citizen death message?" he muttered, eyes narrowing as the implications sank in. The scene shifted to a distant part of the city where survivors were battling swarms of monsters. One of the registered citizens had been part of a rescue group working near the collapsed subway line. Despite their efforts, the monsters had overwhelmed them, leaving chaos in their wake. "Hundreds more will die soon," Jaehyun thought grimly, clenching his fists. "I'd love to bring them all over here if I could, but we're already too overwhelmed." Panic and screams echoed through the city. "No matter where you are, people are dying." He concludes, "Where you were when all this began determines whether you live or die." The disaster wasn't localized anymore. It had spread across the nation, no, across the entire world. Reports flooded in. Major cities were falling, fortresses overrun, and guilds annihilated one after another. People are dying. To monsters in battle, of hunger, even from being trapped in their own homes. They're dying in every way imaginable, Jaehyun whispered, staring at the floor. Some manage to survive by pure luck or by obtaining an overpowered ability, while others die helplessly without receiving an ability at all. And the ones who survive, they're barely holding on to their humanity. His hands trembled as he reflected on the cruel reality. He raised his head slowly, determination hardening in his eyes. While others lose everything, I can't allow myself to fall into despair. His mind echoed the familiar truth With great power comes great responsibility. He knew that while others were collapsing under fear, he had to become the one to move forward. Looking at his family, his mother, grandfather, and even the small fairy resting nearby, Jaehyun made his decision. I don't know why monsters have appeared or why only my family received such powerful abilities. This world never gave me answers, so I always had to find them myself, he thought. His aura flared, power radiating around him. This time will be no different. I have a responsibility as someone who's been granted great power. I'll secure a future where my family can live in peace. With a firm gaze, he declared to himself, I will save this country. At the very least, as much of it as I can. That is the answer I've arrived at. The light around him pulsed brightly as his resolve solidified. And so, with a new sense of purpose burning in his heart, Jaehyun prepared to face the coming storm. Jaehyun sat silently before the glowing blue system window, deep in thought. The numbers displayed were staggering. His total population capacity had increased to 220,000, yet only 100,000 citizens have been registered so far. Out of those, he muttered, I've only filled less than half. He clenched his fist, determination flickering in his eyes. Let's start by reaching the limit. If I keep leveling up and continue building annex buildings, maybe, just maybe, I can save Korea. He began filtering through the citizen management interface, reviewing the list of survivors and their regions. Come to think of it, once he surpassed 10,000 citizens, it said something about professions being unlocked. It said citizens can now obtain professions, but I don't see any new tabs in the management interface. Familiar names flashed before him, each representing people who had endured the chaos under his protection. Maybe I need to build the professions research lab first. Switching into construction mode, Jaehyun opened the new facility options. The interface displayed a list of available structures, from defense fortresses to research facilities. Profession Research Lab, 2,500,000,000 won. Profession Research Lab, Level 1. A research facility where the professions of citizens are studied. Once research is complete, citizens can freely obtain said professions. Currently available professions. Hunter. Gains byproducts from hunting prey. Good, he murmured. This time, I'll focus on infrastructure. He scrolled further until he found the perfect plan. A large-scale underground base, capable of protecting thousands. Something like this could change everything. His gaze hardened. He already knew the location. The same place where he'd fought the gigantic ogre months ago. I'll rebuild there, he thought, on the ruins of that battlefield. Confirming his choice, he activated the construction process. The system warned him that it requires 30 citizens for a 7-day construction period. Each participating citizen will be paid a daily wage of 200,000 won. But Jaehyun didn't hesitate. Leaning back slightly, the glow of the screens reflecting in his eyes. All right, he said, I'll have Kim Dabin gather 30 laborers later. His thoughts shifted, echoing a proverb. Ruling the world starts with the self. Cultivate yourself, put your household in order, govern the state, and bring peace to all under heaven. His gaze softened as he looked at the holographic projections of his friends. If one must first set himself straight before he can save a nation, then the first thing I have to do is to find the families of my vassals. They've been risking their lives for me all this time, he whispered. Now it's my turn to move for them. His hands began to glow faintly as he activated one of his newer powers. Ultimate Eyes, he said, his voice calm but resolute. His irises shone purple as his vision expanded, revealing distant battlefields, survivors gathered in groups, still resisting monsters across Seoul and beyond. Ha Dong's party has advanced close to Jigaoki Station, he realized. They went to find Kim Gaung's mother, who is in Daishandong. His eyes tracked the routes of fleeing citizens and encroaching monsters. While the annex building was being constructed, they steadily pushed their way toward Daishandong. But due to the monster waves, the monster density has grown so high that even advancing by 1 kilometer has become difficult. Looking up toward the purple-tinted sky, Jaehyun clenched his jaw. So, this is as far as I can go now, he said quietly. He stepped forward, his expression unwavering. All right then, he muttered, preparing for the next phase. It's time to move. He then, using teleportation, addressing the gathered survivors with calm authority. Everyone, please focus for a moment, he said firmly, his voice echoing across the area. The group quieted immediately, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and relief. Among them, a man stepped forward surprised. Jae-hyun, we came as soon as we heard your call, but how did you get here? Jae-hyun smiling said, it's been a while since we last met in person, Byung-go. The man asked, are you the reason those monsters died all of a sudden? Jae-hyun nodded, confirming. Yes, that's right. Where are the others? Byung-go said that they're on their way. They should be here soon. Later when they meet, Dongin, looking for confirmation, asked, so this is now part of your territory, right? Jae-hyun nodded yes. Dongin continues, if the safe zone has expanded this far, our operations will go a lot smoother. Jae-hyun said, that's not all. The reason he stationed Ha Dongin's party here wasn't just to speed up the construction of the annex building. With the monster waves, it's far too dangerous to reach Daeshindong. Even the subway tunnels that might have been our best bet are blocked off by dense monsters. But now that the annex building is Complera, the situation has changed. He then smiled, addressing the group. We'll be able to reach Daeshindong, where Gao's family is by the end of the day. The female archer shocked. What? Is that really possible? Even with the new safe zone, before finishing, Jae-hyun interrupts, don't worry, we have a way now. With the focused expression, he adds, and there's one more thing. I have a suggestion I'd like to make to everyone. The crowd leaned in, waiting. His calm, yet commanding tone carried a quiet certainty, one that made even the most doubtful hearts believe something extraordinary was about to begin. After the annex was completed, the purple barrier expanded once more, extending the territory all the way to Jigaoki Station. This new connection granted them direct access to the subway network, allowing movement between key locations without exposure to outside dangers. Once Seo Yejin was transferred to this area, she could resume the poison gas refinement through the rats with greater efficiency. Meanwhile, Kim Dabin was instructed to restart operations at the Profession Research Lab, ensuring future advancements in their infrastructure. With every piece now in place, Jae-hyun looked over the city from the elevated platform, the faint glow of the barrier reflecting in his eyes. I'm counting on you, Seo Yejin, he said firmly. Yes, sir, she replied, determination lighting her expression. Now, with preparations complete, only one thing remained, action. Later, Seo Yejin, closing her eyes, said, currently, from Jigaochi Station to Sagatsen Station, she murmured, calculating the distance. We're scouting the connecting railway. Moments later, the tunnel trembled as a deep growl echoed from below. Shadows moved, grotesque creatures crawling through the darkness. But, she muttered, her eyes narrowing. It would have been a disaster if you'd just sent them unprepared. What appeared before him was far worse than expected. The monsters that should have been gathered on the surface were instead infesting the underground, a teeming nest of abominations waiting to strike. Still, Jae-hyun didn't waver. His aura flared, dark energy twisting with a faint, venomous green. It doesn't matter, he said coldly. In the confined tunnels, an emerald cloud began to expand. The rats he commanded scurried through the cracks, carrying the mist forward. In moments, everything within that enclosed space, every creature, every monster, was engulfed by Yeo Hiren's poison mist. System notifications flooded in. You have hunted an ironclad EL, level 32. Experience gained, plus more than 600 million won. You have hunted a darkness octopus, level 27. Experience gained, plus more than 200 million won. The poisonous haze spread relentlessly, marking yet another successful strike under Jae-hyun's command. He looked at the glowing blue screen, smiling faintly. It's a total gold mine, he murmured. The settlement value of monsters killed by Yu Hyrian's poison mist increased. As the mist dissipated, Hiram's form emerged from the green haze, exhausted but radiant. A new system window appeared before her. The ability she inherited from her mother, it enhanced poison-based attacks and multiplied efficiency. Her stats had risen sharply. She had awakened. Jae-hyun watched her with quiet approval. Upon forming the contract of subordination, Yu Hiren obtained the title of knight, increasing her settlement rewards, he said softly. But you're not the only one. He turned toward another screen. This time, it showed Seo Yejin, sitting cross-legged as an aura of blue energy surrounded her. Her old knight title had evolved into Baron, and the notification displayed her new ability. Queen of Scent. Effects. Greatly increases strength, stamina, and mana efficiency. grants enhanced durability and improved technique retention. In Jaehyun's mind, the analysis was simple but striking. Her power increase now affected all stats equally, not just her physical strength. The multiplier had doubled, and she'd even unlocked a hidden ability, Enhanced Summons. Down below, her summoned rats shimmered with blue light. Their forms had grown larger, faster, and more aggressive. Enhanced, Jaehyun muttered with a satisfied grin. The creatures darted through the tunnels, moving at incredible speed. Enhanced rats can run faster. He paused as the ground trembled, and are now very hard to kill. Moments later, CEO Yejin reported in. "We've cleared the subway tracks," she said, catching her breath. Jaehyun gave a short nod. "Good work. Thank you." But as the others regrouped, he was thinking. Of course, he said, they weren't just the only ones who formed a contract of subordination. Everyone quieted as he addressed them. "There's one thing I'd like to propose to all of you." The leader of the rescue squad frowned. "A proposal?" "Yes," Jaehyun replied with a faint smile. "It's nothing difficult." He turned his gaze toward the horizon, where the purple light of his territory's barrier shimmered faintly. "Everyone," he announced, his voice carrying the weight of command, "preparations are complete." Under Jaehyun's command, the entire squad mobilized at once. "Move out," Jaehyun ordered, his voice carrying across the newly fortified base. "Yes, sir," the others replied in unison, their armor clanking as they rushed forward with precision and discipline. The narration explained that each of them had undergone rapid stat upgrades through the contract of subordination, binding their powers directly to Jaehyun's command. Their strength, loyalty, and efficiency had all improved drastically under his rule. Among the squad, the most notable were Hot Dong-gun and Kim Daejin. Through their achievements, they had both ascended to the Baron rank, while Oh Yeon-ju herself earned on rank higher, earning the rare Viscount title, a position usually reserved for only the most exceptional subordinates. Kwon-ju's stats appeared before him. Name, Oh Yeon-ju, level 45. Title, Knight Viscount Vanguard. Trust and Loyalty, 100. Awakened abilities, Bear, Primal Vitality, Berserk. EXP distribution rate, base 100%. The newly upgraded Viscount rank came with extraordinary privileges, not only enhancing her power, but also expanding her follower registration limit by 3 slots. Thanks to that, the maximum number of registered followers increased to 21. "All right then, let's head out," Deok-soo declared confidently. Next, the system revealed his updated status. Name, Kang Deok-soo, level 42. Title, Knight Sergeant Commander. Trust 93, Loyalty 100. EXP distribution rate, base 200%, plus 100%. As his armor gleamed in the light, Hot Dong-gun raised his blade high and shouted, "Rise!" The ground trembled, and from the swirling blue energy around him, armored figures began to emerge one after another. Awakened ability, Steel Knight Order. Dozens of steel-clad knights assembled, their movements synchronized, their eyes glowing with faint azure light. This unique army skill had manifested as a result of his upgraded knight class. Now, Hot Dong-gun could summon not just 1 or 2 golems, but a fully equipped legion of armored soldiers. With his command echoing through the battlefield, he roared, "Charge!" The newly formed Steel Knight Order thundered forward, their blades raised high as they stormed into formation. The battle erupted into chaos as the armored knights clashed against monstrous creatures. Steel met flesh. The clang of weapons echoed through the ruined streets. A giant red-scaled beast lunged forward, its massive jaws crushing one of the Steel Knights. But the Golem army didn't falter. More knights stepped over the fallen, driving their blades deep into the creature's hide. "Let's slip through while we can," shouted Deok-soo, cutting through another monster with a precise swing. "Okay," replied the rest of the group. They pushed forward, carving a path through the chaos as their summoned army held the line behind them. Their teamwork was flawless, a perfect blend of strength and coordination. Within minutes, the monsters began to fall back, overwhelmed by the relentless assault. Moments later, they reached the open streets leading to Jigaoki Station Exit 2. Ha Dong-gun's voice came through the communicator. "Mr. Jae-yun, we've arrived at Jigaoki Station." Jae-hyun's voice responded calmly through teleportation. "The path has been cleared. You can move straight to Seodaesan Station in one go." "Got it," Hot Dong-gun replied. The squad sprinted forward at full speed. Jaehyun monitored their movement remotely, muttering as he tracked their signal. The railway to Seodaesan Station is about 3 kilometers long, but with their enhanced stats, they'll cover it in 10 minutes. Jaehyun smiling slightly, his eyes glowing faintly with purple energy. Their physical abilities now far surpass ordinary humans. Perfect. Meanwhile, the group kept running, their breaths visible in the cold air. Oh Kwon-ju wiped sweat from her brow, gasping. We actually made it in a single day. One of the survivors turned to her and asked, Where should we go now? Kwon-ju pointed forward. Once we get through exit 2, our apartment complex should be right there. But just as they approached the entrance, a chilling growl reverberated from the shadows. The group froze. Slowly, a cluster of twisted, humanoid figures emerged from the darkness, their skin gray and lifeless, their eyes glowing with hunger. Ha Dong-gun's expression hardened. Goblins ahead! He shouted, raising his weapon. Seo Yejin sighed in frustration, summoning her sword with a flash of light. I told you, she muttered, energy coursing around her arm. We're busy right now. With a burst of blue aura, she swung down, her blade slicing through the first goblin in a flash. So stop getting in the way and move aside, Oh Kwon-ju roared, channeling her power into her staff. A massive wave of light erupted from her arrow, the air crackling as the attack expanded outward. The beam of energy consumed the advancing goblins, vaporizing them instantly. Their screams echoed only for a moment before silence fell. Notifications appeared before them. You have hunted a goblin, level 7. You have hunted a goblin, level 8. You have hunted a goblin, level 7. The group regrouped, catching their breath. Jaehyun's calm voice came through the communicator, analyzing from afar. Kwon-ju's new skill, Arrow of Light, has great potential. Before reaching the goblins, the light exploded into dozens of beams, each becoming a deadly weapon that pierced through their bodies. Just then, a dull thud echoed through the comm line. Jaehyun turned his gaze toward the surveillance screen, frowning. The camera focused on the survivors' destination, the entrance to the apartment complex. The entire front gate was barricaded with planks, chains, and debris. The apartment entrance is blocked. Jaehyun's eyes narrowed, realization flashing across his face. That means he rose from his seat, aura flaring around him. There are survivors inside. Ha Dong-gun raised his weapon, making an opening. Then he gave a quick command. Jae-young and I will go up and check. Everyone else, hold this position. Okay. The others replied firmly, forming a defensive perimeter around the barricaded entrance. Deoksu turned back once and nodded. Rise! At his order, several steel knights materialized, their glowing blue eyes illuminating the dark corridor. They formed a protective wall behind the group as Ha Dong-gun and Kim Jae-young sprinted toward the stairwell. Their footsteps echoed through the dimly lit building as they ascended floor after floor. The air was heavy and still, thick with the scent of dust and decay. When they reached the 15th floor, Jae-young's heart began to pound faster. This is it, she whispered. She dashed forward, gripping her spear tightly, and stopped in front of a familiar door. Her hand trembled as she raised it and began pounding on the metal. Mom! Mom! Her voice cracked, desperation seeping through every word. But there was no answer. Mom! She whispered again, her voice smaller this time. The silence that followed was unbearable. Tears welled in her eyes. Why isn't she responding? She shook her head violently. No. Don't take her away from me. Collapsing to her knees, Jae-young's spear slipped from her grip and clattered to the floor. Please, not again. Anything but this, she pleaded, pressing her forehead against the cold door. Ha Dong-gun stood behind her, his expression pained but silent. The narrator's voice echoed softly. Perhaps Kim Jae-young's desperate wish to see her family again reached the heavens. Suddenly, the door that hadn't moved at all began to creak. Jae-young froze, lifting her head as her trembling hands reached for the handle. Nah, the person behind the door called softly. Jae-young's tear-streaked face slowly lit up with disbelief. She stammered, eyes widening as the door finally opened. From a shadowed apartment, a figure stands there, surprised, eyes wide open, looking at her. Jae-young's lips quivered as she let out a broken cry. Myung-won. As the dust settled around the apartment complex, Han Myung-won burst through the doorway, Jae-young shouting his name in panic. "Myung-won, where's Mom?" she yelled, scanning the dim corridor. He pointed toward a nearby door. "She's inside," came the trembling reply. Inside the shelter, a woman turns at the sound of her daughter's name. Her face lights up with overwhelming relief as she runs forward. "Oh dear. Oh, my baby," she cries, embracing her trembling child tightly. "Thank goodness. I'm so relieved. Mom," Jae-young sobs, clutching her back. Her mother strokes her hair gently. "Are you hurt anywhere, sweetie?" she asks softly, then pauses. The words die in her throat. A strange tremor runs through her body. "Did you eat?" she murmurs faintly. And then, she couldn't hold back her tears. "Mom? Mom!" Jae-young screams in terror as her mother convulses in front of her. "Oh, my child, why cry on such a good day?" her mom says gently, her tone eerily wrong. "Dad," Jae-young whispers, fear gripping her heart. Her mother freezes as realization dawns. "No, no," she whimpers, her hands trembling. Kim Jae-young couldn't bring herself to say it all and just burst into tears. Even so, her broken cry is enough to make it clear what has happened. A single family, shattered, crushed by the loss of just one person. And there, within the dark corridor, the three of them wept together, bound by grief, loss, and the tragedy that had stolen their lives. Outside, time seemed to pause. Their sorrow echoed through the hallways long after the crying stopped. Jae-hyun watched from afar, his expression solemn. Their sorrow lasted a long time. He murmured, eyes cold yet filled with resolve. Then he turned away. The next goal is to find the families of Ha Dong-jan, Kang Deok-soo, and Kim Ji-yeon. He glanced down at the glowing map before him. The target zone, Jangjin-dong. All three of their families are there. "Let's hurry," he said, clenching his fist, so no one else has to suffer like they did. After escorting Jae-young's grieving family safely into the protected zone, Jae-hyun immediately called back his followers and sent them from Siamayan towards Jangjin-dong. As the reports arrived, one caught his attention. Kim De-young had new updates. Gathering his commanders, Jae-hyun asked calmly, "The public facilities have reached capacity, haven't they?" Kim De-young nodded. "Yes, sir. Every available unit is full." Jae-hyun crossed his arms, thinking aloud. "Then it's time to expand. We'll send those who have homes nearby back to their residences. That should free up space for new arrivals." Kim De-young hesitated. "Will that really be all right?" "It will," he said firmly. "We can't keep everyone packed in here forever." He turned toward the digital map glowing before him. "I plan to build additional facilities outside the apartment complex, like community centers or offices, also setting up stores around the area, so soon people will be able to live comfortably outside." His tone remained steady, his vision already focused beyond the walls. He'd suspected the limit would come eventually. Fortunately, most of the new arrivals already have homes within range, and the zone expansion brought even more houses under our control. There are plenty of empty residences nearby. He glanced back toward his lieutenants. "If we relocate them strategically, it'll ease the pressure inside. Meanwhile, we'll prepare outer bases for hunting teams and scavengers. Those areas will act as defense posts too, and establish a few more shops centered around here." Jae-hyun raised his hand, summoning a glowing interface. "Dabin, please recruit some people. The goal is to staff the new outer bases." "Yes, Mr. Jae-hyun," Oh-min replied, tapping the holographic panel. "Building new stores at points authorized basic utilities, electricity, water, gas." "Authorize it," Jae-hyun commanded. Once the order was confirmed, he exhaled slowly and turned toward the monitors again. "Now, then, how far has Ha Dong-jian's party gone by now?" The surveillance feed flickered to life, showing a group of armored fighters sprinting down an empty subway tunnel. "Probably one station ahead," he muttered, eyes narrowing as dark energy flickered faintly around him. Ha Dong-jian's squad advanced swiftly through the subway tunnels, their pace relentless. They had already passed Gyeode Station. The route had been smooth so far, and the absence of major resistance suggested they were closing in on the next sector. From the command base, Jae-hyun watched the map update. "Yu Hairin's poison mist only covers up to Gyeode," he murmured. "From here on, they'll have to carve their own way forward." His gaze hardened. The track between Gyeode and Dongni rose above ground halfway through, which meant they'd soon be exposed to open sky and whatever was lurking above it. "Let's see how they handle this," he whispered. Meanwhile, at the front lines, one of Ha Dongjian's part gave a sharp order. "Kamang bite." The black crow obeyed instantly, lunging forward with a flash of fangs and lightning. Blood splattered across the concrete as the beast tore through the first line of attackers, a swarm of goblins pouring in from the station ahead. Moon Byung-ho raised his hand, channeling energy into a newly awakened ability. His body flickered, blending into the air, invisibility. Beside him, Kim Jian, standing ready. His new skill, Rapid Growth, activated. Ha Dongjian's party has become several times stronger than before. "Nice timing," Dongjian said with a grin, gripping his sword. "Form up." At his command, Co Deoksu and the Steel Knights surged forward in perfect coordination, their metal armor shining with a faint blue hue. "Stick behind Deoksu's Knight Order," Dongjian shouted. "We'll break through with minimal fighting." "Understood," came a unified response. "Let's move." With synchronized precision, the party charged. Steel clashed, and energy flared as they cut a path through the monsters. Above them, Kamang swooped down, scattering goblins in all directions, its black wings slicing through the chaos like blades. Their teamwork had evolved. Dongjian squad was no longer a small band of survivors. They had become a disciplined strike unit, stronger and more organized than ever before. As the squad moved forward, the sunlight suddenly broke through the tunnel's ceiling, blinding them for a moment. They had reached the surface. Ha Dongjian raised his hand. "Stop," he ordered, narrowing his eyes. Ahead of them, the road was abruptly severed. The entire bridge had collapsed into a gaping void. "The road's cut off," he muttered, stepping closer to inspect the damage. After a brief pause, he sighed. "Can't be helped." Move downwards. From the base, Jaehyun observed through his skill, assessing the terrain. "It's roughly the height of a 3-story building," he said to himself. "For a mid-30s level group, that shouldn't be too much trouble." But his tone darkened. The real concern is who tore that bridge apart. He analyzed the readings, and a red silhouette flashed on his interface. Something massive and demonic. "There aren't any huge footprints around," he murmured. "So it's not a cyclops. But to destroy reinforced concrete like this, whatever it is, it's strong and probably close." Back in the field, Jaehyun gave the command. "Everyone move carefully." "Yes, understood." The team replied in unison, gripping their weapons tightly. Jaehyun's eyes followed their position on the map. "They're near Dongni Station now," he noted. "Once they pass through Mug and Anshinjingbusan and the University District, they'll be about 4 kilometers from Jangjindong." He leaned back slightly, scanning the live feed as the group advanced. "They said they're all the same apartment complex," he said quietly. "If so, we should arrive without trouble." His expression softened for a brief second. "I just hope everyone stays safe." A sudden electronic chime echoed through the base. "Huh, a doorbell," Jaehyun muttered, confused. "But there's no doorbell installed here." He opened a holographic window, multiple views, and scanned the different camera feeds. The sound had come from the apartment sector. Through the violet shimmer of his mana display, he saw a few figures gathered in front of one of the units. So it was the apartment side after all, he thought, frowning slightly. Strange. Ever since Kim Dabin took over supervision, nothing unusual like this has happened. Turning to Eugene, he said, "I'll go check it out. Won't be long." She nodded. "Yes, go ahead." With a flick of his hand, dark energy swirled around him. Teleport. The air shimmered, and Jaehyun vanished from the command room, reappearing moments later in a quiet apartment corridor. "Well then," he whispered, straightening his hoodie. "Let's see what's going on." Meanwhile, the group of strangers approached the door and knocked. "Is anyone here?" One of them uncertainly asks. "Are you sure this is the right place?" "Yeah, it should be," another replied. "This is definitely it." Suddenly, one of them gasped. "Oh." Jaehyun opened the door and glanced around, curious. "What is it?" A faint blue notification appeared before his eyes. "Notice, Jang Sungjun's trust has increased. Notice, Hong Kyungtaek's trust has increased. Notice, Lim Kyunghoon's trust has increased." Their trust rose as soon as they saw me, Jaehyun thought. That usually means new arrivals. One of the men stepped forward hesitantly. "Are you Jaehyun?" "Yes," Jaehyun replied. The man lowered his head respectfully. Mr. Jae-hyun, we have a favor to ask. The others gathered behind him, their faces tense with determination. Please, the man said, voice steady but urgent. Lend us some guns. Jae-hyun blinked in disbelief. Guns? Why would you need firearms inside the safe zone? I'm sorry, he added firmly, but I can't hand out weapons to just anyone. It's too dangerous. The man clenched his fists. No, Mr. Jae-hyun, you don't understand. He took a deep breath, eyes burning with resolve. We're not staying here. His expression hardened. We're going outside. After hearing the man say they want to go outside, Jae-hyun pauses, confused. When he asks if it's to hunt monsters, the man quickly shakes his head. That wasn't their intention at all. They want to go outside to rescue their families, asking if there's any way he could help them. Jae-hyun realizes their reasons are the same as his once were. People risking everything because their loved ones might still be out there. Even though these people have become residents of the safe zone, they still worry constantly about the relatives they left behind. That fear has been eating away at them the whole time. Still, Jae-hyun can't fulfill every request. He tells them honestly that he can't help with everything. The man lowers his head, responding quietly that he understands, but then Jae-hyun adds one thing. However, he raises his hand and uses item summon, materializing weapons right in front of them. The men stare in shock as blades and gear appear in a burst of light. He tells them they'll need these if they're going out to save their families. They thank him sincerely, overwhelmed that he would help them at all, and not knowing how to repay him. Then Jae-hyun adds that he has a proposal. When the man asks what it is, Jae-hyun looks him straight in the eyes. Would they enter a contract with him? The group stands together, listening as the explanation begins. It's a contract of subordination, a ridiculous ability that lets him select 100 awakened followers with no conditions whatsoever. But the contract of subordination has one tricky requirement. The man in front of Jae-hyun is shocked, saying he already understands the basics, but asks what exactly they have to do. Jae-hyun having a hard time to explain. The reason his mom never filled all 100 slots, even with that absurd ability, is... First, Jae-hyun says, "You must kneel." Everyone freezes. The man stares, stunned and embarrassed. His companions behind him look just as confused as he mutters. Is he actually a very authoritarian guy? They hesitate, awkward and conflicted, but eventually the man lowers himself, placing one knee down. Like this. Jae-hyun nods and calmly thanks him. He excused him for a moment, placing his hand on the man's head. Jae-hyun, imagine how embarrassed his was while doing so, declaring she can't do it anymore. Then he said, "From now on you have to obey me." The man gulps, gathering his courage. Jae-hyun explains that he doesn't need a dramatic vow, just a clear statement of intent, something that shows real submission. The man finally says it. "I submit." At that moment, glowing text appears confirming the contract. Target, Jang Sungjun, level 30, trust 48. Contract of subordination successfully formed. It lists the benefits he will now receive thanks to Jae-hyun's authority. Awakening ability, telekinesis, rank A. Consumes mental strength to exert physical force. A bright golden aura bursts around the man, covering his entire body as the power settles in. Shocked, he stares at his hands. What is this strength? My body feels hot and glowing. Jae-hyun is stunned as he realizes what just happened. The man in front of him has awakened an A-rank skill. The surrounding residents react with excitement and disbelief, crowding around the man as he tries to process the sudden surge of power inside him. A notification window confirms the awakening. Jae-hyun observes closely, noting that a massive jackpot he never expected has dropped. To test the man's awakened ability after the contract, Jae-hyun summons an item, Tangerine. Then he grants the man a quest. Lift the Tangerine using telekinesis. Reward, mental power enhancement. The man was surprised, repeating the word telekinesis. Jae-hyun tosses the Tangerine toward the man and tells him to try lifting it without touching it. The man braces himself. At first, he struggles, but slowly he manages to lift it. Jae-hyun calmly watches, evaluating his control. The man strains heavily, his muscles shaking. "It's floating. It's really floating," he said with excitement. But just as he thinks he has stabilized it, the Tangerine exploded. Jae-hyun immediately shields his face from the shock. The man crashes to the ground, apologizing breathlessly, saying he lost control. Jae-hyun assures him it's fine. That was the power granted through their contract. He then prepares to continue the assessment. A new system window appears. Sungjin's trust has reached 50, loyalty has passed 30, and he meets the requirement for vassal registration. Jae-hyun then asked if them want to proceed with the contracts as well. After registering Jang Sungjin as a vassal, the remaining people all completed their contracts. The other 5 awakened with average abilities rank D to rank C across the board. But just getting Sungjin was already more than enough. And since he's now officially registered as a vassal, he can provide him with basic support. Jae-hyun asked them if it was an apartment complex in Yeonji-dong. The man confirms it, and our protagonist wished them luck. Once they turn and begin walking away, Jae-hyun quietly prepares himself. He said it's time for him to head back too. Dark purple energy surges around him, swallowing his body as his teleport skill activates. He reappears instantly inside the wooden shelter. Yeji, startled by his sudden arrival, rushes over nervously. He calmly asks if anything happened while he was gone, but her panicked expression immediately tells him something is wrong. She anxiously urges him to follow her right away. At the same time, the small gray rats gather around the stairwell, alert and watching for danger. The atmosphere turns tense. Yeji reports the issue in a trembling voice. Something terrible is happening at Ha Donggin's party. As Jae-hyun arrives, a deafening roar shakes the station. A massive monster bursts out of the darkness, revealing itself as a hulking creature with 2 snarling heads. Its sudden appearance sends Ha Dongjian's group into panic as they scream and scramble to retreat. Jae-hyun freezes, stunned for a moment. That monster's presence, it wasn't detected earlier. He recognizes it instantly. The same creature responsible for tearing apart the concrete bridge. The monster charges, its claws ripping through the ground. Ha Dongjian's party tries to evade, but its overwhelming strength and speed make it difficult to maintain formation. A loud caw echoes through the air as Jae-hyun's giant crow dives in from above, slamming into the monster's eye with spread wings to stall its advance. The impact sends shockwaves across the battlefield. The beast roars furiously, turning the 2 heads toward the bird. Its rage distorts the purple energy swirling around its body. One of the warriors focuses and casts teleport, vanishing in a flash of blue light and reappearing behind the creature. He quickly chains his next ability, invisibility, and his form flickers into complete transparency as he darts toward the monster's blind spot. With the gun in his hands, he shoots straight into the monster's face. The creature reels back, but roars even louder, its massive body shaking the ground as it charges again. Deoxys shouts to his soldiers, attack, rushing in from both sides. Weapons clash against the monster's feet, leaving gashes, but the monsters only grow more enraged. They swing wildly, smashing into the front line and sending several soldiers flying. Deoxys yells in panic. Damn it, they're not even flinching. Ha Dongjian grits his teeth, his hands trembling as he tightens his grip on his weapon. What can we do? The battlefield is collapsing under the weight of the monstrous hound's assault. Ha Dongjian's party tries desperately to hold the line, but the creature's strength is overwhelming. Jae-hyun observes the chaos and thinks that if they could just create a tiny opening, they could reverse the situation. He immediately activates. Summon. A bright column of blue light descends, and a massive barbell materializes in the air. It crashes down directly onto the giant monster's head, stunning it and creating the opening they needed. Everyone turns in shock. A familiar voice follows. Sorry, I'm late, everyone. Relief floods the group. Then Jae-hyun steps forward, his eyes glowing with determination, golden energy swirling in his hand. From the darkness, his voice echoes. From here on out, he raises his hand, energy bursting around him. I'll support all of you. His allies shout his name, Jae-hyun, and with that, he unleashes his power, ready to turn the tide of battle.
The battle quiets for a moment as the dust settles. The knights cautiously lower their weapons, watching the monster's silhouette fade in the distance. Deoxys gulps and asks shakily if they manage to kill it. Donggin turns, still catching his breath, trying to reassure the others. But Jae-hyun doesn't relax. He studies the remains of the attack carefully. The barbell had struck the monster dead on. Yet, the monster's death window never appeared. A chill runs through him as he checks his system screen. No kill notification. That means Jaehyun's eyes sharpen. Everyone, stay alert. Before the warning can fully leave his mouth, a massive roar erupts. The ground trembles violently, sending the front line stumbling. The monster bursts upward, fully alive, rage boiling in its glowing eyes. Its grotesque form surges forward, more vicious than before. It's not over yet. Jaehyun's mind races. That thing survived a direct hit. Still alive, still moving. The knights panic as its enormous shadow towers over them. At that moment, Oh Yeonju steps forward, transformed into her massive bear form. The monstrous twin-headed creature charges forward with terrifying force. Jaehyun urgently asks Oh Yeonju if it's possible to slow the monster's movements. Yeonju, still in her massive transformed beast form, hesitates, uncertain if she can do it, but agrees to try. At Jaehyun's plea, Yeonju roars and unleashes a freezing shockwave of icy power, trying to hinder the monster's speed. She immediately calls out to Dejong, requesting a buff. Dejong responds enthusiastically, channeling glowing golden energy and amplifying Yeonju's abilities. The empowered beast leaps in, slamming into the monster with increased strength. Meanwhile, Jaehyun extends his hand, dark energy swirling around him as he activates Item Summon. A glowing grid appears, and he materializes a new item, Bullet. The summoned bullet shoots forward at incredible speed, striking the monster repeatedly. The impact makes the heads shriek in pain, their bodies shaking violently under the barrage. Yeonju roars again, charging with overwhelming force and smashing the monster backward. The creature crashes into the ground, screaming as Yeonju continues her assault. But even with both the bullet strikes and Yeonju's full strength, the monster is still viciously resisting, its twin heads thrashing wildly. The battle escalates as everyone unleashes everything they have, the monster's screams echoing across the battlefield. The moment Jaehyun shouts, "Now!" Ji-young lunges forward. Light gathers around her as she releases her skill, the energy surging through her bow. She leaps and unleashes a powerful strike. Her blade and light arc illuminate the scene. Jaehyun, tense and focused, "Got it!" Jaehyun assesses the timing. If they could just land the light arrow now, they could finish it. The massive ogre-like monster notices their intent. It shifts its body, muscles tightening as it glares at them. The creature charges, faster than expected. Ji-young is mid-shot, Jaehyun ready to follow up, but the monster's huge arm swings violently toward them, throwing a car at them. What? Everything happens in a split second. Jaehyun and Ji-young desperately move to counter as a violent shockwave erupts through the entire battlefield. The explosion tears apart debris, pavement, and the surrounding area. Stone and metal fly everywhere as the monster bulldozes forward. Dust clouds the air. The ground cracks under the force. The battle enters total chaos. The battlefield shakes violently as debris rains down and the frontline soldiers scramble back, barely avoiding the collapsing wreckage. Their screams echo as the hulking monster charges forward with overwhelming force. Jaehyun snaps his head toward the chaos, eyes widening. Oh Yeonju! Without hesitation, he raises the glowing essence in his hand. His focus sharpens as power gathers. Yeonju roars in response, muscles expanding, fur bristling as she bursts forward like a raging beast. The ground cracks beneath her sprint, each step shaking the earth as she rushes to intercept the monster. But the creature swings first. A devastating hit slams down from above. Yeonju is sent flying across the battlefield. Ji-young's breath catches. Her expression twists in panic. No! Her heart thunders as the monster lifts another massive weapon high into the air. She stands below, frozen, staring up at the incoming strike. Jaehyun's eyes widen in horror. No, 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 and oh! Jaehyun screams with everything he has. No! A surge of agony floods him. I'm losing someone precious again. He clenches his teeth, desperate. Anything, anything. His thoughts are frantic. Find a way, no matter what it takes. Anything's fine. Just do it. A violent blast of purple energy erupts from his body, forming a towering pillar of light that tears into the sky. A way to save Kim Jae-young. The explosion shakes the battlefield. The energy surges outward, forcing everyone to shield their faces. Young stares in disbelief as the space in front of her warps, darkens, and expands. Black flames swirl violently around him. Black flames? The others turn around in shock. One whispers, "This is." Dongan's hand trembles as the black aura rises from his skin like living shadows. He steps forward, his body wrapped in dark purple energy, and orders everyone to clear the way. His expression twists with rage as he glares at the monster. He vows to kill that thing, the same creature that nearly killed Ji-young. Jae-hyun was gasping for air, on the ground shaking. Someone calls out, asking what's happening and whether he's okay. Jae-hyun forces himself upright, insisting that he's fine, just disoriented for a moment. But even he doesn't fully understand what's happening inside him. Suddenly, a horrifying memory flashes before his eyes. His breathing shakes. This power, this wasn't part of Dong Jian's awakening. There's something else entirely, something buried deep within him. The monster furious, throwing another vehicle at him. Dongan clenches his teeth as the same trauma resurfaces. Not again. Never again. He refuses to watch someone precious get hurt a second time. With a roar, purple-black flames burst from his body, spiraling violently around him. His energy surges out of control, forming a massive beam of destructive power. Dongan unleashes it straight at the monster, ripping through everything in its path with overwhelming force. The black flame barrier collapses, and the remaining monsters are vaporized in an instant. Their final roar echoes before being swallowed by the shockwave. A confirmation window flashes before the cadets. You have hunted twin-headed Orge level 45. You have gained a large amount of experience and more than 7 billion won deposited into the Absolute's wallet. The exhausted survivors stare in disbelief. One of them trembles as he mutters, We did it! Relief spreads among the group. For the first time, hope replaces fear. They immediately rush toward Yeonju to check if she's all right. She's still at her bare form, raised her thumbs up confirming she's fine. One of them asked Dongan how he unleashed such power. He looks just as confused as they are. I don't know. That wasn't me, he admits. He suggests nervously, maybe Mr. Jae-hyun helped us somehow. Jae-hyun doesn't answer, still trying to process what happened. Black flames. Was that even one of Dongan's or Myon powers to begin with? He tries to make sense of what happened, but everything remains a complete mystery. But that wasn't the issue right now. Before he can think further, a sudden surge of pain tears through his body. Lightning bursts around him, and a system message appears. Skill level has increased.
After that, Jae-hyun was enduring the pain that had always been there, as always. NCO Yejin rushes to him in relief. He told her he somewhat got used to it. The monsters within the territory were turned into experience, and the people were granted citizenship. But this time, something was different. A dungeon-related alert had appeared. A system window suddenly opens. A dungeon has been discovered, and right after, you have discovered the dungeon entry before anyone else. You receive 100 crystals as a reward. Jae-hyun looks confused. What? A dungeon? He reasons that if the reward is crystals, then this dungeon must be related to crystal gathering. The narration adds that unlike before, the location is behind the apartment complex, around mid-slope of Wangnyang Mountain. Then he suddenly freezes. I should send Lee Junhyuk's party, including him and all the members he leads. If I form a subordination contract with them, they'll be strong enough. His expression turns sharp. Where is Lee Junhyuk? Dark energy surges behind him, swirling violently as he glares forward. Across the battlefield, Junhyuk and another trainee freeze. What? In front of them goblin corpses. Junhyuk surprised. They suddenly all killed each other? Jae-hyun connecting the dots. It seems that as the territory expanded, the monsters they were hunting were swept away by his influence. He then called out through teleportation. Mr. Lee Junhyuk? Lee asked in surprise. Is that Jae-hyun? Jae-hyun confirms it. Please bring your party members and come to my home. There's something I need to ask of you. After requesting Junhyuk to return, our MC and CO Yejin also returned to the apartment using the Absolute One's gate. Since Dong Jian's party was nearly at their destination, CO Yejin's part in helping was over. He then told her that she worked hard. She was hesitant, asking if he's sure she can go rest now, asking if there's anything she can help with. Jaehyun, smiling, told her that she has done everything she could, and if something comes up, he'll tell her again. But for today, she can rest well with her family. With a bright, shining smile, she turns around leaving. He wished her safety, and she thanked him. Once he's alone, he stops and thinks to himself. He wonders if Dongjian's party is arriving soon. The last time he checked, there wasn't much he needed to do. Their overall abilities were already high enough, so most obstacles could be overcome. They has also eliminated the territory's boss, the biggest issue. He takes a deep breath. The rest is smooth sailing. He thinks. Outside, Dongjian and the others are sprinting toward the SL building, the apartment complex where the families of Dongjian, Kang Deok-soo, and Kim Jian live. Exhausted, they push their bodies forward with everything they have. Deok-soo spots the large building ahead and shouts with relief, "Finally, I see the building." They all agree. They just need to reach it, rescue everyone, and return safely. But they're running out of strength. One teammate yells that he has no stamina left. They push anyway, closer and closer. They mutter, "Just a little more," as the entrance finally comes into view. Just a little further, and we can finally meet them. We'll all head to the safe zone together. They're just about to meet up with the rescue team and finally be safe, until the mood suddenly shifts. Deok-soo slows down. Something feels wrong. He stops, looking uneasy. His teammate, confused, calls out to him. Dongjian, asking what's wrong? Why'd he stop suddenly? Deok-soo's face grows pale. He curses, tightening his grip on his weapon. "Guys, maybe we might have come too late." A shadow looms over them. The black ORC warrior appears, massive and terrifying. Deok-soo stares up at it in disbelief as the ground shakes beneath them. Jaehyun's eyes widened, high-level monsters in the 30s pouring out from the underground parking lot. It was obvious what that meant. "No way," he mutters. "No, this can't be happening." The chance that anyone in this apartment complex survived is 0. And that means that Dongjian's, Kang Deok-soo's, and Kim Jian's families were the same. Dark energy flares violently around Deok-soo as he extends his hand. He utters a single command. "Rise." Immediately, his army knights begin to emerge from the ground. He glares forward, voice shaking with wrath. "All of those." Then he roars. "Kill them all." The undead horde launches forward, charging directly at the monsters. The battlefield explodes into chaos. One of the female cadets gasps in disbelief, looking at Dongjian. He stands with his back turned, his entire body radiating violent purple energy. His eyes glow an eerie crimson, his expression twisted into something monstrous and unrecognizable. A massive whirl of dark power spirals behind him, distorting the air. The ground trembles as the power detonates outward. Nearby monsters scream as the shockwave hits. Some are sliced apart instantly, their bodies shredded by the swirling purple blades of energy. Dongjian lowers his head, walking towards the monsters, shadows covering his face, purple aura leaking from his eyes like smoke. With a chilling calmness, he mutters, "Combat start." Dongan charges ahead, launching attacks on the orcs with his weapon. Simultaneously, another party member fires his gun, landing precise headshots on 2 orcs. Moments later, a heavily armored warrior storms in, swinging his weapon with such force that he mows down several orcs at once, like a human bulldozer on a rampage. As the battle spirals into chaos, Jaehyun summons an item, live rounds, that unleashes a torrent of bullets across the field, making it seem as though the battlefield itself has turned against the orcs. Jaehyun remains tense as he analyzes the situation. The regular black orc grunts pose no real threat. They're no match for Dongan's party, which has grown significantly stronger. But the real danger lies with the black orc warriors. These elite enemies are on an entirely different level, the kind that turns an ordinary battle into a nightmare raid. Then, Jaehyun contacted them, telling them he'll be their support, urging them to watch out for the orcs wearing armor as they adjust formation. He then spots a black orc warrior taking aim at a girl. His heart sinks when he realizes the target is Deyoung. Before anyone can intervene, the arrow flies and pierces her stomach. Jaehyun screaming for her to get away, but it's too late. She collapses, pain and shock washing over her. Questioning if she just got hit by an arrow, her strength fades rapidly, and the sounds of the battle dim around her. Witnessing this, Dongan, usually the calm and collected leader, visibly falters. Jaehyun notes how Dongan, the party strategist and anchor, is frozen, unable to give a single order. The enemy struck at their weakest point, with the arrow still embedded into Young's body. Even healing magic won't work. From this point forward, they can no longer count on her support. Yanju, with her strong regenerative abilities, may hold out, but the battle is tipping dangerously against them. Jaehyun realizes this fight's outcome may already be sealed. If they're going to escape, this is their last chance. He considers using a vassal summon to help the party retreat. Before he can act, an orc attempts to ambush Dongan from behind. Jaehyun quickly shouts a warning. But then something unbelievable happens. De-young, despite her injuries, grabs the arrow embedded in her stomach and rips it out with her bare hands. Jaehyun is stunned, unable to comprehend what he's seeing. She looks less like a support character and more like someone who's decided to ignore every tutorial warning. De-young forces herself up and yells at the team to snap out of it and keep moving. She urges them to face the unknown, reminding them that their family's safety is at stake. Retreat is not an option. Meanwhile, Dongan dodges the incoming strike and retaliates with a powerful counterattack, rejoining the fray with renewed fury. Jaehyun watches intently. Even if the young manage to remove the arrow, she should be incapacitated by pain. Logically, the right call would be to retreat. But just like the others, Jaehyun is overwhelmed by shared rage, logic and caution drowned out by fury. Rather than flee, he chooses to escalate. Opening the system window, Jaehyun selects Dongan, Deoksu, and Kim Jeon, boosting all of them to level 40. The system warns him that it will cost 1 billion won per level, but he doesn't hesitate. Power surges through the trio as the system announces their upgrade. Jaehyun didn't care, he allows it, and a system window confirms their level up. Jaehyun rallies them, shouting that he's given them more strength and ordering them to crush the remaining orcs. Any trace of subtlety vanishes. The trio charges forward, unleashing a ferocious onslaught. The battlefield erupts into a blur of savage blows, roaring enemies, and overwhelming power. It's more like a high-difficulty highlight reel than a fight. Amid the chaos, Jaehyun reflects. So far, he's used their funds to reclaim land, restore utilities, and build infrastructure for the people. If money can be used for all that, then surely it's worth spending to ensure victory here. With that resolve, he opens the system again, raising Ha Dongan, Yanju, and Kong Deoksu to level 45. The system confirms the upgrade, and now with their new power, new resolve, the charge toward the enemy with no fear. Jaehyun decides, if spending this much ensures their victory, then it's more than worth it for the sake of Ha Dongan's party. Jaehyun reflects on the prolonged battle, which raged on with the help of the summoned vassals. Eventually, the fighting began to slow, giving way to a silence heavy with exhaustion. Surveying the aftermath, Jaehyun opens the status window and upgrades Kim Gaeong, Moon Byung-go, and Kim De-young. The system responds. All three have now reached level 40. He doesn't stop there. Jaehyun raises the rest of the party to level 40 as well. At this point, every member of the group stands at level 40 or above. Among them, the top three in combat performance, Ha Dongan, Kong Deoksu, and Oyeonju, have advanced even further, reaching level 45. That's the same level as the twin-headed ogre they once struggled to defeat. Now, with three warriors at that level, it's as if three boss monsters are roaming freely across the battlefield. On the other side, those three continue their ruthless onslaught, overpowering the remaining orcs with sheer dominance. The orcs resist desperately, but the gap in strength is insurmountable. Before long, Jaehyun realizes that only Ha Dongan's party remains standing. All others have either fallen or withdrawn, leaving them alone amidst the destruction. Once the battle is over, the group gathers and enters a partially collapsed building nearby. Inside, Dongan steps into a room and sees a knife on the ground, surrounded by dried blood. Then, he finds the lifeless body of someone dear to them. Without a word, he quietly shuts the door. Trying to stay composed, Dongan assures the others he's fine. But Gaeong, overwhelmed by grief, breaks into tears and hugs him tightly. Through sobs, she pleads with him to cry if he needs to. He holds her gently and replies in a calm voice that he had already anticipated this outcome, that he truly is okay, even if his expression betrays otherwise. Elsewhere, Deoksu turns to Jeon and asks if the confirmation has been made. Jeon nods, and says this is the reality they now face. Jaehyun watches in silence. Though everyone looks deeply shaken, a harsh truth becomes undeniable. Unlike Kim Gaeong, some of them no longer have any family left to return to. Despite all their efforts and sacrifices, they've been left completely alone in the world. Jaehyun's thoughts grow heavier. He reflects on the cruel irony that he holds the power to save an entire nation, yet couldn't protect the people standing right in front of him. Later, Dongin tells Jian that he found no bloodstains in their homes, hinting that their families might still be safe. But even if that hope is unfounded, he insists they must keep living. There's no reason to give up yet. Jaehyun notes that these words come from none other than Ha Dongin himself, the one who has lost the most. No one can respond, because simply having hope puts them in a better place than Dongin. Then, Dongin calls out to Jaehyun to check if he's still present. Jaehyun confirms. Dongin apologizes and asks him to summon the vassals. They all need a moment to rest. Without delay, Jaehyun initiates the summon and transports them. But as they appear in front of him, a torturous thought grips him. He wonders if his desire to save his own family first delayed them just long enough to fail the others. If they had arrived even a little earlier, could they have saved more lives? Thinking deeper, Jaehyun realizes a painful truth. His parents made it to safety on their own, thanks to their abilities. His grandfather also survived because of his strength. Even if he hadn't gone to them, they likely would have pulled through. The realization cuts deep. The others aren't saying anything, but Jaehyun fears they blame him for this outcome, as if his choice cost them their families. Guilt crashes down on him. In silence, he apologizes, believing it's all his fault. As they move to rest, Jaehyun finally breaks. Tears stream down his face as he speaks the words he's held back. That his greed, wanting to save his own family first, cost them everything. He blames himself, again and again, crushed beneath the weight of regret far heavier than any battle he's faced. At that moment, the group comes to a halt. Dongin steps forward, closing the distance between them. Jaehyun bends forward deeply, bowing with his head lowered as he apologizes, his voice trembling as he says he's truly sorry. His body shakes slightly, showing how heavy the guilt is weighing on him. One of the men steps forward and calls his name firmly, telling him that it isn't his fault. Jaehyun lifts his head just a little, but his expression is still broken. The man continues, hesitating for a moment before speaking again. He tells Jaehyun that everyone here was saved by his ability. As those words sink in, Jaehyun's eyes widen, tears pooling as the reality finally reaches him. Another survivor speaks up, saying they were able to live without worrying about food, drinking water, or monsters at all, only because of him, thanking him sincerely. More people step forward one by one. They express their gratitude, explaining that without Jaehyun's power, none of them would be standing here. It would have been impossible to save Byung-go's grandmother and Gaeong's family too. Someone calls him by name again, their voice filled with emotion, and calls him their savior. Jaehyun freezes, completely overwhelmed by the weight of that word. Dongin gently places a hand on his shoulder and tells him that without him, they wouldn't even have been able to confirm whether their families were alive or dead at all. They wouldn't have gotten a chance to take revenge on those monsters. Ha Dongin's voice wavered for an instant. In that tiny gap, Jaehyun could feel how hard he was clenching his teeth and enduring it all just to look fine. Dongin continues that there's no way ordinary people like them could have been able to beat the monsters there if they used their own strength. Jaehyun's eyes widen with tears. Dongin continues that there's too much sorrow in this world. But those sorrows didn't go looking for someone on purpose. They were just scattered at random, like water being splashed around. That wasn't Jaehyun's fault. He doesn't need to take responsibility for all of it. It was the world itself that caused this disaster. Jaehyun finally looks up, shocked. Dongin told him that he shouldn't shoulder all the blame alone. It's enough for him to simply stay there like a huge tree, just by creating shade where people can truly rest, and said that they're all grateful. Jaehyun's eyes tremble as those words hit him harder than any monster ever could. Jaehyun, surprised looking at him, admits that Dongin was far tougher and more mature than he thought. The man smiles and tells him he'll head out now. Jaehyun, lowering his head, said that he's the one who should be comforting other, but he's the one getting comforted instead. Before leaving, Deoksu and Jian telling him to cheer up and reminding him they're always grateful. Jaehyun steps forward gently and tells Jae-hyun that if he ever feels overwhelmed, he can lean on them too. The others thanks him sincerely, promising they'll never forget what he did. And if he didn't save them, they'll be dead. As everyone leaves, Jae-hyun stands alone in the hallway. He admits to himself that this feeling is strange. Up until now, he's only fought to survive, only moved forward because he had no other choice. Even if helping others wasn't intentional, he still helped them. He tightens his grip and thinks about how people are now calling him their savior. The thought makes his chest ache. He wonders if he really deserves to be called that. He remembered Dongan calling him a huge tree. He thanked them, clenching his fist. He promised to be the huge tree Dongan wants him to be. At first, his goal of saving all of Korea was only because the power he was given felt like too much of a burden, so he thought he had to do at least that much. It wasn't a goal he desperately wanted, and he didn't have the confidence that he could really give it his all. He just thought he could keep hunting monsters like he has been doing, raise his skill levels, place outpost bases, and expand his territory. He's throwing away the grand goal of saving all of South Korea. Instead, he'll become a huge tree and make a place where the people who step into his shade can rest more securely. He was feeling certain that's what he needed to do right now. Then he received system windows confirming Tot Dongan's party members' trust has reached 100. Soon after Dongan's part returns home, Lee Jun-hyuk arrives with several people, reminding Jae-hyun that he had asked them to bring everyone over. Jae-hyun thanks them for coming all the way, but Jun-hyuk quickly tells him it's nothing. When Jun-hyuk asks what he actually wanted to discuss, Jae-hyun tells him to come inside first. Internally, Jae-hyun thinking, no one except vassals can enter his house. For ordinary citizens, the farthest they can go is near the front door. As they enter, the group suddenly freezes. The interior doesn't look like Jae-hyun's home anymore. Confused voices rise as they look around, questioning how this is even possible and wondering what on earth is going on. At that moment, system windows appear. Their trust has reached 100. Jae-hyun explains calmly that this space has been expanded and reinforced. Jae-hyun confirms it. As expected, the most direct and reliable way to raise trust is to show them his ability. With a quiet, confident expression, Jae-hyun states that starting now, he'll tell them what he wants to propose. Jae-hyun gathers everyone inside the room and calmly asks for their attention. Once all eyes are on him, he explains that he has something important to propose. The group listens closely as he raises his hand and speaks clearly. First, he tells everyone present that he wants them to sign a contract with him. The words immediately cause confusion. Some of them exchange glances, unsure what he means by contract. A few voice their hesitation, repeating the word in disbelief. After some time, a girl asked if it's done since they're the last ones. Jae-hyun, exhausted, confirms it and thanked them for the good work. Contracting with multiple people at the same time is pretty exhausting. But with this, the preparations are complete. Turning to Jun-hyuk, Jae-hyun tells him it's time for the main point. Jun-hyuk, with excitement, urged him to explain. Jae-hyun steps forward. As his territory expanded this time, all of Wangneong Mountain has become part of it. Jun-hyuk was shocked, asking if he means the mountain behind them. Jae-hyun nods, adding that it looks like a dungeon has appeared there. With confidence, he said that he'd like to ask them to explore that dungeon. Jun-hyuk, with a grin, thanked him for trusting them with it. Before Jae-hyun says something, Kim Dabin contacted him through telepathy. She said that the thing he instructed her to prepare is ready, asking if he can come now. Jae-hyun replied that he's coming right now. The elevator display shows 24, and as the doors begin to shut, a notice states that the doors are closing. Kim Jae-hyun exhales slowly, letting out a quiet breath as he stands inside, tension still lingering on his face. He reflects that thanks to Lee Jun-hyuk readily agreeing to take on the dungeon raid. So all matters related to the dungeon finally eased up for a moment. What was unusual was that after becoming bound by the contract of subordination is that Lee Jun-hyuk's skills didn't change. Just like Yeonju, his knight title changed to Viscount. He explains that among Jun-hyuk's party, the ones you could call its core team members are Lee Hyun-chan, Shin Ah-hyung, and Kim Ji-dee. They ended up receiving B rank, whereas most of the others received D or C rank. A sweat pouring down his face, Jae-hyun reflects that somehow, as the number of people he contracted with increased and more data accumulated, he feels like he's starting to understand. To be granted high-rank abilities, there's something innate involved, potential or talent. The elevator indicator changes to 21, and he stated clearly that the limit of subordinates is only 100 people. Kim Jae-hyun steps forward, his foot landing heavily as he thinks that from now on, it would be better to contract with the most talented people possible. A voice calls out cheerfully, and a familiar girl greets him, excitedly calling his name. It's Kim Dabin. Jae-hyun, smiling, told her that she worked hard. She brushed it up, saying that it wasn't difficult, as long as he's paying plenty of money. Jae-hyun, with an awkward smile, promised her that she'll get a bonus. Kim Jae-hyun's expression tightens slightly as he looks ahead at the people gathered in front of him and calmly thinks that these are the people he needs. The group stands together in the hallway, waiting, watching him closely. Dabin nods, confirming. As he instructed, she gathered 10 people who are good at getting things done. Jae-hyun steps forward and addresses them properly. He introduces himself clearly, saying his name is Kim Jae-hyun, and greets everyone. The group responds, acknowledging him as they listen. One of the men steps forward and asks what kind of work Jae-hyun is planning to have to do. Jae-hyun answers honestly, saying that of course, he will explain. Jae-hyun states his intention directly. He tells him that what he is offering is a manager position. The people around him react with visible shock. Several of them are startled, repeating his words in disbelief, questioning whether he truly means a manager role. Jae-hyun internally thinking that even now, with the population having grown quite a bit, there were only a few people who held manager positions. Remembering Lee Sung-min, the medical team leader, and Baek Sung-min, the relief team leader. The blonde guy say that if Jae-hyun entrusted to him, he'll work hard. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun still reflecting that there were 12 manager positions still available, so he could hand them out to these people. He continues that he can give them for free. But then addressing them, he said there are conditions, and the room becomes silent. He said that the reason he's selecting them is simple. As new people keep coming in, more and more problems of all kinds are going to appear. And he's going to give the manager position to those who can propose solutions to those problems. He pauses, then extends his hand forward and says, "All right, then shall we begin?" He tells them that those who are ready should speak one by one. After some time, the would-be managers kept presenting proposals. Problems like trash disposal within the territory and issues like organizing and maintaining internal roads. Suggestions came out for all kinds of matters, and most of them were satisfactory. With a smile, Jae-hyun thinks that many ideas are pouring. As expected of Dabin, she picked out capable people. One man raises his hand and steps forward, saying that this time, he wants to give it a try. Jae-hyun tells him to go ahead. The man explains his idea. He believes creating an organization that can maintain public order internally. He adds that so far, no major disaster has happened yet, but if things continue unchecked, it's only a matter of time. Jae-hyun listens carefully, asking if he means creating a department like how the police worked. The boy confirms it. Another man hesitates, apologizes for interrupting, and says that something just came to his mind. Jae-hyun calmly tells him to go ahead and speak. The man asks if Jae-hyun know that police station armories have firearms, including rifles. Jae-hyun surprised. He thought that the military has it. The man confirms it, adding that South Korea is technically in an armistice state, and from what he knows, in case of emergency, police station armories keep sufficient quantity of weapons. But, of course, must be a police station of a certain size. Jae-hyun placing his hand on his mouth, reflecting. If they would obtain those weapons, wouldn't it help in creating a department that maintains order? Stating that the nearest police station would be Busanjan Police Station is Siamayan. He asks the man's name, and he introduces himself as Nam Ji-ho. Jae-hyun immediately gives him a role, telling him to form a team on his behalf and head out. Nam Ji-ho hesitates for a moment, but our MC confronts him, saying he doesn't need to worry too much. His territory's range has expanded this time, so the police station will probably be included inside it. And if it turns out to be outside TE territory, he told him no to push himself. Ji-ho, with a new resolve, clenched his fist and said he'll give it a shot. With a confident smile, Jae-hyun told him to depart when he's prepared, and he was obviously excited, repeating the word rifles. Then, he addressed the rest to continue with suggesting solutions. With a smile, he thinks that it's tempting. The next day, after the manager selection ended successfully, Nam Ji-ho's party that had gone out to find firearms actually brought back guns. After confirming with the ultimate eyes, registering them in the store went fine. But the weapons they brought back were 2 rifles, 3 bullets, and a box of empty cartridges. It wasn't a quantity issue, since he could register them and buy more through the store. The real problem was that someone had already swept away most of the firearms from the police station armory. Judging by the size of the armory, the missing weapons were roughly several hundred. In other words, somewhere out there, there's a survivor group armed on a large scale. He holds his head, feeling frustrated. It's going to be a headache, but if it's a group that large, they'd definitely stand out and news would have reached him whether they wanted it or not. Concluding that they're not near his territory yet, he then said he'll think about it again later. For now, he'll start by issuing rifles to the places that need them. The scene shifts to a battlefield, two fierce goblins holding their weapons, ready to strike. One of the survivors, hiding behind a wall, asks Sungjun what they have to do. The goblins are everywhere. Sungjun curses, asking how did they even make it this far in? The other survivor reminded him that they're almost out of bullets, and Sungjun notes that this is bad. Other survivors, pressing Sungjun as their leader to decide what they need to do. With sweat on his face, he reflects on their journey. After a long fight, everyone is exhausted, and they're running out of weapons. With his abilities as they are, he can't handle something like this. He curses under his breath, wondering if there's a way to solve this. Just then, as despair settles in, a sudden shift occurs. Jaehyun calls his name. Using his ability, dark, swirling energy manifests in front of him as multiple weapons materialize out of thin air. Guns, ammunition, and supplies drop onto the ground in front of the survivors. The men freeze in shock, unable to believe what they're seeing. He observes the situation briefly and smirks, confirming that he arrived just in time. Jaehyun announces that weapon support has arrived. He instructs them to use the weapons immediately. The survivors snap out of their disbelief and rush forward, grabbing the firearms with renewed hope. Sungjun bursts into laughter, overwhelmed with relief, calling Jaehyun's name and thanking him. Sungjun's finger hooks against the trigger guard, then tightens. The safety clicks off as he grips the rifle firmly. He turns his head sharply, sweat running down his face, and shouts, "Everyone ready?" Voices answer back at once. Yes. His expression hardens. Good. He raises his arm and yells, "Let's go." The group surges forward down the ruined street, boots pounding against cracked asphalt as debris scatters beneath their feet. Ahead of them, goblins snap their heads around. Their yellow eyes widen as they spot the charging humans, mouths opening to bare sharp teeth. Sungjun screams at the top of his lungs, his face contorted with effort as he braces the rifle and pulls the trigger. Gunfire erupts. Muzzle flashes blaze orange as bullets tear through the air. The shots slam into the goblins. Blood sprays as bodies jerk violently from the impact, some collapsing backward while others are knocked off their feet. Another man steadies his weapon, eyes narrowed, and shouts, "Begin firing." The sound of continuous gunfire fills the street as the assault fully begins. A goblin is thrown forward as bullets rip into its body, flesh tearing as it stumbles and crashes onto the street. Nearby, other goblins bare their teeth and snarl, saliva flying as they shout in panic, their voices overlapping in chaotic screams. More gunfire rings out. Muzzle flashes streak across the road as shots chase the goblins down the street, forcing them to turn and flee. From behind his rifle, Sungjun shouts in disbelief, "They're running away." He tightens his grip and yells, "We can do this." Another voice rises over the gunfire. "Let's go save our families." The group advances, firing as they move. Goblins scatter in all directions, some dropping their weapons as bullets tear through them. A system notification appears. You have hunted an orc, level 18. You have obtained EXP. 1,221,005 has been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in. From above, Jaehyun watches silently, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. So this is the power of rifles. Gunfire continues below, explosions of fire and impact erupting among the orcs, without even using any skills. The orcs are driven back, unable to approach as bullets overwhelm them. They're overwhelming a group of orcs with firearms alone. He lowers his gaze slightly. This means that if one knows how to handle firearms, even a little, he exhales slowly. They can produce enough firepower to grind down ordinary monsters. His eyes remain calm as he observes the scene. Good. Looks like Jang Sungjun's party should be fine for a while. A decision settles in his expression. So, I'll leave the rest to them. After a brief pause, another thought surfaces. How is Lee Junhyuk's party doing? Heavy breathing echoes beneath a canopy of trees as leaves drift slowly through the air. Lee Junhyuk at the front lifts his head, eyes scanning ahead. Finally found it. A blue system window materializes before them. D-rank dungeon, Lizardman Swamp, 0 out of 10. They stop in front of a dark, circular opening embedded into stone. The dungeon entrance. They peer inside. Water glistens across the interior, the passage partially flooded. Ugh, there's a ton of water inside. Another voice hesitates. This is bad. If it's like this, we can't go in. Lee Junhyuk raises his hand, blue light flowing around his fingers. No need to worry. Energy surges forward as the water inside the dungeon splits and pulls back, forced aside into clean paths along the walls. Control water. The flooded passage clears, revealing a walkable route straight ahead. Behind him, the others react in surprise. Whoa, that's incredible. He turns slightly and asks calmly, "Everyone ready?" A faint smile forms on his face. "We're going in." A system notification appears. Lee Junhyuk's party are the first to enter the dungeon. Double EXP and settlement money will be obtained. They step forward together. A dungeon's interior is unknown territory. Footsteps echo as they move deeper inside, so one can never know what kind of danger might be lurking inside. Jaehyun watches silently. After supplying rifles to Jang Sungjin's party, I immediately supplied rifles to Lee Junhyuk's party as well. His gaze sharpens. Now, Lee Junhyuk's party has firepower to a certain extent as well. He stands still, eyes fixed on the floating dungeon window in front of him. They probably won't have much trouble clearing the dungeon. His gaze shifts to the number displayed beside the dungeon name. But what is that number next to the dungeon info? The window reads, D-rank dungeon, Lizardman Swamp, 0 out of 10. At first I thought it was a capacity limit, but it doesn't seem like that. Questioning if they will find out after clearing it. Inside the dungeon, Lee Junhyuk's party advances carefully. One of them eyes wide open surprisingly. Wow, the inside is filled with water. The submerged stone walls shimmer faintly as light filters through the water above. It really feels like we're at an aquarium. Someone nods while walking. I was thinking the same thing. It's like an underwater tunnel. Suddenly, one of them stiffens. His eyes widen. Enemies spotted at 11 o'clock. 3 of them. Weapons are raised instantly. They're approaching this way. Junhyuk's expression sharpens. If it's 11 o'clock, his eyes dart toward the flowing water along the walls. That means from inside the water, without warning, the surface explodes. A violent surge of water erupts upward, splashing across the passage. The force knocks feet off balance as waves crash against the floor. From within the water, a blue-scaled lizard man bursts out, claws extended, body twisting through the spray. Junhyuk spins around as someone calling his name, warning him, "Behind you." A massive blue-scaled lizard man bursts fully into view, its jaws stretched wide as it roars. A label flashes beside it. Lizard Man, level 21. Junhyuk twists his body sharply, water spiraling around his arm as he swings. A crescent of compressed water slams forward, cutting through the flooded passage. The lizard man is struck mid-motion, its body snapping sideways as it crashes back into the water with a heavy splash. Another lizard man lunges from the side, claws tearing through the surface as it dives toward the group. Everyone focus. There are 2 left. Weapons snap into position. One of them shouts, "Fire." Begin firing. Gunfire erupts at once. Muzzle flashes flare as bullets streak through the water, carving glowing paths as they tear toward the moving shapes. The lizard men twist and dive, bodies bending unnaturally as they slip through the water, narrowly avoiding several shots. One of the shooters grits his teeth. These bastards, they can move freely underwater, so it's hard to hit them. The water churns violently as the lizard men circle, their silhouettes flashing in and out of sight beneath the surface. If we could just get them out of the water. The current suddenly shifts. From the rear, a man steps forward, eyes locked on the flooded floor as energy gathers around him. The water surges upward. The 2 lizard men are yanked violently from below, their bodies dragged out of the water as if seized by an invisible force. Their eyes widen. They hang suspended for a split second, exposed in midair. A shout cuts through the chaos. We can get them out. A faint smile spreads across Junhyuk's face. Water is my domain. He steps forward, arm extended, fingers splayed as water gathers and churns around him. All units. His voice rings through the flooded passage. Volley fire. Gunfire erupts all at once. Muzzle flashes flare as bullets streak forward, tearing into the lizard men suspended in midair. System notifications stack rapidly. You have hunted a lizard man of them at level 21, and the other two, level 22. From afar, Jaehyun watches silently. We got lucky. His gaze remains steady. Normally, in an environment like this, the ones benefiting from the terrain would be the lizard men. A lizardman's glowing eyes fade as its body sinks back into the water. Because in a dungeon interior filled with water, even moving around wouldn't have been easy. In the dark water, shapes twist and disappear. In dark water where you can barely see, lizard men that can move freely. The image of clawed figures slipping through the depths lingers. Would have been like Grim Reapers. But Lee Hyun-chan, who awakened the ability Mini-Map, where he can grasp terrain within a 100-meter radius and distinguish enemies from allies. Another figure comes into focus, and Lee Junhyuk, who can control water, completely flipped the board. The battlefield settles. The water calms. Jaehyun, with a calm smile, said, "There's nothing for me to provide support for right now." He lowers his gaze. Honestly, at this level, it doesn't even seem like there's a need to help Lee Junhyuk's party. Ahead, the group regroups. Lee Junhyuk and Lee Hyun-chan plus just a few people to provide firepower. They continue moving forward through the dungeon. Would be more than enough to clear the dungeon. A fallen lizardman twitches once, then goes still. The party exhales, catching their breath as the water ripples softly around them. Lee Junhyuk slows his steps, eyes lifting as the passage opens wider. Did we arrive? He looks ahead. At the dungeon's boss room, they step into a vast circular chamber. Water no longer pools along the floor. The stone ground is dry and still. A faint sound echoes from above. What's this? Lee Junhyuk looks down in disbelief. There's no water here. Another voice follows, uneasy. Could it be that just getting here is the dungeon clear condition? Lee Hyun-chan got angry at her. Hey, don't say things like that whenever someone says stuff like that. Junhyuk suddenly stiffens. Wait. His eyes widen. Something is approaching. From the dark passage ahead, a deep vibration rushes closer. It's coming this way fast. Without warning, a massive surge of water erupts from the corridor, exploding into the chamber. The force knocks the group backward as water crashes across the floor. Junhyuk steps forward instantly. Everyone get behind me. He grits his teeth, bracing himself as the water rages forward. Damn it. From within the surging water, a towering silhouette takes shape. A massive figure emerges, blue scales glistening, eyes glowing as it steps fully into the chamber. It appeared. Lee Junhyuk's voice trembles. It's the boss monster. The creature stands tall, its presence filling the room as water drips from its body, yellow eyes locking onto the party. The boss monster stands at the center of the chamber, water coiling tightly around its massive body like armor. Junhyuk raises his voice. Everyone, open fire. Gunshots explode through the room. Bullets streak forward, but the boss swings its arm, water surging up in a dense wall. The bullets slam into the moving water and lose momentum, splashing harmlessly aside. It blocked the bullets with water. Another voice cuts in, tense. Our attacks aren't working. What do we do? Junhyuk's eyes narrow as he watches the swirling currents. So you can use water like that too. He straightens, expression calm. Everyone, stay right here and don't move. The others freeze in place, wondering what he's doing. Junhyuk steps forward alone. I'll finish it quickly and come back. Hey, Lee Junhyuk. One of them shouts, worry in his voice. Water surges beneath his feet as he launches forward, his body carried by a rushing current. A massive wave coils through the chamber as Junhyuk surges forward, his body riding the rushing current. The boss braces itself, water spiraling around its arms as it swings through the torrent, blocking the incoming force head-on. The two streams collide violently, sending spray exploding in every direction. The boss's yellow eyes narrow. Junhyuk twists midair, teeth clenched. seeing how you are blocking my attack physically. He flips his body, water lifting and carrying him upside down as he passes over the monster's head. That means you can't move the water I control, right? His hand snaps downward. Control water. The water around the boss suddenly tightens, spiraling inward with crushing force. The boss's eyes widen, not knowing what happened. Junhyuk hangs inverted for a brief moment, water beads drifting around him. Goodbye. The compressed water detonates inside the monster's guard. The boss's body convulses as the pressure overwhelms it, water bursting outward in a violent explosion. Water bomb. From behind, the party stares in shock. Lee Hyun-chan gasps, eyes wide. His voice trails off. It's cleared. Junhyuk lands lightly as the remaining water crashes down around him. We cleared the dungeon. A system window appears. You have hunted the Lizardman Chieftain, level point 30. You have obtained EXP. 1,200,238,911 won has been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in. Another notification follows. Citizen Lee Junhyuk has killed the leader of the Lizardman territory. You obtain 10 crystals as a reward. You have succeeded in clearing a dungeon for the first time. You obtain 100 crystals as a reward. When Lee Junhyuk's party came out after finishing the dungeon, the air outside is still. The dungeon's description had changed slightly. A familiar blue window updates. D-rank dungeon, Lizardman Swamp, 1 out of 10. Jaehyun studies the floating dungeon window quietly. So, that number was the limit on how many times the dungeon could be cleared. His eyes remain fixed on the display. Not more times, huh? He lowers his gaze, thinking, if we cleared all the remaining runs and gathered crystals. His expression tightens slightly. We'd be able to do a mystic draw. A pause follows. In other words, it meant we could draw another divine item, like the Ring of Communication. The scene shifts. Our protagonist contacted Lee Junhyuk. Junhyuk turns at the sound of his name. Oh, Jaehyun. The protagonist speaks again. How is your condition right now? Junhyuk smiles faintly. Other than being a bit tired, I'm fine. Jaehyun replies, that's a relief. I have a request. Junhyuk responds immediately. Yes, please just tell me what it is, and I will follow it. The request comes clearly. Can you proceed with a dungeon clear once a day? Junhyuk blinks for a moment, then grins. That's a piece of cake. Time passes. 10 days later. A system window flashes amid crashing water. Citizen Lee Junhyuk has killed the leader of the Lizardman Swamp. You obtain 10 crystals as a reward. You have cleared the dungeon completely for the first time. You obtain 100 crystals as a reward. Junhyuk exhales sharply. He straightens. That's the last one. Jaehyun reflects. Lee Junhyuk's party cleared the dungeon without missing a single run. Another system update appears. D-rank dungeon, Lizardman Swamp, 10 out of 10. You have used up all available dungeon clears. A new window follows. Mystic Draw. One time consumes 300 crystals. Crystals owned, 400. Jaehyun contacting the party. Great work, everyone. Return and get some good rest. Our protagonist standing alone thinking. Now there's enough resources for a mystic draw. He lifts his hand slowly. All right, all that's left is to do it. He thrusts his hand forward. Mystic draw. Light erupts beneath his feet. A golden magic circle expands outward, flooding the room with blinding radiance. He raises his arm, squinting as the light intensifies. Can't something be done about this light? His eyes widen suddenly. From within the glow, an object slowly descends, wrapped in spiraling golden energy. The light fades, revealing a jeweled crown resting in his hands. A blue system window appears. Ultimate Shut-in's crown. When equipped, the effects granted to citizens are amplified by 2 times. Jaehyun, still surprised, reflects. There are currently 6 effects being granted to citizens. 100% increased EXP and settlement money. Power of Trust. Tax collection. Basic salary. Economic activity subsidy. Profession effect. He swallows. So if I wear this, all of that doubles. He stares at the crown, hesitating. I guess I have to keep wearing it. He lifts it slightly, examining its weight. It's a bit cumbersome, but the effect when worn was too good not to use. And it's not like I go outside much anyway, so I might as well wear it all the time at home. He lowers it onto his head. It felt like a cool energy swept through my head. A thought crosses his mind. Come to think of it, the cooldown for tax collection should be about up. He opens a blue window in front of him. And while I'm at it, I can test the crown's ability. He focuses. If the crown makes this apply at twice the efficiency too, then instead of 10%, I'd be taking 20%. He selects an option, tax collection, noting that at 20%, he could get tens of billions. A system message flashes. 15,674,528,243 has been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in with tax collection. His eyes go wide. 15 billion. He exhales slowly. That means the amount of money the citizens are holding is around 75 billion. He rests his hand against his chin. They had more money than I thought. His gaze sharpens slightly. No wonder the store's daily sales have been looking unusual lately. Another realization settles in. That must mean the citizens' purchasing power has increased that much. He looks at the screen in front of him. Anyway, it's a good thing since this means the citizens' assets are increasing. His gaze sharpens slightly. Now that I even have the crown, I should level up quickly and increase the number of item categories in the store. A cheerful voice suddenly calls out from the hallway. Jae-yun, we're back. He turns in surprise. Oh, the door slides open. Sung-jun. Jang Sung-jun steps in with a wide grin, holding his rifle, others crowding in behind him. Jae-yun, we came to return the things you lent us. Our protagonist smiles warmly. You must be exhausted from coming back here. Thank you for taking the trouble to bring them here. Sung-jun waves it off immediately. No, it's something I should do. He pauses, eyes widening as he notices Jae-hyun's head. But what's that on your head? He flinches. He hurriedly reacts as laughter breaks out around them. No, this is, nothing more importantly, congratulations. Sung-jun laughs loudly. On reuniting safely with your family, I mean. Jae-hyun adds with a genuine smile. Ah yes, it's all thanks to you. Sung-jun turns slightly, his expression turning serious. If we'd been any later, I might never have seen my family again. He bows his head briefly. And thanks to you really supplying us with firearms, we were able to save them miraculously. Jae-hyun raises his hand gently. All I did was provide support. He looks straight at Sung-jun. You're the ones who saved your family yourselves. Sung-jun exhales deeply. We desperately needed that chance. He straightens and bows again. Let me take this opportunity to thank you again. Thank you. Our protagonist smiles, eyes softening. I'm glad I was of help. A system notification appears. Citizen Jang Sung-jun's trust has increased. Citizen Jang Sung-jun's loyalty has increased. After some conversation, Jang Sung-jun's party walks down the corridor together, heading back with their families. The store interface materializes in front of him. Several blue holographic panels line up neatly on the floor as items are returned and reorganized. I then organize the items they returned. He looks over them carefully. Is this everything? A sharp sound cuts through the room. An alarm. He pauses, holding the crown as a system window flashes beside him. I didn't realize it then. His expression tightens. This had never happened before. The screen fills with urgent notifications. Citizen Jang Dale has died. Citizen Kim Namji has died. Citizen Lee Seon has died. Citizen Seo Gun has died. His hand trembles as he reaches toward the display. What is this? In an instant, more than 10 citizens died. His eyes widen. This had never happened before. Another system window abruptly overlays everything. What? You have hunted a low-grade vampire, level 18. You obtain EXP. 2,223,988 has been deposited into the wallet of the ultimate shut-in. Silence hangs in the air. Only later would I understand that this alarm was the starting point of something enormous that was about to happen. The scene shifts to devastation. Bodies lie scattered across cracked ground, blood pooling beneath them. One person trembles weakly, gasping for breath, barely conscious. A close-up follows. Tears stream down a desperate woman as she begs, pleading through sobs. Please, save me. In the street ahead, chaos erupts. A red-haired man desperately clings to her from behind as shadowy figures close in. From the darkness, monsters with glowing red eyes emerge. Jaws open, closing the distance. The red-haired lunges forward. The woman screams in pain as sharp teeth sink in her neck. Blood splashes violently. Another cry follows, raw and broken, as she struggles helplessly. The villain throws her to the floor, other monsters snarling and growling, ready to jump on her. The shadowy figure with a faint smirk, wiping blood from his mouth, with red eyes gleam. He gave an order. Eat up. The monsters respond instantly. Blood sprays. Screams cut off. The man smiles wider. To him, the scene is nothing but opportunity. This place is a total gold mine. The ruined city stretches out before him. Abandoned buildings line the streets, silence broken only by distant echoes. This is the first time he has found this safe zone since awakening. It was through pure luck. A translucent barrier blocks the road ahead. A system-like structure stands in his path. Another message appears, explaining that entry requires meeting specific conditions, offering him citizenship. He accepted it without thinking much of it. He steps forward anyway, and when I entered, his eyes widened. I couldn't help but be shocked. People wander the streets, unaware. Over there, and over here. Everywhere he looks, living humans. Unbelievable. His gaze sharpens as realization dawns. Everywhere I go, it's nothing but food. His red eye flares. It isn't just the quantity that's good either, its quality is great. Compared to what I hunted outside, efficiency would be several times higher with this. If it's here, it's possible. If I devour everything here and grow, then I can become one too. A powerful vampire like that bastard, remembering a figure with an evil grin that tossed him aside like he was useless. With hope, he believes he can rise to middle tier soon. His fingers curl slowly. Just a little more, and I'll have power equal to his. But his expression hardens. Still not enough. He has to drink even more human blood and surpass him. His power surges, aura thickening. I need to grow even more. Faster. His eyes glow brighter. And to do that, his swarm has to become stronger too. His gaze locks forward. At his current level as low tier, the lowest tier vampires he can command is 5. One of them died during this hint, but he doesn't care at all. This place is crawling with humans. Making one more lowest tier vampire won't be hard. In his mind, a single image burned brighter than the rest. Once he became a middle tier vampire, everything would change. With increased power, his underlings will evolve into low tier vampires, one by one. And when they start producing lowest tier vampires like they're breeding, his hive would expand explosively, and every drop of blood consumed would bring him closer to absolute domination. With an evil grin, he planned to devour every human around here without discrimination and go seek his revenge. By then, he'll have more than enough strength to overwhelm him. When that time came, he would achieve it, his blood vengeance. A ripple of movement broke his thoughts. He turned his head, noticing a figure standing nearby. His eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, recognizing it as another piece of prey. Then, a sudden roar echoed as low-tier vampires rushed forward, their red eyes glowing as they charged with feral hunger, screaming for flesh. Their claws scraped the ground as they surged ahead. The red-haired vampire, standing confident with his hands spreading forward, as giving the command for his underlings to attack, commenting that this person came here to die on his own. In the next instant, something felt wrong. He stumbled forward, confusion spreading across his face, blood spreading everywhere. The scene in front of him was unbelievable. His underlings on the ground beheaded. What just happened? He couldn't believe his eyes. His gaze snapped upward. Jaehyun stood before him, shrouded in darkness, a single eye glowing ominously from beneath his hood. Eyes widened and jaws dropped from sheer shock. Without any warning, and without even a fight, his entire swarm was wiped out in an instant. He wondered if he had seen it correctly. He couldn't make sense of what had happened. His brain was refusing to accept what's happening. Fear starts getting him. He was sure of one thing. The human in front of him is a monster he can even begin to understand at his current level. He decided in that moment he needs to run. Just then, consumed by intense anger, Jaehyun attacked him using the invisible hand. A crushing force slammed into him, choking him. Pain exploded through his body as he screamed, voice tearing apart in raw terror. He was begging for his life, spare me. But Jaehyun fixed him with a killing glare and tightened his grip, demanding how he dared. His consciousness wavered as the grip tightened, his bones screaming under the invisible pressure. His thoughts fractured. I'm not getting out of this alive. He reached out instinctively, fingers grasping at empty air as despair overwhelmed him. There was no miracle waiting for him. No savior. No escape. Damn it, in the end, I'm going to die an empty and pointless death without even getting revenge. Just then, his body was hurled aside and crashed violently into the ground. He was coughing, gasping for air. From now on, Jae-hyun's shadow loomed over him. You are to answer my questions to the best of your ability. He froze, eyes trembling in terror, while Jae-hyun demanding him, answer me. With a trembling look he replied, yes. Jae-hyun's glowing eye remained fixed on him as he spoke calmly. Firstly, how did you get in here? The low-tier vampire swallowed hard, voice shaking as he explained. He admitted that he had entered the territory easily, without any resistance, as if the city itself had invited him inside. He didn't understand it himself, only that the system message he received when he arrived hadn't labeled him as a human. Remembering the system said a being that meets requirements to be accepted as a citizen. Jae-hyun never imagined that meant citizenship could be granted to monsters too, much less a monster that eats humans. So, our MC said quietly, you were originally human. Yes, that's right. I was human. Sunkyu replied. The vampire continued, desperation spilling out as he talked. He explained that he had been bitten by a vampire named Sang-hyuk and transformed, becoming something less than human and more than a monster. Jae-hyun reflecting on it, he realized that's why citizenship was granted. He then ordered him to keep talking. Sunkyu explained that for the few days he lived as lowest-tier vampire, his memories were hazy. Then, by eating humans, he grew into low-tier vampire. Jae-hyun asked him what he means by lowest tier and low tier. He hurriedly explains that lower tiers are little more than beasts, driven only by instinct. They only retain enough intelligence to understand orders. But starting from low-tier vampires, their human sense of self returns, and they can create and command a swarm too. Jae-hyun asked him what rank was on Sang-hyuk. Sunkyu replied that he was middle-tier vampire. Silence followed. Our MC quickly processes the informations. Jiggle Sunkyu is currently a low-tier vampire at level 28. A middle-tier vampire would have to be at least higher level than that. Adding that he doesn't know how far their hierarchy goes, at the very least, it goes up to higher tier, which means their levels are probably extremely bloated. He steps closer and says he has one last question. The kneeling vampire looks up nervously as he is asked again about the middle-tier vampire named on Sang-hyuk. When he confirms the name, Jae-hyun's shadow looms over him. In a low, commanding voice, he orders him to tell him exactly where on Sang-hyuk is.